There are a lot of theories about One Piece. Crazy ones, funny ones, really scary ones, and a bunch that just have so much evidence around them that they just must turn out to be true. We're talking literal hours of theory, so I've put together this true behemoth of a video with every theory that I've covered on this channel, and so without further ado, please enjoy every One Piece theory ever. Devil fruits have a will of their own that can be inherited through the generations, which is exactly why the Gomu Gomu no Mi is so important. Now, same as you probably have been very focused on Haki for the past couple of years, which just makes sense. This may sound harsh, but devil fruits simply were not that interesting for a while, until Doflamingo revealed the next level. Awakening. For the first time in a while, that really got me thinking, to the point where I was lying in bed at night, unable to sleep. My analytical brain shifting into overtime gear told me that there just had to be some clues in the story. I simply had to know. So, what did I do? Well, what any reasonable person would do at 4 AM in the morning, I got up, opened my laptop, and started working. I was gonna analyze every type of fruit, every piece of lore, and every instance of awakening until a few hours later, I actually managed to complete this crazy puzzle of clues that connects Luffy, Roger, and JoyBoy. But I'm getting ahead of myself here. Hi, my name is Manu, my favorite fruit is pineapple, and in this video I will pull back the curtain for you on the true nature of devil fruits, because the devil truly lies in the details here. The first thing I did, as I usually do with any theoretical analysis, was to establish the facts. What do we actually know? And even though you're probably familiar with all of this, it's gonna be critical for the juicy bit later on. And let's be real, there's definitely less fun things than learning some facts about devil fruits. Okay, so baseline is, these fruits seem to have been around for a long time and have become a regular part of the One Piece world. While they're considered quite rare and special, on the grand line that attracts only the strongest and weirdest people, they're found on a much more common basis. And if you try to eat more than one fruit, there are 3 types of devil fruits, each with their own subcategories: pineapple, banana, and orange. Just checking if you're still paying attention. Zone fruits allow their users to transform into an animal, giving them access to their regular form, their animal form, as well as a hybrid form. Subcategories include ancient zones for animals that have gone extinct, like dinosaurs, mythical zones that include mythical creatures like the phoenix, as well as a separation into herbivore and carnivore types, boosting endurance and defense, or speed and offense respectively. Next are Logia fruits. They're pretty easy to summarize. As you know, a Logia turns the body of its user into an element, for example, fire. Regular physical attacks are useless here. And this is little known, but Logia users can actually enhance their powers significantly by subscribing to my channel for next generation anime content. Paramecia fruits then are the dumping place for all powers that don't fit in the other 2 categories. And there are a ton of subcategories here. Some users can enhance their bodies. Luffy's enhancement is permanent, for instance. He's a rubber man. Mr. One can transform his body at will, while someone like Brook only gets the effect of his fruit through a certain event. In this case, death. Other users are able to produce a power. Some can produce materials like Doflamingo's string, others can produce a force of nature like Whitebeard, while again others can produce entire worlds of their own, such as Mondor or Brûlé. Lastly, there are people who I guess basically do magic. There's people like Sugar who can manipulate living things, people who have control over a certain space like Law and Corazon, and some even crazier powers like Big Mom's soul manipulation. 40 年. In general, there are 4 known weaknesses to devil fruit powers. First, and maybe most dangerous, is losing the ability to swim. If a user is submerged into water, they are drained of all energy and incapable of moving or using their powers. Which, in a world of pirates consisting to 99% of water, is a pretty damn big handicap. Simply throwing a glass of water at them won't work though. Probably. The next best thing though is Sea Prism Stone, which is mined in Wano and comes with its own set of mystery of how it's actually made and why it really works. The end result, however, is that this material has the same essence as the ocean, which is why it can be used to take out an ability user even on land and without throwing that glass of water at them. Third is Haki, more specifically armament Haki, or as it's called in French, Haki de l'armement. Mon Dieu! This can be used to forcibly turn a devil fruit user's body back into regular flesh and bones, no matter how it was transformed or shaped. And I never really thought about it for some reason, but isn't it really strange that Haki has this effect on devil fruits? Well, small tease here, this is gonna be one of the details in which the devil will be found later. Better put on some pants, devil. Fourth, and this will also play a role, there is one devil fruit out there that has the ability to absorb and nullify any other power. Blackbeard's Yami Yami no Mi that he calls the strongest Logia out there. Finally, the most recent thing we learned is that devil fruits can actually be awakened. Basically, by mastering one's ability and being able to fully control it at will, the user starts to unlock a new level to his fruit that in some way or form enhances its power or reach. Zone users generally get access to a giant monster-like hybrid form that boosts all their physical attributes and also lets them recover very quickly from even the most fatal attacks. Examples of this are the guards in Impel Down, as well as most likely Chopper's monster points. Now, while we haven't seen a Logia user officially awaken, it is pretty safe to assume that such a power permanently changes the environment around them. This is not only based on Doflamingo's explanation, but also on how the landscape on Punk Hazard was permanently changed after the battle between Aokiji and Akainu, as well as Raijin Island that suspiciously looks like someone went a bit cray-cray with Enel's fruit there as well. Lastly, we have the wide range of paramecia users. While producers like Dofi, Kid, and Katakuri are able to change their environment as well as their body in their awakened state, someone like Law seems to get additional abilities for his fruit, like creating shockwaves inside the opponent's body. And actually, I think there is a pretty good chance that Luffy's awakening has already happened. If you want me to talk about that as well, let me know. So now that I had established all that we knew about devil fruits and consumed 2 cups of coffee, it was time to go clue hunting. Okay, so there are a couple of things that got me wondering about the true nature of devil fruits and if there wasn't more to all of this. Without making it any more unnecessarily dramatic, I was wondering whether devil fruits were in some weird way or form alive. While the idea of a sea devil residing in each fruit might have seemed like a casual sailor talk in early One Piece, Shanks turned out to be one of the most well-informed, connected, and powerful people in the story. And I've already talked in other videos a lot about how Shanks most likely was not simply chilling around in the East Blue, but actively following Roger's will to find the man he was waiting for. So my thesis statement is gonna be that this explanation by Shanks to Buggy on board of Roger's ship is literal. There resides a devil inside every fruit that is then transferred into the body of the person that consumes it and merges with their soul. Let me try and prove it to you. First of all, we have the incarnation of devil fruit powers. When a fruit user dies, his ability is shown to leave the body, like a soul, and travel to the nearest fruit of the same type. For example, Smiley's zone type fruit would always be an apple, which is why there can be a devil fruit encyclopedia in the first place that Blackbeard used to identify the Yami Yami no Mi. Imagine if it suddenly was a banana. The soul leaves the host and finds its next container. Once someone takes a bite of this new fruit, the devil enters the body and the rest of the fruit is useless. Well, except for vitamins, which are important. Basically, your soul and the soul of the devil merge. On Enies Lobby, Jabra explains to us that two devils would fight if you tried to consume a second devil fruit, killing the user in the process. The biggest evidence that devil fruits have a will of their own, however, in my opinion, are Funk Freed, Smiley, and the second goodest boy in One Piece, Lasso.
To the best character in all of media, and that character is Whitebeard's dog. Whitebeard's dog.
All three of them are objects, a sword, a gas weapon, and a gun that have gained consciousness, free will, and the ability to turn into an animal. The only explanation really is that the soul contained in the devil fruit is transferred into the object. Pretty much the successful version of what Caesar tried to do with the smiles. These objects now understand human speech and even have a will of their own, as is shown in this scene here. And if they actually have their own will, that also gives us an answer as to why devil fruits have their respective weaknesses. If the Sea Devil grants these powers, he could just absorb them back once you sink into him. His will is stronger than yours and that of your smaller devil. Similarly, Haki is able to overcome a fruit not because it overcomes the will of the owner, but of the devil fruit itself. Otherwise, every time someone tried to use Haki on another user, they would be stuck in limbo fighting it out for a while before they could actually forcibly change their bodies back. As for Blackbeard, if his devil fruit truly is the strongest devil fruit, and I have to admit the darkness fruit seems like the most devilish one out there, that would mean that the devil in his fruit is stronger than any other devil and that it nullifies their abilities in the very same way. Awakening a devil fruit then could be a quite literal phrase. When you're underwater, your devil is asleep. In your everyday state, the devil is in something of a dream state, sharing their abilities, but when you awaken, the full potential of the devil is unleashed. With the awakening, the devil part of your soul would of course become stronger, which is exactly what we see in the prison guards in Impel Down. They're much more animal than human, just as with Chopper, who has to train hard to get control over this state as well. People like Doflamingo and Katakuri clearly have control over it, but nonetheless, all the awakened fruits we know of cause incredible destruction to their surroundings and are really hard to keep in check. You're literally fighting with the devil over control. And they also require an enormous amount of energy. And seeing how Kid and Law struggle with it, Conqueror's Haki might well play a role and be an advantage in dealing with this state. Doflamingo and Katakuri, after all, both were able to use their awakening quite creatively and really bend the rules of their normal powers. But what comes next is what you probably have been waiting for, and it will hopefully really blow your mind. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you that the Devil's Soul not only merges with your own, it also takes on some of your properties. In other words, devil fruits are used to inherit someone's will. Let me get you through this. The best example case here is Ace and his Mera Mera no Mi. Sabo mentions that they have to get back his fruit so that they can inherit that person's will. Similarly, Blackbeard, who tried recruiting Ace into his crew before capturing him, tells Luffy that Burgess will take the fruit and it'll be as if Ace had joined himself. However, it could be that they're just talking about his legacy. But when Sabo eats the fruit and blows away Burgess, he says this really strange line. And even more strangely, I found that Sabo started acting like Ace. Even the way he says goodbye was the same as Ace did on Alabasta. And just a bit later, Sabo goes off on his own at Marijoa and potentially gets captured. just like Ace. But you might rightfully say that might just be because him and Ace were really close. Well, here is exhibit number 2. Big Mom and Mother Caramel. We do know for a fact that Lin Lin was an extremely kind and caring kid that at times lost control trying to do good things. However, after consuming Mother Caramel's fruit, she starts turning evil and took on many of Caramel's traits. She starts calling herself Big Mom, has the same devilish smile and lipstick, and while Mother Caramel was using the orphans for her benefit, Big Mom uses her own children for hers. The same is true for the weapons that consume fruits. They all take on certain personalities. And a really interesting example is actually Khalifa. She was introduced as this incredibly serious woman, but once she ate her devil fruit, she started doing things like this. Similarly, Blackbeard suddenly wants to be called Admiral after eating his fruit. And 2 other really interesting people in this category are actually Bartholomew and Mr. 2. Both of them, as we know, are very kind and gentle people at heart, but while Mr. 2 joined Crocodile's dark scheme to overthrow an entire country, Bartholomew is known to be very cruel to those outside the Straw Hats. Did you also ever find that a bit strange? Well, now that we know that both of these fruits belong to the Kurozumi clan, if they had inherited their cruel and scheming ways, that would make sense, right? But the real mind blow to me was applying this to Luffy. For some strange reason, the Gomu Gomu no Mi turned out to be way more important than we actually thought. It was stolen and protected by Shanks, who got into a conflict with the world government about it. I've always hated the idea that Roger had ate the Gomu Gomu no Mi as well. But looking at it through this lens, what if he had and Luffy literally took on some of Roger's personality traits? As you know, so many characters have drawn parallels between Luffy and Roger, down to Luffy saying the exact same thing as the first Pirate King.
イーストブルーにロジャー船長と同じことを言うガキがいたんだ。船長のあの言葉。
Luffy's reaction at his execution in Loketown? Roger. Luffy's reason to look for the One Piece? Roger. And it's only after Luffy eats the Gomu Gomu no Mi that he declares his dream to become Pirate King for the very first time to Shanks, upon which he then receives Roger's old hat.
前に預ける。
Wait. If that were true, shouldn't we already know that Roger has had the same fruit as Luffy? That should be common knowledge after all. But what if it was actually JoyBoy's fruit? Now, this is admittedly speculation, but what if Roger found this fruit on Laugh Tale, consumed it, inherited JoyBoy's will, and then died a little later without most people ever knowing? For his execution, as we know, knives and blades still work on Luffy. So wouldn't it make a lot of sense that this was the true reason this fruit was special? Not because it had some secret rubber power, but because it has JoyBoy's and Roger's inherited will in it. And remember Roger's last words to Rayleigh.
俺は死なねえぜ、相棒。
He literally remembers them after meeting Luffy. This theory is based on a lot of analysis, but if you want something even bigger... Devil fruits are the embodiment of people's dreams that grow on the treasure tree Adam on Laugh Tale. In other words, devil fruits, the treasures of the sea, are part of the One Piece.
ゴムゴムの実はな、悪魔の実とも呼ばれる海の気泡なんだ。
At least that's gonna be my current answer to the question what devil fruits are and where they originally come from. Yes, there is still a lot we don't know about these magical fruits that give people incredible powers, but there also is quite a trail of breadcrumbs for us to follow throughout the story as well. The most basic observation I can make when I look at a devil fruit like the Mera Mera no Mi is that this is a plant. A pretty extraordinary plant that will turn my body into fire, yes, but nonetheless a plant. It's a bad tasting fruit with a stem that didn't just pop into existence, but that had to grow somewhere. I think the Smile Factory on Dressrosa, that is actually full of important clues, is a great example for this. Now, as you know, it seems like devil fruits can reincarnate in a suitable fruit close to where the previous user died, as we saw with Caesar's pet Smiley, and probably when Blackbeard took Whitebeard's fruit as well. But these two are people who know way more about how these fruits work than most. And don't forget that they must have come from somewhere in the first place. So there must be some original source for them. What's up? My name is Manu, and even though I really don't have a green thumb when it comes to keeping plants alive, why do I still believe that this should be a tree and not, I don't know, a devil fruit ranch where you grow all types of devil fruits in different ways? Well, first of all, in Romance Dawn, the one-shot that was the blueprint for One Piece, Luffy's fruit was explicitly stated to have grown on a tree, but also because trees are one of the most important symbols in One Piece, similar to how whales represent Love Tale, as I discussed in my last video. We have the Sun Tree Eve, the Treasure Tree Adam, the Tree of Knowledge on Ohara, the Whale Tree on Zou, and the sacred trees on both Shandora and in Wano that are believed to hold the souls of their ancestors. Now, what do you think do all these trees have in common? Yep, trees in One Piece represent the Void Century and the Ancient Kingdom. Eve is connected to both Marijoa and Fishman Island, with Poseidon and JoyBoy's apology. Ohara was studying a poneglyph and the true history of the world. Both Shandora and Wano were closely connected to, or maybe even part of, the ancient kingdom itself. By the way, you also have the giant jack on Skypiea that holds the golden bell, as well as this weird giant tree on Wano that is the center of the capital. And we also have a number of trees that literally hold souls. This tree on Thriller Bark, as well as Kingbaum and the entire forest on Whole Cake Island, again close to a road poneglyph. The whale tree on Zou is even more special because it combines both symbols, the tree and the whale. In other words, Zou is connected to the ancient kingdom and gives direction to Love Tale. And there is actually another really important tree in One Piece. This one right here. So what does Drum Island out of all places have to do with anything? Well, plants in One Piece are closely connected to one specific group of characters: doctors. And this goes for devil fruits as well. Chopper is seen using herbs to make medicine and drugs. The mushroom that poisoned Hero Look, cherry blossoms, the herbs and medical knowledge in Torino Kingdom, Doc Q and his explosive apples, Crocus being named after the flower on his head, Law who wouldn't be able to do any advanced surgery like cutting drugs out of the kids without eating his devil fruit, and Belladonna on Amazon Lily being named after the flower Atropa belladonna, which is a medical plant as well. Then there's also Noland, who cures the Shandorans with his chestnut head, and of course, the master of them all, Dr. Vegapunk. And so Drum Island is a very important link here in many ways. For one, there's the image of the giant cherry blossom tree, yes, but Drum Island is especially famous for its doctors. Which got me wondering, why? Yes, Chopper and Kureha are great doctors, no question about it, but what makes this country stand out from other doctors like Law or the island that Chopper went to train on during the time skip? Well, at least on the surface, there are two real oddities on Drum Island that make it special from a medical perspective: Dr. Kureha's long lifespan, as well as Chopper's rumble balls. The rumble balls are especially interesting to me because they seem to unlock the hidden potential in Chopper's devil fruit. And did this young reindeer who was studying under a quack really come up with such an advanced technology all by himself? Or could there be some hidden knowledge on Drum Island about the real nature of devil fruits? I also don't think it's a coincidence that Blackbeard went there, because anything he does is planned out really neatly. Also, remember that Chopper himself is connected to trees as well.
おめえはトニーチョッパーだ。トナカイで木でも切り倒せそうな立派な角を持っているからな。
Now, let's address the elephant in the room. Why are there 3 big trees in the One Piece world that all have an obvious biblical theme? We have 2 trees called Adam and Eve, both of whom lived in paradise.
このサウザンドサニー号はな、王者アダムで作った千の海を越える船だぞ。
In this garden called Eden, there were 2 special trees. The tree of life that grants immortality, as well as the forbidden tree of knowledge, just like the tree of knowledge on Ohara. And so Eve was tempted by a snake to eat an apple from the tree of knowledge, the forbidden fruit for which her and Adam were made mortal and cast out of heaven. And this snake is often seen as the embodiment of the devil. And now it's of course pure coincidence that the people of Ohara were called devils by the world government for their research.
小原に住む悪魔たちを抹殺せよ。正義の名のもとに。
Oh yeah, and I almost forgot, we're talking about literal devil fruits here. Now, as you know, whenever Oda Sensei takes inspiration for his story, he never copies anything one-to-one, but gives things an interesting twist. The story of Adam and Eve in Christianity, Judaism, and Islam represents the original sin of humanity, being seduced by the devil and eating the forbidden fruit. In One Piece, on the other hand, the people of Ohara, like Robin, clearly are portrayed as good people interested in the truth and just painted as devils by the government. And so I think it's clear that in the world of One Piece, the government, in other words, Imu, the Gorosei, and the other celestial dragons represent God, only that here, God is the bad guy. The Tree of Knowledge on Ohara would then represent the sin, quote-unquote, of gaining the same knowledge as the government and how they came into power. As I've discussed in detail in this video here, there is a good chance that the life tree that grants immortality is the Sun Tree Eve that seems to be located inside the red line reaching up towards Marijoa. It might very well be this tree that gives literal immortality to the celestial dragons that live in quote-unquote paradise on top of the red line. By the way, as you know, Marijoa is located exactly where the red line crosses the Grand Line, dividing the world into 4 oceans. And even though I'm not very religious, I found there was this line from Genesis that reads, "A river watering the garden flowed from Eden. From there it was separated into 4 headwaters." Another very interesting reoccurring theme here that I completely overlooked at first is that of the forbidden fruit being an apple. The fruit of the devil being an apple. This pops up quite a lot throughout the story. You have Dog Q's apples, the Smile fruits all being apples, Smiley's devil fruit reincarnating into an apple, Enel the god eating an apple, and so on and so forth. There's definitely some sort of pattern here. So now the only aspect of the Garden Eden reference that has no clear role yet in the story is the treasure tree Adam. The story goes that God made Eve from a part of Adam, which would then suggest that the sun tree Eve was made from the treasure tree Adam as well. A connection that, by the way, Usopp also seems to make.
Now,
as Frankie explains to us, once, long ago, an endless war raged on a certain island. People died, and the island was destroyed by a rain of bullets and left in ruins. However, the people kept coming back to rebuild their nation near a giant tree, the only tree that remained intact, and that tree was Adam. Now, not only does that suspiciously sound like the ancient kingdom to me, but there is also the idea of rebirth, not unlike the devil fruits themselves. So could the treasure tree Adam be the original devil fruit tree that grows on Luff's tail? I think a big hint here is its name, the treasure tree. Treasure makes me think immediately of the One Piece. Not only that, but devil fruits are called the treasures of the sea. And when you really think about it, treasure and trees are a theme in the story as well.
調べによると海賊相手に盗んだ宝をこのみかん畑に隠しているそうだな。
Nami's treasure is buried under Belmare's tangerine trees. The library on Ohara is under the tree as well. The road Poneglyph is under the whale tree. You get my point. Also, as I've discussed in these videos, I believe that Laugh Tale was the left eye of Jaya that was then swallowed by a giant whale and is now at the bottom of the sea. The other city on Jaya, Shandora, also had this giant sapling growing, at least until the Straw Hats cut it down. And if Laugh Tale was at the bottom of the sea, that would explain why it's called the treasure of the sea and the fruits of the devil. After all, the ancient kingdom would have been the devil to the gods of the world government, just like the people of Ohara. And so these fruits now could float to the surface and then spread throughout the world. Now, at the beginning of all this, I mentioned that devil fruits are literally the incarnations of people's dreams. So what do I mean by that? Well, this idea is part of Yuderon's mega theory about One Piece that, once again, keeps blowing my mind every time I hear something new about it. The basis for this idea are Roger's last words.
時代のうねり、人の夢。人々が自由の答えを求める限り、それらは決してとどまることはない。
You have Inherited Will, that is first introduced by Dr. Kureha back on Drum Island. Callback. I already talked about the possibility that devil fruits might actually inherit part of the previous user's will to whoever eats it. We have people's dreams and the passing of the ages. That means that people's dreams are inherited throughout the ages and never die. This idea is confirmed by none other than Blackbeard himself, who's not only an absolute devil fruit nerd, but also seems to be the only person who knows how to consume multiple fruits.
人の夢は終わらねえ。
This man's most important statement is that people's dreams never end. I think hockey plays a role here as well, because we know that people can manifest their wills into reality in this world. We also know that souls are not only real in One Piece, but that they are said to enter trees in the cultures of Wano and Shandora that are both closely connected to the ancient kingdom. Chapter 225, titled People's Dreams, where Blackbeard makes his famous speech, has Hachi on the cover page dreaming under a tree of making takoyaki on a deserted island, like the deserted island Laugh Tale. And in general, I don't think I have to tell you that dreams is one of the most fundamental concepts in the entire story. And so all the big trees in One Piece are collecting something. The Tree of Knowledge on Ohara collects wisdom, the Sun Tree Eve collects the sunlight, the trees on Shandora collect souls, and so I believe that the Treasure Tree Adam collects people's dreams. The dream to be a bird, the dream to be fire itself, or the dream to turn everything into a toy. All these abilities are just so fantastical and things that can only come from people's imagination. And Oda-sensei might have made this a quite literal part of his story. This would also explain why there are only Zoan Smile devil fruits. Yes, you can take the lineage factor from an animal and try to merge it with a human, but you can't make an artificial Logia or Paramecia fruit. Now, this possibility absolutely blew my mind, but it gets so much crazier when you look at the big picture. The idea that Laugh Tale and the devil fruit tree are at the bottom of the sea is part of a much larger theory that puzzles together the biggest mysteries of the series. And that's why you really shouldn't ignore this video, because it'll make you question. Blackbeard might have a mythical zone fruit, and by the end of the series, his powers might be so broken that he can control the seas themselves. Today we're making the bittersweet decision that it might be time to retire some of our favorite Blackbeard devil fruit theories from throughout the years. Goodbye Cerberus, goodbye to the three brothers, goodbye even to the Kraken. Because given the big reveal of Luffy's own devil fruit, a much more interesting option has now opened up to us. That Teach, just like Luffy, has potentially also eaten a mythical zone devil fruit. The Hito Hito no Mi model moon god, I guess really the jury's still out on what Oda's exactly going to call that one. There's no telling what he will decide to name the moon god of the One Piece world, but since sun god Nika is an original creation and not directly borrowed from any mythology in particular, it's unlikely we'll see a Tsukunoyomi or Artemis fruit anytime soon. Instead, just like Nika, Blackbeard's fruit will probably also be based on a god unique to One Piece, merging different cultural ideas. What's up, Amano, and today we're talking about Marshal D. Teach and the secret identity of the Yami Yami no Mi.
悪魔の実の歴史上最も凶悪とされるのがこの力。
I mean, for years and years, we've theorized about what Blackbeard's own fruit will be. There are just so many threes associated with Teach. His 3 pistols, the 3 skulls on his flag, the 3 claws on the weapon that he used to scar Shanks. So naturally, he'd also have 3 devil fruits. A Logia, the Yami Yami no Mi, a Paramecia, the Gura Gura no Mi, and a to-be-determined zone fruit.
全てを無に返す闇の引力。
We thought for sure that this was hinting towards a Cerberus with its 3 heads, or a Kraken with its 3 hearts, or something along those lines. Maybe Blackbeard jumping in and getting Kaido's devil fruit. And while all of these are of course still legitimate possibilities, we have now to welcome a new theory to the club as well that a lot of people have been talking about. And obviously I have to throw in my thoughts on this as well, so here we go. So why do we suddenly think that he actually has a moon god fruit? Well, because Luffy has the sun god fruit, of course. Luffy and Blackbeard have always been opposites. Throughout the story, they have always paralleled and mirrored each other. And so, if Luffy is the sun, as you will see, it only makes sense that Blackbeard is the moon, the 2 most common reoccurring symbols in the story. If you need a little further convincing though, here are just a few ways that these 2 characters counter each other. Luffy has rubber properties which can insulate perfectly against the earthquakes that Blackbeard can produce. Even though the Quake fruit is considered the strongest Paramecia with enough power to destroy the entire world, Luffy has a built-in immunity against it, just like he did with Enel's lightning fruit, and his awakening can technically insulate everything around him as well. And now, if Luffy's a sun god, which could explain his strange ability to produce flames, this runs counter to Blackbeard's darkness fruit. Those flames are literally light against the darkness. Now, it is not just their powers though that are opposites. The parallel between these 2 characters run much deeper than that and are ingrained in the characters themselves to their basic fundamental character level. Luffy is the warrior of liberation. He brings freedom to the people he meets on every single island. Blackbeard, on the other hand, leaves a path of devastation behind him wherever he goes. The very first time we learned about Blackbeard was on Drum Island, and he and his crew scared off Walpole and his legion of doctors, but also left the villagers in fear and turmoil. However, after the Straw Hats visit Drum Island, they liberate the people from Walpole's oppressive rule and leave it as a fresh, new, and free kingdom. They also acquired 1 bonus cotton candy loving reindeer mascot on top. We also see Luffy and Blackbeard as clear opposites in the way that they attract their crewmates. Both Luffy and Blackbeard brought freedom to their crew in a sense. Zoro was literally released from a stockade, Nami from Arlong's clutches, and Robin from the likes of Crocodile and later CP9. And even the Straw Hats that weren't freed from a literal imprisonment, they were freed from a figurative prison. Usopp, Sanji, and many others were lifted from their ordinary lives and obligations. Luffy was the one who enabled them to travel the world in pursuit of their dreams. He's someone who gathers strength from his crewmates and depends on them, but also allows them to chase their own goals and find their own sense of fulfillment. And yes, Blackbeard also frees many of his crewmates from Impel Down, but it's more so that they can serve his interests, not so they can live out their own dreams. Which for most of the level 5 prisoners, you know, is probably just murder, actually. So maybe Pizarro does feel a deep sense of fulfillment after all. Even the way that Luffy and Blackbeard received their devil fruits are clear opposites. Luffy's Hito no Mi model Nika almost seemed to seek out Luffy specifically. The Gorosei describe it evading the world government for 800 years as if the fruit has had a will of its own. It really seems like Luffy was actively chosen by the fruit to carry on the will of JoyBoy and Sun God Nika. And so contrast this with Blackbeard, who was on the hunt for the Yami Yami no Mi and murdered his own crewmate Thatch in order to obtain its powers. He also killed his former captain Whitebeard in order to take his fruit as well. He wasn't so much chosen by the fruit as he sought out that fruit at any moral cost. Luffy just innocently taking a bit out of Shanks' treasure just doesn't give the same vibe as cold-blooded killing. I'd go so far as to say they give off the exact opposite vibes actually. And so, as you can see, in so many ways, Luffy and Blackbeard, while the same in many ways, are also diametrically opposed in so many others. Blackbeard being the true foil to Luffy's main character.
あいつが現れなかったら本来死んでたのはおめえだ。
And so, therefore, if Luffy is the sun, it makes sense that Blackbeard would be the moon. Now, obviously, the moon is very important to One Piece as a whole, as you know. If the Sun God Nika fruit was foreshadowed even from the first chapter being titled Romance Dawn, and from other clues like the Straw Hat ship being called 1000 Sunny, then you'd think that there would be a moon god too, with how prominent the moon is overall in the story here. And so, here are just a few of the ways that the moon features heavily in the series. Enel's entire goal was to sail the Arc Maxime up to the endless landmass that was the Ferryworth. And in his cover story, we found that not only are there space pirates kicking it on the moon, but there are also many archaeological clues that the winged rays from the Sky Islands actually originally came from the moon. In the library of Ohara, we see a planetary model that shows the One Piece world having multiple moons. The Binks transform into their powerful Zulong forms in the light of the full moon, and the surnames of the Wano clans also contain the kanji for moon. For instance, Kozuki means light moon, Shimotsuki means frost moon, and so on and so forth. And the moon isn't just important for One Piece as a whole either, it also seems to hold specific significance for Marshall D. Teach himself. For instance, when Eiichiro Oda drew Blackbeard as a child, we see him sitting and crying with a crescent moon hanging in the sky above him. Plus, we do know that Blackbeard never sleeps. I mean, bruh, this man really needs to try some melatonin. This insomnia is probably even worse than mine. Maybe he too is just too much of a coffee lover. Or maybe a moon god is naturally active and alert at night? Would make sense, I guess. Okay, so we've established that due to the parallels between Blackbeard and Luffy, he probably possesses a moon god devil fruit. However, what exactly does that mean? What abilities could a moon god actually have? Well, in the same way that you would expect a sun god to be made out of rubber, what can Blackbeard do with his fruit? Sure, he already has the wildly strong mastery of earthquakes and darkness, but in the same way that Luffy's new power is broken, ruled by his imagination and the boundlessness of cartoon logic, what borderline unstoppable powers should we expect from Blackbeard moving forward? Now, as I've said before, many people, including me, just assumed that Blackbeard will still have to acquire a mythical zone fruit later on. But as with the Cerberus or the Kraken fruit, I think it's much more likely that, just like Luffy, he's had his mythical zone fruit all along. In the same way that what Luffy thought was the Gomu Gomu no Mi was actually the Hito no Mi model Sun God Nika, Blackbeard's Yami Yami no Mi might actually be the Moon God fruit. This would of course play wonderfully into the opposites once again. Luffy thought he was a Paramecia, but was a zone. Well, Blackbeard says he's a Logia, but he is actually a zone as well. And so while Luffy was totally ignorant of his own fruit and his powers, and honestly still is, Blackbeard might very well be aware of this secret, but actively makes other people ignorant of the true nature of his abilities. The mythical zone fruit Hito no Mi model Moon God. Wow, we really need Oda to give us the name for this fruit soon so we know what to call it. Anyway, the Yami Yami no Mi actually being the Moon God fruit makes a lot of sense, I think. When Blackbeard fights Ace, Ace actually comments that Blackbeard's fruit doesn't feel like a Logia. And you could call Ace something of an expert here, wielding the Mera Mera no Mi. It does make sense too, because Blackbeard doesn't turn into or generate darkness. He's different from every other Logia fruit user we've met so far. Instead, the darkness fruit demonstrates really strange powers. He sucks things in with a power that's much more like gravity than darkness. He can negate someone else's devil fruit powers when he makes contact with them. Again, not something that logically makes sense or has anything to do with darkness. He's also able to amplify the physical damage that he himself takes. None of these really make sense for a darkness fruit. But it could be very much explained by the mysterious properties of a mythical zone devil fruit. It's similar to how Luffy's powers didn't make sense for a rubber fruit, generating flames with Red Hawk, changing directions with the Jet Culverine, and even things as basic as Gear 2nd and Gear 3rd don't really make sense without a big heap of anime logic. But in addition to what Blackbeard can already do, just like Luffy's awakening unlocked a whole host of new abilities, we will probably get some wild new powers once the truth of Blackbeard's fruit is fully revealed. One of those powers, hitting the subscribe button. But what else could a moon god possibly do? Well, we do know that Oda takes a ton of inspiration from mythologies all around the world, so maybe some of the lunar deities from across the globe can give us some hints. The main Egyptian moon god is Khonsu, but I'll leave that to Oscar Isaac to explain that one. However, the Egyptian god Thoth is also connected to the moon, as well as being a god of wisdom and knowledge. And while Blackbeard certainly possesses a lot of secret knowledge, this doesn't scream power up necessarily. The Greek moon goddess, such as Artemis, are often associated with the hunt. Again, Blackbeard doesn't seem connected to hunting or wild animals, but we do see his crew hunting down powerful devil fruits like Jesus Burgess did in Dressrosa. Another Greek moon god, Selene, has the power over illusions. And while Blackbeard himself again doesn't have this power himself, his crewmate Shiryu and Katarina Devon use illusions in the form of invisibility and shapeshifting. Also, across many cultures, lunar deities are also closely connected to childbirth, but I hope for all of our sakes that Blackbeard's power is not connected to that, because Teach is the last person I would want to see in the maternity ward, honestly. Now, of course, with One Piece being a manga, we can't forget about Japanese mythology. In Shintoism, the moon god Tsukuyomi is set in conflict against the sun god Amaterasu. There's not really much to say about any inspiration for powers, but it's worth noting that the conflict between these two gods originated from a fight over food. And that reminds me quite a bit of a certain argument between Luffy and Blackbeard over some giant cherry pies. Now, of course, I'm leaving out one of the most obvious powers associated with the moon though. One that's especially significant given that One Piece is a seafaring adventure. The moon's gravity controls the tides of the oceans. Could the same gravity of the darkness fruit control the sea itself? I know, it sounds crazy since water is a devil fruit user's weakness, but it's not unheard of for a devil fruit user to manipulate water indirectly. While they really can't just go for a swim, we do see Aokiji freeze massive tidal waves at Marineford and Charlotte Oven boiling the sea around Whole Cake Islands. And so if Blackbeard could influence tides, then he could easily sink opposing ships and have an advantage in combat over other devil fruit users. He could, for example, also make it extremely difficult to travel to certain islands. In opposition to Luffy's liberation, he'd basically literally be restricting people's freedom to travel. Could a previous user of the moon god fruit, or even the original moon god itself, be responsible for phenomena like the calm belt and the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line? We know that devil fruit awakenings can leave a lasting impact on the world's landscape, just like how Aokiji and Akainu changed Punk Hazard's environment forever. And so it would make total sense if a devil fruit was responsible for the Grand Line itself, and why not one as powerful as a potential moon god fruit? Since Luffy's fruit is boundless and only limited by its own imagination, He needs a foe that has a similar level of overpoweredness, for lack of a better term. Breaking the taboo between devil fruits and water would be one way for Blackbeard to achieve a borderline broken ability and make for a more than stellar final fight between these two antagonists. Another exciting possibility, aside from control over the oceans, which, let's be honest, is already pretty good, could have to do with Blackbeard's ability to consume multiple devil fruits. This strange power, exclusive to Blackbeard, has yet to be explained, especially with this comment by Marco.
普通の人間ならば絶対に無理だよい。だが、お前らもよく知るようにティーチは少し違う。
We know that in Jaya, Luffy and Zoro refer to Blackbeard as them, as if he had multiple identities. So does the Moon God potentially act as its own entity, separate from Teach? Does it have to do with the gravity of pulling things in? Maybe it's yet another opposite of Luffy's abilities. While the Sun God gives freedom and empowerment to others, the Moon God is able to take in more power for itself. Now, so far we've only talked about Blackbeard's powers, but if you really want to understand... Would you believe me if I told you that demons are real, God is a devil, and devil fruits are imprisoned souls from the ancient kingdom? And that's just the tip of the iceberg because, yeah, it has been a while, but you're in for a truly dark and really twisted theory today. One that will make your skin crawl and one that makes just way too much sense. Because, folks, I think I might have just unraveled the dark secret of devil fruits. Now, the core of this theory revolves mainly around the Gorosei, and for very good reason. You see, Saint J. Garcia Saturn here has absolutely changed how we view devils, devil fruits, and in general, the whole understanding of the One Piece world as we know it. In fact, thanks to the truly crazy reveals of Egghead Island and the reverie regarding the Gorosei, it has become very clear that at the very least, these guys have some truly insane and broken powers. And because of all of these devilish reveals, I started to really think about the true nature of the devil in the fruits. You see, as a result of all of these reveals, my head started to turn around again an old video I had made years ago where I discussed what was inside devil fruits. Back then, I had hypothesized that devil fruits might actually be alive in some really odd way, and honestly, I think all of the recent stuff happening have only made this thought a lot more likely. And this all actually takes us back to the beginning of One Piece, because right at the beginning of the story, Shanks and sailors would talk about legends of the sea devil residing in these fruits, and while that was initially presented like folklore, I think it's actually the truth. Because as we've seen time and time again, Shanks doesn't just say things willy-nilly. In fact, just the opposite, he very much repeatedly is showing us that he truly understands how the One Piece work truly works from the inside. And with that said, I think we should at least consider that we might have to take what he says here at face value. And so I want to propose the idea that all the devil fruits have not only just a soul, but literally a real devil sealed inside of them. And the wills of these devils are in constant conflict with the will of their current users. Yes, I know it sounds a little bit crazy, but I do promise it will make a lot of sense when you lay it all out in the open. And to do that, let me now explain a little bit of my reasoning here. It's pretty clear that when someone eats a devil fruit, some of the traits of that fruit actually seep into them. And we can actually see this quite clearly with a few characters like Bartolomeo and Bonclay. These two were both relatively kind and good-hearted average people who had a true character shift once they ate their devil fruits. And we've actually been told time and time again that fruits, and specifically zone devil fruits, seem to have a real will of their own. And that all said, it really begs the question, if the devils inside do have a strong will and guide themselves to the person they want to eat the fruit, are they intentionally choosing individuals who have weaker wills? Also that they themselves can overtake these people a lot more easily. I mean, it would explain a lot about, for example, the Impel Down zone users here who are all fully awakened and yet seem to have fully lost control over their bodies body and their free will. And as a matter of fact, it would also explain why certain awakenings don't seem to have the same effect, because if the devil inside of the fruit chooses a person who will aligns with them perfectly, we can see that a true awakening can happen as well. Looking at the example of zone fruits again, other than the Impel Down jailers, we can see this perfectly in someone like Lucci with his fruit, or even someone like Luffy, whose will seems to be that of JoyBoy and Nika. Honestly, it may also explain why, despite having immense haki, Big Mom's personality still shifted with eating her fruit. Now you might remember that Big Mom ate her fruit, and I guess Mother Caramel in the process, yikes, when she was still a child before her will was fully realized. So there is a real chance that she grew to be her monstrous self because the devil fruit's will was a lot stronger than her. And Big Mom is a great example because we do know for a fact that Lin was an extremely kind and caring kid that at times lost control trying to do good things. However, after consuming Mother Caramel's fruit, she started turning truly evil and took on many of Mother Caramel's actual traits. She started calling herself Big Mom, has the same devilish smile and lipstick, and while Mother Caramel was using orphans for her benefit, Big Mom, well, made her own children to use for hers. But if you need an even better example, the same thing applies for weapons and objects that consume devil fruits as well. Because all of a sudden, these dead, inanimate objects develop true lives, personalities, and even wills of their own, and it would make a lot more sense if the fruit was actually alive. That's because that way it could actually give its life to the object, like this cannon or this sword. And with that in mind, I think it also really nicely explains why Haki is able to fully nullify devil fruit abilities as well. Because if we assume that the powers of the devil fruits are the manifestations of each devil's will, then it makes sense that Haki is the perfect cancellation material here. That's because Haki is the manifestation of the user's will, so in those situations, a Haki user is actively using their willpower to defeat the devil's willpower in turn, thus removing the devil fruit's effects. And again, this all adds up perfectly for zones as well. Since zone users change their physical form, it explains why they don't immediately get defeated by Haki. And that's because you would have to go through the user's Haki on the outside before you could then clash with the devil's will on the inside. In fact, this whole idea of clashing wills with both the user and the devil fruit would actually seem to explain why Luffy can actually sway and shift people's allegiances as well. Bartolomeo and Bon Clay here are the best examples again. Both have had their devilish sides truly tamed by the immense willpower that is Luffy. And you might not remember, but Mihawk actually said that this was Luffy's greatest power at Marineford, and it may have actually been a lot more insightful a comment than we all actually realized. Nevertheless though, let's get now back to the initial point I wanted to make. How does all of this tie in with the Gorosei? Well, basically, similarly to the sun god Nika, I do believe that the Gorosei's devil fruits contain such legendary devil figures that they fully end up consuming whoever eats their fruit. Now, you might be familiar with a very popular theory that basically says that the Gorosei might be immortal thanks to the Ope Ope no Mi. But I think that there is another much more logical way that makes way more sense here, because I think that the devils that are inside the Gorosei's fruit's true forms are their awakenings. And with that being said, what I basically mean is that this form here that we see with Saturn of that giant spider demon, that's their real form, and their more human forms are actually different forms that they then shapeshift into. You know, kind of like Chopper and all of his forms. And on top of this, I do believe that the Gorosei's fruits are so powerful that they literally consume whoever poor individual is forced to eat it. And so basically, rather than being immortal beings, they might just be constantly jumping host to host once the body's life ends and the devil fruit is reincarnated. But they always look the same because their fruit contains that true form. But just when you might have thought that it couldn't get any crazier, there's a real possibility that the Gorosei may not even have devil fruits to begin with. Maybe they simply are actual devils that don't use fruits as host, they actually use poor humans as host instead because the fruits aren't strong enough to contain their actual power. powers. Either that or they just are devils who weren't sealed or locked into a devil fruit after all. Now, I hear you, there is something I really need to address that is kind of important here, because Vegapunk says in chapter 1069 that devil fruits came about because of desires to have certain powers. And while I'm not ruling this out entirely, obviously, even he says that it's just a theory, and as a result, he could be missing a few really crucial pieces to the puzzle here. And at any rate, we won't know exactly how much Vegapunk actually knows about the true history of the world in the first place. But regardless, I think it's very safe to assume that he hasn't fully cracked devil fruits from what he's been saying in the story. And that's because he can't recreate all of them perfectly yet, so his understanding is just as much at the same level as ours is right now at this point. But on top of that, I think another really strong point in this theory's corner is biblical allusions that are constantly made in regards to the Gorosei and devil fruits alike. I mean, come on. Pentagrams, the title of saint, devils and gods, the Holy Land, all of these things are really pointing to devils actually existing. And in fact, another huge biblical allusion are in the Tree of Knowledge, the Adam Tree, and the Sunlight Tree Eve. It's obvious that the naming origin of devil fruits literally alludes to the forbidden fruit of knowledge that Eve consumes in the Garden of Eden. So it's clear that there is some sort of big connection between all of these things in the story. Now, of course, I'm not taking full credit for this one. The Hidden Island here has had an insanely good theory on the origin of devil fruits that ties into the Sunlight Tree Eve, the Green Line, and a whole bunch of other stuff that you should check out after this one, and some of his finding definitely reinforce this very idea. But here is where things actually get really interesting, because the fruits, of course, have to grow from somewhere. And where do fruits grow? Yeah, you see the logic here now? They grow on trees, obviously. So where better than a tree in the Holy Land that stretches into the depths of the sea? And you know, could this tree just be tainted by the sea devil's influence? Well, possibly, but I think that there's actually a way better and smoother explanation here. We do know, thanks to the Gorosei, that there was once a great cleansing that actually took place in the One Piece world before. And it's because of this great cleansing that the Void Century is actually such a mystery. Now, while it's implied that this may have been a great flood that buried most of the ancient kingdom and the globe underwater, I think that there is actually a lot more to this. Because think about it, if this great cleansing was simply just a flood, then there would still have been people and records to explain that event. I mean, for one, the fishmen wouldn't have been impacted at all by it. To be honest, the arc Noah kind of discredits this, and that's because the fishmen still don't know for certain its origins. And I mean, sure, time does distort the facts and the truth. What they do know is that it's a majorly important ship for later on, and I find it kind of hard to believe that they just avoided the great cleansing and suddenly just forgot about that it ever happened. And that's of course not even including the fact that we do know from Wano that the ancient Wano citizens just moved up their mountainside, so that they clearly could not have had any type of big void in written and spoken history. That's because of course some people needed to survive that great cleansing. However, if we consider that this great cleansing maybe wasn't across the entire globe like we all seem to think, and was more of a targeted local attack, some of these holes start to fill up quite quickly. And so with that in mind, what if all of the devilish citizens of the ancient kingdom were actually converted into fruits, or better yet, formed into the Sunlight Tree Eve, and thus the fruits that it bears are the wills or literally the reincarnated forms of those sealed inside of it. And yes, I hear you again, Manu, you just said it's devils in those fruits, now you're saying it's ancient kingdom citizens? Can you please make up your mind with one of those crazy theories? To which I say, wait, what if they are both true? That's right. I think that the true devilish history of the devil fruits lies in the fact that the ancient kingdom was a kingdom of devils that was wiped out and thus turned into the devil fruits. And in fact, this isn't a completely new idea. A very popular fan theory is that the will of D is actually the will of the devils, and it's definitely a front-running contender here. On top of that, it's very obvious that JoyBoy and the ancient kingdom are closely connected, and And we also have learned that Imu and the Gorosei, as well as the 20 kingdoms, betrayed the ancient kingdom and turned on them to take over and create the world as we know it. And so what if that big betrayal was Imu and the Gorosei betraying the ancient kingdom? Well, because they were part of it as its citizens. Meaning that they literally turned on the ancient devil kingdom to overthrow them from the inside. Also that they could put the human kingdoms in charge instead, with them of course overseeing everything else. I do want to remind you that Imu reversed is Umi, which is the Japanese word for the sea. As in, Imu could be the sea devil that the humans made a deal with to eliminate JoyBoy and his kingdom of devils. And I mean, after all, if you make a deal with the devil, you better expect it to go south at some point. So maybe the repercussions were Imu taking full control over the humans after their only rival, the sun god, was fully overthrown. But also, let's not forget that it's been shown time and time again in One Piece that devils and angels have kind of morally flipped roles here. It's pretty clear throughout One Piece that most gods and angels are seen as the bad guys, whereas the devils are the actual good ones. And this actually isn't only One Piece, it's pretty common in manga and anime in general. I mean, Black Clover, Attack on Titan, and Naruto are just a few of many shows that have made devils and demons out to be pretty good guys in the end, if you actually think about it. And so with that in mind, I don't think it's all too crazy to think that JoyBoy may have been the ruler or hero of the Devil Kingdom. And if Imu and the Gorosei made a backdoor deal in order to betray JoyBoy and overthrow the ancient kingdom, maybe the Great Cleansing was supposed to kill all other devils except them. Which then again would explain why Imu with their sea devil powers ended up flooding the world. Now, while this all sounds really good so far, one big hole in this logic is, why have devil fruits to begin with? Why not just kill the devils straight up? Why turn them into fruits? Well, I propose that maybe the creation of devil fruits just wasn't part of the plan. Listen to this. It's basically clear that Imu has some sort of beef with Nefertari di Lily. We know that Imu thinks that Lily made a grave mistake, which was shown in their conversation with Cobra. So what if Lily's big mistake is her creating devil fruits to begin with? Essentially making Lily the Eve to the devil JoyBoy. In other words, if Lily was somehow able to save the devils last minute by converting them into a tree, devil fruits would simply be the reincarnations of all of their wills in the new era. And this would actually make sure that one day her and JoyBoy would return to save things and bring back the peace of the ancient kingdom. And honestly, it shouldn't be all that shocking that the Eve tree would be unbelievably important here. I mean, I've said it in many past videos, trees, weirdly enough, are incredibly important in One Piece. We've got the Sunlight Tree Eve, the Whale Tree on Zou, the Great Trees of Wano, and the Atom Tree, which I actually have proposed may be on Love Tale in the past. But at the rate the manga is going, it is most likely the tree on Elbaf. And honestly, the Atom Tree might very well also be the tree that the devils were sealed in. I mean, if Shanks clearly knows things about the true history of the world, his protection and dedication to the Island of the Giants would make a lot more sense than it already does. Plus, it would make way more sense that devil fruits escaped into the world that way. On top of all this, we know for sure that all the Giants recognize Luffy as the sun god Nika, so if Nika, JoyBoy, and Luffy all share the same will, it's no wonder the Giants and their giant tree could all be connected. Of course, this is also assuming that Nika and JoyBoy aren't actually the exact same character. But if that's the case, maybe everything I've said so far is true and instead it's Nika, Imu, and Lily that are all connected instead. And I think this would basically just make JoyBoy a sort of separating piece in the middle, connecting everything. Also on the topic of trees, let me remind you of the sacred trees on Jaya and also in Wano that are said to hold the souls and wills of their ancestors. So you got that as well. And needless to say, it's become pretty clear to me that somehow the Gorosei and their devil forms are entirely connected to the origins of devil fruits and their true nature. future. And whether or not real devils were sealed in those fruits or the poor demon citizens of the ancient kingdoms were saved by their creation, devil fruits are going to be a key element to solving the true history of the One Piece worlds. But until we know for certain about devil fruit's true origin, all we can do is explore what they are really capable of. So while we ponder the true history of these truly devilish plants, check out Im-sama, the secret ruler of the world government, probably has the most mind-boggling power in all of One Piece. If you thought the Nika fruit was overpowered, then Imo is about to be straight up broken, with one of the strongest devil fruit powers imaginable. I mean, if this is correct, then Imo is clearly One Piece final boss material. Okay, so the king of the pirates is the person with the most freedom on the sea. But little does Luffy know, little does the world know that there is a true king in the One Piece world, and that no one is free. If anyone is to claim the One Piece, it's not the rival members of the worst generation that they have to worry about, nor the fearsome Yonko. Well, not even the almighty Cross Guild is the biggest threat on the Grand Line right now, despite having the greatest swordsman in the world and the greatest clown in the world among their numbers. No, the faction that has the most to lose from the One Piece being discovered is the world's government. The future fleet admiral Sakazuki didn't think twice about condemning an entire island to a fiery death if it meant restricting the knowledge of the Poneglyphs, the objects that reveal the true history and lead to the ultimate treasure. I mean, they'd even imprison one of their own CP9 agents, who's who, for losing the Nika fruit, which is somehow connected to the legacy of JoyBoy, the one who ultimately created the One Piece. It's obvious that the world government will do anything to stop this treasure from being revealed, and at the top of the world government, I mean, at the top of the whole world, is not a pirate king. That seat has long sat vacant ever since Roger's execution. The person with the most power and I guess freedom in the One Piece world, even if most of the people don't know about it, is the mysterious Im-sama. And chances are that this mysterious entity will pull out all the stops in order to prevent any pirates from claiming the One Piece and learning the true history. There are a lot of candidates for who will be Luffy's final opponent. Could it be Kainu or Blackbeard or the infamous Buggy the Clown? We actually made a whole video about just that you can check out later. Only time will tell really who Luffy's final matchup will be. But Im-sama is one of the prime candidates here without any doubt. I mean, the world government and in extension the Marines have been the story's leading, overarching antagonist ever since the earliest chapters in the East Blue even. If the final opponent ends up being the world government and not another pirate crew like Blackbeard or Shanks, the most likely big bad guy could be and should be Im. Even though Luffy has a personal grudge against the Kainu, Im-sama is the ultimate leader of the world government and a Kainu. And if Luffy represents this whole new dawn of the world, if he beats the drums of liberation and brings freedom to the world, then Im may represent the opposite, the highest authority in the world, putting people across the seas in chains, both literally and metaphorically, I guess. But if Im is a fighter worthy of occupying the spot of Luffy's final opponent, then they need to give us one hell of a fight, and he needs a power set that contends with the wild abilities of the sun god Nika fruit. One of the prevailing theories of Nika's fruit is that they have the most overpowered possible fruit, the water fruit, or sea fruit, or ocean, or the fruit of some unnamed sea god, whatever you want to call it. It's the wettest fruit around, pure water as opposed to muddy water like Karibu's swamp, or cold water like Kuzan's ice powers. I guess technically Kuzan is just cold, or whatever. What matters is that devil fruit users all lose the ability to swim. The sea drains them of their abilities and even the ability to move while being submerged. So someone with a water fruit would be a natural counter not only to something like the Mera Mera no Mi, like Luffy was with Enel's lightning fruit, but we're talking about a hard counter to every single devil fruit. If we think that the Nika fruit seems OP, with all its abilities seemingly breaking reality and applying cartoon logic to Luffy's stretching and shapeshifting, then get ready to a whole lot OP'er when Im-sama simply turns off all devil fruit abilities with just a nice big soak. Besides the idea that a water fruit would of course just be absurdly broken, it would make a lot of sense for Im-sama to have. The Japanese word umi means sea or ocean. Umi backwards spelled is imu. Coincidence? Well, probably not. Given how much Oda loves his wordplay, it's just too on the nose not to have any meaning at all. And I mean, thematically, Imu having a sea fruit makes sense as well. They're the being with the most power on the seas. The dangerous oceans of the One Piece world are what keep people separated, isolated from each other on their individual small islands. Really, only by gathering a capable crew with a navigator and so on and so forth, by braving the treacherous tides and turbulence weather of the Grand Line, can members of different countries even connect politically and economically in the first place. And so this separation makes it, of course, all the lot easier for the world government to exert control over the seas, especially giving their monopoly on Kairyoseki, the sea stone that allows their ships to move safely through the calm belt, bypassing its deadly sea kings. If Im-sama controls the oceans in a figurative sense, maybe their fruit allows them to control the oceans in a much more literal sense? However, this is of course not the only power that would make sense for this all-powerful figure of the One Piece world. If Imu is Umi backwards, maybe they're not the ocean at all. Maybe they're the opposite of the ocean, the classic Oda, spin arounds. And a lot of the time when we're thinking about elemental powers, we think of water and fire being opposites, but in the context of One Piece, I don't think that fire really makes sense as the opposite of the ocean. I would actually go much more Pokemon Emerald with this, because in One Piece, you're either at sea or you're on land. We've seen Pika Stone Fruit and Crocodile Sand Fruit. We've even had Miss Merry Christmas's tunneling mole fruit, but we've yet to see a proper earth fruit in the series. The closest maybe might be the Revolutionary Commander Morley's Oshi Oshi no Mi, which allows her to push the ground and mold it as if it were clay. However, this fruit is a paramecia. We're still missing an earth Logia in a club that includes other elements like fire, ice, and so on, forest. Speaking of Morley though, it's really interesting because did you know that this revolutionary has a bounty of almost 300 million berries? Impressive and befitting of the world's most wanted people in the world. It's far more than the slithering slime man Treble's 99 million berry bounty, and with your help, we could also overtake Treble and raise our own bounty by hitting that subscribe button and raising my bounty by 100 berries too. Thank you. Now, the earth fruit, of course, doesn't feel as overpowered as something like a sea fruit, but it also feels a lot more likely to exist in the first place. If devil fruit users are cursed by the sea, and the sea is their ultimate weakness, it might not make much sense for there to be a sea fruit after all. And we really can't discard earth as one of the 4 classic elements. It would definitely still pack quite a punch as a devil fruit. And having the earth fruit would make a lot of thematic sense for Imu as well. Pirates like Luffy setting out to sea is representative of finding freedom and adventure. It's the opposite of being trapped on land, like Luffy was for so long when he was too young still to set sail with Ace or Shanks. And so if the open sea gives pirates freedom, then the earth or the land represents the opposite. I mean, where else but the land do the Straw Hats find corrupt kingdoms and monarchies like that of Walpole, and pirates like Arlong, Crocodile, and Doflamingo gave up adventuring on sea, well, they also turned to dominating others on islands, on lands. And Imu having the earth fruit would also solve one of the biggest mysteries in One Piece. Who created the red line and how? Back when Luffy's fruit was still thought to be just a rubber fruit, he showed us how creative, strong, and willful fruit users can turn even an average fruit into a force to be really reckoned with. Now, the earth fruit might not seem overpowered compared to other Logia fruits at first glance, but imagine if Imu is powerful enough to create a whole continent. If Imu was alive during the Void Century, which is very likely ironically, perhaps they're the reason that there are no continents anymore save the red line. Using an Earth fruit, Im-sama would have reshaped the world to their liking. Land masses could have been sunk, leaving the human population disparate and scattered all across distant islands. The red line could have been erected to serve as a boundary to border seas from each other and restrict travel between parts of the globe. Im's home itself, Marijoa, even sits atop this mighty landmass. And if this really is Im's power, then Luffy will need a fruit as powerful as the Nika fruit, to even stand a chance in the first place. But, and I know you've been waiting for this, water and earth aren't the only option for Imu's potential power either. There could be a to-be-determined mythical zone to rival the Nika fruit. Maybe a sea god fruit, or, well, we speculated in a previous video that you can watch here that Blackbeard possesses a moon god fruit. Maybe Im-sama is the real moon god to Luffy's sun god instead. If Oda does have Im as the final villain instead of Blackbeard, that could be very fitting too. And after seeing Shanks' incredible feat of Conqueror's Haki in chapter 1055, we have to really wonder if Im even needs a devil fruit at all in the first place. Perhaps just like Shanks, Im-sama is just a purely overpowered Haki user. However, one has to really wonder in that case, how strong is the Conqueror's Haki of someone who has literally conquered the entire globe? Shanks' Haki stopped Aramaki in his tracks from miles off away the coast of Wano, so could Im's Haki have even further reach than just that? Then there's also the matter of the saber that Im carries. So far, we've only seen them use it to tear up bounty posters, like a little child, in order to let the Gorosei know which light needs to be extinguished. We do have to wonder though, if maybe that's not all that sword is good for. Luffy is particularly susceptible to cutting, slashing, and stabbing attacks, but this would be a strange route for Oda to go down to. Either Mihawk isn't actually the strongest swordsman in the world and it's Im instead, or Zoro would end up with a more powerful opponent than Luffy in the final war, which I do know there are some people out there who would probably be okay with that. But then of course there is also a somewhat anticlimactic option. Imo might just not be a fighter in the first place. It wouldn't be the first time that a major antagonist wasn't a combatant. In Water 7 and its lobby, one of the other notable times the Straw Hats went up against the world government directly, the leader of CP9 and arguably the central villain was Spandam. Spandam, despite his special sword Funk Freed, was not a fighter, as he proved to us a lot of times. This incompetent, sniveling, and utterly punchable Cypher Pole operative relied on the muscle of ZP9 and Rob Lucci, and Lucci ended up becoming Luffy's primarily fighting opponent for that arc. So it could be that Im-sama, like most celestial dragons, simply relies on the military might of the Marines to carry out their will and for their protection. It could be that the Gorosei serve as Im's lead guard, though it isn't yet quite confirmed whether they're fighters either. You and me just really hope that we will see Gandhi break out that sword at some point. And so, while I personally like to believe that they must have some sort of power, it's still unclear what Imu's role in the story will actually be. But after the introduction at the Reverie, it's very clear that they will play a pivotal, maybe the central role in the final saga. We still need to know what the Great Cleansing is all about, and to learn how the world government plans to carry it all out. Maybe the Marine's secret weapon, the SSG, the Special Science Group, will play some part in it. But with so little One Piece left, here's to hoping that Oda can pack in as many wild fights and earth-shattering revelations as possible. And if you track all the people that Luffy still has to punch before the end of the story, what happened during the Void Century? What is the will of D? And what actually is the One Piece? A couple more years, one last saga. It's really hard to believe that One Piece is coming to a close soon, allegedly at least. With 25 years of publication, it started to seem like the story would just go on forever, but all good things must come to an end, even if Oda-sensei is being a little bit, let's say, optimistic about his estimates. However, what's even harder to believe is how many open questions we still have to be answered. How many many mysteries still need solving, how many people and places and events we still have to see in the story. And so I took to Twitter, and together with you, we found 146 things that we still need to see before the end of One Piece. And so let's start with what many fans think will be the setting of the next arc. We still need to see Elbaf, the land of the giants, and concerning Elbaf, we still have a few questions like, who is Loki, the prince that Big Mom mentioned on Whole Cake Island, who Lola was engaged to? Will we meet other Norse mythology inspired characters like Thor or Odin? Well, actually, I guess we already met Odin in Wano, so that might be a bit too many Odins for one story. In Big Mom's flashback, we also saw what appeared to be a massive tree on the island. Is this the fabled Adam tree? We also know that while the giants have a strong connection to Norse mythology, a certain red-haired pirate who still needs to reunite with Luffy also has a Viking-inspired ship. So we have to ask, what is Shanks' connection to Elbaf? And before we reach the final destination, Laugh Tale, we're still missing one road poneglyph. Where is it? Is it on Elbaf? And speaking of Laugh Tale though, we obviously have a load of questions about this mysterious island as well. The first being, well, where exactly is it? And what was so outrageously funny that it ended up with laugh in its name? What exactly was Roger too early for in arriving there? Elbaf and Laugh Tale are the two islands the Straw Hats absolutely 100% still need to visit before the end of One Piece. However, there are still loads of other locations that we're wondering about. One place in particular that we need to learn a lot about is God Valley, but we'll probably only get to see anything about it through flashbacks. We probably won't visit this location in person on account that it's completely disappeared, which raises the questions, what happened on God Valley and why did it vanish? But these three places are far from the only ones we still have questions about. Other places we're still curious about but aren't necessarily likely to get answers before the end of the story include Lodestar Island, and the mystery and its importance in teaching pirates about the poneglyphs, the fabled Emerald City, a mythic place on par with the Golden City on Skypiea, and where and what was the thing that we saw sucking Cabone Bitch and the Fire Tank pirates into the sky. Also, before we saw Buggy get imprisoned and pulled down, he was searching for Captain John's treasure. Where and what is that treasure? Does it have anything to do with his recent promotion in rank? Oh, also, quick shout out to Vin and Tavio, the 2 subscribers of the day, both having me helped increase my bounty closer to 100 million berries in overtaking treble. And it's not just places we haven't been to that we have questions about. What about those islands we have been to? Questions like, why is it always day on Ennis Lobby? How were the gates of justice constructed? My personal vote goes to the unspeakable power of Awakened Bueno. What were the giant silhouettes we saw in the Florian Triangle? Where are they building the bridge on Tequila Wolf to? How will Luffy destroy Fishman Islands? What happens during the reverie on Marijoa? How was the Red Line created? What was Tanisha's punishment that led to Zoe moving around for centuries? How were Wano's borders closed? And let's not forget the ever important moon. You know, sometimes I do feel bad for anime only watchers because they don't get to ask questions like, why are there 7 moons? Are the Sky Islanders from the moon? What is Enel doing up there with the space pirates and an army of automatons? Okay, let me catch a breath here. That's 31 questions so far for those of you who are keeping score, and those are only questions about the geography of One Piece. But what about the over 1,000 characters of the story? Well, we have plenty of questions about those too. Some important characters exist only in legend. We haven't even seen them, and yet they have an impressive presence in the series. The first that comes to mind is Rocksteady Xebec. Who is he? What was his goal? How did he gather such a powerful crew? And what was his ultimate fate? And what about the greatest scientific mind of the world government, the creator of the Pacifista and the artificial devil fruits? Who is Dr. Vegapunk? Along a similar line, we also have Scopper Gaban. Where is the Pirate King's third in command? Was
he Crocus's mysterious samurai friend? Oh, and yeah, who is Charlotte Snack? There is a whole sweet commander that we never got to see on Whole Cake Islands. And while we're super curious about these mysterious figures who've yet to be properly introduced, we're also missing some of our old friends that we just know will play a role in the story to come. Some of these we're bound to hear from very soon, and others we might be waiting a while, but in the meantime we have to ask, where exactly is Sabo right now? What happened to Vivi? What happened to Moria? What's the status of the Shichibukai who were being hunted by the world government? So where is Mihawk? Where's Boa Hancock, and what about Weevil? Oh yeah, and is Edward Weevil actually Whitebeard's son? You know, you do have to admit that the mustache resemblance is uncanny. And what about the people that he's after? Where are the remaining division commanders of the Whitebeard pirates? What role is Crocodile gonna play at the end of the story? And what is the big secret from his past that Ivankov threatened him with? Where is Uruj, the member of the worst generation we probably know the least about? With all of his peers being really fleshed out at this point, surely he also has a role to play in the future as well. There are also still a lot of loose ends to tie up from recent arcs, some other characters we'd still like to check up upon, for example. How will Charlotte Katakuri factor into the future of One Piece? Will he ally with Luffy in the final war? What happened to the fisherman pirates after Whole Cake Island? Did they survive Big Mom's onslaught? Speaking of which, what happened to Big Mom's children who came to Wano after they were knocked off the waterfall twice? Oh, and speaking of Big Mom, are Big Mom and Kaido gone? Dead? Forever? In most series, this wouldn't be a question given their current status of being submerged in lava, but this is One Piece we're talking about, and they might just have the will to survive on their side. What about the characters we haven't seen in a really long time? We already mentioned Enel a little bit when we talked about the moon, but I'm talking back even further than that, all the way to the East Blue. Where did Axe-Hand Morgan escape to after his cover story? When will Jin finally reunite with the crew? And will we see the most important character in the entire series again? Gaimon? Well, probably on Laugh Tale, since he, of course, is the One Piece. And then finally in this category, we of course have plenty of characters who we've just seen relatively recently and who are certainly gonna play an important role in the final saga, but who still have a ton of mystery around them. Most recently, we have, of course, Buggy. How the hell did he become a Yonko? And in Wano, we still have a lot of questions about Toki. Primarily, why did she jump into the future from the Void Century in the first place, and who was she there? What about Bonnie and Kuma, who we saw in the Reverie? What is their connection? We know that Kuma was a revolutionary, but why was his epithet the Tyrant? And why did he agree to Vegapunk's experimentation? Also, since Bonnie can manipulate her age, how old is she really? And who is she really? And speaking of Kuma, what about the enigmatic leader of the revolutionaries and Luffy's absentee father, Dragon? Why did he abandon his son? What is his absolute goal as leader of the revolutionary army? And what's his devil fruit power? The prevailing theory is that he holds a wind or storm type fruit, but this has yet to be confirmed. And if Kaido turned out to be a fish, then who knows what misdirection Oda may be employing here. What about the enemies of the revolutionaries? The world government. There's still so much mystery surrounding this entire organization as a whole as well. So before the end of the series, we still need to know, what is the SSG? Who is the leader of Sword? Is Tashigi actually connected to Kuina in some way, or is their resemblance simply coincidence? How about the admirals? Where in the world did they conscript Fujitora and Ryokugyu from? Both of them are absolute powerhouses that the government just plucked from out of nowhere. Originally, the prevailing theory was that Fujitora and maybe Greenbull were from Wano, but does that still seem likely? Will we get the backstory of any of the admirals? Did Aokiji actually leave the Marines, or is he just spying on Blackbeard? Who are the Gorosei? We do know virtually nothing about these shadowy shadowy figures that helm the world government. How old are they actually? Do they have powers, or do they serve in purely a non-combative role? And then of course, who is Imu, the true hidden ruler of the world government and the world as a whole? How old are they? What powers do they have? And since we recently learned about the Gorosei's special secret friend Shanks, we still need to ask, why is he able to just waltz into Marijoa for a meeting with the Gorosei? Did he know the importance of the Nika fruit when he stole it from the world government? What are his true intentions or allegiances? How powerful is Shanks really? And perhaps the most pressing question of them all, is Shanks the father of Makino's baby? How about the man who left Shanks with his trademark scar? Luffy's biggest rival for the Pirate King's crown, Blackbeard. Before the end of the series, we still need to know Marshall D. Teach's backstory. What is his connection to rocks, given that he named his ship the Razor, the Saber, oh, not the Razor, the Saber of Xebec? Why does he know so much about the world, and what is his ultimate goal? And of course, the most mysterious of all, why doesn't he sleep, and how can he have 2 devil fruit powers? If you're still keeping track at home, that brings us to 90 mysteries yet to be solved in the series, but we're far from done yet. All of these people and places still don't get into the core mysteries of One Piece. What is the true history of this world? We still need to know what has happened during the Void Century. What is the true past of the world government? And what was the ancient kingdom that they clashed with? What was the great cleansing that led to the presumed end of this ancient kingdom? In Wano, we learned a whole lot about Luffy's devil fruit, but for every answer that we received, we had more questions pop up in their place. Luffy is definitely the next JoyBoy, or just JoyBoy, but we still have to wonder, who was JoyBoy, or is JoyBoy? And did the giant straw hat in Marijoa belong to him originally? We do know that Luffy's fruit wasn't actually the Gomu Gomu no Mi. It turned out to secretly be the Hito Hito no Mi model Nika all along, but who or what is the sun god Nika in this world? And speaking of his very special fruit, we still need a certain Dr. Vegapunk to explain to us what exactly devil fruits are in the first place. We still kind of don't really know. What about Luffy's other special powers that go beyond his amazing feats of haki or devil fruit usage? What is the will of D and the secret behind his and so many other characters' mysterious middle initial? What is the voice of all things, and why can Luffy hear it? Thanks to Sukiyaki's and Robin's conversation in the latest chapter, we also just learned that the ancient weapon Pluton is located in Wano, paying off a mystery that was introduced all the way back in Alabasta. We've learned quite a bit about Shirahoshi, aka Poseidon, but what are the ancient weapons? What was their purpose? We know that Pluton is a battleship of some kind, but who created it? And while we're at it, who created the other mysterious massive boat, the Noah? And for as much as we've heard about the Pluton and Poseidon, we've learned absolutely nothing about Uranus. What and where is this final weapon? And then of course we're missing the ultimate mystery, the treasure that Luffy has been searching for since chapter 1 and the title of the story. What is the One Piece? Before we get into the most interesting questions though, there are still some other miscellaneous things that simply need to happen before the end of the series. We still need to know what the egg was on the Oro Jackson. We still need to see the Ope Ope no Mi's immortality surgery come into play in some way or form. We need to see the Grand Fleet reappear during the final war. And there are a few things that aren't super necessary, but we'd really like to see them, so get your pen and paper and start writing those letters to Oda. A lot of fans would love to see another Davy Bad fight, for instance, but with higher stakes. We'd also love to see the Thousand Sunnies Klabautermann make an appearance as well. And while we're now clearly in the era of God Usopp, I really would do a lot to see Sogeking just one last time before the end. I mean, people really want to see God Valley, but I'm partial to Sniper Island here, honestly. And hey, if they made it to Skypiea, surely the Straw Hats can make it into your heart. Well, this brings us to a whooping 115 mysteries we need solved and things we need to see in the final saga of One Piece. But there's still one very important category to go. Things that still need to be resolved with the Straw Hat crew themselves. We've spent 25 years following the adventures of Luffy and his crew. Each of the Straw Hats has a dream, and we just know we'll see them achieve their goals by the end of One Piece. For Oronoa Zoro, we still haven't got an explanation about his missing eye, for instance. We also got some massive hints, but no confirmation that he has relatives in Wano. Oda went out of his way to deny that Zoro's father was Ushimaru, the daimyo of Ringo, but if not Ushimaru, then who? And now that he's been wielding Oda's Black Blade Enma, we'd love to see him forge a Black Blade of his own. Oh, and what was with his standoff with the Grim Reaper? Of course, now that he's presumably conquered death, he still has an even more formidable foe to defeat as well. Before the end, we need to see Zoro take on Mihawk and become the greatest swordsman in the world. Usopp also has plenty of goals to accomplish as well. He has plenty of lies that still need to come true. We'd love to see him landing a force of 8,000 men, preferably giants of course, become a true warrior of the sea and reunite with his father Usopp. The chef of the crew, Sanji, still owes us some answers as well. His explanation for his fire powers is his burning passion, and many have theorized that it has something to do with Lunarian DNA. But we still need a straightforward explanation. Why the hell can you conjure fire, Sanji? And for someone so obsessed with romance, will he ever find love and reunite with Viola or Pudding or hell, Nami? But more importantly than his love for women is his love for cooking. So we need to see him finally find the sea that he's always dreamed of, the all blue. We don't really have too many questions about Nami herself, but given that she was adopted after being found by Belmare, we could still ask where she's originally from and who her parents are. It doesn't really matter, but given that we've gotten a lot of extra backstory for Sanji and Zoro recently, and everyone on our crew seems to secretly have special parents for some reason, it could very much still happen. What absolutely needs to happen is that Nami needs to achieve her dream of completing a map of the entire world. With Chopper, we still have a few questions about his Zone Fruit. We've speculated that his monster point is a forced awakening, but we could still use some confirmation from Oda here. Also, given that we've only ever really seen him as a human reindeer hybrid, we have to ask, can Chopper go full human form? I mean, I don't really want to see it because it would probably be uncanny and terrifying, but I still do have to ask. By the end of the series though, our favorite doctor still needs to cure the world's diseases. Maybe he won't get every single one, but a great one for him to cure, for instance, would be the laughing side effect of the smile fruits, allowing him to further restore the country of Wano. With Robin, most of her big mysteries we've already covered in the section about the true history, since that's basically her dream, to uncover the true history. However, there's still a very pressing questions. Where is her cowgirl hat? We can only pray that her signature hat makes the return in the final saga. In order for us to uncover all that true history, she also needs to find the remainder of the Poneglyphs and decipher them all. Given that we just now basically found out what the very first Poneglyph we saw in Alabasta said, it would be really nice if Oda could give us some translation of the other Poneglyphs as well. Frankie isn't too mysterious of a figure. He kind of lets it all hang out. Sometimes a little bit too literally, I feel. But before the end of the series, we're sure to see him sail his dream ship, the Thousand Sunny, around the globe. Brook, our favorite skeletal musician, obviously has to reunite with Laboon, but we'd also like to see how the #1 bop Binks Sake fits in with the entire story, as has been highly speculated, especially in regards to Love Tale and the One Piece. We don't really have too many questions about Jinbei either, but we do want to see him achieve his goal of brokering peace between fishmen and humans, as well as seeing the fishmen return to the surface. We also don't have too many questions for Yamato except who her mother is, but we do have a lot of questions about our captain, Monkey D. Luffy, such as who is his mother? And is it Crocodile? And while we're at it, who is his grandma? Because we don't know who Dragon's mom / Garp's wife / partner was either. We also need to see him reunite with his mentor Shanks Shanks, as well as return his signature straw hats, in a moment that's sure to leave the fans around the world in tears. We also still need to get confirmation on what the mysterious dream that he shares with Roger is. And last but certainly not least, we need to see Luffy become the king of the pirates. Oh, and actually for Luffy's mom, well, there is this extremely wild theory out there that
The real mastermind of the One Piece world is JoyBoy. The Poneglyphs, the Ancient Kingdom, and the Sun God Fruit are all part of his insane 1,000-year-long plan to save the world and bring about the New Dawn, or completely destroy everything forever. But before we can get to that, let's start with the first part of this insane 3-layer plan. And that's right, I said 3 layers because JoyBoy's plan actually created 2 new plans in the current era, one by the King of the Pirates, Goldie Roger, and then another one by his apprentice, Red Hair Shanks. So 3 plans for 1. And weirdly enough, I think this will all make the most sense if we actually start in the middle here and break down Roger's phase of the plan first, because he's kind of the one that actually ties the past and the future together. Alright, first thing first, I think we can assume that Shanks pursued the Nika fruit because of Roger's legacy. In chapter 968, we first learned that Roger briefly spoke to Shanks right after discovering the One Piece, and it caused him to cry his eyes out. And then a couple of years later, Shanks went on to steal the Nika fruit from the world government and brought it to Fuchsia Village on Luffy's island, where Luffy then inevitably ate it. Now, I believe Shanks coming to the East Blue was actually also part of Roger's plan to eventually give Ace the Nika fruit, as we learned in that very same chapter that the Roger pirates were way too early when they made it to Laugh Tale. On top of that, it's also implied that Shirahoshi, aka the ancient weapon Poseidon, needed to still be born and then grow up, which would take about 25 years. And this lines up actually incredibly well with when Shanks stole the Nika fruit and how old Ace would have been around this key moment in time as well. But wait a second here. Why do I even think that Roger's plan revolves around Ace to begin with? Well, once again, in chapter 968, Roger literally confirms that he intended for Ace for his kid to discover the One Piece. He basically wants to create the next JoyBoy. He shouts this in Rayleigh's face and then disbands the Roger pirates and goes off to have Ace. But obviously, Ace would need to be trained, and with his illness, well, Roger wouldn't get the chance to do so himself. And thus, Roger gave his son to his rival, Garp. Now, to be honest, this seems like a pretty odd choice at first. However, Garp and Roger did team up in the past before, for example, to defeat Rocks at God Valley, a place where the Celestial Dragons fully displayed their awful nature. Now, based on the fact that Garp is also a member of the infamous D-Clan, which we'll get to later, and the fact that Sengoku and Akainu seem to have some sort of idea of the true history, based at least on their reactions to Vegapunk's message in chapter 1116, I personally wouldn't be surprised at all if Roger chose Garp because he knows more about the true history of the world as well. Maybe it was God Valley and Rocks that shared the existence of Laugh Tale and the Poneglyphs with Roger and Garp to begin with. Who knows, that's for a different theory. But on top of this, Roger had a child with Portgas D. Rouge, yet another member of the D-Clan, and thanks to Vegapunk's cut-off message at the end of chapter 1117, it's now become incredibly clear just how important the will of D and the D-Clan is actually to the true history and the future of the world. Now, Roger clearly wanted to have a child destined for greatness, and he surrounded himself with a bunch of D-Clan members. Now, really, all that was left was to make sure that Shanks got the Nika fruit for Ace, and that Ace had support along his journey to build him into the next Sun God. And so what Roger did next is position his most trusted crew members across the Grand Line in key positions. As we see, Crocus is set up right in front of Reverse Mountain, and Rayleigh is positioned halfway at Sabaody. Both places where every pirate trying to travel the Grand Line or the New World need to funnel through. Crocus literally points Luffy in the right direction, tells Luffy about Laugh Tale, and gives them the log post to point them in the right direction as well. And then, of course, we see the Dark King Rayleigh, having heard about Luffy from Shanks, of course, who saves the Straw Hats and then trains Luffy. That is both physically physically by teaching him how to control his haki, but also mentally by helping him get over Ace's death as well. He's also essential to making it into the new world, as he has to bubble coat the Thousand Sunny as well. And based on how suspiciously strategically these two former Roger pirates were placed along the Grand Line, I do believe that the man, the myth, the legend, Scopper Gaban is very possibly chilling at Lodestar Island, the last official island of the Grand Line, awaiting the next JoyBoy as well. But again, that is a totally different theory of its own, and if you want to see that, let me know. Anyways, after all his prep work was done and he had just fathered a son, Roger then turned himself in, causing the Great Age of Piracy. Something that would most likely set his own son off on a journey to chase down the One Piece, all while never knowing the destiny that was laid out for him. Now, in addition to all of this, I do believe that Toki, Odin's wife and a member of Roger's crew, was actually aware of the JoyBoy phase of the plan as well, that I'm going to be talking about in just a little bit, because remember, she actually traveled into the present from the Void Century, and that is why she sent Momonosuke and Kinemon forward into the future, conveniently exactly when and where they would need to assist the next JoyBoy. Again, we'll get there right in a second. For now, let's talk about how Shanks then continued to lay out Roger's plan and what he had to do when Luffy actually stole the Nika fruit before Ace could ever eat it. So, Shanks' plan. As I've addressed, Shanks was most likely searching for Ace on Dawn Island, not Luffy, but obviously he had to then completely pivot from Roger's plan once Luffy, yet another D-Clan member, ate the Nika fruit instead. Or maybe the Nika fruit made him eat it, who knows. So he dedicated all of his resources to making sure that Luffy would go on to claim the One Piece, and gave him a symbol that would ensure that anyone else who would encounter him would know who he was. We're of course talking about Roger's straw hat. After all, Whitebeard and Mihawk both instantly seem to understand the importance of Roger's hat and what it means for Luffy to have it. For example, we do know that Whitebeard knows what the One Piece is and some of the true history after sharing sake with Roger and before his death. He also knows the truth about the D-Clan, and it just so happens that the moment Whitebeard connects that Luffy is Ace's brother is also the moment he sees the straw hat. Remember, before the entire war happened, Shanks met with Whitebeard to discuss Blackbeard, but he clearly knows that Shanks had the straw hat and had given it away to someone else. In a nutshell, the straw hat symbolizes the person that Shanks entrusted Roger's will to, not just his own. In fact, it's the exact reason that I think Whitebeard invests all of his trust and resources in Luffy to save Ace at Marineford. I don't think it's just dumb luck or Luffy being so charismatic. After all, Whitebeard did take Ace onto his ship knowing about his goals and dreams. It becomes pretty clear after learning about how close Roger and Whitebeard actually were at some point that Ace being Pirate King may have been something all of the greatest pirates were actually trying to make happen together. Whitebeard, Roger, Shanks, all of them were actively pushing to make Ace the next king of the pirates, at least until Luffy then became JoyBoy instead. And interestingly enough, I think that Mihawk is in the exact same boat. He sees Luffy for the first time and immediately goes and talks to Shanks. He also spares Zoro's life and eventually goes on to even train him for Luffy's sake. Something that seems really out of character, especially once Zoro drops to his knees and begs. Now at first, Mihawk is disgusted by this until he realizes that Zoro is doing it for Luffy. And here's the thing, Mihawk and Shanks are really good friends and rivals. It makes a ton of sense that Mihawk, after seeing the insane will and effect that Luffy has had on others, would go on to train his second strongest in command. Once again, he is actively contributing and honestly also impacted by Luffy's JoyBoy-esque attitude. And bringing this all the way around, Shanks putting all of the resources into Luffy once again feeds back into Roger's plan as well. Crocus does everything he can to help Luffy, and we do know that Shanks very happily talked to Rayleigh about Luffy as well after giving him the straw hat and losing his arm. Or sacrificing his arm. Now to me, that is a clear indication that Rayleigh saw that hat and that cheeky smile of Luffy's and hedged his bets on the Straw Hats. In other words, Luffy is the person he has been waiting for on Sabaody according to Roger's plan. Now it also brings a great sense of purpose to his words about the crew finding a different answer once they reach Laugh Tale. Roger and his crew came to one conclusion, which I believe to be mania after witnessing the horrors of the ancient kingdom at Laugh Tale and the terrifying fate of the world. But if they knew that they just needed to stall a little bit more, 20 more years until a new dawn could be formed, maybe their laughter was just over how funny it was that they put all this effort in and it was practically useless in their own lifetime. Whatever the case may be, Rayleigh seems to double down on this in chapter 1116, drinking himself under the table and talking about leaving the fun to the new era as Vegapunk reveals parts of the shocking fate and history of the world. Now, Shanks doubling down on Roger's plan would also explain pretty perfectly why characters like him, his crew, Crocus, and Rayleigh all seem to have been prepped for undersea travel in some way or form. I bet that one just blew your mind a little bit, because we do know that the Great Flood sank the ancient world, most of it, and if the grand plan revolves around something that's actually now under the ocean, Rayleigh's bubble business, Crocus living inside a literal whale, and the red-haired crew all lacking devil fruits would make all of that a lot more easy and also makes a lot of sense if you really think about it. Okay, but now that we've actually covered the basics, here's what I believe that Shanks' full plan actually looks like. Step 1 is to find the Nika fruit and give it to Ace. However, he has been pivoting hard since Luffy took that by accident. And if we base things on the claim that zone fruits have a will of their own and Roger actively ensured his son would inherit the will of D, it seems to imply that a D clan member needed to consume that god fruit in some way or form. Next, Shanks then sets Luffy down to the path of definitely wanting to become a pirate and specifically Pirate King, and puts all of his resources and allies into helping Luffy, including Crocus, Rayleigh, Mihawk, and even Whitebeard. After that, he then decided to lay low and pull strings behind the curtain, pushing things in the right direction for Luffy, as we see him doing with his visit to the Gorosei, for instance, in chapter 907. However, during Marineford, Luffy's life is at real risk, so he shows up to save him, specifically. Now, coincidentally enough, another D-Clan member, Trafalgar Law, ends up actually rescuing Luffy and taking away, and Rayleigh then trains him. And after all this, Shanks then goes back into hiding until he finally sees Luffy awake in Gear 5th, becoming Nika and the next JoyBoy. Now, with this major milestone, he then sets sail for the One Piece himself as he realizes that the 25-year wait is over and the new dawn is closing in. Okay, so I do think that Roger and Shanks' plan kind of makes sense here, but why? Why is all of that so important? Well, that is of course all thanks to our third and main act, JoyBoy's mega plan. And once again for this, I think we need to do some groundwork here that will help really build up this incredible 1,000-year scheme. Here's some of the things that we do know for sure as a fact about JoyBoy and what he set out to accomplish. Number 1, at this point, it's become pretty clear that JoyBoy had the Nika fruit himself and used it to fight the world government. We've actually seen him with the classic Nika form. Characters like Zunisha, the Iron Giant, and Vegapunk have all remarked about Luffy's Gear 5th either being JoyBoy's return, or at least reminding them of JoyBoy or Nika. We literally see this with the Iron Giant and Vegapunk in chapters 1111, 15, 16, 17, and 18, and Zunisha even confirms this during Luffy's very first awakening back in chapter 1043. Now, Vegapunk also confirmed for us that Nika and JoyBoy are in fact not the same person, meaning that JoyBoy must have eaten the Nika devil fruit during the Void Century, and that Nika themselves go back way further than that. And on top of that, we have also learned a whole bunch from Vegapunk about the Void Century that has really helped solidify this entire theory about JoyBoy's plan, because at some point we know that JoyBoy battled against the 20 Kingdoms, and as a result of using the ancient weapons, the world was flooded by 200 meters. Now, whether you think that the flooding happened in tiny little increments of 1 meter or all at once, or you agree with me that it could have been 2 different floods, as I discuss in my massive Binks sake theory that you should check out after this, it doesn't really matter. The world was flooded, that's a fact, and the ancient weapons and JoyBoy had something major to do with it. Personally, I believe that JoyBoy's master plan hinges on really one of 2 possible outcomes here, and that's the reason why Rayleigh implied that the Straw Hats could maybe come to a different conclusion than them. Either flooding the world using the ancient weapons, creating a fully new era, or destroying the Red Line and eliminating the flooded waters from the world in one piece. Now, of course, either of these could accomplish the very same purpose, which is defeating the evil world government and accidentally creating the mythical All Blue, something we all know needs to happen somehow for Sanji's personal dream to be achieved as well. And so, since we know that JoyBoy was the first pirate and he set out on a journey that ultimately led to the Great War and eventually released all the ancient weapons, we can actually draw a few very, very important conclusions from all of this. For example, one thing that is for sure is that the ancient weapons are most likely directly tied to Nika, not to JoyBoy. After all, if JoyBoy is using the Nika fruit, and that is what causes the ancient technology to activate, like the Iron Giant here, well, there's probably some sort of secret to the Nika form or Nika's powers that are tied into all of this. We also know that the incredibly ancient races like the Giants and the Skypians worshipped the sun god Nika, not JoyBoy, and their history goes way more back than just the Void Century. It goes back thousands of years. Toss in all the imagery of the sky races, the sun, and possibly the eternal flame from Enel's cover story, and we've got ourselves a sun god Nika that potentially came down from somewhere from outer space alongside the ancient weapons way before even the Void Century. And actually, another really important distinction here is that the ancient weapons in Japanese are actually called ancient weapons, while the ancient kingdom is a mistranslation in English and is actually called the Great Kingdom, kind of separating that connection that I think many English speakers assume exists between these two factions. The ancient weapons most likely are way older. And so if we assume that Nika brought the ancient weapons down thousands of years ago and JoyBoy then later discovered them, then we are really cooking here, as you'll see in a second. Now, at some point, the ancient kingdom, which presumably turned into the world government based on JoyBoy losing the ancient war, took control of Uranus. How do we know that? Well, because Imu used Uranus to raise the sea 1 meter by destroying the island of Lulusia Kingdom, a fact that Vegapunk once again confirms as fact in chapter 1115. And so the real question here is, what was JoyBoy's goal and why do the Poneglyphs point towards it? And I think a lot of those answers might lie in the mystery man on top of the One Piece world, Nerona Imu. So what do we actually know about Imu? Well, we do know for certain that Imu and Nefertari D. Lily have some sort of deep, weird connection, as Imu, a person of very few words, has spoken a surprisingly large amount about Lily specifically and seems to be obsessed with her image. That includes staring at this massive portrait of her in chapter 1117 and having a picture of Vivi, Lily's descendant, up in the flower room at Marijoa as well. And speaking of things that Imu has up at Marijoa, we also know that Imu keeps this giant straw hat in a freezer somewhere hidden in the Holy Land as well. Now, I do want to quickly pivot back to Lily here for a second, because we also know that at some point towards the end of the Giant War during the Void Century, Lily made a grave mistake, at least according to Imu, and released the Poneglyphs into the world. As we know, the Poneglyphs are obviously super important as they tell the true story of the Void Century, the Ancient War, and also give the directions to the final Island Laugh Tale, as well as to the remaining ancient weapons, or at least definitely to Pluton and Poseidon. Not to mention that these directions and Poneglyphs are all connected to races and clans heavily connected to JoyBoy. The Lunarians, the Minks, and the Fishmen are some really good and big examples here, but the Kozuki clan are also heavily tied to the Poneglyphs, maybe even the heaviest, as we discovered that they are actually the ones who created them in the first place. Shout out to my man Kozuki Sukiyaki for telling Robin and Law that at the end of Wano. You're making my life really easy, old geezer. Thank you, I appreciate your contribution here. But anyways, why is all of that important for JoyBoy's plan? Well, there are a couple of really odd things about Imu and their motives, and I do think that they explain really well what the real secret plan is. And let me just ask you, why in the world hasn't Imu just straight up killed Luffy? Why haven't the Holy Knights been chasing after him? If the awakening of the sun god Nika is so important and bad for the world government, why is it that the Gorosei are the one trying to defeat Luffy, not Imu? Honestly, we've hardly ever seen Imu take any action against the Straw Hats to begin with. Also, why didn't they try to kill Zunisha? Or why didn't they fully destroy the Iron Giant, another character directly tied to JoyBoy? And of course, what in the world is going on with that giant straw hat that Imu has under lock and key in the Holy Land? All of these questions don't point to someone really who wants JoyBoy dead or wants JoyBoy to stay unawakened, if you get my drift. Now, the Gorosei, they're a different story. They clearly do want that, but Imu doesn't seem all that bothered. And so with all of that in mind, I propose a very different idea, something I don't think is too popular, but to me, it would actually seal the deal on JoyBoy's plan and maybe be the perfect twist at the end of the story. Okay, here it is. I believe that Imu, the big, bad, ultimate villain guy that we all fear, is actually working to help JoyBoy's master plan. They are the mole, the person on the inside, making sure that just enough is done to reawaken JoyBoy, bringing the new dawn. Okay, I know that's a really big statement, but hear me out. Let's face it. Based on what we know, the Gorosei and the 20 Kingdoms were the people who fought against JoyBoy. They did not want him to succeed, whatever that actually was supposed to look like. But clearly, not all of them were against him, because Lily, for instance, exists as well. She proves to us that he had allies within that system, so what if Imu played the villain? They, out of love for Lily or for JoyBoy and knowing what needed to be done, are playing the long con here to facilitate the actual reincarnation of JoyBoy and the return of his era. After all, the Raja pirates have no business still being alive at this point. If the truth of the ancient world was so bad and Imu couldn't afford it to be leaked, Rayleigh, Crocus, and really everyone else on that crew should have been long gone and assassinated by now. And yet, instead, they leave it up to the Marines and the world government to try and deal with these characters. And so with all of that being said, let me tell you what I believe JoyBoy really set up all those many hundreds of years ago and how it leads to the new dawn in the current era with Luffy. JoyBoy, the very first pirate, set sail and awakened all the ancient weapons. On purpose, or maybe even by accident, he ended up using them and the sea levels rose. In response, the ancient kingdom composed of the 20 kings could not let this fly. They themselves used Uranus, the ancient weapon that they acquired, to wage a battle against JoyBoy and his crew. Now, knowing that this would probably be his last fight one way or the other, he laid out a plan to one day undo all the damage that had been done. He had the Poneglyphs made alongside the Kozuki and had Lily then disperse them to the different races that he had allied himself with. Those were the Binks, the Lunarians, the Fishmen, and the Shandorans, who we all know fought in the Great War thanks to Robin in chapter 272. But obviously, JoyBoy had to use the ancient weapons under his control, Pluton and Poseidon. And so he does make sure that the Fishmen receive a Poneglyph apologizing for his actions, something that would break his promise to them, potentially a kind will statement that he would never actually use Poseidon. He then entrusts the Kozuki clan and the Fishmen with the ancient weapons afterwards, and they end up hiding them alongside the other kingdoms. Imu, though, as one of the 20 kings, is forced to make a really difficult decision here. Side with the enemy against Lily and JoyBoy, or secretly help them out. They have to choose. And so they do go on to facilitate everything that JoyBoy needs, all while giving him just enough resistance to sell it. Ultimately having to witness or maybe even themselves killing JoyBoy in cold blood. But all is not lost, because thanks to the Poneglyph spreading and his time-traveling companion Toki, the will of JoyBoy can live on into the future. Toki will actually travel to the future and ensure a Kozuki allies themselves with the man destined to bring the new dawn, and brings Oden to Roger. But then maybe Toki realizes that she's too early and then sends her son Momonosuke into the future where he meets Luffy. And can I mention that it's really suspicious that both Momonosuke and Shirahoshi are actually born around the time that Toki arrives in the present time, both actually with the powers to control ancient weapons, which might just not have been an accident at all, but actually Toki bringing something with her from the Void Century that could pass on these powers. As a result, all they now have to do is make it to Laugh Tale, where they will finally learn how to use Poseidon, the person that Roger was too early for, to help flood the world once more, or deflood the world and such defeat the world government once and for all. And that choice is now up to Luffy, the next JoyBoy. Or maybe he will just choose anarchy and cause true freedom for everyone. Regardless, this theory was a blast to put together, and I do think there is quite a lot there, and actually I have more thoughts on everything I said so far. So if you have anything that supports it, or that I missed, or even something that debunks it, if you have something, please leave your own ideas in the comments below. Let's together unravel the true history of the world. And if that whole story of Emo and JoyBoy interests you even more, Binks Sake, the oldest pirate song in One Piece, long rumored to hold some of Oda's biggest secrets, is actually the entire life story of JoyBoy, how he ate the Nika fruit, found and used the ancient weapons, became the first pirate, and ultimately was defeated in a massive battle that holds the secret to the entire story. At least I'm like 99% sure of that after accidentally cracking the secret code that Oda has hidden in this song. And it's really all thanks to this one line right here. It's actually the 6th line of the entire song, and in Japanese it goes Don to icho uta o funade no uta. In English it has been translated as let's all sing out with a don as the ships set sail. And well, on the surface, at least on paper, it's pretty clear to me what it's referring to. Don is a traditional sound effect used to describe the sound of a drum beat, which we all now know connects directly to the drums of liberation and the sun god Nika. In fact, as I'll explain later on, the Don in the song is very likely referring to JoyBoy's Gear 5 heartbeat as he set sail to be the first pirate from the ancient kingdom. That's a pretty safe bet, also based on everything that we learned from Vegapunk during Egghead Island about JoyBoy and the Void Century. But this is where things get interesting, because when I translated the words a second time myself, I realized that this first version is not all that it could possibly mean. And the funny thing is, I actually stumbled across this detail when I was working with one of my team members on a completely different theory about JoyBoy's great 1,000-year plan, but this discovery completely changed my upload schedule, and we have to talk about this one first before we can get to that. And really, the only reason why I was looking at the song in the first place was because Binks Sake has long been used consistently throughout One Piece since its introduction in chapter 442, and always at key moments like Roger discovering Laugh Tale or the death of the Rumba pirates. And of course, since the song literally name drops Laugh Tale with its very last phrase, well, people have all been kind of aware that this song probably holds a lot more secrets than we all originally thought. In other words, when we were researching and theorizing about JoyBoy's big 1,000-year plan, we knew that probably some of the secrets at least had to be hidden within Binks Sake as well. After all, it only makes sense that the oldest pirate song in One Piece would have something to do with, well, the oldest and first pirate, JoyBoy, as it was finally confirmed by Vegapunk in chapter 1114. But I would never have guessed that the song is literally the key to everything. You see, in very classic Oda fashion, the entire lyrics are full of double meanings, and much like the Poneglyphs, Binks Sake may reveal the true history of the world as well. And it all starts with this one word, which I just kind of randomly just happened to check with my online Japanese dictionary. You see, the word icho usually is meant to be with one big don, but it can actually also be read, as you can see right here, as a traditional Japanese measurement in which one cho actually equals 109 meters. Which would then actually change this line of the song to something like, with the sound of a drum, 109 meters, the song of the ship leaving. And we'll get back to that second part, but first I looked at that number in my translator and went, huh, that's cool though. nothing really measures out to a little over 100 meters in the manga. I mean, kind of wonder how often that phrase appears in the entire song, and well, it appears exactly one more time, which immediately kind of set off my theory alarm sense, because Vegapunk just literally said in chapter 1115 very recently that the sea level had risen by 200 meters and destroyed the ancient civilizations of the Void Century. But notably, he did not say that it all happened at once. 200 meters is a very specific number, so could it actually be that the sea levels rose twice? Yeah, that's right. I believe that it wasn't just one massive flood that ended the old world, but two. Listen to this. Here's what we know. Uranus, with only a small fragment stolen from the artificially created mother flame from Vegapunk, caused the sea level to rise exactly 1 meter. And I think that calling attention to that very specific detail was a hint towards the full powerful potential of a fully used mother flame. At full power, I do believe that a single ancient weapon can actually flood the world up to 100 meters in one go, and this song, I think, does prove exactly that. Okay, but I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself here, because first of all, with this kind of random funny discovery of the 100-meter thing happening twice, both times connected to the drum beat, I did feel like we cracked the surface of something interesting here with that specific measurement, and so me and my team really went into the rest of the entire song to find anything else connected to this drum beat, ship sailing, and the 100-meter thread that we have started to unravel here. And wouldn't you know that the other second time that this lyrical line is used in the song has another super interesting double meaning as well. Because the second time it's used, it says Don toicho uta o unaba no uta, which translates in the official to "Let's all sing with the dawn, the song of the waves." Now, all you eagle-eyed film Red fans may see what I saw here, but for those of you who don't quite know what I'm talking about, let me fill you in. As you might know, the word uta in Japanese means to sing or a song, and utao means let's sing. It's kind of like cheering everyone on. But also, it's literally the name of Shanks' daughter and the name of her sing-sing fruit as well, the Uta Uta no Mi, which means that we've got a song of the seas and a song of the ship. So an interesting detail is that what's translated in the original English here as waves is actually the song of the deep ocean. That's a much more literal translation. But anyways, after those two songs each, the song of the ship and the song of the deep ocean, a sea level rise of 109 meters might have happened. Now, that in itself is a really interesting point. A song that is raising the sea. There was something in here, and I just couldn't quite fully connect them in a meaningful way until I realized that the secret here was in the other part of these lyrics. Because you see, the golden thread that ties all of this together isn't even the sea rising or the drum beats, it's the song. What do I mean by that? Well, there is a third mention of the word uta or song in Binks' sake in the line that reads Sora nya wa okaku tori no uta. This is translated to "the birds sing as they draw circles in the sky." So we have the song of the birds in the sky, we have the song of the deep ocean under the sea, and we have the song of the ship setting sail on that sea. You see what I'm getting at here? Because once I saw that pattern and number, it was all kind of clear to me that the songs are literally the ancient weapons. The song of Uranus in the sky, Poseidon and the ocean, and the ancient ship Pluton on the ocean. Literally every time a song is mentioned in Binks' sake, it's connected to the domain of an ancient weapon. Giant weapons that we now know did raise the sea level, because we for one just watched Imu do it with the attack on Lulusia Kingdom, but also Vegapunk just warned us about the ancient weapons having caused floods in the most recent chapter. And once I realized the connection here and what we might have discovered, we of course had to fact check the language stuff, because I do speak Japanese, but I still wanted to ask some native speakers I know, some academic resources, and of course our good pal the internet, and we put all of our resources into figuring out why Binks' sake might be talking about the great floods and the ancient weapons to begin with. And for that, specific shout out to Peyton from my team, who actually stayed up until 4 in the morning with me to actually try and work through all this. One Piece theorists everywhere do salute you, my boy. Like, that was a crazy session we did there. Anyways, taking literal hours to look at the rest of the lyrics, we tried and start to puzzle together the story that this song is actually trying to tell us. And let's, for this part, actually take it from the very first verse of the story. The song starts with going to deliver Binks' sake, following the sea breeze, riding on the waves, far across the salty depths, the merry evening sun, the birds sing as they draw circles in the sky. Sounds kind of harmless, casual even, like kind of a fun pirate song, but just like the singing of the sky, the other lines here also have a bunch of hidden double meanings when translated closer to the actual Japanese. In my personal opinion, a very classic Oda move, as we see time and time again with characters, birthdays, location names, and numbers, and pretty much everything in this entire series which carries double meanings and symbolism. And so with that in mind, when we take a literal approach to the translation, it then translates much more closely as the sea breeze, having the freedom to do what you want, and conquering the waves. Then, on the other side of the tides, the evening sun makes some noise, or technically is being loud. And once I had retranslated that line literally, I realized that we had struck some gold here, because there is now no going back. Binks' sake is the tale of JoyBoy and his tragic journey to destroy the world. Yeah, that's right. This song is actually a really dark and twisted comedy full of sorrow, insanity, and tragic loss. Binks' sake is a tale of a young JoyBoy and someone he probably shared sake with. And you see JoyBoy as a young man, kind of like Luffy, desires the freedom to do what he wants, conquering the waves and feeling the breeze of the ocean on his face. Now, he's stuck in the ancient kingdom and craves to be liberated. But on one faithful day, he hears the sun making a loud noise, but not the literal sun. No. He of course hears the call of the sun god, his drumbeat drawing him towards a very special fruit. Again, exactly what happened to Luffy. And once he eats it, his drum starts beating loudly. And as he learns to master the powers of the Nika fruit, his heart then also awakens something huge that has been lying dormant for many years, even before the Void Century, the ancient weapon Uranus. Okay, let's break some of that down. Here's what we know. For starters, it's confirmed now that the drums of liberation can activate ancient technology. That's basically the entire point of the ancient giant on Egghead Island. It keeps reacting to Luffy's transformation into Nika and his heartbeat, and seems to indicate that the Mother Flame isn't the only thing that can activate ancient technology. Or at the very least, or maybe even more likely, that maybe the original Eternal Flame that Vegapunk is trying to emulate is actually connected directly to Nika's powers. I mean, let's be honest, the sun is the biggest eternal flame out there, and Luffy is the literal sun god. Now, if the ancient weapons actually predate JoyBoy and the ancient kingdom and are connected to the sun god Nika instead, then these things and this technology is actually even more ancient than we all could have ever imagined. And who knows, maybe Nika and his civilization used them originally to terraform the earth at some point, but that's a theory for a whole nother video. Regardless of that, for now, we also know that JoyBoy isn't Nika, like as in the same person, as Vegapunk also confirms for us in chapter 1114. This all points to JoyBoy awakening the ancient weapons himself and potentially leaving Uranus within the ancient kingdom where he might have discovered it. Which might sound a little bit weird at first, but would actually very nicely explain why Uranus is the only of the ancient weapons that Emu and the world government have access to, but we'll actually get into that later as we dissect more of the song. And since we've now covered the first verse a bunch, let's keep diving into the next part. It reads, "Farewell to the harbor, to my old hometown. Let's all sing out with a dawn. A ship set sail, waves of gold and silver dissolve to salty spray as we all set sail to the ends of the sea." Again, sounds kind of harmless and even fun, but as I've already explained, there is a lot of double meaning here. The dawn, the song of the ship setting sail, and as you probably guessed, there are even more phrases in here that have actual double meanings. Let's start with the line about waves of gold and silver, because in Japanese it literally reads reads Kimpa Gimpa mo shibuki ni kaete. Kimpa Gimpa actually reads sparkling waves either in the moonlight or in the sunlight, which is actually a nice hint and potential tease at the possible shift away from a peaceful tide thanks to the sun gods. Now, shibuki actually is often translated as spree, but it can also be read as an impact and splash of something into the water. And while I initially thought that the waves of gold and silver might have been referring to treasure, I mean, the One Piece is supposed to be some sort of treasure as well. As we recently learned JoyBoy was the first pirate, I now actually think that this might be much more literal. In fact, I believe that this line could actually talk about the destruction brought by awakening the next ancient weapon, Pluton. And that's actually because of the other line, Oretacha yukuzo umi no kagiri. Now, normally that reads as sailing to the end of the ocean. So when I first kind of read it, I thought, oh, easy, sailing to the end of the Grand Line, finding Laugh-Tale, the literal ends of the sea, silver, gold, you know, the One Piece. But as I told you, I went deep on this song, like extra deep, like scanning every single Japanese word and checking for deeper meanings and hidden meanings. And as it turns out, the verb yuku, which usually means to go, actually can also mean taking out injustice by using force, which is both an insane thing to write in a song, but also the literal main theme of the entire story of One Piece. I mean, Oda is pretty clear on taking out oppressive military regimes and dictators and liberating the world and its people being Luffy's entire thing, so what if it was the exact same thing for JoyBoy as well? And so here's what I think that this verse could actually be saying. After awakening the Nika fruit and Uranus, JoyBoy for the first time in his life finally has the chance to set sail onto the ocean thanks to awakening his devil fruit and awakening Uranus. Maybe it's because it distracted the ancient kingdom and let him leave, or possibly literally opened a path for him to do so because the ancient kingdom wants him to find and awaken the remaining ancient weapons as well. Regardless of the details, he then leaves, saying farewell to his harbor, his hometown, and he then goes on to set sail with a dawn. And I believe that, as we again talked about earlier, this could be him finding and awakening Pluton, the giant ancient weapon warship. But this time, instead of simply activating it as with Uranus, JoyBoy actually uses it. Either by accident or fully on purpose, he uses his full sun god power force and uses Pluton to rain down fire and destruction upon injustice around the world. Which basically means that he's sailing around and liberating and freeing people, much like probably Nika did before him and very much like Luffy after him. But the catch here is that because he used the ancient weapon at full power, he ends up flooding the world, raising the sea 100 meters and changing the landscape of the planet forever. And I hope you can see that things are really starting to click here a little bit. And the next verse just keeps pointing to JoyBoy. Going to deliver Binks sake, we're pirates sailing through the sea, the waves are our pillows, the ship our roost, flying the proud skull on our flags and on our sails. Now, even on the surface level, this one's pretty clear. It's talking about how JoyBoy is the very first pirate, something that once again we now know from Vegapunk as a confirmed fact, and how he sails the seas. As the song explains to us on its surface level, he creates or adopts a Jolly Roger, the skull on his flag, and then he journeys the Grand Line. But again, this is of course far from the important lines in this verse. Let's address the elephant in the room. And no, I am not talking about Zanisha actually, though I guess maybe I should address Zanisha because this whole verse is about JoyBoy sailing the newly raised ocean with his crew. No, we actually have to talk about the reoccurring line of this entire song, Binks sake. Now, whether what I'm saying so far is correct or not, or whether the song has a different meaning, one thing I think we can all agree on. Binks sake is clearly incredibly important as a concept, appearing 4 times total in the song and being the name of the song as well. Now, we do know for a fact that sake in One Piece is a really important symbol of shared unity and brotherhood and also trust. Shanks, Luffy, Kaido, Roger, Whitebeard, Sabo, they all show us time and time again that this is how they express their trust and value of the other person. In other words, it's clear that in the world of One Piece, boozing up with the bros is the ultimate sign of love and value and friendship, which means that for JoyBoy to share Binks sake, he either is talking to one person or sailing around the oceans and making eternal bonds with a bunch of people. Either way, I'm pretty convinced that it's a line that clearly represents either one partner or several that JoyBoy had. For example, it's a very common theory that if there is a sun god, then there's probably also a moon god. And I think that whoever JoyBoy is sharing his sake with here, whether it's someone called Binks, Emu, Lily, or even someone else that we don't know about yet, they might have that moon god fruit, and it's going to cause a lot of problems. Why do I say that? Well, that's because I'm pretty sure at this point that they decided to try and use Uranus in order to destroy JoyBoy. Why would they want to do that? Well, consider the fact that JoyBoy might have just accidentally or on purpose flooded the world by 100 meters, and as a result might have actually been expelled from the ancient kingdom and thus not became just a regular traveler on the oceans, but the very first pirate, a criminal, an outlaw who now needs to live on his ship because he doesn't have a home anymore. You know, the entire "the waves are my pillow, the roost is my ship" and so on and so forth. Like, that guy now lives on his ship. He's now a criminal basically and banished from his country. But then we get even more evidence for this happening because the next verse in the song goes a little something like this. Now comes a storm through the far off sky. Now the waves are dancing, beat upon the drums. If you lose your nerve, this breath could be your last, but if you just hold on, the morning sun will rise. So our first task here was to really try and break down what the storm in question here really could be. And as I just said, I still believe that it's someone else now using Uranus. If you pay attention to what happens in chapter 1060 before the island of Lulusia is destroyed, a great storm seems to start forming above the island. In fact, the anime even goes so far as highlighting the sky going black as the weapon starts closing in. And remember, that might be at only 1% of its actual power if my math about the 100 meters is actually true, so imagine it at even greater strength. We know that the Mother Flame is something that Vegapunk has wanted to recreate, meaning that the original Ancient Kingdom had some form of true infinite energy that could power these things. You know, things like this picture from NL's cover story that hints at exactly that, showing what could be the original Mother Flame among the sky people on the moon. But regardless, Vegapunk is the one who locks this point really down when he first brings up the Mother Flame in the story. Now, as you remember I said earlier, it might be that JoyBoy actually left Uranus behind in his homeland, the Ancient Kingdom, as it was the first weapon he awakened while he was there. And if they have the weapon and decided to use it, possibly against JoyBoy and his ancient weapons to stop him from doing more bad stuff, then that would explain why a far-off storm would be coming, and why the drums start beating, since he'd now have to start transforming into his Nika form and use his weapons to defend himself. And it's actually this next part where we really get into the tragic side of the story, because if the 100-meter flood from earlier wasn't already sad enough for you and all that was lost in it, the line about losing your nerve in Japanese is actually "okubyo kaze ni fukareria saigo," and the literal translation reads as, if you let yourself be intimidated by the storm, it will be the end. Okubyo means cowardice, a wind of cowardice. If it blows on you, that will be the end. And so if we look at that literal translation and then the following line about holding on until the morning sun will rise again, well, we get a really sad story about the start of an epic battle for the entire world. You see, JoyBoy here might now have a choice to make when facing off against Uranus. He can either use another one of his ancient weapons and risk flooding even more of the world as has happened before, or do nothing and just let Uranus destroy him and everything he has built. You know, because JoyBoy probably still went around the world reuniting and protecting a bunch of races that later were loyal to him. Which means JoyBoy now has a real dilemma in front of him and may even lean towards being a coward by letting Uranus and its user, whoever that may be, destroy it all. But he also knows that everything in this world is a cycle. And even if he as the sun god will fail here and fall, and the moon god with Uranus should rise in the future, at some point, someday, the morning sun will dawn again, which means there will be another JoyBoy, another Nika. So he makes the choice to fight back against the injustice in front of him. And the next verse is the climatic battle I was just talking about. Going to deliver Binks sake, once again, today and tomorrow, our dreams through the night, waving our goodbyes, we'll never meet again, but don't look so down, as for tomorrow night, the moon will also rise. And I hope you can see why it's this section in particular that to me really solidified the idea of the moon god versus the sun god, and that Binks sake is the shared connection between JoyBoy and that other person. Obviously, once again, the reoccurring Binks sake line shows up here, and I do think that it's kind of meant to symbolize the two warring brothers facing off against each other. It represents sunset, the time where JoyBoy will have to say goodbye to his brother until the next dawn, but his will shall exist on through the long night, which of course potentially the dreams through the night could be a symbol for the will of D being passed down during the era of the moon gods. Now after this line, we might see the brotherhood shine through the cracks a little bit, even with the ancient weapons fighting on the line, war happening, and death swiftly approaching. JoyBoy is still focused on his brother's smile. He wants to bring joy and possibly even give him some sort of hope or assurance. Despite this battle being the last time that they will see each other alive, someday his reincarnation will return. Obviously, potentially referring to Luffy here, of course. Now, honestly, don't really know for certain if it's comfort here or if he's actually trying to be a little bit spiteful and saying, I'll come back for you and get you no matter what, to whomever he's fighting here. But based on the tone and the rest of the song, it does seem to me that this moon god-like figure, who I personally would like to believe is Imu, is someone that JoyBoy really used to care about. In fact, if it is Imu who was kind of this brotherly figure to JoyBoy, it could explain why he still got the giant straw hat in Marijua and hasn't immediately killed Luffy. His brother, whether it be literal or figuratively, has returned as he once promised. And of course, the line about the moon here would kind of symbolize the era of the moon god now starting after the sun has set, after JoyBoy is gone. And then of course we have the last verse of the song, going to deliver Binks sake, let's all sing it with a dawn, a song of the ocean, doesn't matter who you are, someday you'll just be bones, never ending, ever wondering, our funny traveling tale. Alright, step one is obvious I think at this point. Binks sake is being delivered once again, potentially meaning that the two brothers meet now for the very last time, but this time it's a song of waves. That means it isn't Uranus or Pluton, but Poseidon that is being used here, which actually would make a lot of sense since JoyBoy did make some sort of promise that he could never keep to the fishmen. Now for the longest time we've all kind of always assumed that it was a promise to bring them back to the surface with the Noah, and he failed to do so, but what if it was actually an apology to a broken, unfulfilled promise? An apology for breaking his promise and actually using the power of Poseidon to try and stop Uranus, an event that would surely have caused the survivors to look at the fisherman race with a lot of disgust and fear. He may also be apologizing for what was going to happen to them because of his actions, knowing that his successor would one day make it up to them somehow. Now on top of this, the Japanese here is a little bit weird because the kanji used for the ocean is umi, but it actually is being sung as unaba, which is actually kind of weird here and is used in the line Don to icho uta o unaba no uta, and it's actually a shortened version of the word unabara, which actually means the deep sea, something that may hint that this line is about the fishmen who live in the deep sea, and specifically of course Poseidon, who rules over the sea kings. In other words, the big clash between the two brothers has now happened, and once again, using another ancient weapon, JoyBoy has flooded the world by yet another 100 meters. Now, the next line about everyone becoming bones one day can be taken in a few different ways here. It could mean that everyone's gonna die in this catastrophic flood happening, despite them being good or bad, but it could also be read as a more targeted line in Japanese, translating to, no matter who you are, we will all be bones, which seems like a line meant for someone directly, almost like a sad and hollow threat of their inevitable death. I'm honestly not 100% sure on that one. As for the final lines of the song as well, they do seem to hint at something even bigger, especially when you connect them to the previous line, Hatenashi, atenashi, waraibanashi. It's the Japanese version of the last line here, and the word atenashi has the double meaning of both being aimless but also hopeless, which would actually translate the last line to something more akin to never ending, starring aimless/hopeless, our funny traveling tale/laugh tale. Which is not only the best alt-punk band song title ever, I think, but also a really scary indication of what JoyBoy thinks the world of One Piece is actually like. You see, if you combine these last two weird lines together, it seems to read that no matter who you are, this is how the world is just going to be. It's going to end in death, and it's a never-ending, aimless, and hopeless laughing story all the way around. So could it be that JoyBoy in the end uncovered the truth behind this never-ending cycle of the sun and the moon and realizes that even if he tries to break through it, it's always going to end in sadness and death and tragedy? Is that the reason why Rayleigh became a drunk and is right now drinking himself into a delirium during Vegapunk's speech, and Roger completely seemed to flip his switch after discovering the One Piece? It would also explain why Oden immediately went back to Wano and wanted to open the borders and release Pluton. The line, "he laughed," may actually be a very tragic realization and coping. The Roger pirates all laughed because, well, they can't do anything. The world is bleak and full of sorrow, and they all just accepted it, and even if they try to fight it, it'll just happen again and again. Which again would also give a lot of weight to Rayleigh's word to the Straw Hats. He said that the Straw Hats might in the end come to a different conclusion than JoyBoy and Roger's crew did after realizing the truth. Maybe they can actually end up breaking this sad, hopeless cycle of the sun and the moon and this never-ending tragedy, ultimately liberating the One Piece world from fate itself. Now, before we go any further here, one, I hope this blew your mind a little bit, but secondly, obviously this theory isn't 100% airtight just yet, and that is where you come in. The true meaning of Binks sake and some other of these lines right here clearly have a deeper and very important meaning. Me and my team were really thinking about this, and we do believe that this is the true story of JoyBoy and the Void Century, and we'd love to hear your ideas on what specific different lines here could actually mean with this new perspective for you, hopefully. So I really invite any of you out there who has an idea to leave their thoughts in the comments, and maybe with a little bit more of information together, we can truly crack the true history of the One Piece world wide open before Oda even can reveal it to us. But other than that, as promised earlier, there's also another really cool and big theory on its way about JoyBoy's massive plan. The One Piece manga just revealed something about the world of One Piece and its history that will change how we see the story forever. Because as it turns out, Egghead Island, the island with the most insane technology on the entire planet, is not the island of the future after all. Instead, Vegapunk explains that his research lab is actually a place of the past. His technologies pale in comparison to the technological advancements made by the legendary ancient kingdom that was destroyed during the Void Century. And we see Luffy discovering what seems to be a gigantic ancient robot outside the lab. And so there are 5 incredibly important things that we can take away from all of this. Like the fact that we now know for certain that One Piece is a story taking place in a post-apocalyptical world, which is absolutely crazy. But where did Oda get the idea for this? This reveal feels a lot like the one in Attack on Titan, where you get fed one narrow perspective of what this world is like until you find out that nothing is what it seems. That is the exact same feeling I have here. Turns out, the world of One Piece as we know it is the cataclysmic aftermath of an era of greatness that came beforehand. The first thing that came to my mind right away here is the Wheel of Time. In case you're not familiar with the story, it's a fantasy novel that takes place in the medieval Lord of the Rings-like world in the Third Age after the so-called breaking of the world. Now, even though it's not a major plot point throughout the story, the author feeds the reader hints that the world before this breaking was actually our own reality. That humanity became incredibly advanced in the future and ultimately destroyed itself, leading to a complete setback and a world that feels like fantasy. That's exactly the vibes that I'm getting from all this in One Piece as well right now. And I can't really begin to tell you just how great a piece of writing this is. It makes the lore and story of One Piece even better than it already was. The love Oda has for aliens and sci-fi stories like Star Wars have also gotten really apparent in the recent chapters, I think. and the giant mossy robot from a lost ancient civilization has pretty strong Castle in the Sky vibes, a Ghibli movie that seems to have a number of connections with One Piece. Really, go watch it if you haven't, it's fantastic. But it's not only fiction that Oda was inspired by here, because there are multiple theories out there that our own real world experienced a similar setback as well. People like Graham Hancock or Randall Carlson argued that the last ice age started and ended with a cataclysmic catastrophe that might have wiped out an already advanced ancient civilization from the face of our own planet roughly 12,000 years ago, lost to the sea as sea levels rose over 80 meters in the aftermath. It's speculated that this ancient civilization was the one that built the pyramids all around the world and mapped the entire planet. Now, I'm neither an archaeologist nor a geologist, so I really can't evaluate how accurate the science on all of this is, but there seems to be increasing evidence for it. And in any case, it doesn't really matter to us here if it's true or not, because it's an incredibly fun and interesting topic to go down the rabbit hole for, and due to all the similarities these theories have with Oda's writing, I'm 99% convinced that Oda took inspiration from this theory as well. Which brings me to the second point on my list. What does this major reveal mean for the One Piece world and the context of the story? Well, we now pretty much know that there used to be modern day technology on the planet, including space travel and advanced computing. But then at some point, this advanced civilization got defeated by the 20 kingdoms that later became the world government that is ruling the world until today. After this war, a major technological setback happened, throwing the world back into the age of guns and swords and seafaring. And it also explains really nicely now why the world government was so keen on wiping any trace of this kingdom from the history books. If anyone were to find out the truth about their advanced civilization, well, they could try and find and revive its technology and use it against the government. And so Imu and the Gorosei are purposefully withholding this knowledge and banning any research on it to keep their subjects unaware and incapable of standing up against their tyrannical rule. Now, you might be wondering why that is such a big deal. After all, there were many hints already in the story that the ancient kingdom was quite powerful. So what really has changed with this reveal? Well, it's the fact that what Luffy finds is a giant, functioning, titanic robot. And until this point, we all kind of assumed that much in the One Piece world is kind of based on the story's own magic system, like chakra or something. Devil fruits have a literal devil in them, the ancient weapons are just unique abilities certain people have, and the ancient kingdom built big cities, yeah, like Wano and Shandora, and we're a place where everyone could live together in harmony. But that's kind of it. Technology-wise, maybe similar to the level of ancient Greece or something like that if you want. But with this reveal that all of the fantastic technology that Oda has shown us in Vegapunk's lab so far, that all of that is not even on the same level as the ancient kingdom used to be, this tells us that we're talking Star Wars level civilization instead of ancient Rome here. And I think that's absolutely insane. It means that the entire power system in One Piece might very well be science. After all, as you know, science that is advanced enough does look like magic if you're unfamiliar with it. It means that devil fruits could simply be a technology and not some sort of power system. It also means that the ancient weapons, to me at least, suddenly become a much more terrifying and graspable threat as well. I mean, think Death Star, something that can destroy entire planets. I explained how much Oda loves Star Wars in the last chapter review, where he introduced a lightsaber into the story as well. Pluton being buried in the volcano under Wano could therefore be some apocalyptic giant machine with unfathomable powers. I think the idea that it's futuristic war tech makes it so much more fascinating and terrifying. No wonder then maybe that Roger was laughing when he learned the true history, about a time when you could fly to the moon, heal all diseases, and change the face of the planet itself. I mean, JoyBoy most likely explained how all that knowledge and technology would one day come back once the right conditions are met. So no wonder that Roger wished that he was born in the same technologically advanced era as JoyBoy, and no wonder that he and his crew were too early. The knowledge and skills of this advanced civilization were lost and would only return at a certain point in the future. And it of course also really nicely explains why the world government and Imu have technology that no one else in the story has, like the ability to eradicate an entire freaking island. They got their hands on the pieces of technology that they wanted to secure for their own rule from their enemies. Which does beg the third question here. How in the world did a kingdom with this level of knowledge crumble in the first place? The only thing we know for a fact really about the end of the Void Century is that 20 countries gathered together to defeat the Ancient Kingdom. These countries would later on become the Celestial Dragons, who are secretly being ruled by the mysterious Imu. But if JoyBoy and Co were as powerful as they seem to have been, well, how did they lose? One explanation my new assistant here tells me is that just like any other empire in history, no matter how long it lasts, at some point it starts falling apart from the inside, like Numenor in Lord of the Rings. A country that got so wealthy and comfortable in their position that they just start having infighting and corruption gnawing away at its former glory. So maybe Imu and the 20 kings were actually allied with or part of the Ancient Kingdom and backstab JoyBoy like Caesar got, for example. Another option is that the kingdom wasn't the only country with advanced technology. Maybe the war was a conflict like we know it from Star Wars, where both sides have access to terrible and advanced weapons. Or there's of course also the Wheel of Time option, where the civilization becomes so advanced that they discover something that they shouldn't have. An external force even greater and more powerful than them. So maybe the devil or devil fruit technology was the thing that allowed the government to wage war on the kingdom. A new power to match JoyBoy's. And this would be a really nice explanation for Imu, someone who offered the Celestial Dragons his help while secretly taking the throne for himself, ruling from the shadows, where he's able to still rely on his own ancient technology, like the one that destroyed God Valley and Lulusia. Which means that for item number 4 in our list, we have to talk about all the things in the One Piece world that have hinted at technology capable of shaping an entire planet. Like the actual One Piece planet itself. Anyone who has seen the layout of the globe knows that the world of One Piece feels incredibly artificial. The Grand Line and the Red Line meet at a perfect 90-degree angle and thus split the world of One Piece into 4 equally sized regions overlooked by the ruling Celestial Dragons on top of the only continent in existence. The Red Line is impossible to cross since flying technology seems to be actively kept from emerging, while the Grand Line with its dangerous and unpredictable weather and currents and the windless calm belt around it guarded by the Sea Kings make it impossible to cross it by ship. And the rest of the world seems to have been flooded so that the only inhabitable places are islands. And this results in a population that can't form any larger groups or travel and learn about the world, which of course is designed to keep people from rising up against the government or learn about things the government doesn't want them to learn about. All these weird anomalies, like the existence of Sky Islands or the giant hole under Enies Lobby. We originally thought that it might have been devil fruits who shaped the world in this way, but now that we know just how advanced the Ancient Kingdom really was, it seems much more likely that actual technology or weaponry was used to terraform the planet into a place that is easy to rule and control. I mean, just think of Enel and his findings on the moon. The fact that he found the plans for an actual spaceship in Shandora and that he encountered space pirates were always really odd things. But now, all these things are suddenly closely tied to the Void Century. There's technology there and an army of robots on the moon that is powered by electricity. We have the giant Ark Noah, a ship big enough to carry an entire civilization waiting to be used again, and as we know, the technology in One Piece overall is all over the place. On the one hand, you have spaceships and laser technology, while most people seem to be stuck in the 1700s, fighting with swords and cannons. Modern steel warships, while most people sail on wooden ones. Video live streaming, while the rest of the world is stuck with paper. And curiously enough, right Gojo? Curiously enough, all this advanced technology seems to be monopolized by one faction. In case I didn't tell you, I have a new assistant, Gojo. So for number 5 on this list, we have to ask ourselves, what does this reveal mean for Vegapunk and the government? Well, one thing that the story so far, and the Egghead Island arc in particular, have made very clear is that Dr. Vegapunk doesn't seem to think very highly of himself. For instance, he describes Momo's devil fruit as a failure and is clearly not very impressed with his own work, calling it a place of the past. Now, I really don't think that anyone who can build stuff like that, like the things he has built, can be called anything but a genius. But it does seem like Vegapunk has been reverse engineering a lot of the major inventions he's credited with from technology from the Void Century, something that understandably does seem to really bother him. He seems to be kind of disappointed that he can't do what the people 800 years ago were capable of doing. I mean, even though Momo's fruit is a perfect copy of Kaido's, it's just that, a copy, not an actual new devil fruit. Based on the winged robots seen on the moon by Enel, it seems like the Seraphim and Pacifista were also based on ancient technology. I mean, they're based on the research that was conducted on Kuma and King, who both seem to be Lunarians, who were known as the gods who lived on the Red Line, possibly the original people of the ancient kingdom. The giant robots Vegapunk has built seem to be based on the giant one that Luffy has just found outside the laboratory. In other words, all the crazy stuff Vegapunk has built is just a fraction of what used to exist before. And it's also no surprise then that the government wants to take him out really badly right now. It really does seem like Vegapunk might know more about the true history and its powers than almost anyone else, making him the #1 threat to the government. Rightfully so, it seems, as one of the 6 Vegapunks, Shaka #1, is in direct contact with Dragon of the Revolutionary Army. By the way, if you're a bit confused by the entire 6 Vegapunk plus 1 body thing, next to his legendary treasure, JoyBoy and the Ancient Kingdom are the single biggest mystery in all of One Piece, and honestly, we still don't know all that much about that lost part of history or who actually lived in it. But is that actually true? I don't think so, because it turns out that we know a whole lot more about it than you might think. To be precise, I think we know the identities of at least 10 potential members of JoyBoy's own crew and the commanders of his grand fleet. Which of course raises one really big question: how do we even know that JoyBoy had a crew to begin with? So here's what we do know for a fact about JoyBoy. He was alive during the Void Century, that's a given, as the Poneglyphs themselves are telling his story. We have Imu's very sour reaction to his name, and Kaido and King's remarks about JoyBoy's history during Wano. After all, even Roger makes the very specific remark in chapter 967 that he wished that he could live during the time of JoyBoy after arriving on Laugh Tale. And based on all of that, I think it's fairly reasonable to assume that JoyBoy therefore lived during the Void Century. And as you'll find out during this video, Roger is actually kind of the missing link between JoyBoy and the new JoyBoy, Luffy, and all the 3 of them have a lot of parallels that make some of JoyBoy's crew really, really obvious if you really think about it. And speaking of Luffy, since Zunisha and the giant robot on Egghead that was waking up speaking and acknowledging Luffy as the new JoyBoy, it's pretty fair to say, I think, that JoyBoy either had the Nika fruit or that the Sun God Nika and JoyBoy are simply one and the same person. Otherwise, why else would Zunisha say that JoyBoy has returned, or why would the robot react to Luffy's drum-like heartbeat when Luffy shifts into his awakened form Gear 5? But more interestingly, some of the most powerful and ancient countries in the One Piece world also all have ties to JoyBoy and the Ancient Kingdom as well. As you well know, the path to Laugh Tale throughout the Grand Line is littered with quite unique clans, groups, and islands hidden off from the rest of the world. And all of them seem to share one big connection to the mythical Sun God Nika, JoyBoy, or even both. And we do know that for a fact thanks to the Poneglyphs hidden in and protected by many of these nations. The Poneglyphs, of course, are these unbreakable stones written in an ancient language that detail the history of the Void Century, JoyBoy, and the road to Laugh Tale, the final island where the One Piece was hidden by, you guessed it, none other than JoyBoy himself, not Roger. Again, we actually do know that because Roger addresses JoyBoy personally by name when finding Laugh Tale, as you can see in this panel right here. On top of just the Poneglyphs though, there's also this very mysterious symbol right here that we first see in Alabasta, the very first island where we actually learn about the Poneglyphs as well. It's a big circle with 8 orbs surrounding it, and it pops up in a lot of very very interesting places. The Kozuki crest on Wano, the flag of Alabasta, the symbol of the fishermen Sun Pirates, inside the church on Kuma's home island, in Shandora, and maybe even in other places like here on the arm of this Tontada. And so this shared symbol shows a great and common tie in between several groups and races, all from different islands, all scattered around the world. In other words, the only way that they could all be tied in is if someone or something was spreading their influence or word around all these different places around the globe. And now I'm not saying that JoyBoy is some sort of One Piece Jesus, but just that, well, he kind of is One Piece Jesus if you think about it, and just instead of his disciples, he probably had a very large crew. And you'll see that in just a second, but let's start with the one person we 100% know confirmed is connected to JoyBoy, the ancient queen of Alabasta, Nefertari di Lily, the very first most likely member of JoyBoy's crew. And how am I so certain? Well, more than anything else in the series, Imu made that very clear. The very first time we ever actually hear more than a short sentence from Imu is talking about Lily to King Cobra of Alabasta, basically acknowledging the fact that Lily made a grave mistake or sin that led to the Poneglyphs being released into the rest of the world. Imu even suggests that despite thinking it may have been an accident, Lily could very well have planned for this. And of course, the fact that the kingdom of Alabasta, her kingdom, had been secretly guarding a Poneglyph to this day seems to suggest that it was a very intentional act against Imu and the remaining 19 kingdoms. And this of course is only further strengthened by Lily's refusal to actually join the Celestial Dragons up in Marijua, being the only one of the 20 original founders to not head up to the Holy City. All of these acts and choices are the actions of someone who did not agree with Imu and ended up secretly siding with JoyBoy in the Great War. And of course, this once again also proves that JoyBoy is in some way 100% connected to the Ancient Kingdom. And since Lily was also part of these 20 original kingdoms, and we know that their enemy was the Ancient Kingdom, it's very clear that JoyBoy would have to have been part of, or maybe even be the leader of that great Ancient Kingdom. But regardless of just that, what we do know is that Lily's mistake led to the direct release of the Poneglyphs into the rest of the world, but it doesn't answer one really big question, which is who actually created them in the first place. Luckily, we do know that for a fact as well, because it's someone that both Oden and his father Kozuki Sukiyaki confirmed together. And that's because it was their ancestors, the Kozuki clan during the Ancient Kingdom, and very possibly the second member of JoyBoy's crew. You see, it's basically confirmed by Sukiyaki that the Kozuki are the ones who originally made the Poneglyphs, which is why Oden could actually decipher them for Roger, because it was passed down through their family generations. Not to mention that Sukiyaki reveals that there is some secret that has been passed down through the Kozuki clan, one that he couldn't even tell Robin about when they finally met. And this secret actually seemed to be what caused Oden to want to break down the walls of Wano, and I do think that it's got something to do with the downfall of JoyBoy. It also helps, of course, that so much of ancient Wano, the one hidden below the sea level, has connections to the Void Century as well, being the home to Pluton, one of the other ancient weapons that we know the Ancient Kingdom had, which we've also discovered by now that JoyBoy very likely used to fight against Imu as well. And Pluton being hidden in Wano may also suggest that it was the home territory of JoyBoy to begin with as well. And now this of course would also help explain why Kaido decided to set up his home territory in Wano as well, believing that he would be the second coming of JoyBoy, and also thematically explain why Luffy finally awoke Gear 5 in this country. But not only that, it would also help explain its separation from the world government, as it would be the last still remaining bastion of the Ancient Kingdom, which is just some food for thought. And so at the very least, it's very likely that someone from Wano, like a Kozuki clan member, was actually part of the crew. But what if I told you that the Kozuki clan may technically even have had 2 members on JoyBoy's crew? And that's because I believe that Kozuki Toki, Oden's wife, was also connected to JoyBoy. For starters, despite being so young during Oden's flashback, Toki is really a 800 years old. This is of course due to her unique devil fruit, the conveniently named Toki Toki no Mi, aka the Time fruit, and its absolutely mind-bending ability that allows her to send herself and others into the future. And I mean as far into the future as she wants to. That's because she literally shows up 20 years before the story, when we do know that she actually started in the Void Century. And so the question here is, why travel so far ahead? And I do think that JoyBoy may be the reason here. I mean, let's look at it objectively. We do know that Toki's got a devil fruit that lets her go forward in time. Lily created and spread the Poneglyphs, which are all written in an ancient language that can only be read by very specific people. And who created them? The Kozuki family from Wano. And so I think it's now time for a little bit of theorizing. If Lily's choice to spread the Poneglyphs was planned from the beginning and Toki was connected to JoyBoy and the crew, then maybe her jumping into the future was actually to fulfill JoyBoy's plans that are laid out written on the Poneglyphs. Now, I'm not necessarily saying that Toki had some sort of crazy master plan going into the future, marry a Kozuki, get them to Laugh Tale, and then have kids that would someday change the future. But I'm also not saying that she couldn't have done exactly that, making her kind of a manipulative genius. So let's think about this straight. Toki just happens to show up the perfect time to go with the crew to Fishman Island, where it's explained to them that Shirahoshi's birth is going to be incredibly important to both Roger's crew and King Neptune, and then Toki gives birth to her own 2 children, who she then sends even further into the future to another different point in time. Which again just so happens to line up perfectly with the point in time that Roger finds out on Laugh Tale that the world will finally change. And I hear you, Toki technically never went to Laugh Tale, so she couldn't really know what's written on the last Poneglyph, but that's kind of wrong. I mean, she absolutely could know what's written there. After all, she is literally from the Void Century, which to me seems to at least be a few points towards Toki knowing a lot more than she has ever told in the story. In fact, it would perfectly explain why she was very okay with Odin going with Roger to complete the journey. That's of course because Roger needed Odin to be able to read the final Poneglyph that would explain everything on Laugh Tale. But even if you think that that's way too high brain for Toki, take all of the specifics out of what I just said and strip it down to the bare bones and facts. The idea is that Toki went to the future and planned to meet a modern Kozuki clan member. That way she could help him connect the knowledge passed down through the Kozuki clan to the Poneglyphs. After all, we do know that her original plan was to get to Wano the moment that she landed in the modern era, which would make a lot of sense if she was just looking for a modern Kozuki member. And then basically it just so happened that she also fell in love in the process. In other words, Toki very much could have been on JoyBoy's crew as well. But for now, let's pivot from Wano over to the other big territory who worships the sun god Nika, Skypiea. And more specifically, Shandora, as it is another place that we do know is very clearly tied to JoyBoy and the Ancient Kingdom. Now we do know this primarily from their Poneglyph and the chamber built to protect it, but also the fact that it was seemingly a part of the Great War between the 20 Kingdoms and the Ancient Kingdom as well. That war devastating Shandora, or at least that was assumed until it was knocked up into the sky by the knock-up stream. And while we don't know 100% for a fact that they actually fought alongside the Ancient Kingdom, we do know that thanks to the Poneglyph they protect and it pointing to Poseidon in Fishman Island, a Shandoran warrior, or more likely even a leader of Shandora, was definitely a member of JoyBoy's crew as well. And of course, speaking of Fishman Island, it is also one of the more prominent races that have connections to JoyBoy as well. This of course also is once again thanks to Odin's flashback and the Fishman Island arc that not one but 2 Poneglyphs have resided in Fishman Islands. And that very conveniently once again Roger showed up just in time for the prophecy of Shirahoshi, the reincarnation of Poseidon, an ancient weapon of the Ancient Kingdom who was born during that time as well. Once again, we do know for a fact definitely that JoyBoy did have some sort of connection to the old Poseidon and the Fishmen, as not only was one of those Poneglyphs a great apology letter to his failure to uphold his end of a deal, but also it was stated on the Poneglyph in Shandora that Poseidon would be reborn in Fishman Island. Plus, we do know that JoyBoy and Poseidon are somehow connected to the Sea Kings, something which is confirmed in chapter 968 when they discuss the return of their kings and the birth of someone that they've been waiting for to be born from a distant land. And while it's never been officially confirmed that that is Luffy, the prophecy of Luffy destroying Fishman Island during the very same arc seems to build a very strong connection in that direction as well. Not to mention that since Poseidon's power is controlling the Sea Kings and Poseidon is the mythical ruler of the ocean, history is kind of repeating itself, meaning that JoyBoy was connected to the original Poseidon just the way that Luffy is now to Shirahoshi. And so in a nutshell, JoyBoy is connected to the Ancient Kingdom. The Ancient Kingdom used the ancient weapons to fight against the 20 Kingdoms, at least that's very likely, and Poseidon controls the Sea Kings. And since the one thing connecting all of them together is the voice of all things, as seen by Roger and Odin during their adventures listening to the Sea King, I think it's more than safe to say that the original Poseidon was also a member of JoyBoy's crew representing the Fishmen. But if you thought that the Fishmen were the only tragically oppressed race allied with JoyBoy, well, just wait, because the Buccaneer race has the most tragic connection to our Void Century mystery man yet. That's because we learned a solid bit about JoyBoy's connection to that race from Kuma's flashback, where not only do we learn that he is a Buccaneer that worships the sun god Nika, but also once again we do see that very same 8-pointed sun set up in his church as well. Now I think that by now we've more than established that in some way Nika and JoyBoy are heavily connected. But again, are they the same person, or was JoyBoy just another user of the Nika fruit like Luffy seems to be? I do personally think that they actually were the same person, and that is all thanks to that pesky devil Emu and the Gorosei. You see, the world government really wants the Buccaneers to suffer and go extinct, using them as targets in the most dangerous game in their hunting events like on God Valley. And while it hasn't been really confirmed, the ties between Nika and JoyBoy and then Nika and the Buccaneers do lead me to believe that the Buccaneers have been suffering due to the conflict between JoyBoy and Emu, which again not only connects them to JoyBoy but also reinforces the idea that the Warrior of Liberation Nika and JoyBoy are one and the same person. After all, if all of the races who were affiliated with JoyBoy are being oppressed, then it seems to make sense that their leaders were devout followers of JoyBoy as well, which, you guessed it, all points to a Buccaneer clan member also being part of JoyBoy's crew, potentially even one of Kuma's ancestors. And so I think it's only right now to switch over to our next nearly extinct race. It's time to talk about the Lunarians, another race with the strongest of ties to JoyBoy out of maybe all of them yet. Because unlike a lot of races who do worship a sun god, Warrior of Liberation, and or Nika, the Lunarians are heavily connected directly to JoyBoy by name himself. Why is that? Well, it's all thanks to Kaido, the king of the beast, because we do learn a whole lot about the Void Century during Wano and thanks to Kaido, but without any question, his biggest contribution to lore piece is introducing us to the last remaining Lunarian, King. In case you don't know, we do learn during Wano that the Lunarians are another ancient race of sky people that are quite similar to the Buccaneers, as they are on the verge of actual extinction. Once again, a direct result of Emu and the world government. During King's flashback, we found out that Kaido recruited him specifically because of his powers, but also because of his quite unique connection to JoyBoy. Kaido referring to himself as the person that the Lunarians are waiting on. And while it's not technically confirmed that it was JoyBoy, Kaido constantly remarks that he's been waiting for JoyBoy, the fact that he doesn't think Luffy is JoyBoy after defeating him, and during his flashback we do see that he used to possibly think he was the reincarnation of JoyBoy himself. In fact, it's very likely also why Kaido sticks around in Wano to begin with, as he knew JoyBoy, aka later Luffy, was bound to return right here. But the actual reason why I'm so certain that there was a Lunarian on JoyBoy's crew as well, and possibly even his first mate, is the parallels it draws between JoyBoy and his commander, Kaido and King, as well as Luffy and Zoro. Here's what is implied based on what we know. Kaido wanted to be JoyBoy, and he took a Lunarian as his first mate. Then to continue this trend, we do know that Luffy is actually the second coming of JoyBoy, and so his right hand would also need to match what Kaido seems to know about JoyBoy JoyBoy as well. And well, not only did Zoro defeat King, but he also proclaimed himself the King of Hell in the process. And of course, arguably, the most infamous King of Hell is Lucifer. You know, the fallen angel, the guy depicted with black burned wings and fallen from the top of the world. Also, not to mention, is yet another biblical connection between JoyBoy, Emu, and the Holy Land, which just so happens to be right now where the Lunarians' kingdom used to be before it was wiped out. And so if Kaido picked King as his right hand and Luffy also picked a fallen angel in the form of Zoro, then it would just make sense that JoyBoy had a Lunarian as his first mate as well. And that of course would help explain why Kaido not only knew that King was Lunarian, but why he brought him along for his journey as well. But that's actually not all that we found out about JoyBoy and his crew from the Lunarians, because we also find out during Enel's cover story some truly crazy things about the Lunarians as well. As you probably know, Slim Shady over here has decided to go to the moon, and when he did, he found a line of ancient mechanical robots that lay dormant in a hidden city. A facility that had carvings of the sky races all over it, detailing their story. Now, sure, the moon and the sun are kind of polar opposites, and it does raise the whole thematic sun god moon race kind of parallel, but that's just an additional tie-in here. What we do know is that the ancient kingdom was incredibly technologically advanced. That's something we found out during the Egghead Island arc from Vegapunk. And thanks to Enel's cover story, we do know that the Lunarians, or at least the other sky races, had some part in creating some of the advanced instant technology of the ancient kingdom, which would actually tie all these automatons and the sky races once again to JoyBoy. Why is that? Well, it's thanks to this giant robot right here on Egghead Island. A robot that just happens to respond to Luffy's JoyBoy heartbeats. And you know what that robot said when he finally woke up? Yes, it can speak. It said, "I'm sorry, JoyBoy," which makes yet another rock solid addition to JoyBoy's crew right here. For one, this ancient robot of the past is just huge in general for starters, but I'll get into that shortly. More importantly right now, it also climbed the Red Line and attacked Marijoa 200 years ago. Something that, while not confirmed, does seem to also imply that Emu's destruction of the ancient kingdom was a very targeted attack on JoyBoy and his comrades. After all, the statement, "I'm sorry, JoyBoy," could be taken two ways, both of which do seem to confirm a very similar occurrence. One, if you assume the apology is for betraying JoyBoy, then the robot seems to reinforce the idea that JoyBoy's crew betrayed him at some point, which then would make guilt the main reason this robot attacked Marijoa. If the robot was part of this betrayal, then maybe the attack on the Holy Land 200 years ago was some sort of attempt of retribution. But on the other hand, what also could be the case is a very classic revenge story. So let's look at the opposite angle. The robot may actually be apologizing for being unable to stop Emu's plans of betraying JoyBoy, and the attack on the Celestial Dragons would be an attempt at getting revenge for its fallen captain. But really, either way you cut it, all angles of speculation really point to this robot being heavily tied and related to JoyBoy, and just a point to bring up here, it also seems to parallel Kuma's attack on the Red Line in chapter 1092. So who knows, maybe the Iron Giant is a similar cyborg buccaneer just like Kuma, or potentially, seeing as it was the base for the Vega Force 1, something that's pretty close to the Frankie Shogun / General Frankie. Maybe the Iron Giant is actually just a huge mech suit of armor for another crew member. We'll get to that, but no matter how you really cut it, the Iron Giant is somehow a crew member of JoyBoy's, in whatever shape or form that might turn out to be the case. And now that we've covered the Iron Giant, I do want to go back to Lily for just one moment, because I think that her mistake really helps point to the final three members I'm nearly certain were part of JoyBoy's crew as well. Alright, let's get back to the hard facts and talk about the elephant in the room, or I guess it's more accurate to say the giant elephant in the room, Zunisha. Now technically, Zunisha is a Natami Norida elephant, a species with gigantic legs that stretch all the way down to the ocean floor. I mean, this dude is literally 35 kilometers tall. That is absolutely massive, not to mention he's got a lifespan of over 1,000 years. Here's what we know. Zunisha carries the entire civilization of Zou on his back, which is the homeland homeland of the Minks. Which of course also means that the Minks are yet another allied nation for JoyBoy. After all, if they have used Zunisha for protection from the rest of the world for all these years, and also were tasked protecting a road poneglyph, it's very unlikely, I think, that they weren't allied with JoyBoy as well. Anyways, we do know that Zunisha wanders the ocean because originally he was punished back during the Void Century. He committed some sort of mysterious grave crime which was somehow connected to JoyBoy and the Ancient Kingdom falling. And so he 100% knew the original JoyBoy, since he is the character that confirms to us, the audience, that Luffy is the new JoyBoy. That's because for Zunisha to recognize the drums of liberation and be the one who has to tear down the walls of Wano, freeing Pluton, Zunisha definitely has some direct tie to JoyBoy personally, because these are all things, sounds, and ideas that are directly related to the Warrior of Liberation. Not to mention he's carrying a road poneglyph, something only seen in places tied to ancient weapons and JoyBoy. Which interestingly enough also implies that wherever Luffy will end up finding the final road poneglyph will also be the location where he learns about the location of the final ancient weapon, Uranus. And I think it's actually very safe to say that due to his lifespan, his knowledge, and the fact that he's literally carrying a road poneglyph, Zunisha was also part of JoyBoy's crew / team. And I'll say it, I do think that Zunisha probably wasn't just a member, it was their ship. I mean he's able to literally cross between islands with his massive footsteps, not to mention that with his size and power, he could carry a whole kingdom to wherever they wanted to go. Remember the ancient city that the Minks live in, or maybe, just maybe, he was a little cute guy like Chopper, a pint-sized elephant buddy for JoyBoy, or a normal-sized elephant compared to a giant JoyBoy. That's right, because I think JoyBoy himself was a giant. Now you might know that this is actually a fairly common theory because weirdly enough, many characters and objects surrounding JoyBoy are insanely huge. For example, there's this giant straw hat in Marijua, or the fact that the poneglyphs are quite massive as well. Not to mention that Gear 3rd and Gear 5th are all about Luffy becoming a giant, and this is something that a Zone Fruit would do if it was trying to turn Luffy back into his full or hybrid Nika form. There's also the fact that Elbaf, the home of the giants, is super religious and also focuses on the sun god Nika. Giants like Dory and Broggy name their attacks after the sun, and they also recognize Luffy himself as the sun god. Really, it makes sense that this ancient race of giants would know the sun god if JoyBoy himself was a giant as well. And all of that is why I'm pretty sure that JoyBoy himself was the giant, or at the very least there was another crew member that was a giant with him as well. But there is yet another crew member to go over, and according to Luffy, it may just be the most important one on any crew. We're of course talking about a crew's musician. That's because Luffy says at the beginning of the story and to Brook that he's always wanted a musician on his crew, and if he's the reincarnation of JoyBoy, that means JoyBoy very much likely would have felt the same way. So who could that be then? Who was a legendary ancient musician in the One Piece world? Well, Binks, of course. For starters, we do know that Binks Sake is the most important song in One Piece. Shanks and Roger love this song, and it's the song that connects the past with the present. But I would take it even one step further. I think that literally means the ancient past and the present. Because Binks Sake literally connects all the great pirate crews such as JoyBoy, Roger, Shanks, and Luffy, and we know that Roger's crew sings it all the way to Laugh Tale, and Shanks' crew sings it at the start of the series. Not to mention, it's what Brook sings to Laboon and what he sings when we first meet him in the story. Because you see, there's a really interesting connection between the island whales like Laboon and Binks Sake. Brook makes that very obvious. After all, Laboon loves that song more than anything in the world, but not only that, island whales and giant whales in general have a very important and interesting connection to Laugh Tale and the Void Century. Whales always appear whenever Laugh Tale is mentioned. Take this exact moment from chapter 967, where Roger and Odin both describe an immense pressure given off by the whale tree on Zou. The Straw Hats entering the Grand Line and learning about Laugh Tale for the first time from from Crocus, there's Laboon. The Straw Hats making it into the New World, talking about Laugh-Tale, there is a pot of whales. Not to mention that the lyrics of Binks seem to describe how the ancient kingdom fell. There is a lot of theories around this song. Take this line from the song, for instance, quote, "Now comes a storm through the far-off sky. Now the waves are dancing. Beat upon the drums. If you lose your nerve, this breath could be your last. But if you just hold on, the morning sun will rise." In other words, that sounds very much like the fall of JoyBoy and his crew, if you ask me, and it's also talking about the amount of time that it will take for the new sun god to rise, aka Luffy. And I think it's not too much of a reach to say that if Bink was a real person, he was most likely JoyBoy's musician. So that's technically 10 characters right there. Have we cracked it, right? Well, not exactly, because as I mentioned earlier, I don't think Zanisha was an actual crew member. I think he was either part of an ancient weapon or their ship, which means there is actually one spot left on the crew, and since we've been putting him off for way too long, it is finally time to talk about none other than the mighty Emu, the secret ruler of the world for the last 800 years. And I hope it's become glaringly obvious throughout this video that Emu knew JoyBoy. And yes, I even believe it's possible that Emu also used to be a member of JoyBoy's crew. After all, Emu and potentially even the Gorosei seem to be immortal, potentially having lived even during the Void Century as well. So how and what exactly did Emu do? Because I mean, defeating a kingdom as powerful as the ancient kingdom with its powerful races and technology and ancient weapons would be incredibly difficult. Well, except if there was a big betrayal. A secret backstabbing of JoyBoy by his commanders, the original 20 kings of the 20 kingdoms, such as the original founders of the Dokihot family, the Figureland family, or the 5 Elders families, with Emu leading the charge. Now, this is of course speculation, but I do think that the 20 kingdoms only became kingdoms after the Void Century, and that all the kings of each kingdom were part of his original fleet. And Emu then convinced them to backstab and betray JoyBoy to gain power themselves, though that is of course a theory for a whole other video. What's important here is that JoyBoy's crew was full of absolute powerhouses, but where would they rank among the 24 strongest characters? Ors, the ancient giant, was JoyBoy. This is one of the most popular and crazy sounding One Piece theories in existence, so I sat down for the last 48 hours straight and gathered all the evidence that I could find on the internet to see if it's plausible or not. And I ended up going down a rabbit hole so deep that it made me question everything that I thought I had known about One Piece, especially with recent events in the manga. Here's what I found, starting with what we know for a fact about the mysterious figure JoyBoy and the even more mysterious race of ancient giants in One Piece. We do know that JoyBoy lived about 800 years ago, around the time of the Void Century. We know that he had a promise with Fishman Island that he would raise the Noah with the help of Poseidon, but for an unknown reason, that promise was broken. We also know that the giant elephant Zanisha was also a companion of JoyBoy's, and at some point, JoyBoy left an unimaginable treasure behind at the end of the Grand Line. A treasure now known as the One Piece. And JoyBoy also explained on the Poneglyphs that he would return in 800 years time. Enter Luffy, who upon unlocking Gear 5th for the very first time against Kaido, was proclaimed by Zanisha to be the second coming of JoyBoy. But wait, if we're talking about Ors being JoyBoy, some of you probably are already thinking about a potential problem here. If we look back to Thriller Bark, it's stated that Ors died around 500 years ago. After all, Moria found him frozen in the land of ice. Now, I'm no mathematician, clearly, but 800 and 500 are two very different numbers, so doesn't that throw a little bit of a wrench into this entire theory already? Well, not really. And there are two reasons for this. First, as we'll discuss in more detail in just a second, there are actually not one but two candidates for Luffy. One is the Ors that Luffy fought on Thriller Bark. We know that regular giants giants have crazy long lifespans. After all, Dori and Broggy were just casually dueling for 100 years. Ancient giants who are multiple times taller than regular giants could have an even longer lifespan as well. Also, with the ice preserving Ors's tissue, the dating here could just be plain wrong, making his death look a lot more recent than it actually was. However, let's just say that Ors actually lived around 500 years ago, the time that the explorer Nolan lived in One Piece as well, and Moria just knows that. It could also have been one of Ors's ancestors. Ors Jr. is Ors the Third. That means there was an Ors the Second. The giant skull in Onigashima has a good chance to be related to Ors as well, so this could make Moria's Ors the Second, and this one, the giant one, Ors the First, and therefore JoyBoy. We'll get into more detail about that in just a second here, because I want to stick with the frozen and ice thingy for a little longer here, because it is one of the main themes that unites all ancient giants in the story. Now, when Moria dug up Ors, he was frozen in ice and then frozen again later on Thriller Bark, but this is far from the only frozen giant that we've seen in the series. In Punk Hazard, there were a bunch of frozen preserved giants. The Yeti Cool Brothers here were some icy giants, also on Punk Hazard. The man who froze half of Punk Hazard, Aokiji, froze one of our favorite giants on Ohara, Jaguar D. Sol. And he also froze the new JoyBoy, Luffy. And of course, in the giant freezer in Marijoa, Imu keeps a giant frozen straw hat, one that just happens to be appropriately Ors-sized. And the straw hat, by the way, is the second thing that ancient giants just seem to share throughout the story. Next to the giant one in Marijoa, you have the Yeti Cool Brothers wearing actual straw hats, just like Luffy. Sol wore a hat, Ors Jr. got a straw hat from Ace, and as we know, Moria's Ors was looking for his straw hat as well. Now, these are all facts in the story that we've already seen, but this is just the first of 5 layers that I've discovered, because this theory goes much deeper, and the last level is a theory so insane that, if true, would change One Piece forever as we know it. So let's go one deeper and look at the core of this theory. Are there actual signs, or even better, some evidence that Ors was JoyBoy, Luffy's predecessor? Well, let's start simply from a power perspective, where Ors seems to definitely qualify for the role of JoyBoy. Now, you probably remember that Moria once challenged and got defeated by Kaido in Wano. That was when he was still a rookie. It's also when he took Ryuma's body to turn him into a zombie as well. And when the Straw Hats arrived in Thriller Bark, Moria had still not given up on becoming Pirate King and challenging the Yonko. So he thought that with Ors's zombie, even if not with the same full strength of the original, he could defeat Kaido this time. I mean, Moria has the bodies of people like Ryuma and Captain John, one of the former Rocks pirates, and still, his masterpiece to becoming Pirate King was Ors. He clearly knew exactly whom he had pulled out of the ice there, and so apparently did the government. Now, Zoro's sacrifice for Luffy and the crew, as well as the battle at Marineford, were two such incredibly epic moments that Eiichiro Oda got to sneak in a very important detail pretty much unnoticed. The government tried to assassinate Moria not just once, but twice after they found out that he had recovered Ors. First, they sent Kuma to do it, and then during the war at Marineford, someone, quote-unquote, above the Marines ordered Doflamingo to take Moria out as well. And there are really not that many people that could do that. It was either Imu himself or the Gorosei, an order from the highest level. The 5 elders and Imu, of course, know about JoyBoy and the Void Century. They've worked hard to eradicate any evidence from his existence or his powers from history. I mean, just remember how hard they tried to hunt and discredit JoyBoy's Nika fruit that was ultimately stolen by Shanks and then eaten by Luffy. And meanwhile, the government themselves also wanted to create an army of ancient giants. As Law explains to us, it would be their ultimate and unbeatable weapon. The same is true for Big Mom and Kaido, both of whom most likely know about JoyBoy. Just remember the giant kids from Punk Hazard, as well as the numbers. I mean, Kaido, who himself has strong Oni features, believed himself to be JoyBoy for a while before he then started looking for someone else who could possibly fill that role. Blackbeard and Rocks, 2 people who most likely also know more about the true history than most others, might know about Ors's significance too. Blackbeard's Jolly Roger are 3 skulls, and those 3 skulls can also be found on both Ors and Ors Jr.'s belts. Meanwhile, Rox's Jolly Roger is a skull with horns. Now, this could be a coincidence, and maybe it means something completely different, We really don't know yet. What we do know is that Ors was actively painted as evil. He is described as the cruel giant called the Continent Puller. That's because legend has it that he amassed countries and islands under his control with his band of villains. Now, it's very plausible that Ors was a terrible monster. That's a real possibility, but there's also a decent chance that things might not just be what they seem here. Because we do know that the world government is pretty much the Marie Kondo of changing people's history and true nature. Does this person inspire love and hope in you? Defame them, call them a devil, get creative and extinguish the spark of joy for anyone who tries to rise up against you. So Ors being called a devil goes very well with what we know from Nico Robin, and the devil, as you know, is the enemy of gods. Now, there is a whole lot of symbolism surrounding the giants and the devil that I just won't get into too much here. There's Saul's biblical name, devil fruits, Adam and Eve tree, you get it. The point is, devils in One Piece are the good guys. As for the continent pulling, well, this hasn't been officially confirmed, but it seems pretty clear that Wano is the result of just that, continents being pulled together. It's a mix of different islands with different climates pulled together, possibly so that different people and races from all across the world could live there in peace and safety together. If you remember Toki, who traveled into this time period from the Void Century itself and who is part of the Wano clans and culture, did not actually know where Wano was and was looking for it. And so the simple explanation here could be that Wano as a place simply didn't exist yet. Maybe JoyBoy told her of his plans to create the island Wano and told her to go look for it. Now this of course goes hand in hand perfectly with the gargantuan skull located right in front of Wano. It's possibly Ors' ancestor who died after pulling the islands together. We do know that Zunisha was JoyBoy's companion, which would make a lot of sense size-wise here. And don't forget that Zunisha heard JoyBoy's return as Luffy awakened his fruit on top of the gigantic skull. The same skull that Kaido, who was obsessed his entire life with JoyBoy's return, made his headquarters on. Now, really, we have gotten no confirmation yet if that giant creature here was actually alive at some point, nor who it really was. So this could all just be a bit of a red herring that Oda's throwing at us. But let's go another level deep. According to most theories, the main piece of evidence for one version of Ors being JoyBoy is Ors' supposed parallels and connections with Luffy during Thriller Bark. And I mean, most obviously, first of all, he gets Luffy's shadow. Just like Luffy is the second coming of JoyBoy, Luffy and Ors have a direct link now. And Ors does behave exactly like Luffy, however, isn't that explained pretty much by Luffy's shadow being inside him? After all, the zombies do all take on parts of the personality from the shadow that they're infused with. Well, there could be an explanation for that. You see, other shadow zombies seem to be in conflict a little bit between the shadow personality and the body's original personality. For example, Ryuma's original personality and Brook's shadow seem to be vying for control here and there seems to be a bit of a mismatch between the two. However, Ors is immediately acting just like Luffy, and there's never another sign of any other personality besides that, really. Now, we could see that as him simply adopting Luffy's personality, but it could also be that Luffy and the original Ors were more alike than we would initially expect them to be. For example, we do see Ors attempting to put on a straw hat. Now, he doesn't find a giant straw hat, but he does make do temporarily with a piece of a building. Now again, this could just be interpreted as Luffy's strong personality looking for his signature treasure, Straw Hat, but we've seen a giant straw hat beneath Marijua that would be a perfect fit for this particular ancient giant. What I personally find much more peculiar is when Ors attempts to use Gomu Gomu techniques, the zombie body actually stretches. Now, the reasoning we get for this within the arc is that the body is just following the shadow. But is that actually what's happening? I mean, what if Ors' body already had rubber properties because he already had Luffy's devil fruit while he was alive? Of course, this is something we can only speculate on for right now. We don't have any other example of a zombie with a devil fruit besides Brooks, and that one isn't exactly applicable because of its special use. In addition, we haven't been able to see whether the body of a devil fruit user maintains properties of its devil fruit. For example, would Luffy's body stay rubbery after death, or would it just revert back to normal once the fruit is reincarnated? Now, I do think that Ors being already stretchy is much less of a stretch than suddenly suddenly gaining devil fruit abilities through Moria's powers and kind of Luffy's shadow influencing the corpse to that crazy degree. I mean, otherwise, Moria has one of the most powerful fruits of all time, being basically able to clone abilities from the people he steals the shadows from. Also, I mean, speaking of stretches right now, this is a real reach, but if you look at the swirl patch on Ursa's belly, it kind of resembles the pattern of the Gomu Gomu no Mi. But I mean, that's just really random. Probably means nothing. And while we're at it right now, let me throw in another few random pieces of evidence here, like Oda making meat Or's favorite food, or that Or says that Luffy is his enemy and introduces himself when Sanji addresses him as Luffy. So Ors is clearly aware of who he is, just like Ryuma. And on the cover for volume 48, we see Ors and Luffy in the same pose, with Ors' teeth giving Luffy horns. Now, could this be more evidence for the theory? I mean, I guess it makes sense if you want to look at it that way, but these could all also be explained differently or simply be coincidences. So let's be critical here and give Moria the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he really has the most ridiculous devil fruit in the world. Maybe Ors is simply so much like Luffy because Luffy's shadow is just that powerful. And honestly, I personally don't even think that this Ors was JoyBoy at all. I mean, it could well have been foreshadowing for a version of Ors being JoyBoy, because the gargantuan skull on Onigashima is still my personal favorite candidate here. If anything, Thriller Bark might have been more of a giant hint for the real JoyBoy and what he was like, which was most likely a whole lot like Luffy. Now, Luffy is already confirmed to be JoyBoy, and we've already seen Luffy turn into a giant at more than one occasion. We have a number of different versions of Gear 3rd, but in particular his giant form during his awakening that allowed him to beat Kaido. That fist right there was the size of Onigashima, which would have been the right size of the creature whose skull we see here. And since Moria was convinced that Ors could defeat Kaido, well, maybe he was right about that and foreshadowed this exact moment. Because interestingly enough, it's the exact same giant fist that makes Kaido recognize Luffy as JoyBoy before, well, he's completely obliterated, really. So let's just say we push aside Ors on Thriller Bark for a second here as a candidate for JoyBoy and focus on this. Who were these Giga Giants, like the skull on Onigashima or this one on Punk Hazard, and where did they go? You know, it's time to go down another level. This is where things get super spicy. But first, if you've enjoyed this video so far and made it to the final level, well, congratulations, and please make sure to subscribe for more content. I have a ton of awesome stuff just like this coming up. Now, Ors and Ors Jr. are already the largest giants in One Piece, but they dwarf in comparison with these two skulls. The numbers who are failed attempts to make ancient giants easily fit inside the giant skull dome to party there. But as we know, these creatures aren't the only enormous things in the One Piece world. You have giant elephants, sea kings, goldfish, trees, gates, and even the Tower of Impel Down reaches from the bottom of the ocean, which we know to be 10 kilometers deep, all the way to the surface. So for comparison, the largest building on Earth right now is the Burj Khalifa, and it's quote-unquote only 828 meters tall. In other words, Impel Down is 12 times taller than the tallest building humanity has ever built. And even if it's only half that size, that's still very impressive. But clearly, the giant things from the past have gotten smaller and smaller over time. Ancient giants are getting smaller and smaller with each generation, as are normal giants and maybe even humans. Now, this phenomenon actually exists in our world as well. As we now know, there were actual hobbit people and small elephants that evolved due to something called island dwarfism. It's basically an evolutionary process that reduces body size when a large animal is limited to a small environment, primarily islands, which, whoop-de-doo, look at that, is just what we have in One Piece. Could it be that the One Piece world once had much more land for these giant creatures and structures to evolve? I mean, the One Piece world does look incredibly artificial after all, and we've just gotten confirmation from the manga that One Piece takes place in a post-apocalyptic world that used to have advanced technology. There is Pangaea Castle on top of the Red Line, the only continent in the world, and Pangaea, as you know, was the name of the supercontinent that once existed here on Earth. And the by now infamous globe on Ohara with multiple moons also shows something that could very well be the Red Line, but with many larger landmasses butted up against it that clearly don't exist anymore. So could the mythology-loving Oda have been inspired by the flood myth that exists in pretty much every culture in our world as well? Or in other words, was the world of One Piece at some point flooded until only islands remained? Well, there might be some hints for that. Most obvious of all is, of course, the literal Ark Noah, an ancient ship large enough to carry an entire civilization and based on the ship that was kind of connected to the entire flood myth. You have curious underwater structures all throughout One Piece. The giant whirlpool and the hole under Enies Lobby, placed directly next to these enormous gates, larger than anything else in One Piece, that also reach down all the way to the bottom of the ocean. Next to it, impel down, a tower that looks like a defense tower with places to stand outside and potentially harboring a whole nation if under attack from a major enemy. A structure that is also built from bottom to top, not the other way around. Places like Arubana in Alabasta are curiously placed on top of this tall plateau, and in Wano, we've already seen an entire ancient world sunken underneath the water. But what on earth could do something like this? Well, now that we know about the futuristic technology that used to exist in One Piece before the Void Century, it's really not that hard to imagine, really. The Ancient Kingdom was probably even more technologically advanced than humanity in our own world right now, with giant robots and frequent space travel. So I mean, if we have the potential to destroy our planet, they surely had that ability as well, right? In One Piece, Uranus, named after the Greek god of the sky, is said to possess powers enough to destroy whole worlds. Not islands, worlds. And this is stated as a matter of fact in One Piece, even by people as scientifically accurate as Robin. So how do people know what Uranus is actually capable of? Well, because its powers might have been witnessed before. It might well be that the ancient weapon Uranus has been used not only once, but even twice before, history repeating itself. For all we know, there's not only the Void Century in One Piece, but a whole pre-history before it. Places like Arubana date back 4,000 years ago, the Atom Tree 5,000 years ago. This is all way before the Ancient Kingdom. This could well have been the age where people like the sun god Nika lived, though this is truly speculation now, so let's put that aside. Matter of fact is that there are signs throughout the world of One Piece that a cataclysmic flood occurred at least once that created this world of islands with the rulers, or gods as they're known, of the world, whether it's the Lunarians or the Celestial Dragons, living on top of the red line, far out of reach. But we're not quite done yet. Let's go down to that final crazy level that brings this all the way back to Ors. Yes, I haven't forgotten what this video was all about originally. Now, since we're already kind of in the land of speculation now, let me start with the premise here. What if Uranus was not a weapon used by the Ancient Kingdom, as is commonly assumed for some reason, but against it? Let me introduce the Titan myth. The person who came up with this really deserves a medal of sorts, by the way. Now, in case you're not super familiar with Greek mythology, the gods like Zeus, Pluto, Poseidon, and Uranus were not the first to rule the world. It was actually the Titans. After defeating the Titans, the gods then banished them to Tartarus, to Hell, and built their castle on Mount Olympus. Now, this would very nicely combine both the Abrahamic influences of the flood, the Adam and Eve tree, and the devil fruit with the Greek creation myth at the same time. In case you're wondering, Tartarus and Hades are not the same thing, by the way. Hades is where people go when they die, but Tartarus, according to Zeus, is as far beneath Hades as heaven is above earth. And we do know that the red line goes just as high above the ocean as it goes beneath it. Also, I want to note that not all titans in these myths were actually titan size. Some were human size, and of course the titans are known as the natural enemies of the gods. Now, doesn't this all fit in very, very nicely with all of One Piece? Surrounding the three gates of justice, bigger than anything else in the story that could represent the locking away of the Titans, we have the Island of Justice, Enies Lobby, the Island of Punishment, Impel Down, and the Island of Death, Marine Headquarters. And all three together form the image of Hell. And his lobby has the three-headed Cerberus image through the three-headed Guardian Baskerville. Impel Down is modeled after Dante's Inferno, even including Fiddler's Green as Newcomer Islands. And War is considered to be the best representation of Hell on Earth, which we do experience in Marineford, which was Luffy's personal hell. So could the three gates of justice and the giant whirlpool be the thing that trapped the Titans, the Oni race at the bottom of the ocean? Which would of course also fit very well with the idea of Laugh Tale being down there too. Does Luffy's journey, like so many other heroes, take him over the edge of the world to the bottom of the sea to free the Oni race so that the Titans, the original inhabitants of the One Piece world, can walk the planet once again? This would of course also fit in perfectly with the reveal of the Ancient Kingdom's advanced technology. The Titans, just like Ors, aka JoyBoy, would have been the inhabitants of this great kingdom. And by the way, if you're curious about that big reveal and what it means, Luffy's devil fruit is the mythical zone fruit model Monkey King Sun Wukong. That might sound crazy, but One Piece is actually heavily inspired by the story of Momotaro, the journey to the west, and, as author Eiichiro Oda stated himself, by Akira Toriyama's Dragon Ball, whose main character is called Son Goku, which is literally the Japanese name for Sun Wukong. And as I will show you, Monkey D. Luffy's character and journey to become Pirate King clearly parallels that of the infamous Monkey King who rebelled against the gods before finding enlightenment.
ある土地では D の一族をこう呼ぶ者たちもいる。神の天敵。
What's up? My name is Manu, and I'm not gonna lie, I've been looking for an excuse to make this video for a long time. I absolutely love any type of mythology, which makes sense because it's basically the granddaddy of all modern fiction. Ancient anime, if you like. Also, in case you're wondering, I'm back in Europe for a few weeks, so new old backgrounds. And no other epic has been as influential for the unparalleled rise of shonen anime throughout the world as the so-called Journey to the West, a novel published during the Ming Dynasty in 16th century China that tells the story of the Mong Xuanzang and the Monkey King Sun Wukong on their adventure to retrieve the sacred Buddhist scripts. Not only was I surprised to find out that Sun Wukong is actually the archetype shonen protagonist, but more importantly that together with the story of Momotaro, it serves as one of the major inspirations for One Piece and its protagonist, Monkey D. Luffy. And now, with recent events in the story, it seems like there is way more to Luffy and his powers than we all originally thought. As you know, I've been talking about Luffy and his abilities quite a bit recently, speculating about his awakening, the true nature of the Gomu Gomu no Mi, and the secret behind devil fruits overall. But when I started combining my research on devil fruits and One Piece's ties to mythology, nothing yet has had me as excited as the idea that Sun Wukong might be a much more literal part of Luffy's character than I originally thought. Because as I will show you, Luffy's devil fruit might very well be the mythical zone fruit of Sun Wukong himself. So, who exactly is Sun Wukong anyways? Sun Wukong's name literally translates as the monkey awakened by the emptiness and is meant to represent his spiritual journey from an ignorant, short-tempered monkey to a benevolent, enlightened being. Even though technically he isn't the main protagonist of the journey to the west, he might as well be. Not only is he the most famous character of the story, but the entire first part deals just with his origin story. Part 2 then introduces the monk and sets up the quest. Part 3 details the adventures and journey to acquire the sacred scrolls, and the last chapter then quickly describes the party's return home, where the monk and Sun Wukong both reach the status of a Buddha. Now, despite being over 500 years old, the story is filled to the brim with a mixture of humor, epic action sequences, and an odyssey of self-realization and achievements. As far as I can tell, at least. I don't actually speak Chinese. And this popular format has since become the blueprint for story arcs within many of Shonen Jump's most popular titles. To be precise, Sun Wukong's story follows the exact same arc that JoJo author Hirohiko Araki describes in his book Manga in Theory and Practice, that has been nothing short of a true treasure trove for my videos, by the way. So I encourage you to try and pay attention to how much Luffy you can recognize in this next bit. Being born from a stone, similar to how Momotaro was born from a peach, Sun Wukong trains with the other monkeys on his island before setting out into the world, seeking new powers, learning to be a leader, and even ascending to heaven itself, where he eats the forbidden fruit of immortality. While he's very kind, he's also extremely careless, eager to get stronger and fight, and basically just wants to have a good time. Feeling like nothing and no one can possibly stop him, he causes havoc with the gods who can't seem to stop him until the Buddha himself steps in, who seals him under a rock. To grow as a person, he is then sent on his journey with the monk and 2 other demon comrades, which is grouped into a number of arcs, very similar to what we know from shonen anime. And so the Monkey King goes through a lot of change throughout the story, acquiring new and strong abilities, fighting the forces of heaven and being utterly defeated, finding loyal companions, and ultimately achieving true greatness. His godly powers include superhuman strength, speed, and the ability to transform into 72 different forms. He also wields a magic pole that can be stretched and shrunken, and a magical cloud that he can ride through the heavens. And even when facing seemingly unbeatable opponents, Sun Wukong always displays a certain playfulness, enjoying fighting against worthy opponents and quickly becoming known throughout the demon worlds. Now, if you're anything like me, you already know why I say that this story was the blueprint for modern shonen anime. This character trope can be found in 9 out of 10 shonen stories after all. The most obvious being of course Dragon Ball and Son Goku, who literally is the anime version of Sun Wukong, at least until Dragon Ball then starts going down a completely different route later on.
Is to go even further beyond!
While Goku is known for his naivety and childish nature, he also has a more serious and overconfident side as well, a trait shared by Sun Wukong. Goku's eternal rival, Vegeta, can also be seen as a more ruthless version of one of his demon companions, who is powerful but still falls behind the main hero in terms of strength and transformation. Naruto is not a demon monkey, but a demon fox child. His major redemption came from his victory over Pain, a villain who is the literal embodiment of Buddha's path of reincarnation. Just like Sun Wukong, Naruto is able to create clones of himself and even shapeshift into other living beings, like his infamous sexy jutsu. His own quote-unquote path to Buddhahood is also reflected in his powers, first gaining access to his Sage mode, then literally taming his inner demon before finally acquiring the 6-path Sage mode that gives Naruto an ungodly amount of power. Which now finally brings me to One Piece and Luffy and why his devil fruit might be Sun Wukong himself. By the way, if you enjoy this sort of content and don't want to miss out on any weekly videos, it would mean the world to me if you consider subscribing to the channel and becoming part of the crew. So I know you probably already recognized a lot of Luffy in what I've been telling you about Sun Wukong, but let's go through all the parallels we have in case you missed something. The first, very obvious connection we have is of course Luffy's name. He's Monkey D. Luffy, who wants to become the king of pirates. Monkey King right there. Also, Oda confirmed that Luffy would be a monkey if he was an animal. Personality-wise, Luffy perfectly fits the kind, powerful, but often reckless and impulsive nature of the Monkey King. Only that instead of a world of demons, Luffy lives in a world of pirates. Luffy's journey in the very first chapter begins in the East Blue, making his way toward the west end of the Grand Line, which I found just such a sneaky detail, honestly. And in the very same first chapter, Luffy eats his devil fruit, just like Sun Wukong, who ate the forbidden fruit from the Heavenly Garden that gives him the ability to stretch and shrink, just like the Monkey King's staff. All of that just in chapter 1. From here, Luffy sets out to find the One Piece that contains the true history of the world, the sacred knowledge, just like the sacred scrolls.
最後の島に着いたあの日、俺たちは世界のすべてを知った。
He finds loyal companions that accompany him on his journey. Just like the two demons from the journey to the west, Luffy finds the ruthless pirate hunter Zoro, who has the theme of the Buddhist demon Ashura, and who rivals Luffy's own strength, though always being slightly behind him. As well as Sanji, who with his theme of the devil, Diable, represents the second food-loving demon companion that, by the way, also has a real thing for women.
Ashura! Ichibugen!
He also meets Nami, who not only starts wielding a size-changing staff, but also has acquired Zeus, a cloud that she can ride on. I personally think that Oda really wanted to bring those elements into the story without making it all too obvious by giving it directly to Luffy. Though, to be fair, we actually did see Luffy using a staff as a kid. Similar to Sun Wukong, in the first half of the story we see Luffy seemingly being invincible, beating every opponent he faces, no matter how strong, using his indestructible body and will, and his ability to transform in crazy ways as he becomes more and more infamous in this world of pirates, just as the Monkey King did in the world of demons.
初頭の手配から3000万ベリーは世界的にも異例の破格ですが、決して高くはないと判断しています。ゆくゆくの拡大を防ぐべきでしょう。
And just like Sun Wukong, Luffy seems to befriend everyone around him, even though he previously might have fought against them. The Monkey King also getting a lot of help and favors from many of the characters he previously went against. Sun Wukong also has a weakness to smoke, which seems to be represented by a character literally called Smoker, a marine with smoke abilities who keeps interfering with Luffy throughout the story. Luffy takes his adventure as a joyful game, where he wins no matter what, always becoming stronger and playfully conquering the Grand Line. He defeats the very first god with Enel, who tries to kill him with lightning. Just like the gods tried and failed to destroy Sun Wukong with lightning. Then, on Enies Lobby, Luffy declares war on the Celestial Dragons, heaven itself, even punching Charlos on Sabaody. In the journey to the west, the heavens represent Taoism, but since the author is a pretty big advocate for Buddhism, the Buddha is the true heavenly force here. Similarly, the Celestial Dragons are not the right gods for the One Piece world, but someone like Luffy, who's on his way to enlightenment, has to be the one to bring true peace. First, however, just like Sun Wukong, Luffy needs his moment of reckoning, as he is humbled by the Buddha himself. This of course happens during Marineford, Luffy's lowest point and biggest moment of change in the story, as I've discussed in past Luffy videos. Luffy has to learn that his carelessness and recklessness has risked the life of his crew on Sabaody and has cost the life of his brother during the war. And just like Sun Wukong, he is literally crushed under the palm of the Buddha. Then, Akainu tries to burn him to ashes, just like the gods tried with Sun Wukong after using lightning, but they failed again. And just like the Monkey King, who was then buried under a mountain for a time to grow and contemplate, Luffy puts his straw hat on this rock to train and grow for 2 years. It's from here on out that Luffy becomes more thoughtful, gets a more serious outlook on the world, and starts to develop significantly as a leader. And so he picks up his journey again, now equipped with a variety of new forms that not only have a very Buddhist feel to them with Gear 4, but also have attacks inspired by animal names, reflecting Sun Wukong's abilities to transform into different animals and change his size. Kong Gun? One thing that has been missing about Luffy is the theme of a deity or god that Sun Wukong represents. However, even that has now changed during Wano, where Luffy has not only been linked to the sun god Nika, but also to the Wisdom King by Hyogoro, with Oda hinting at Luffy being a reincarnation or having inherited the will of a previous god. And Luffy's journey will end with reaching Laugh Tale and finding the One Piece, which will enlighten him about the true nature of the world. This will signify his rise to becoming a Buddha and becoming the true god that can strike down the false celestial dragons. And on top of all this, there are a lot more themes from the journey to the west sprinkled throughout the story. The existence of three-eyed people that have the ability of true sight, Sun Wukong defeating and sort of befriending a dragon, let's see what happens with Kaido, and much more. Now, all of this has been much more analysis than theory. But now with all that being said, despite the Pirate King Monkey D. Luffy being clearly inspired by the Monkey King, why should his devil fruit actually be the literal mythical model Sun Wukong? And big thank you to Winville for sending me the idea for this and who also drew the concept for the thumbnail here himself. What crazy talent, thank you to you. Okay, so we've seen that Oda connected Luffy to Sun Wukong in the very first chapter through the Gomu Gomu no Mi, eating a forbidden fruit that gives you powers, yada yada. Now, that would also explain why Luffy's fruit might still give him a rubber body, with Oda basically giving Sun Wukong's stretching staff and shapeshifting abilities a twist and uniting it all in one power. Luffy is basically the staff, if you like, and we even see him using his fruit to fly through the sky like a cloud. So, there. Now, the basis of this theory that I was sent is actually not the journey to the west at all, but Momotaro. But I think everything we've talked about already gives this theory way more credibility and a way better foundation now. As we've discussed in countless videos by now, Momotaro is the basic inspiration for Wano. You have Momotaro, Momonosuke, who has to take down an Oni, Kaido, and he needs the help of 3 companions to do so: a pheasant, a dog, and a monkey. Now, the reveal that really made this theory possible is that of Yamato's mythical dog devil fruit. Because now we have the mythical zone devil fruit user Kaido, the dragon, Momo with the exact same devil fruit, and Yamato with a mythical dog zone that now leaves us with the pheasant and the monkey. Now, conveniently, we do have a mythical bluebird on Wano with Marco. Who could the monkey possibly be? You see what I'm getting at here? Luffy is clearly the monkey in the Momotaro story, and all characters inspired by it have eaten a mythical zone devil fruit, except Luffy, who has eaten something Oda calls a special paramecia that not only looks like a Buddhist deity, but also gives Luffy the exact abilities to transform his body in any way imaginable, plus fire powers. And we now know that Shanks went out of his way to steal this fruit from the government. Plus, I just realized with Sengoku's Buddha from the Journey to the West, we have another mythical zone fruit joining the mix. Oh, also, admittedly, only in the anime, we get this sketch from Vegapunk's lab showing what happens if you merge what clearly is Luffy's devil fruit with a rocket. And as we know, objects only seem to be able to consume zone fruits. And so if the true awakening of Luffy's fruit is actually the monkey god Sun Wukong himself with all his crazy powers, that would not only connect him to JoyBoy, who might have been its previous user, but also make Luffy the literal embodiment of the deity that can bring down the false gods. Now, of course, there are also other possible reasons why the Gomu Gomu no Mi might be so special. JoyBoy, have you read chapter 1043? If not, click off this video right now, run as fast as you can, as far as you can, and never click on this video ever again if you care about your life at all. But if you have, welcome! Here's a quick refresher in case you just got so hyped up reading this that your brain kind of short-circuited and you're wondering why you have your keyboard imprinted on your face. The One Piece manga just dropped maybe the most important panel of the entire series so far, where we see Luffy apparently starting to melt away, together with his straw hat with a big fat. The villain is about to get his ass kicked hard type of grin on his face with the text reading Nika, a Japanese sound for scheming laughter, and of course the name of the legendary sun god who most likely is the exact same being as JoyBoy.
あなたは何者なの? JoyBoy.
And while this clearly was a real person during the Void Century at some point, being JoyBoy, in my eyes at least, is much more of a title or status that someone can acquire rather than that same person being reincarnated. It has much more to do with inherited will, the D-heritage, and potentially holding the right devil fruit. So, what has happened here? Has Luffy awakened his rubber fruit finally? Has he awakened his true devil fruit power that he never knew about? Or has he simply been overtaken by JoyBoy? And yes, I know, I usually don't talk about the new chapters directly, and I'm not in favor of reading the scans, so I'm really sorry if I disappoint you with this video, but I got spoiled on it really hard, like all of it basically hard, and no way that I'm not gonna talk about this now. Also, even if you're judging, you're still here as well, so let's just go. Now, I know that you have a lot of thoughts and emotions about this because so do I. Goddamn. But before we hype this into the sky for the most epic transformation in One Piece or stomp it into the ground for Luffy getting the same treatment as Naruto, let's dissect this one by one, rationally, calmly. I'm just gonna say that in my opinion, it's definitely the most epic transformation ever in all of One Piece. Okay, so with neutral grounds for this discussion having been established, what do we actually know for a fact from this chapter, and what can we speculate has and will happen? Actually, when you really think about it, the only two things we actually know for a fact from this chapter is that Luffy is not dead, as Kaido has declared, and something is happening to his body that clearly involves heat. And even though it has not explicitly been stated that Luffy is in fact JoyBoy, I mean, it would have been a bit weird if Zanisha were like, Luffy is JoyBoy. I mean, it still has pretty much been confirmed that that's the case. JoyBoy has returned. So that's what we know for a fact. Oh, also, fun fact, Zanisha in the Japanese version says, Soko ni iru zo. JoyBoy is right there. It's the same phrase that Roger used for the One Piece, and Oda actually put those little dots behind the phrase, emphasizing its importance. Now, I'd like to start by pointing out for the people who will undoubtedly believe that Luffy has now been possessed by JoyBoy, you might actually be right about that. I think there's quite a reasonable chance that Luffy legitimately died last chapter. First of all, at least in the Japanese version, there is a sound effect where Luffy's heart clearly starts beating again. And before that, Kaido actually declares Luffy dead, someone who clearly should be able to tell the difference between death and just being knocked out. Momo, Law, and Kid feel that Luffy's presence has vanished and try to rally a last resistance. The narrator declares that Kaido has won against Luffy, and Luffy himself has a grin on his face, just like Roger during his execution, or himself actually at Loketown. So there's actually a quite legitimate chance that Luffy actually had to die in order to awaken his true powers, or JoyBoy, or both, I guess. I also think that JoyBoy might only be awakened in Wano. Remember how Kaido was insistent that this country was special? How close it's connected to the ancient kingdom, and how it was closed off waiting for JoyBoy to return. So quite possibly there is something about Wano that helps unlock these true powers, which is why Kaido, who wanted to become JoyBoy himself, picked it as his base of operations. Now, one theory on this that I've actually have had for a while now is that the giant skull and the sword on Onigashima might have belonged to the original JoyBoy together with the giant straw hat on Marijoa. I'm actually gonna make a video on just that theory and the ancient giants in general very soon, so make sure to subscribe if you want to see that and get all the details. For now though, I just want to point out that it might very well be relevant if Luffy were actually fighting and dying on top of the first JoyBoy himself, with the Fire Festival being all about the spirits of the dead coming back to life and all. Now, we'll of course need more of Kaido's backstory for this, but I think that just like Big Mom, it has been suggested recently that at heart, Kaido also simply is waiting for JoyBoy to change this cruel world. It kind of sounded like he was genuinely disappointed that Luffy couldn't be JoyBoy the first time he knocked him out. He even said, good because the more you laugh during his fight with Luffy. So who knows, Kaido might have actually been the good guy, I guess, here after all, in a way, all the time, trying to awaken JoyBoy and Luffy. And this would actually fit nicely with Odin telling him to get stronger for the one who will come and open up Wano. Okay, what's next? I have so many notes right here. Yes, the old debate. Is it bad writing if Luffy is JoyBoy? No. Here are just a few quotes about Luffy throughout the story. Chapter 99, Smoker. Is all this purely a coincidence? It's as if the heavens themselves wanted to keep this boy alive. Inherited will, the destiny of the age, and the dreams of the people. As long as people continue to pursue the meaning of freedom, these things will never cease to be. Gold Roger, Chapter 100. Perhaps they're the pirates we've been waiting for. The captain has quite a mysterious aura around him. What do you think, Roger? Crocus, Chapter 105. Marineford. The man Roger has been waiting for. It's not you, Teach. You may eradicate their bloodline, but their flame never dies. For many ages, it has been passed down through the generations, and someday, bearing the weight of all these generations, a man will appear to challenge this world. Luffy being special and carrying the will of JoyBoy has basically been foreshadowed throughout the story. And so I really don't think that it diminishes who Luffy is and what he has achieved at all. Just the opposite, really, when you think about it. He's the first one in a long line of potential JoyBoys, including Roger and probably Noland, that actually managed to fulfill the criteria and awaken.
俺たちは早すぎたんだ。
It's a testament to Luffy's approach to life, his sense of freedom, and his drive to get stronger for the sake of others that qualifies him for this title. In other words, he has literally been Nika / JoyBoy his entire life and the entire story so far, saving people from cruel fates, slavery, and oppression, and spreading joy throughout the world. Not for nothing has Oda-sensei stated in an interview before that this panel on Skypiea, where Luffy looks exactly like Nika, is his favorite in the entire story. Foreshadowing JoyBoy and showing what Oda-sensei himself values the most about Luffy, his ability to bring people together and bring them joy. I'd also like to remind you that both the sun and laughter have been part of Luffy's journey since the start, I guess. The Thousand Sunny, Luffy's clothes in Wano and Dressrosa with the sun on them, his fire ability, and on top of that, the sun has been closely linked to the Void Century anyways. We have the Sun Pirates who, inspired by the sun god Nika, use the sun to hide the slave mark of celestial dragons. You have the sun in the flags of Alabasta, Wano, and Shandora, and everyone is waiting for the person who can bring the dawn, the rising sun. Now, in general, I'm always impressed with all the little details people tend to notice on Twitter or Reddit that would otherwise completely pass me by. And I want to give a special shout out to one comment in particular on Reddit that made the following fantastic observation. I sadly can't find the original anymore, and it's been reposted I think several times since then, but in case you're watching this, you're the real G here. In the chapter, Zunisha is talking about hearing the drums of liberation when talking about the return of JoyBoy. And will you look at that? There is actually a line in Binks Sake that I've already mentioned in multiple videos as the most important source of information for the Void Century that goes like this. Waves are dancing, having fun. It's time to sound the drums. If we let blow winds of fear, then the end of us is near. Even so, tomorrow the sun will rise again. We all already knew that this song was special, talking about the Great War, the Kozuki clan, and the One Piece and Laugh Tale itself, but now we actually have a clear mention of JoyBoy or Nika in the song as well. Oda was really not joking when he tried to tell us just how important Wano would actually become. Now, as someone else has pointed out, there's actually a book called The Sacred Drums of Liberation that talks about the struggles and resistance of people from Africa who were pushed into slavery in the 20th century. And given that slavery and racism is one of the biggest themes in the entire story, and Sun God Nika is the deity who is supposed to give them joy and liberation, I find it very unlikely that Oda-sensei was not inspired by this book as well. There's of course also the by now famous connection to the legendary Javanese king JoyBoy, who lived 900 years ago in today's Indonesia. JoyBoy was known for prophesizing the downfall of his kingdom by the hands of foreigners and predicting a time period where it would become glorious again. That kingdom also left behind scriptures talking about a great war, very similar to the Poneglyphs in One Piece that, by the way, were made by the Kozuki clan, bringing us once again all the way back to Wano. Now, the 1 billion berry question is of course, what exactly is happening to Luffy now that he seems to have awakened JoyBoy? As I've discussed in the past and will discuss in another video coming next Wednesday, Wano has been heavily foreshadowing something happening with Luffy's devil fruit. And Luffy of course still needs to defeat Kaido. So the two options I see here are that 1. Luffy will awaken his rubber fruit, or 2. He awakens his actual fruit, the legendary fruit whose real nature we haven't seen yet. That would of course be a banger. It would literally be the biggest troll in the history of storytelling if Luffy had just been using his fruit and powers completely wrong the entire time and still managed to make it very powerful in the process. Not only would I absolutely love that because we will get an awesome new power, but also because it would prove Luffy's genius by managing to maximize his power despite only using a very small part of his true abilities, taking the hardest possible way to the top. But I mean, who knows, maybe that's exactly the reason that he could awaken JoyBoy in the first place. And I think that might also play a role in how similar it looks to the Yami Yami no Mi, underlining that it's the natural counter to Blackbeard's ultimate devil fruit as well, darkness and the sun. I also think that Luffy being JoyBoy pretty much implies that Momo is an ancient weapon like Shirahoshi, one of the sovereigns that the Sea Kings are waiting for. Now, if you want to somehow survive the break next week and take all of this to the... Here's a quick recap, just in case you forgot what happened already. Luffy has fully awakened his devil fruit, which he has now declared his Gear 5th. The Gorosei revealed that the real name of the Gomu Gomu no Mi is actually the mythical human zone fruit model Nika, very likely the most powerful devil fruit out there. And while it seems that Luffy hasn't exactly been possessed by JoyBoy, he clearly isn't quite himself either. His battle with Kaido is absolutely Boro breathtaking. See what I did there? And Kaido apologizing to Luffy is exactly in line with my character analysis of him I published just 2 days ago. Then there's also the ridiculous fact that Luffy's hair has turned into fire, like in this sketch that Oda made of Luffy as Street Fighter Ken. Also, his eyebrows have started curling, very similar to Sanji. And his eyes take on the same ring-like shape that is shared by a very crazy and select group of characters, Imu, Mihawk, and Zenisha, so that's all about. Also, what a power move by Oda, calling it the Nika fruit. Remember how people thought it had to be the Gomu Gomu no Mi because of the wordplays with the Straw Hat's devil fruits, all numbers from 1 to 10. Chopper's Hito Hito no Mi is 1 and 10, Brook's Yomi Yomi is 4 and 3, Robin's Hana Hana was 8 and 7, and Luffy was Gomu, so 5 and 6. So that left 2 and 9, which led people to believe that it might be Kuma's Nikyu fruit. Well, turns out it's not Nikyu, but Nika, another reading for 9. Luffy was 2 and 9 after all, and that now leaves 5 and 6 open again, and the only fruit we now actually know that fits this is Enel's Goro Goro no Mi. Just throwing it out there, not saying anything. Now, once again, it was as impossible to escape spoilers for all this for even a minute as it is to take a poop without your phone. Imagine. So, of course, as soon as there was so much as a whisper about what would happen in the chapter, the comment sections under like my last 10 videos all were flooded. My Twitter was flooded. People were nailing printouts of the spoilers to my door. Okay, or maybe not that last one, but you know, that's what it felt like. And so apparently my way of teaching people a lesson and saying that that's not okay is by giving into their demands and actually talking about this right now. But then also, if this doesn't have your blood boiling, I don't know what will. I will dissect for you what exactly this mythical creature Nika is supposed to be and what its true powers are. Now, before dedicating this entire video to Luffy and Kaido, I want to at least acknowledge quickly the scene between Hiyori and Orochi with this sentence or two as well. Even though, let's be real, no one really cares in the context of this chapter, but still, I found it both very surprising and satisfying to see Orochi dying at the hands of Kanjuro, especially because it was his own fault when you really think about it.
俺は俺以外の何者かの役を演じることでしか生きられなくなった。
Orochi literally told him to cast everyone in the castle into the abyss of hell and free their souls. Kanjuro, free us in a blaze of glory. Us, free us in a blaze of glory. That's literally what Orochi said. To which Kanjuro responded, well, as you wish, please enjoy my final show, the Suicide Pact of the Kurozumi clan. Galaxy brain move right there from Orochi once again. Really funny stuff, but not as funny as what's up next. So here's actually my first I told you so moment. That sounds a little bit cocky, but I have to take the few wins I can get at least. Luffy is a mythical zone fruit. As fun as that resin idea was, as one hilarious comment in my video pointed out, it did make very little sense for the government to rename the resin fruit into the rubber fruit. I mean, as if anyone would go, oh no, it was the resin fruit all along. Now I really wish I had got my hands on that one. And so all mythical fruits we've gotten so far, with the sole exceptions of Sengoku and Katarina Devon, who might very well still appear in this arc actually, have been in Wano. And both the Buddha and the Kitsune are heavily connected to Japanese culture. And so, as I've mentioned in a bunch of videos already, Wano is based on the story of Momotaro. Momotaro, with the help of a pheasant, a dog, and a monkey, goes to Onigashima to defeat the Oni. So, we do have Kaido, the Oni, a mythical zone, Momotaro, a mythical zone, the same one actually. You have the mythical dog Yamato, the mythical bird Marco, and so there was really just one logical candidate left for the mythical monkey fruit, Usopp. I'm just messing with you. And so it turns out that Luffy's rubber abilities are just a natural property of the sun god Nika, similarly to how Marco has access to fire or how Yamato can create ice. In other words, it's the paramecia properties of a mythical zone. And so changing its name to the Gomu Gomu no Mi, the rubber fruit, was actually pretty smart because it basically reduces the Nika fruit to its most unimpressive ability, rubber. It's kind of like saying that Marco's fruit is a weaker version of Ace's Mera Mera no Mi, or that Sengoku actually has the Gold fruit, so something along those lines. Okay, so just to summarize now, Luffy has a mythical zone fruit power, advanced forms of all three types of Haki, and an awakened devil fruit. Oh yeah, plus the voice of all things. So I think it's pretty fair to say that this is pretty close to endgame Luffy right now, alright? I do stand by my idea, however, that Luffy will have to learn to control and use his awakening after Wano. I really doubt, and would be kind of strange also, if it would be something he can just do every single time from now on whenever he wants to, right? And so Luffy turning out to be a zone type is actually also incredibly funny in retrospect. Remember this panel where Momo asks Luffy how he can turn back into his human form on Punk Hazard? Luffy literally says, "Don't ask me, I'm not a zone fruit."
どうやって？さあ。 俺、ゾーン系じゃねえからな。
Well, turns out, Luffy, you are, and you basically have spent your entire life in your hybrid form since you were like 8 years old, which is just such a Luffy thing to do. And in a way, this scene was pretty big foreshadowing as well, because Momo and Luffy, as far as I can remember at least, are the only two people in the entire story that truly struggled with their devil fruit powers after they got them. Other characters, like Khalifa, for example, could just use their fruit pretty pretty decently right away because they fully understand what their power actually is. Luffy, however, thinks that his fruit is the rubber fruit, making it incredibly hard to work with at the beginning because that's just not what it is. It's a zone. And by the way, let's be real, it also explains pretty nicely Luffy's crazy stamina and endurance as well as his fast recovery time, because that's exactly the benefits of all zone fruits, and mythical zones in particular are associated with that. And on top of all that, we have another Straw Hat with a human-type devil fruit, Chopper, who makes all of this so much more interesting in retrospect.
俺はさらに4つの変形点を見つけた。三段変形にプラス4。
Luffy's gear system, for instance, is very similar to Chopper's different point forms. And so while everyone was looking at Katakuri and Dofi for when it comes to Luffy's possible awakening, Chopper was there all along. His point system and Luffy's gear system. And so Monster Point in particular might be truly foreshadowing for a giant form of Luffy, which, looking at his giant arm in this chapter, is very possible. I mean, then he could also be wearing that giant straw hat that's hidden away at Marijo, I'm just saying. Also, Chopper turning into this chibi form here early in the raid also reminded me a lot of Tiny Luffy before he was able to control Gear 3rd. Also, after the time skip, they both came back able to switch between different forms with little to no setback and effort. And so to me, the only real question is, will Luffy eat a Rumble Ball, and what the hell will happen when he does? But let's talk a little bit about the fruit itself, shall we? Clearly, Shanks knew exactly what it was when he stole it. Shanks was clearly tasked by Roger to find the right person to become JoyBoy. And so he had no other chance really but to bet everything on Luffy, the only person who now could actually become JoyBoy because he ate the devil fruit.
その箱か、その箱の中のものを食べたのか。
That means Rayleigh knew as well, of course, which is, I guess, why he was so surprised to see how Luffy used his fruit's powers, despite only being aware of a fraction of its true capabilities. And it also makes you wonder if it wasn't Blackbeard, but actually Luffy that Shanks wanted to talk to the Gorosei about when he visited Marijoa.
ある海賊について話が。
Him telling them about Luffy having the fruit, which is how they might have found out in the first place. Now, I still don't think, honestly, that it's very likely that Shanks is a villain of the story, but it definitely makes you question his motives just a little bit. But who knows, maybe Shanks knew that Luffy would have to die in order to awaken it and push the government to make a hasty move, as they ended up doing in the end. Not fully understanding how that fruit worked, though I do feel like that would be a very detailed plan, to say the least, so not sure if Shanks is that level of mastermind, but maybe he is, who knows. Similarly to that, I guess it's possible that Blackbeard did confuse the Yami Yami no Mi with the Nika Nika no Mi, but honestly, I personally think that those two fruits look very similar for a reason. They probably are a sort of pair, the sun and darkness. And that would actually also make sense thematically, because Luffy's rubber powers are also a wonderful counter to the Gura Gura no Mi's earthquake abilities. The only question I'm asking myself here again is if Blackbeard should acquire a third devil fruit, what would Luffy's third ability be? Just some food for thought, I guess. Now, as we now got confirmed, the Gomu Gomu no Mi, or rather the Nika Nika no Mi, wow, this is probably gonna take a while to get used to, huh? So the Nika Nika no Mi was a key ingredient in awakening JoyBoy, it seems. Now, you might have seen my video on the true nature of devil fruits, in which I lay out proof for these fruits being alive and carrying on the will of their previous owner. If you haven't, I heavily recommend you check that out later in full, because I think it makes a ton of sense now. Because we literally get the confirmation for that from the Gorosei themselves. Zone fruits in particular have a will of their own, which makes sense because all the objects that have eaten devil fruits that we've seen in the story, like the sword Fang Freed or the cannon that became a dog, whose name I've forgotten, on Alabaster, they've all had zone fruits and took on that animal's personality.
その逆だな。こいつはゾウゾウの実を食べた件。
つまり造剣だ。
And Caesar's smile fruits were also all based on animals. For some weird reason, they're called smiles, as if in reference to JoyBoy's smile. So maybe the smiles were also a part of Kaido's plan to awaken JoyBoy somehow. And it's also ironic that he now will be defeated by the only true smile devil fruit. Who knows? Maybe this is also the answer to Vegapunk deeming Momo's fruit a failure. Maybe he was just able to replicate the fruit's abilities, but could not actually inherit the will of the original into that copy. That seems to be important because, quote-unquote, Luffy's fruit was trying to escape the hands of the government for 800 years. Now, I think it's pretty much confirmed at this point, right, that the Nika fruit used to belong to JoyBoy. And so, as I've speculated for a while now, it seems like eating the Nika fruit inherited part of JoyBoy's will and personality onto Luffy. In a way, that could mean that we've just been following Luffy and JoyBoy's adventure in one, basically. I don't think, however, that Luffy became who he is because of eating that fruit. I think that Shanks wanted to give this fruit to Ace, the son of his former captain Roger, who wanted kids in order to create JoyBoy.
それは俺の息子だな。いねえだろ。これからできるってんだよ。
And so I think what happened is that while looking for Ace in Fuchsia Village, the will of JoyBoy in the fruit chose Luffy as its worthy owner. I guess think of it in terms of Thor's hammer. Luffy always was the embodiment of what it meant to be JoyBoy. He has been freeing people from their burden and bringing joy and hope his entire life. I mean, he literally liberated every one of his crew members, freeing Zoro from his capture, Nami from her burden, Robin from her darkness, Brook from his loneliness, and so on and so forth. He freed people like Katakuri from his burden to be the perfect older brother, Ace from his captivity, well, more or less, I guess, and of course, entire countries from their tyrannical rulers. It's Luffy's entire character arc, liberation, JoyBoy's drums of liberation. And so now, here in Wano, where Luffy is fighting and dying for the liberation of the people of Wano in the night of the Fire Festival, where they sent their prayers to the spirits of their ancestors, JoyBoy's will has finally acknowledged Luffy's spirit and awakened the true power of the Sun God's powers for the first time in 800 years. Luffy's heartbeat has now literally become the drums of liberation, the sound that brings hope to the oppressed. Another I told you so moment, by the way, because I mentioned in the last chapter how Oda-sensei put a lot of focus on that heart sound effect in Luffy's close-up. Also, I absolutely loved Kaido's reaction to Luffy being alive this chapter. I already love him more and more as a villain the more we see of him, and apologizing to Luffy for how he won this fight unfairly is exactly in line with what I said in his character analysis this week as well. Baseline is, Kaido wanted to be the good guy, but plays the villain because he thinks he's the only one who can change the world, even if it takes some collateral damage. He's strayed from his path, trying to force JoyBoy into existence, automatically disqualifying himself in the process by using the people of Wano. Plus, he didn't have the Nika fruit as well, I guess. And so I think Luffy will also liberate Kaido from this heavy burden as well. We will see Kaido genuinely laughing again, and I think he will end up being on Luffy's side at the end of this fight in some way or form. Now, while possible in theory, I guess, I doubt that Kaido will actually be by Luffy's side at the final battle, but much rather sacrifice his life for the Straw Hats when the Marines or Blackbeard or whoever will inevitably arrive at some point to make sport of the winners. That way he will finally be getting the honorable death that he always wanted, having successfully brought about JoyBoy's return as well. And fingers crossed really hard, pressing really hard, it will be Yamato who will join the Straw Hats and then represent Kaido by Luffy's side. Okay, so with all of that out of the way now, I want to dig deeper into Luffy's power and what the Nika fruit is actually based on. Because the internet has researched this name to death and it's not a super obvious mythical creature like a phoenix or a dragon. Okay, here's the deal. It seems like Nika is a mixture of a couple of different ideas. One element is that of the Japanese Buddhist Wisdom King deity. Hyogoro calls Luffy the Wisdom King Mule, for instance. It's also referenced in his fight with Enel, who has a Wisdom King / Buddha-like form as well, who also calls himself a god. And don't forget, Skypiea was of course the arc that has the famous panel where Luffy looks like Nika, which is again referenced in this chapter as well. And since Wisdom Kings tend to have fiery hair as well, that might explain that part of his abilities. Another part of Nika might be inspired by the Olmecs, one of the oldest known cultural civilizations in the Americas. The word Olmec literally translates to rubber people in English, as they actually were able to produce rubber and cultivate rubber trees. It might also be a nod to the Aztec god of rubber, who is called... Nailed it. This god's name translated means the Lord of the House of the Dawn, which fits pretty nicely to the one who brings the dawn, the sun god, don't you think? This god was also associated with the sun gods, representing the eastern cardinal direction. Not only would that tie in nicely with Dragon's Aztec tattoo and Luffy being from Brazil, but the dawn is also the sun rising in the east, Luffy coming from the east blue. Okay, so we might now have an idea what Nika is inspired by, but what are Luffy's actual powers now? Because there seems to be two things in addition to his rubber powers that do seem new here. One, Luffy's Toon World-like powers that seem to turn everything around him into a cartoon, and two, his fire powers. To me at least, these two don't really seem to be the same thing, I feel. Okay, now there's actually a fantastic theory I have for you guys that Luffy's fire powers are actually not related to his devil fruit at all, but due to Luffy being half Lunarian, the old gods, like King's Flames or Sanji's eyebrows. And so if you want to hear that theory in detail next week, make sure to subscribe to the channel not to miss it. Now, another option for his fire powers that was really kindly sent to me by a guy called Renato is that since Nika is the sun god, Luffy might just have the powers of the sun itself. Quite literally, especially since the sun is a reoccurring theme in the story. Now, the entire theory itself is very science heavy, which is awesome, but maybe a little bit long. So what you need to know right here is that a star like the sun is basically a giant fusion reactor. And so we've seen Luffy using gas and heat to modify his body, which seems to work in a similar pattern to plasma, the fourth state of matter that is heated gas. For example, in this panel here, just a few chapters ago, Luffy tells us that he can't let the gas escape his body or it's over. So Luffy literally seeming to melt might be him heating up and creating plasma inside his rubber body, using the power of the sun itself to unleash unimaginable forces. As Binks said, the morning sun will rise, maybe quite literally. And while I really like that idea a lot, it doesn't explain the cartoony part of his powers. What's the deal with that? Well, basically, since day one, Luffy's fighting style has always been somewhat cartoonish, but he had limitations. Like when he tried that spinny attack on Arlong but got stuck and almost died in the process. Now, similar like in Yu-Gi-Oh!, Toon powers have incredible potential because they can go against the laws of time, space, gravity, and so on. It truly seems to allow Luffy to fight in any way he pleases, like expanding his limbs, changing the world around him, and ignoring how physics work in general. As the Gorosei explained, making people laugh wherever it goes, it's the most ridiculous power in the world. Maybe quite literally, as Luffy can turn things into a funny cartoon, which would be the most Oda-like thing to do, I do feel personally. But knowing this by itself isn't enough yet, I feel. We will need to see how Luffy's fight with Kaido really plays out in full to really understand Luffy's true powers. Is Luffy half Lunarian? Well, there seems to be a lot of hints pointing us in exactly that direction. But first, if you aren't caught up to the One Piece manga, what are you even doing here? Go catch up right now. Go, go, go! There's spoilers. But if you are, welcome. Luffy's fire powers have always been a bit of an enigma in the One Piece community ever since Red Hawk was first introduced during Luffy's fight with Hody Jones. Can rubber really do this? But looking at the scene now, knowing that Luffy actually is a mythical zone fruit user with the human fruit model Nika, this moment now hits very, bit differently. Because we now know that Luffy's powers aren't only rubber, but actually freely shaping the world around him as he pleases, as we can see with his cartoon powers. Whoa, wait a second. Where does the fire come in here though? I mean, Luffy's hair turns into flames like Hyogoro, but on the other hand, the reveal surrounding Luffy's real devil fruit has not really cleared up the fire problem all too much, I think. The only two explanations I could come up with is that either Luffy's just able to manipulate the environment to such a degree that he can just do anything, as we can see with the lightning bolts, or that he's able to imitate other devil fruit abilities, which would of course be awesome, but I think there might be actually a completely different twist here after all. What's up, I'm Manu, and I was really happy that a user with the wonderful name of JoyBoy of my subreddit Wild Anime Theories kindly messaged me and pointed out to me that Eiichiro Oda, the author of One Piece, might be toying with our expectations here once again, as he loves to do so often. Because, of course, Luffy's strange ability to generate actual flame fits wonderfully with the image of Nika being the sun god and the sun being a reappearing symbol throughout the story. The sun is fire, Luffy is the sun god, so having fire abilities makes sense. Only that as far as his powers have been explained so far, it kind of doesn't. I mean, Oda has focused just so much on the Gomu Gomu, Sun God Nika, Devil Fruit storyline in the last few dozen chapters, setting up this reveal, that it was very easy to overlook the importance of another big chunk of lore drop, the introduction of King's Lunarian race. Here's a quick recap. Lunarians are a race of powerful beings with unique abilities that used to live on top of the Red Line. Despite their incredible strength, the Lunarians were somehow driven into almost extinction, with King being the last known remnant. Now this is purely based on King's appearance, but Lunarians seem to be almost angel-like beings. They are humans with dark black wings, way larger than those of the other known sky people. And especially through the lens of Oda-sensei's love for quirky characters, King is probably the most objectively seen, handsome and perfect looking male figure in the entire story so far, with long white hair and dark skin, making it a point of presenting the Lunarians as an elf-like or angel-like race that was almost completely eradicated for their powers.
King! お前がやったことは忘れてやるから。
Now, interestingly enough, the name Lunarian hints at a connection to the moon, which is not only interesting because of Enel's adventure on the moon and all the lore that seems to be hidden up there, but also because the sun and the moon are the two main reoccurring symbols in the story. On top of that, King also has a face tattoo, not unlike that of Luffy's father Dragon, that seems to depict a flower that is known as Moonwort. Now the parallel to Dragon, by the way, would not only make Luffy half sun, half moon, but also begs the question to whether it was Luffy's mother, or maybe even Dragon himself, who was Lunarian. Who knows, maybe God Valley was actually the last refuge of the Lunarian race who were known as gods, until the God Valley incident happened. Because not only were the Lunarians known as gods themselves, connecting them to Luffy's sun god title, but they're also naturally able to produce and manipulate flames with their bodies, similar to how the minks are able to generate electricity, or how the fishmen can manipulate water. Which of course brings me back to Luffy and his strange ability to create fire. By the way, long before ever awakening his Nika Devil Fruit. All these lore drops about the Lunarians have happened at the exact same point in the story as the hints that Luffy's Devil Fruit might be special. So why give us this backstory now, before Luffy's defeat and reawakening? Why specifically show us King's background and not that of Queen or jack. We find out that the world government seemingly hunts Lunarians around the world to this day, rewarding anyone with 100 million berries for any tip-off about a Lunarian's whereabouts. Just a tip-off, not the person itself. And at the same time, we learned that they were trying to get their hands on the Nika devil fruit for over 800 years. So to me, that suggests that this is either related to Luffy himself, or even more specifically, to the Nika fruit itself.
ある海賊について話が
And so, who knows, maybe the infamous D initial was actually used for descendants of the Lunarian race, kept secret to not reveal its continued existence to the world government. Just a thought. And so, Luffy being part Lunarian would not only explain his fire powers, but also how he was able to generate enough heat to awaken his devil fruit powers, as we saw him melting and steaming at the end of chapter 1043. What I'm trying to say here is that being Lunarian might be a prerequisite for awakening the Nika fruit's powers, which would not only explain why the government would try to kill off every single member of their race, but also why they were not concerned with Luffy having the fruit, as they didn't know he had Lunarian blood. Which would actually be really satisfying, I think, to me, because that entire plot thread was somewhat of a loophole I feel like Oda still needs to fix. Step 1, be part Lunarian. Part 2, have the Sun God fruit. Part 3, be worthy to awaken its powers. And part 4, if you're a real mad lad, consider subscribing to the channel. Another really interesting detail that supports this idea is Luffy's eyebrows looking a lot like Sanji's in chapter 1044. Sanji, whose fire powers have now also been strongly hinted at being based on Lunarian DNA, who, by the way, we now see using blue flames just like Hyogoro's in the latest cover, and who I want to add was the very first person to notice Luffy's reawakening before anyone else, despite probably not having better observation haki than, for example, Marco. On top of all that, we have Luffy's haki taking on the form of flames as well. There were also a ton of other interesting instances throughout the story that, now that I'm looking at it again, might be a lot more important. For example, Luffy not freezing on Drum Island, an arc, by the way, that literally connected the Drums of Liberation, the Will of D, and the Hito Hito no Mi. Luffy was also literally frozen solid by Aokiji, but was completely fine. And Luffy generating more heat and steam, the more air he inhales, also would work really well with innate fire powers. In fact, this would also fit in very nicely with the idea that devil fruits have a will of their own. It's one of the theories I am most proud of because it seems to be confirmed more and more every chapter. Based on the most recent developments in the story, we've all taken it for granted by now that Luffy is JoyBoy. Whether that means that he's possessed, has awakened his spirit, or simply has inherited his will, many people were quite skeptical about the idea that Luffy might stop being only Luffy, but become a child of prophecy who was destined to do great things right from the start. And so rightfully there was the worry that Luffy being some sort of reincarnation might take away from his achievements and being the special and unique person who we all have grown to love and cheer for over many years. All of this now thrown overboard with the reveal that Luffy is JoyBoy, the man Roger and Oden and many others have been waiting for. But what if we actually got it all wrong? What if it's one of Eiichiro Oda's famous red herrings? Like how Teach said that he didn't have the type of ambition to become the 2nd Division commander, because of course he had much greater ambitions than that. Or how the Gomu Gomu no Mi was a mythical zone fruit all along. So what if Luffy wasn't really JoyBoy? What if JoyBoy was actually Luffy, who traveled back to the Void Century? Sounds absolutely ridiculous at first, but you might be surprised how well this would actually fit into the storyline overall. And so even if I wouldn't rate this as the most probable thing to happen in the story, I'm sure you will enjoy the conclusion to this just as much as I did. It all started with a mysterious message I got a few weeks ago from a subscriber of this channel who shared with me a number of articles and posts about the idea that the strange world of One Piece might be the result of a time loop or time leap happening. Now, a lot of these ideas were basically pure fan fiction. However, a few ideas here and there stood out to me as quite interesting at that point already. For instance, how certain events seem to repeat themselves throughout the story. The government that has apparently conducted major cleansings throughout the centuries, very similar people like JoyBoy, Noland, or Roger repeatedly popping up in different eras, how the Void Century and people of the past keep communicating with the present through objects like the Poneglyphs or inherited will, and of course the parallel between Luffy's straw hat and the giant straw hat on Marijoa kept by Imu, the secret ruler of the world, who, by the way, looks a lot like a giant hand on a clock sitting on her throat. And in general, as you know, time shenanigans are and always have been a very popular theme in anime and manga, say for example Your Name. However, the thing that finally got my full attention on this idea was a 2-year-old video by a smaller One Piece YouTuber called Otherwise Ace, who published a really awesome video titled Luffy is the original JoyBoy from the Void Century, long before Zunisha ever recognized Luffy's awakening as JoyBoy. Big shout out to him, I'll leave a link to his video in the description below. Okay, so in his video, he gives a bunch of wonderfully collected evidence how Luffy and the Straw Hats time traveling back into the Void Century would fit surprisingly well with the story up till now. And given what we now know about Luffy and his devil fruit, I think this all has become just the more likely and fascinating. But before we talk about how Luffy and co would even get into the past, let's just assume for a second that they do for now. The most interesting and mysterious clue about Laugh Tale and the One Piece that we've gotten in the story so far is the Roger pirates actually arriving there and literally bursting into laughter, most likely after reading JoyBoy's story, as Roger himself comments that he would have loved to meet JoyBoy and be born in the same era as him. An era, by the way, that as far as we know was just mainly war and destruction. Well, if Luffy were JoyBoy, that would mean that Roger was actually reading the story of the Straw Hats that we have been reading up to this point as well. A story that is meant to bring us joy with all its adventures and a quirky crew, and Luffy being the person who will change the world by going back in time. And I think it would also be hilarious to Roger and co, because not only would they be reading the best story ever, but also follow the adventures of someone who will be born 20 years in their future. They themselves will be included in the story written on the Poneglyphs as well. They will know all about how they themselves helped Luffy reach his goal. Pretty meta, I know, but let's be real, how awesome would that actually be? Luffy would of course tell the story where he was from and about his brother Ace and how his death would be the key to becoming Pirate King. And so suddenly Roger decides to have a kid that he then entrusts to none other than Garp, the man who he fought side by side with and Luffy's grandfather. It would also change the line of Roger wishing he had been born in JoyBoy's era and Rayleigh saying that they were too early arriving at Laugh Tale, because that would all make sense if they were talking about Luffy's era. Roger knew that he would die and never get to meet him, and it is also why they knew exactly about the 20 years until JoyBoy's return. It of course also fits in really nicely with Oden's prediction of JoyBoy returning and opening the borders of Wano, which of course has now pretty much happened. Zunisha was the one who confirmed that his old companion had returned, and who really better to make friends with a giant elephant than Luffy, who we have constantly been seeing befriending all types of giant animals throughout the story. The Kraken Surume, the bull on Dressrosa, the animals during his time skip, you name it. Now, obviously, as you will have already noticed by this point, this idea gets really messy really fast, of course, like all time travel things do. Like, who influences what? Who actually changes the future? Or is everyone just caught in an eternal time loop in One Piece? How can Luffy actually change the present if he is part of the past? Well, telling such a story is a real walk along the edge, but if there is one person I would trust in pulling it off successfully, it is Eiichiro Oda. One major issue with this idea that otherwise Ace mentions with this theory is the fact that Buggy, Crocus, Shanks, and Rayleigh, all members of the Roger Pirates, didn't recognize Luffy as JoyBoy. Or did they? Interestingly enough, however, we do know that it was exactly those three, Shanks, Buggy, and Crocus, that stayed behind as the Roger Pirates traveled to the final islands. They were the only three who never got to read the entire story. On top of that, I personally think that for Shanks and Crocus, you could very well argue that they did in fact recognize Luffy. As I've talked about a bunch before, Shanks basically bet everything on Luffy becoming the person Roger had been waiting for, the person who did eat the Nika fruit. Similarly, Crocus wonders if Luffy is the same man that they've been waiting for, implying that Roger was waiting for JoyBoy, who we now know is in fact Luffy. And Rayleigh, yes, who did go to Laugh Tale, has been acting very suspiciously around Luffy right from the start. The very first words he tells Luffy is that he always wanted to meet him. The very same words Roger used on Laugh Tale. I mean, even out of the blue, he offers Luffy to tell him and the crew the secret of Laugh Tale, already knowing that Luffy would refuse, and then goes on to train him personally for 2 years. If this theory is true, Rayleigh absolutely knows exactly that Luffy is indeed JoyBoy. Actually, looking at it from this lens makes all of Luffy's interactions with Rayleigh just pure goosebump moments for me. Like, for example, when Rayleigh asks Luffy whether he can actually do it and conquer the Grand Line, that smile he has there is just so all-knowing. He tells Robin not to be too hasty and continue their journey one step at a time, as if to say that they shouldn't skip ahead to the point that he already knows they will reach. He says that even if he told them the truth, the Straw Hats wouldn't be able to do anything about it anyways the way they are right now. Like, dude, if Rayleigh knows what the Straw Hats will become and tell them the truth, of course it wouldn't really help Luffy and co at all. They would still need to become strong enough in the first place. And he literally tells Robin that they will see it all in the end anyways, as if he already knows they're gonna be successful and kind of live through it themselves. Now, continuing on that thought, Robin might very well have been the one who wrote the poneglyphs in the first place, including the one on Fishman Island that first mentions JoyBoy by name. It would mean that JoyBoy's promise to the Mermaid Princess is literally Luffy's promise to Shirahoshi the last time that they met in the present. What I love so much about this theory up to this point is how it deals with the idea of prophecy and Luffy being JoyBoy in by far the most elegant way I have come across personally. Luffy and the Straw Hats literally being the one who created the poneglyphs and telling Roger about himself and their journey, telling him exactly when they would arrive at Wano and free it, perfect. And it would also open up so many other fun possibilities, like Luffy being the first one to pass on his Straw Hat, only to receive it back 800 years later by Shanks. Or Frankie being Vegapunk, who got left behind in the past. You get the idea. And I'm sure you guys will be able to come up with a ton more as well. Now, assuming that all of this were actually true, which I think already would require a lot of assumptions to be true, all of this leaves us, of course, with another big question. How would the Straw Hats travel back in time in the first place? Well, the first really good message in this regard is that time travel has been established officially as a real possibility in One Piece with the introduction of Toki and her powers. For now, all we know is that it's definitely possible to travel into the future, but it opens up the door very wide to the possibility of traveling into the past as well. One option would be, for example, that Laugh Tale itself functions as a sort of portal portal to the past, which would be similar to the idea that it is a portal to the underworld, based on the song Binks that seems to contain a lot of hints around the One Piece. Another possibility could be the national treasure of Marijua, maybe the giant straw hat itself being a device that allows for time travel, which might for example be how Imu and the world government have remained in power for so long. Who knows, maybe whenever something went wrong they would just reset that event and make it never happen in the first place. That would actually be a pretty freaky idea, thinking that the government has actually been overthrown a bunch of times successfully before, but they just always changed the past. That would also work really nicely with the image of Imu on the throne looking like the hand of a clock. But by far, the most likely option would of course be the possibility of a devil fruit having that same ability. As you probably know, there are certain sets of devil fruits that work either as extensions or opposites to each other, like the fire fruit being a weaker version of the magma fruit, or Baby Five's fruit being a stronger version of Mr. One's. Then there would be opposite ones like Bello Betty's fruit and Perona's, one that drains morale and one that boosts it, or Conjuro that can make 2D things into 3D, and Jolla that turns 3D things into 2D. Jolla, who by the way is part of the same crew as Treble. Now in case you don't know, I've been trying to overtake Treble in terms of bounty worth. This slimy and obnoxious man has a bounty of 99 million berries, and if you convert all 580,000 of you awesome people into yen, berries basically, that would give me a bounty of 58 million, and I just can't let that stand, so please help me overtake Treble. Now, this theme of opposite or supplementary fruits is especially true for paramecia type fruits. In other words, if there's a devil fruit that allows you to travel into the future, it would not be all too far-fetched to have a fruit that allows you to do just the opposite. Or maybe another alternative would be that it's an awakening ability of the time fruit itself. Now, Toki is of course a very interesting character in this context in particular. Why did she travel into the future from the Void Century? How did she know where exactly to travel to meet Odin? How did she know to send the samurai exactly to Luffy's time periods? And why did she decide not to travel into the future herself? Well, if she met Luffy and co during the Void Century, she would know all about the Ancient Kingdom's demise being near and trying to prepare a counter move herself. She would be the perfect candidate to send the Straw Hats back to their timeline and then follow them into the future to try and take down the world governments. Time travel or not, devil fruits will most likely be the key to the Void Century and the secrets of the One Piece world.
Luffy isn't strong enough yet to become Pirate King. As we now know, there is still a level above what he's currently capable of. That goes for his Devil Fruit, the voice of all things, but most importantly, for his Haki abilities. There are still new and even more incredible powers for Luffy to unlock and master before he can claim the throne of the pirate world and liberate it. The final power-ups he will get before the end of the story. And Eiichiro Oda, the author of One Piece, has just revealed what some of these powers are. Now, saying that Luffy still isn't powerful enough might admittedly sound like a quite bold statement after he just took out the strongest creature in the world. Kaido was physically the strongest emperor among the original Yonko with an incredible Devil Fruit power and next level Haki, let's be real. And Luffy managed to defeat him in a 1v1 battle. So what's the problem really? Well, as you well know, this fight says very little about the enemies that are still to come. Kaido's title of the strongest creature conveniently ignores two types of people: those he has never even fought before and those who have just recently become stronger than him. Luffy, of course, falling into that latter category. Someone else who just recently has surpassed Kaido, at least as far as we know, is Luffy's arch nemesis, Marshal D. Teach. I'm sure you agree that when Luffy will inevitably face Blackbeard at some point in the story, it will be an even harder battle for our Straw Hats than the Beast Pirates. I mean, Blackbeard not only has two of the most powerful Devil Fruits ever in his possession, the Darkness Fruit and the Earthquake Fruit, but he also has been building an army of the strongest and most notorious pirates of this era, feeding all of them powerful devil fruits. In other words, Luffy right now would probably not be able to take on Blackbeard. Similarly, I think it's fair to argue that someone like Akainu is also not going to be an easy win for Luffy right now. I've discussed this in more detail in my video on the enemies that Luffy still has to face, but Luffy getting a chance to fight Sakazuki and getting revenge for his brother's death is almost guaranteed to happen at some point in the story, and he's sure to pose a real threat to anyone who would want to fight him 1 versus 1. And then of course there is the man, the myth, the red-haired legend himself. Shanks has shown us over and over again that while he doesn't wield a devil fruit power himself, hockey-wise, he is on a completely different level from Kaido as well. And that already brings us to the first major power-up that Luffy will get now that Wano is finally over. And for that, I will also be getting into some of the details revealed in the special One Piece volume 4 billion that was distributed for the release of Film Red. It's not related to the movie itself really, but the info revealed about Shanks is legitimately canon, and it's probably more than we have ever learned about Shanks' true power in the regular story itself. So, Shanks' Conqueror's Haki is the strongest in the story. We already pretty much knew that much since his legendary encounter with Whitebeard. Not only did anyone outside of the top brass of Whitebeard's men faint, remember, those are men who have been sailing around the New World and are well accustomed to its dangers, but simply Shanks' presence there damages the Moby Dick, Whitebeard's flagship, physically. The planks literally crack under the pressure of his will, and this is Shanks coming for a peaceful chat, mind you. In other words, this is just his default mode. Luffy himself finally learned about the true potential of Conqueror's Haki during his fight with Kaido. He finally figured out how to use it for fighting. You can code yourself and your attacks in Conqueror's Haki to deal devastating blows or defend yourself against your opponent's attacks. In other words, it's pretty much what made Kaido and Big Mom almost indestructible. The user's kingly will manifests physically, which is why we see the sky split whenever two Yonko meet. This explains why Whitebeard's ship also took physical damage. However, Shanks takes all of this to the completely next level. His aura seems to be significantly larger than that of Luffy or Kaido, if it affects people and objects in a radius of 5 meters wherever he goes. And most terrifyingly, if you see him anywhere, like right now, and you are not subscribed to this channel, he will drink all your booze. True story. But Shanks isn't just passively oozing his Conqueror's Haki, he has complete control over it like no other character in the story really, as he impressively demonstrated during his drive-by of Wano. When Ryokugyu was coming for Luffy's head and facing off against Momo and the Scabbards, Shanks was able to identify Aramaki's precise location out of all the people on Wano at that moment and direct an ultra-precise burst of his Haki towards him across many miles from outside the country's borders. In fact, Shanks' Conqueror's Haki was so powerful that it paralyzed and scared Aramaki, forcing him to withdraw from Wano. Let me repeat that. Shanks used his Haki long range to scare off a Marine Admiral who had just proven his terrifying strength. That is a whole level above Luffy's and Kaido's pay grade at the moment. And it gets even crazier, because we've now learned about 2 other of Shanks' abilities from the special volume 4 billion that I guess is probably named after his bounty. Shanks has mastered an ability called Kenbun Goroshi, referring to observation Haki, which in Japanese is Kenbun Shoku Haki. And Goroshi simply means killing. In other words, Kenbun Goroshi is literally observation Haki killing. It's a technique that allows Shanks to use his Conqueror's Haki to prevent his opponent from using Future Sight, which is of course a complete game changer. Up to now, in any fight, it was always a question of who has the strongest Haki really. However, suddenly we know that it's possible to actually nullify another person's Haki using Conquerors. And I mean, as you've probably also just thought about, that means that someone like Katakuri, who has mastered his observation haki, would pretty much be helpless against someone like Shanks, completely robbed of his biggest strength. I mean, especially for someone who has integrated such an ability into his fighting style, it must come as a complete shock to suddenly not be able to rely on your most potent ability anymore. And let's not forget that Luffy himself also relies quite a bit on Future Sight in his fights as well at this point. But that's not all, because Oda-sensei has also revealed that Shanks is able to coat his sword Griffon in a fiery aura whenever he fights against his opponents. And we do know for a fact that neither Shanks nor any of his men have eaten a devil fruit. So correct me if I'm wrong please, but to me that sounds like either one of two things. Either Shanks' sword has eaten a devil fruit itself, which would be pretty sick I guess as well, or Shanks is able to generate flames with his haki. I mean, what does that remind you of? Exactly. Luffy's mysterious fire powers that he uses with Red Hawk and Red Rock. And so suddenly, in one sweeping go, Shanks has opened up an entire new level of power and fighting abilities in One Piece to us, and as you well know, Luffy won't be able to become Pirate King without reaching at least the same level as well. No matter if Shanks is actually chasing the One Piece himself or whether he will simply test Luffy's power, I made a whole video on that as well if you want to watch that. Reaching this level of mastery over his Conqueror's haki will be a must for Luffy now that he's moving towards the final islands. But of course, haki isn't the only thing that our captain still has room to grow in. There are still a bunch of other power-ups waiting for us as well, like with Luffy's Devil Fruit for instance. Yes, Luffy has just awakened his fruit and used his Gear 5 for the first time, which he himself actually called his pinnacle. However, Luffy's Devil Fruit awakening was active for simply a couple of minutes at most at the peak of his fight with Kaido. And so I think it's very fair to say that Luffy has not mastered the true potential of the Nika Devil Fruit quite yet. What we saw him do with it, yes, was incredibly impressive, absolutely, but I think that there must be more to its true power and potential for the Gorosei to want to erase it from history. The ability to shape its surroundings and the fact that Luffy has been revealed to be a zone fruit just open up so many possibilities. What exactly is Gear 5 even? Is it Nika Fruit Awakening? Is it simply Luffy's transformation into the animal / Nika? What does his hybrid form look like? As you can see, there are still so many unanswered questions and things that we don't know yet about the Nika Fruit. And Luffy himself doesn't even know yet that he is a Zone Fruit user. And so once he finds out, he will be able to do so much more with it than right now. I think we really only have seen the beginning of what this fruit is truly capable of and why it plays such an important role in taking down the world government and changing the world. Then of course there is the voice of all things. This power is still incredibly mysterious and seems to be even rarer than having Conqueror's haki. Luffy so far has only been using it in a very limited way. He's able to detect people's true feelings and intentions and is able to communicate with animals. Which, don't get me wrong, is a pretty big deal, but there must be more to this mysterious power as well that might well be related to the D-Clan itself, since Roger already was able to use it. We do know, for example, that Roger was able to understand the Poneglyphs to a certain degree at least using this ability as well. So what other things is it capable of doing? It might actually be the key to finding and using the One Piece, kind of like the secret ability of the D-Clan. And let's of course not forget the ancient weapons as well. We know that Poseidon, Pluton, and Uranus are all connected to JoyBoy and the Void Century. All three are powerful enough to destroy the world. Terrible weapons that can be used for either good or bad, but in the end, it sounds like Luffy will be needing them in some way or form in order to fulfill his dream and create a new world where everyone is free to live a happy life. These three weapons are truly mysterious. However, we might already know what their secret is and how they will work. These weapons might actually be much more complex and sophisticated than we all could have ever dreamed. They seem to include genetic engineering, gigantuous monsters, and colossal vessels. And if you really want to...
Luffy's going to have the most ridiculously large and powerful army at the end of One Piece. We all expect that this epic series will have one of the most epic and intense final battles we have seen in all of anime. Eiichiro Oda, the author of One Piece himself, has mentioned more than once that he's working heatedly on a war that will make the Battle of Marineford look like a playground scruff between a few third graders. And so, assuming that Luffy will actually have to call all his allies for help is not so much speculation as a promise by Oda-sensei himself. And so I think it's time to take a closer look at all the allies that Luffy has gathered over the years that will fight this all-deciding final war side by side with him against the full power of the world government, the Gorosei and Imu. A war to liberate the world from a tyrannical and exploitative rule that has lasted for over 800 years. Because as you will realize at the end of this video, this host is so large and so powerful that it really raises the question of what the government has up their sleeve to even come close to competing with it. At the core of this army of all armies stands, of course, the Straw Hat crew itself, under the command of the future pirate king Monkey D. Luffy, a fitting title for a commander that will lead such a massive host. The Straw Hats have already pretty much established themselves as a true Yonko crew at this point anyways. The top fighters, namely Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Jinbei, and most likely Yamato, are powerful enough to take on pretty much any opponent on the Grand Line at this point. And even the weakest members like Usopp, Nami, or Robin have reached a terrifying level of power in battle. As a crew with unwavering belief and a wide variety of Devil Fruit abilities and other useful skills, the Straw Hats will lead the final fleet into battle as the flagship. Now, the first massive addition to the Straw Hat army is, of course, the Straw Hat Grand Fleet that was established during the aftermath of the Dressrosa arc. An absolutely unimaginable host of 5,640 men consisting of 7 pirate crews that were enslaved or imprisoned by the Don Quixote family in one way or another. We're talking giants, Long Arms, the Tontada, Cavendish's crew, and of course, my man Bartholomew. While the Grand Fleet will add an impressive number to the main army, I think it's important to remember that many of its members are top-tier fighters that fought in the Colosseum. Many of them have Haki or Devil Fruit powers, and especially the new giant warrior pirates under the lead of Hyrogene will have a massive impact on the battlefield overall. The other major force that Luffy will be able to count on is, of course, the Ninja Pirate Mink Samurai Alliance that was formed in front of the Road Poneglyph on Zou. I personally think that this force will be even more important and power-packed than the Grand Fleet. The Samurai and Ninja of Wano are known as probably the most powerful people in the entire New World, with fighters strong enough to oppose the world government for centuries. Not only do most of them have advanced Haki in the form of Ryo, but the country is full of special ability users, including the likes of Onimaru, Tama, or Momo, who has the same mythical devil fruit as Kaido himself. Then there are of course the 2 pirate crews involved in this as well that have already fought side by side with Luffy in a battle to the death. Law's Heart Pirates and the Kid Pirates, despite their pride and brawls with Luffy, have been established as allies and true believers in Luffy that will stand by his side against a larger evil, be it Kaido or the world's government itself. Whether other Supernova will join the fray as well, we'll have to wait and see about that, but many of them do seem like likely candidates. X-Drake has already fought with Luffy, Hawkins is dead, Bonnie, who's connected to Kuma and has infiltrated Marijoa, I could see many of them standing side by side with Luffy at the end of the series as well. The Minks, of course, aren't far off in terms of their fighting power here as well. I mean, they have basically been surviving and defending their home against powerful invaders for centuries as well, and especially under the full moon, become one of the most fearsome and most powerful weapons that you could ever wish for. Oh, and speaking of their home country, Zunisha, the gigantus elephant that Zoe is located on, is of course gonna be part of this all as well. No matter if it's an actual ancient weapon or just a monstrous walking tank of destruction, Zunisha is gonna have to play a central role in the final battle that most likely will be tied to its past relationship with JoyBoy in some way or form as well, I think. And speaking of ancient weapons, another race that owns its freedom to the Straw Hats now are Shirahoshi and the Fishmen. Now that I think about it, actually, I guess technically Fishman Island is actually still Luffy's territory, if I'm not mistaken. Anyways, with the Fishmen, we once again have a race of powerful fighters that has been suppressed and discriminated against for hundreds of years. Not only are they able to fight underwater, manipulate the sea currents, and attack ships from below, but their princess, the ancient weapon Poseidon, is literally able to control the Sea Kings, mysterious giant sea monsters similar to Zunisha, whose powers are pretty much forces of nature. And at this point, I think two pretty clear patterns emerge. Luffy's most terrifying ability, as Mihawk calls it, to bring people to his side, fight for him, and believe in him, can be divided into two categories, I think. On the one hand, you have people who have been liberated and saved by Luffy. This is true for pretty much all of the Straw Hats in some way or form. Robin from Enies Lobby, Sanji from Whole Cake Island, Jinbei from Impel Down, but of course also for entire islands, including the Fishmen, whom he saved from Hody Jones and their internal dispute about their racial identity, Wano from Kaido's tyrannical rule or law, from his obsession with Doflamingo and his lifelong quest to avenge Corazon. Luffy saving people and bringing them out of their darkness, no matter who they are and what they've done, has always been one of his most powerful character traits. My personal favorite example here is probably Katakuri, whom Luffy saved from his isolation amongst his own crew and the pressure that he felt to never be himself and show any weakness. Katakuri, by the way, also someone I really expect to stand side by side with Luffy at the end. And then on the other hand, there are also many people that Luffy has brought to his side simply by earning their respect and inspiring them to entrust their hopes and dreams into him. A great example here, for example, would be Whitebeard. Luffy did not manage to save either Whitebeard nor his brother Ace during the war at Marineford, but his actions and will earned him the Yonko's respect, and as a result, Luffy has the powerful remnants of the Whitebeard pirates on his side as well, including Marco and Izo, both of whom fought with him on Wano. In the same way, Luffy has inspired Mihawk to help Zoro and very possibly help the crew again in the future. And even though there is of course more to it, it is also the reason why Shanks and Rayleigh and possibly other former members of the Roger Pirates will be fighting by his side as well. I mean, hell, even Kid falls into this category as well when you think about it. As I discussed in his character analysis video, it was Luffy's stubbornness and his willingness to die and fight for him without any second thoughts really that ultimately made Kid trust him fully as a comrade, and now wants to kill him. Whoops. Another really big ally for Luffy in the final battle will of course also be his father, Dragon, and the Revolutionary Army as a whole. The Revolutionaries are already dangerous enough as an organization that Dragon has been named the most wanted man in the world. Not only do they have agents all across the globe and most likely inside the world government ranks as well, but they also have real heavy hitters in their ranks as well, including the commanders of course, Luffy's brother Sabo, Ivankov, and the entirety of the Kamabaka kingdom as well. And we're not even talking about the possible intel that Dragon might have about the true history and the secrets of the world governments. If we're being honest, the revolutionaries might end up being one of the most crucial pieces for Luffy's success and the downfall of the Gorosei and Imu. But even more than that, there are also forces within the Marines themselves that seem likely to side with Luffy sooner or later. Characters like Smoker or Fujitora, who have opposed Luffy but ended up respecting and cheering for him as they witnessed his kindness, and more importantly, the incompetence and corruption of the government to keep its own citizens safe from harm. There are characters like Koby, who not only have been one of Luffy's closest friends since the very beginning of the show, but just like X-Drake is part of a secret marine organization SWORD that is opposed to the World Noble's cruelty and is fighting for a more just and also independent version of the Marines. And of course, we shouldn't forget Kuzan, who has been friendly towards Luffy and the Straw Hats right from the start, and who has been off doing his own mysterious thing for quite a while now. I think you'd probably agree that he seems like the type of character who would side with the Straw Hats in their fight for a just and free world as well, which would add one of the most powerful characters in the entire story to Luffy's ranks. Someone who has control over the ocean itself would be a more than valuable asset in the final war. Luffy's grandfather Garp is of course another clear-cut character here. He will not watch another one of his grandkids die. He will fight on Luffy's side in the next big war. And there are even more potential allies that might join the fight. The warriors of Skypiea, another ancient race associated with the ancient kingdom, might come to Luffy's aid. The giants of Elbaf, another big arc that is coming up soon, will surely also end up as allies to the crew. Similarly, soldiers from kingdoms like Drum Island with Dalton and Kureha, Dressrosa with King Riku and Rebecca, and Alabaster with Vivi should join the battle with a number of forces as well. And as speaking of Dressrosa, Luffy liberated the country from the rule of the Don Quixote family, which includes this weirdly thin but very slimy treble. And it has been my mission for a while now to overtake this bounty of 99 million berries. With 100 berries per subscriber, we still have almost 40 million berries to go. So please help me overtake this man by subscribing to the channel. Then there's also more of the warlords. Boa Hancock will be fighting for Luffy just as surely as Zoro will. Many of the Impel Down prisoners that Luffy helped break out, including Crocodile, maybe Buggy, and hopefully the one and only Mr. 2, Kuma, who has been part of the revolutionaries and has helped the crew before. And who knows, maybe Vegapunk will actually turn out to be an ally as well, as many people have speculated before, adding incredible technical knowledge and prowess to the mix as well. And others like Sanji's family, the Windsmokes, and their Germa army should be on the Straw Hat side as well at this point, I think. And the biggest wild card of them all is most likely gonna be Shanks and the Red Hair Pirates. However, should they actually survive and turn out to be actual good guys after all, having them join Luffy's Grand Fleet would instantly increase their power multiple times. I mean, seriously, getting another Yonko crew would just really turn this into the ultimate force to wage the largest war the world has ever seen. So I want you to really close your eyes for a second and imagine this army with entire nations, the most powerful fighters on the ocean, ancient weapons, and invincible devil fruits all united under the Straw Hat banner. All of this, of course, leaves us with one really big and really important question. What sort of terrifying secret power, please, does the world government and Emu have up their sleeve to counter this sort of army to make it more or less a fair fight? The next arc on the way to this major battle is going to be Elbaf. My original relationship with Sanji is probably similar to yours. Pre-Timeskip Sanji was an absolute fantastic character. He was not only a true gentleman, but arguably the most mature member of the crew, scolding Luffy for inappropriate behavior, protecting the weaker members of the crew, and even his chivalry had more of an old school James Bond sort of vibe. During that time, deciding who was my favorite between him, Zoro, and Luffy was practically impossible and also unnecessary. There was a great balance between the three who had very different views, yes, but nonetheless respected each other, protected the crew together, and genuinely deserved the title of the Monster Trio. I guess some people might already have been uncomfortable with Sanji's outdated views on women, but it was clearly nothing compared to after the time skip. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it, Sanji has been extremely useless and, even worse than that, annoying ever since the Straw Hats left for Fishman Islands. Through Punk Hazard, Dressrosa, and Zoe, while Zoro and Luffy were getting stronger and stronger, reaching their full potential, Sanji often failed to win an important fight and in many situations was just cringy to watch for his nosebleed horniness. And at that point, I fully agreed with the people who thought that Oda had ruined Sanji's great potential by making him an annoying and useless joke character. With Whole Cake Island, however, I was completely shocked but mostly relieved to find out that this pitiful version of Sanji I had seen since Fishman Island had actually been part of one of the best character arcs I have ever come across. And the recent developments in Wano have now completely evaporated my remaining doubts, so I can say with full confidence that Sanji has not been ruined. Just the opposite. I believe Oda's betrayal of our cook, including his over-the-top perviness, has been very much on purpose and will make his growth just the more impactful once it is complete. One of the fundamental tools for great storytelling and creating a strong main character is the so-called hero's journey that you can see here on the top rechts. And since all of the Straw Hats are designed as main characters of their own, this can be applied to each and every one of them, which actually would probably be pretty interesting to do. Maybe I should make a series about that. The first step in the hero's journey is the call to adventure. And Sanji's adventure starts in the most heartbreaking way possible. He has to run away from his unloving family that has physically and mentally abused him ever since his mother died. Getting this piece of backstory was the first real mindfuck moment I had during Whole Cake Island that gave so much more context to his character. The second step is meeting a mentor. For Sanji, this person is of course Zeph, and again he has another traumatizing experience, almost starving to death on an island. However, other than his family, Zeph actually shows love for Sanji and is prepared to die for him. He's the first person since his mother that treats Sanji like a human being and becomes his new family, teaching him about cooking and what it means to be a decent person. Most importantly, however, he gives Sanji his dream, which is to subscribe to Ohara's channel to get his weekly fix of next generation anime content. That and also finding the all blue. This is where Luffy comes into play. He recruits Sanji into his crew and gives him a chance to fulfill his new dream. And so he has now crossed the threshold and has entered the world of pirates. And for a while he overcomes his trials pretty easily. With Mr. Prince and his lobby and his willingness to take Luffy's pain on Thriller Bark, Sanji's popularity was at an all-time high. And then the first big failure, Sabaody. However, here it's the crew as a collective, or arguably even Luffy as a captain, that fails here. And so, alongside everyone else, Sanji grows from this experience and develops new skills over the time skip, which is exactly where Sanji's downfall in popularity starts. How could that happen? Well, will you look at that? It coincides perfectly with the lowest point of the hero's journey, death and rebirth. As I summarized earlier, Sanji comes out of the time skip massively flawed. While his ratio of coolness to pervert was maybe something like 80-20 before the time skip, to me it had shifted to something closer to 90-10 on the pervy end. And I gotta be honest, of course that would override all the good associations we have made with him before. And even more frustrating, he was basically of no use to the crew anymore. this negative spiral keeps speeding up until finally we hit rock bottom with Whole Cake Island, where Sanji not only leaves the crew, but even disrespects and hurts his captain.
あとどうしてもって言うからあ
He is reunited with his abusive family, who used him as a pawn for a political marriage, and in the end even has to learn that his to-be bride Pudding, the only ray of hope in all of this, actually had been plotting to murder him and everyone else at the ceremony. You can see how that's Sanji's lowest point in the story so far, right? Many people took this scene as Sanji being heartbroken about Pudding not loving him, but it's actually the culmination of his entire character arc so far literally pouring down on him. And the scene reflects that pretty perfectly. Dark, alone, and crying. And this is where everything changes. And so to really appreciate Sanji's radical development from here, you have to understand the main point of Sanji's second backstory with the Windsmokes, that some people for some reason found irrelevant. Because Sanji didn't go from awesome to the state he's in here at Whole Cake Island. You need to understand this is how Sanji has always seen himself.
言えるわけないっすよ。
丸聞こえだよ。
Right from the start, he had close to no self-worth as a person, which really is no big surprise given his upbringing. I mean, if you got told you were worthless and treated like an animal for the first 8 years of your life by your Nazi family, how would you feel? So the baseline is, Sanji is the most self-sacrificial Straw Hat, which is really impressive given how often one of the Straw Hats pulls one of these moments. But while Luffy risks his life for his dream and Zoro risks his for his principles, Sanji risks his life because he feels indebted to people. And this behavior is actually established right from the start during the Baratier arc, where he refuses to leave the restaurant because of his felt debt to Zeph, despite literally being fired. And just a bit later, he is prepared to let Pearl kill him for the exact same reason. When he offers everything of himself to the women he chases, he really means it. And the same of course goes for the Straw Hats. He would rather be alone and die rather than see his family hurt. The key is that Sanji was born with incredible kindness and altruism.
早く治ってねって。
His role on the ship is literally taking care of the crew and making sure everyone is healthy and happy. He always fights for the weak. And it's also the reason why Sanji keeps going on his solo missions. He wants to be of use to the crew and take care of things on his own, which is actually one of the reasons why he gets into fights with Zoro, who fights for everyone in battle, but otherwise spends his time on the ship, sleeping and training. So yes, kindness is inarguably Sanji's most important trait. However, combined with his abusive and traumatic childhood, he is not able to extend that love and care to the one person that needs it the most, himself. I think someone compared that to this scene from Fire Force that I found incredibly fitting here as well. And at the same time, I also believe that Sanji's perviness and sexism come from the same good place as well. The only two people who showed him love as a kid were his sister and his mother, who both were dominated by his father and brothers. So no wonder he would put a woman on a pedestal and see them as something beautiful that needs protection from men. And the second half of his life, he then grew up in a family of only dudes, all of them tough guy sailors, so of course he would get that extra portion of macho with that as well. When you really think about it, Sanji grew up on sea his entire life. In a way, he is the most piratey crew member. Well, except Jinbei, he literally lives in the ocean.
Oh, who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
And don't forget that Sanji spent 2 years on Okama Island, chased around 24/7, which is literally the reason why Oda made him go overboard with all the intolerable nosebleed stuff after the time skip. And with that knowledge, going back to the rainy night on Whole Cake Island, Sanji's insecurity and lack of self-worth have pulled him to rock bottom. His perviness is not charming anymore, but annoying. His solo missions aren't successful anymore, but a burden. He has disrespected his crew and captain only to find out it was all for nothing. And as the crowning pile of shit on top, he's back with the ungrateful, emotionless family that caused this entire mess in the first place. And looking at our chart, it is here that Sanji finally has his first big revelation. He finally understands that going off on his own was a mistake, that there are women out there who would exploit his chivalry, that he disrespected Luffy, and that his desire to save people on his own is actually a burden on those he cares for. But maybe the most heartbreaking thing is that he finally understands that Luffy and the others came to save him, that he was not dispensable, that they cared so much for him that they would declare war on a Yonko. Sanji cares so much about the people he's close to, both the Straw Hats and Zeph, but it doesn't seem to occur to him that they care about him just as much. What really broke my heart is that he's genuinely surprised when Luffy bombs into Whole Cake Island to rescue him, even though literally anyone could have predicted that in a heartbeat. I mean, Sanji has witnessed Luffy go through hell and back for Nami, Robin, Vivi, and Ace, for Ace actually multiple times I guess, and he still doesn't expect that he's worth the same level of concern. Until that moment where he sees Luffy starving and beaten, waiting at the very spot he promised he would wait. Whole Cake Island was Sanji's arc because he finally realizes his flaws. Just as Luffy did with Robin, Nami, and Usopp, he makes Sanji shout out his true feelings to him and liberates him from his emotional prison. Luffy and the others love him for who he is, and so Sanji saves the day in Whole Cake Island by being the kind person that he actually is, winning over Pudding's heart, saving his family, and even baking the cake to stop Big Mom's rage and save all of his enemies. And this phase of growth has carried all the way over to Wano. Spoiler alert from here on out, by the way. One of my favorite moments during the raid so far has been Sanji calling Robin for help when captured by Black Maria. Trusting Robin to fight Black Maria while holding on to his values means he now thinks of Robin as a strong and reliable person instead of a damsel in distress that needs to be saved and kept out of danger. He swallowed his pride and asked a woman to save him, even though he always has been the one saving women throughout the series. And I realized that this scene stands in direct contrast to his standoff with Khalifa on Enies Lobby, where he refused to trust in Nami. I mean, just look how grateful Robin is for this gesture. She's beaming, and Marco gets it too. So now Sanji is getting his long-awaited fight with Queen. However, the issue of self-worth still remains. While he has overcome the trauma of his upbringing in Whole Cake Island, he still detests his family, and now that his own Windsmoke abilities have awakened, he feels disgusted and is scared to lose his emotions. Even though Luffy told him to his face that he needs the kind Sanji, he now is wondering whether Luffy might not prefer a heartless machine to fight for him. And so what Sanji now needs to realize is that his powers are already the opposite of Germa. Queen said that Judge wanted his kids to have hearts of ice, but who stopped his plans? Sanji's mother Sora, who sacrificed herself and gave Sanji a burning heart of kindness, the exact opposite to Judge's plans. With this panel during the wedding, many readers only see Sanji saving his family, but I see Sanji and his mother saving them all with Sanji's burning heart. A really nice nod to this is actually Sanji's slider that looks suspiciously like his mother giving him fire. By the way, there's actually a real-world version of this slider that was made as a special collaboration where only about 1,000 of these were made, and I really need to get my hands on one of these. The next really huge step in his development that I think people kind of overlooked in this recent chapter is that Sanji chose to destroy his raid suit. That was a power I guess people disliked to begin with. As it turns out, Oda only meant it to be a catalyst for Sanji's true power-up. However, much more importantly, with this, Sanji also starts to overcome his arguably worst trait of them all, his perviness, destroying the one thing his perverted mind always craved for. In the end, Sanji will realize that he's actually most successful with women when he is his true, kind, and caring self. No matter if it's Viola or Pudding, Sanji is starting to understand that true chivalry is much closer to the cool and caring spy hero side of him that we all fell in love with to begin with. And in a more metaphoric sense, by destroying the raid suit, he literally chooses not to hide anymore, but be the crewmate that Luffy needs by embracing who he is at heart, which is exactly what is gonna happen by the time Wano is over. But, and I think this is very important, he still has to atone for what he did on Whole Cake Island, especially in front of Zoro. And speaking of Zoro, if you want a deeper understanding... Swords in One Piece have a will of their own that needs to be tamed by its wielder, which is the key to Zoro's next step to becoming the strongest swordsman in the world. We have to talk about swords. So the power system in One Piece is weird, for lack of a better term. The main thing used to be devil fruits that we've discussed in depth recently. And then Haki was introduced as a counterweight, but at the same time also enhancement to the devil fruit system. That system is luckily starting to make more and more sense, but it sure is a bit confusing, probably on purpose. Like, I'm 58.4% sure it's on purpose. Point is, if you don't have a devil fruit, you can still become ridiculously strong by being a powerful Haki user. However, you don't ever see anyone without a devil fruit simply fighting with their body, except Sanji. He literally is the only person I could think of that doesn't use a weapon, though he technically is a human weapon himself. So given the latest developments in the manga, and yes, this video will contain some spoilers for Zoro, I want to talk about the third and least discussed part of the One Piece power system: weapons, or more precisely, swords. So, swords have a special place in my heart as a One Piece fan. Many of the most legendary characters in the story are swordsmen. Zoro, Brook, Mihawk, the samurai of Wano such as Ryuma or Oden, Whitebeard, Shanks, Rayleigh, and even Roger himself.
Come, sorry.
Now, on the surface, one might think that swords are nothing but tools that pirates use, no matter if strong or weak. But since Luffy luckily has a man in his crew that aims to become the strongest swordsman in the world, we do know that there is much more to these weapons than meets the eye. After all, Oda went through the trouble of introducing a whole grading system for swords, with countless regular grade swords, 49 skillful grade swords, 21 grade swords, that's kind of funny to say, as well as 12 supreme grade swords. Each of these grades, or meto as they're known in Japanese, tell a us something about the quality, history, and power of the blades. Mihawk's Yoru and Whitebeard's Murakumogiri, for instance, are part of that exclusive dozen. Now, interestingly enough, there are two philosophies in the One Piece world that at first glance at least seem to oppose each other. On the one hand, we have Mihawk, who holds the title of the strongest swordsman in the world right now and thus undoubtedly is one of the strongest characters in the series. While training Zoro during the time skip as he teaches him about Haki, Mihawk tells us the following about Black Blades. The idea behind this is pretty straightforward, I think. It doesn't matter if you wield a supreme great sword or a kitchen knife. If you are a true master of the blade, any sword can become a powerful weapon, as Zoro nicely demonstrates in this scene here.
Omae, 犯人だろ。
The sword is nothing but a tool that depends on the skill of its wielder. After arriving in Wano, however, I couldn't help but realize that the philosophy of the samurai here was quite the opposite of this. Swords and their names hold extreme meaning here and were talked about almost like human beings. Shusui is regarded as much of a national treasure as Ryuma himself. Tenguyama tells us about the nature of the three Kitetsu blades, and then we get introduced to Enma, Odin's old sword that immediately starts draining Zoro's power. In that moment, it became clear that certain blades actually harbor certain abilities. Enma, for instance, clearly takes its user's haki and channels it into attacks of amplified power. So once again, the border between sword and swordsman became a bit more complicated. Certain swords have certain powers, but then again, what about Brook's ice attacks? Is that his skill or his sword? Or Kinemon's fire cutting? He taught that to Zoro, so seems to be a skill that can be done with any sword. What I'm saying is, just like haki or devil fruits, swords in One Piece are just as complicated. So which one is more important now, Mr. Mihawk, skill or sword? I mean, you run around with one of the 12 most infamous blades in the world. But the truth, of course, is that I don't think Mihawk is wrong with what he told Zoro. Mihawk knows that a good swordsman needs to be subscribed to my channel for next generation anime content. That a great sword makes a big difference. That's why he decides to use Yoru after acknowledging Zoro. Mihawk is emphasizing skill over blade during Zoro's training for two reasons, I think. First, this lesson is about haki and coating one's sword, so it doesn't get damaged. It's about Zoro learning to make any weapon as deadly and effective as possible, but secondly, Mihawk knows that without reaching enormous proficiency as a swordsman, you can't even hope to use the benefits of a special sword such as Yoru. And right now, Zoro is already immensely powerful. More powerful a fighter than the Scabbards, who are considered strong even among the strong people of Wano. And still, he is barely able to keep Enma from sucking out all his power or doing what he wants. And so it seems that truly special swords require skill on the highest level. And so for Mihawk, the priority in teaching Zoro was increasing his own power instead of unnecessarily telling him about the benefits of a great sword. Oh, by the way, quick question to my Spanish-speaking audience, because I've always wondered, Mihawk is supposed to be a Spanish inquisitor, right? Like, that's the vibe I get from his looks, just wondering. Anyways, now with Zoro's fight against King and his flashback to his time at Shimotsuke village, a lot of things have been starting to clear up. Also, I just need to say how much I love that flashback in general. I can never get enough of the story connecting us back to the beginnings and give us more context. Okay, so we see Zoro's interaction with an old man at the village who turns out to be Shimotsuke Kozaburo, the legendary smith who illegally left Wano and founded the dojo in the East Blue, even though Zoro didn't realize it at the time.
Meiko Shimotsuki Kozaburo 50年以上前にこの国を違法出国した男だ。
He was the one who forged Enma for Oden, and he teaches us a lot about swords in just a few panels. And so together with Zoro, we can start piecing things together. Kozaburo teaches us 3 very important things about named swords. First, and this might be the most important one, each graded blade has its own sort of personality and power. Secondly, good swords choose their wielder and wait for the right person. There are no cursed blades, it's just that wielders of strong swords can't live up to the sword standards. And thirdly, a powerful sword must be tamed and bent to the swordsman's will. That is an awful lot of information dump we got there. And as a quick caveat to all of that, I want to say that Kozaburo might not be the most reliable source, since his idea that swords are only meant to kill seems not very Oda-like to me. I think you agree that, as Gandalf put it, a sword's true purpose should be to keep alive and not to take one. And since we learned that Shimotsuke village was founded by pirates, who knows what Kozaburo was up to or who he was sailing with 50 years ago. That being said, he is one of the best, if not the best, swordsmith we have met in the story, who forged both Enma and the Wado Ichimonji. So while I think that Zoro will come to a different conclusion when it comes to a sword's true purpose, he most likely knows what he's talking about when it comes to these other things. And this has huge implications, like Nami's mysterious increase in bra size huge. This is beside the point, but does anyone else prefer her original design? Anyways, the fact that swords are in some way or form alive is an incredible reveal. Not exactly out of the blue, but incredible nonetheless. The idea that objects can come to life from a close and emotional bond with a person is not exactly new in One Piece. The Going Merry and its spirit are the most prominent examples here, I guess.
今まで大切にしてくれてどうもありがとう。
And similarly, it seems that a truly good sword that is forged with passion and care by a skilled craftsman also gets some sort of spirit breathed into it. Okay, so this is gonna be partly speculation, but I think it's founded really well on what we already know about swords by now. The stronger the sword's will, the stronger its power seems to be. But it also means it becomes harder to control and tame by its wielder. For example, while many regular swordsmen were not able to control the Sandai Kitetsu, Zoro was already good enough a swordsman to wield it. He felt the sword's will and passed its test. Enma, however, is on a completely different level, which is why Zoro is struggling with it so much. Now, at this point, where I want to talk about Zoro's next step as a swordsman, I'd like to draw an important distinction between 2 things. Given all the information we have right now, I strongly believe that being able to control a powerful sword is not the same as being able to turn a sword into a black blade. Zoro comments on how Oden was able to wield Enma with ease. However, despite fighting the likes of Roger and Whitebeard on a regular basis, Oden never turned Enma into a black blade. Meanwhile, Ryuma and Mihawk did. The trick to controlling a powerful, quote-unquote, cursed blade, as Kozaburo says, is taming it and bending it to your will. That immediately reminded me of all the times that Luffy used his haki to tame wild beasts. And it's not any haki he uses, it's Conqueror's haki. Similarly, when Zoro finally surrenders his haki to Enma, suddenly his Conqueror's haki bursts out. Enma literally is training Zoro to use Conqueror's haki, and I think that's what it really takes to control a sword of this caliber. Looking at many of the other most powerful swordsmen like Roger, Shanks, Rayleigh, Whitebeard, or Oden, all of them had Conqueror's haki. And I think for all of these monsters, it's their weapon that is able to bundle their crazy haki and make it a lot more efficient and usable. Similarly to how Luffy's learning to code himself in Conqueror's haki, I think Zoro will have to learn that as well. Kaido, for instance, is clearly doing exactly that when he knocks Luffy unconscious with his Thunder Bagua, not because of the damage, but because he overwhelmed Luffy's will. or of course when Whitebeard and Roger's blades don't touch. And so that, I believe, is Zoro's next step as well, taming Enma and earning its loyalty. After that, however, the question of course will be whether Zoro will be able to turn his blades into black blades. The answer is of course yes. It would be kind of stupid if he didn't, but what exactly does he need to do to achieve that? Now, my personal opinion is that a black sword is quite similar to an awakened devil fruit. You have to fully master the sword and its individual personality to unlock its true potential. But even more so, I think that Zoro has to form a true bond with his swords. They are important to him as objects, yes, but he has to get to know each of their personalities and form a true relationship with them in order to do what only true masters are capable of. And speaking of awakening, if you want to learn more about that topic, can you imagine Usopp becoming one of the most important characters in the story, fulfilling prophecies, acquiring Conqueror's Haki, and even taking out one of the Yonko? No? Well, I can. I think that after Whole Cake Island being Sanji's arc and Wano being Zoro's arc, Elbaf will be the arc of God Usopp, where the cowardly, insecure, and lying boy from Syrup Village will become one of the fiercest and bravest warriors the endless seas of One Piece have ever seen. So put on your best pair of sniper goggles and allow me to share with you the gospel of the almighty and all-knowing creator of One Piece, God Usopp. Usopp has always held a very special place in my heart out of any fictional character really. Today I want to walk you through his incredible character arc until Wano that turned him into one of the most beloved characters in fiction, and then share a number of carefully selected, exquisite theories with you that might foreshadow some major developments for Usopp and his powers very soon. Usopp is an incredibly interesting character in a multitude of ways. Take his name for example. Usopp is a combination of the famous Greek storyteller and fabulist Aesop and the Japanese word uso that literally means lie. Oda clearly was fully aware of where he wanted the character to go, because Usopp is both a great liar and a fantastic storyteller, and on top of that he is by far the most quote-unquote normal member in a crew of absolute monsters, which made it super easy for me to relate to his experience traveling with the Straw Hats. I was incredibly impressed how well established these fundamental traits were at Syrup Village, where we first get to meet Usopp. Immediately, you and I know that this is someone who craves attention above anything else. He lies and exaggerates to any and everyone he meets just to have people notice him. This is literally the story of Peter and the Wolf. This deceptiveness and pretentiousness in everything he says and does made Usopp extremely unlikable to me initially. However, just a little later, we find out why. Usopp is basically an orphan. His mother died when he was still young, and his father left him to become a pirate. Now, to be fair, it was Shanks who is fighting for a better world, and I don't think Usopp is a bad person from what I can tell so far, but let's be real, he doesn't deserve a Father of the Year award for it either. In my eyes, this left Usopp with two choices: resent his father for leaving, or, as he did in the end, glorifying him for it. After all, why would he leave his only kid behind if he wasn't a legendary pirate with very important work to do? This really hits home hard when you realize that it's probably exactly this insecurity about being left behind that led to Usopp's chronic lying in the first place. He lies about being a great and powerful pirate, having had many adventures, just like his father, because he feels like he could never truly be this person in reality. Instead, he sees himself as weak, insecure, and worthless. Inarguably his worst side. Keep that in mind for Water 7. At the same time, however, I love that we also get introduced to the best in Usopp. On the sickbeds of his dying mother and of his friend Kaya, he also fabricates stories. However, while his usual lies are meant for getting himself some attention, these stories are meant to brighten up the day of people he truly cares about. It's the storyteller inside him caring for others, and to me it's exactly this altruism that is the basis for Usopp becoming a brave warrior of the sea. And oh boy, if the theories I have in store for you are just a little bit true, he will be a great warrior indeed. It's during his fight with Chu on Arlong Park that he finds this dream. But honestly, I do believe that Usopp is brave right from the very beginning. Usopp's cowardice is actually very much self-imposed. Effectively, it's another one of his lies. And this even links to the concept of him telling lies that later become true. Usopp's self-doubt acts as what is called a self-fulfilling prophecy. Even though he's often scared, in the end he always decides to stay, fight, and do the right thing. He has shown time and time again that when it really counts, he's undeniably brave, proud, and honorable. So to me, his arc is not at all about becoming brave, because bravery requires fear to be overcome in the first place. No, to me, his real arc is about building confidence, accepting himself, and finding a purpose. The next big step in his character arc is during Alabasta, and honestly I couldn't help but be incredibly impressed how he overcomes his fear to be hurt and once again steps out against an opponent he thinks is way out of his league. Already at this point here, he's willing to give his life for his captain and declares his loyalty to Luffy. Interestingly enough, however, just a while later, we experience Usopp's lowest point in the story so far. However, I'd argue that his fight with Luffy and his leaving the crew doesn't diminish his belief that Luffy will be Pirate King at all. The Going Merry, the ship that had been given by his village, has become a full member of the crew to the point where Usopp could even see a manifestation of its spirit, something that will be important later on, by the way. Conqueror's Haki. Now, this member of the crew had gotten too weak to fulfill its purpose and was about to be left behind by the rest. Usopp sees himself to be the next in line. Despite all the courage he has already shown, he still has the world's biggest imposter syndrome. It's the very same reason why he tried to forcibly put himself on a level with Luffy. He's struggling to find a purpose that allows him to stay useful and stay with the crew. At this point, Usopp is the only one that doesn't have a fixed role in the crew yet. He isn't recognized as the sniper yet at this point. Only during Enies Lobby does he come back as Sogeking, a representation of everything Usopp thinks he wants to be. He hides behind a mask that allows him to slip into a more confident persona. As a result, his actions on Enies Lobby establish him as the sniper of the crew, and after witnessing the lengths that Luffy would go to keep a crew member through Robin, he finally overcomes his fear of being left behind and apologizes to everyone. Thriller Bark, however, proves to us how insecure Usopp still is, even under the mask of Sogeking, all while once again taking down a strong opponent. I was very positively surprised to see then that Dressrosa, out of all places, was Usopp's biggest moment of character development yet. The Tontada have put all their hopes into Usopp, thinking that their hero Usolando will come and help them. The stress for Usopp in this arc has been building up steadily, and in the end he just couldn't handle the pressure of the responsibility he had brought onto himself with his own lies, so he runs away. Unfortunately, Usopp represents one of the main themes of Dressrosa here: deception. All this time, though, Flamingo had been deceiving the Tontada, and Usopp was essentially doing the same thing. However, in the end, their cries finally reach Usopp. Without Sogeking to hide behind, he finally accepts himself as a true and strong member of the Straw Hat crew. Usopp gains confidence in himself and his capabilities to be a real hero and is rewarded immensely for it with one of my favorite moments after the time skip. As a result, the Usopp we see in Wano is the most confident but also most competent version of him we have ever seen, turning the tides wherever he appears. So, now that I want to move on to Usopp's future in the story, what's important to know is that Usopp keeps fulfilling many of his major lies, one after another, becoming more and more the hero he aspires, and I guess fantasized as a kid to be. As always, everything from here on out is speculation based on my previous analysis, but I'm really excited about all of these possibilities. And as you probably already suspected, Elbaf will be the basis for all of these theories. Elbaf, spelled backwards after all, is fable, and it'll be the most important arc for our storytelling fable master yet. Throughout the story, Usopp has forged relationships with all the giants that he's met. First on Little Garden with Dory and Broggy that inspire him to become like the giant warriors, enforcing his dream and promising to go to Elbaf. On Enies Lobby, he frees Oimo and Kashi from their bonds to the world government, perfectly reciting the giants' weapons and techniques. And after fighting side by side with them, once again he promises to meet them in Elbaf. And finally, he gains the respect of Hayruddin on Dressrosa, who declares him a god, giving Usopp a very high standing across multiple generations among the giants of Elbaf. The first lie I'd like to look at is this one. As I've discussed in my big One Piece theory, Noland is actually one of the most influential characters in the entire story and a direct parallel to Roger himself. Outside of Shandora, Noland traveled the New World multiple times and is worshipped by the Tontada as well. And so Usopp is tied to Noland through the two statues he has, one in Shandora and one in Dressrosa. And so I think it would make a lot of sense for Noland to also have been to Elbaf. One very popular idea is that Usopp will defeat Loki, the current ruler of Elbaf, which would fit Usopp's character arc perfectly, by the way. A great reference to David versus Goliath, a legend in which the small David defeats the giant Goliath with a slingshot. And I don't find it too far-fetched to theorize that Usopp might find out about his relationship to Noland here as well. If this were true, this could have some major implications for Usopp. It is quite possible that Noland, just like Roger, was one of the people who inherited JoyBoy's will while failing to keep the promises they made. Other characters that might fall into this line are Binks and Nika, and the Sun God was actually mentioned the very first time during Noland's flashback. And as you know, Usopp has also earned the status of a god. And so if this were true, it would actually not be Luffy, but Usopp who would be the inheritor of JoyBoy's will and setting him up as the liberator of the giants. Now, I do still think that Luffy is JoyBoy, but I did find this line of thought very entertaining, and even if Usopp was just a descendant of Noland, that would already be pretty awesome in itself. Next, let's look at something that has been hinted at a lot throughout the story. Usopp getting Conqueror's Haki. Yes, you've heard me right, I'm suggesting that the Usopp, our Usopp, might unlock what only Luffy and Zoro have within the crew so far. So how does the ambition and will of a king fit together with the king of cowards? Well, the very first clue is already in the name. Usopp has proclaimed himself to be a powerful pirate captain throughout the story and wants to become a brave warrior of the sea. In a way, he has these kingly ambitions in a more literal sense than even Luffy and Zoro. As for willpower, I already have explained that to me, Usopp has been brave and strongly willed right from the start. The only thing holding Usopp back really are his self-doubts and his self-image. However, this is slowly melting away. Usopp has already unlocked one type of haki, and that on the most extreme level we have seen in the story so far, picking out the exact aura of a person miles away from him. So could there have been any hints in the story similar to Zoro? I believe that there is actually a ton of foreshadowing for this. Usopp has actually lied about having Conqueror's Haki twice now. Once in this scene here with the Tontada,
なんて、実は今の揺れこそが俺の覇気だ。
And a second time during the raid on Onigashima. Additionally, we have 2 instances where Usopp knocks out powerful opponents by literally crushing their will. Once with sugar, and once with Corona. Both times we can see the characteristic foaming mouth that is reserved for someone knocked out by Conqueror's Haki. And as we know, Conqueror's Haki relates very much to one's spirit and spiritual presence, as well as to one's ability to affect the spirits of others. And Usopp was originally the only one able to interact with the Going Merry's Klabautermann. So could this be another one of his lies coming true once Usopp reaches his full potential in Elbaf? Well, I would lie if I told you that I wouldn't absolutely love it. To round things up, now that we have a quite powerful Usopp, the last theory I want to discuss has been proposed by a Reddit user called AfriChick, who proposes that Usopp might be the one to bring an end to Big Mom's chase after the Straw Hats. Shout out to her, or him, or yeah. We have already talked about Usopp's relationship with the Giants, and Big Mom shares this affinity with him. She has gone to great lengths to try and include the Giants into her peace project and has been inspired by their warrior spirit as well. As you might have noticed, one of her main attacks is the same giant technique used by Dory and Broggy. She actually uses it 3 times, once on Whole Cake Island, once on the live floor in Onigashima, and once on the rooftop with Kaido. And yet, funnily enough, the only Straw Hat who hasn't experienced this attack yet is Usopp, the man who knows all of Dory's and Broggy's techniques. Both of these character arcs are on a direct collision course for Elbaf, and yet their standing among the Giants couldn't be any more different. Big Mom, who is seen as a force of destruction, and Usopp, who has been heralded as a warrior and a god. So Usopp might well be the only person to end the feud between the Straw Hats and Big Mom herself. To solidify all this, we're gonna have some shenanigans with the chapter numbers again. You do know I love these, but this time, instead of the wordplays, we'll just rearrange some of the numbers, because Oda does love doing it. For instance, take the first panels of chapter 592 and 925, or 387 and 783. The chapters I want to look at here are chapter 834, titled My Dream, that shows Big Mom talking about her dream to unite all the people and have the Giants with her, as well as chapter 483, The End of the Dream, which features Lola out of all people, the daughter who ruined the wedding with Loki. As we've already said, Usopp has the exact opposite standing with the Giants than Big Mom, 2 sides of the same coin, so what happens if we flip it? Chapter 438, in which Usopp chooses to return to the crew instead of his dream of going to Elbaf. What really blew my mind here is that actually no matter which way you rearrange these 3 numbers, it always has to do with characters thinking that they have to give up their dreams. 348 is the chapter that Robin chooses to go with CP9 in order to protect the Straw Hats, giving up on her dream of learning the history of the world and Salt's last wish of finding her friends. 384, the chapter where Usopp tells Oimo and Kashi the truth, moments before they thought they had to give up on their dreams of seeing their captains ever again. And chapter 843, the chapter that Sanji tells Luffy that he's leaving, giving up on his dream of the All Blue in order to protect his friends. So what do you think will Usopp say when he sees Big Mom's attack? Will he say that he's actually friends with Dory and Broggy, that he's fought side by side with the Giants, and that he has Hyrule as his underling? It would sound like the biggest lie he's ever told, but turn out to be nothing but the truth. Another character that is strongly linked to Elbaf and Nordic. Is there any character that can seriously challenge Roronoa Zoro's loyalty towards his captain, Monkey D. Luffy? The first mate of the Straw Hat Pirates that stood side by side with the future king of the pirates against the strongest creature in the world. That was willing to sacrifice his life and dreams at multiple occasions, swearing his allegiance and resolve to become the strongest swordsman in the world to Luffy while almost bleeding to death. A man so powerful that he was able to cut Kaido, a feat that only Kozuki Oden, the strongest of the samurai of Wano, was capable of doing, and a user of Conqueror's Haki, usually a sign that a person is meant to lead and rule and not follow another man. By the way, not the only thing that he has in common with the Dark King, Silvers Rayleigh, another absolute legend of the story, who was the right-hand man of Goldie Roger, the first pirate king. So how is it that Zoro is willing to sacrifice so much for Luffy, to the point where his loyalty to his captain is an even more respected and inspiring part of his character than his skills as a swordsman, his discipline, or his determination? I strongly believe that Zoro is as respectable and awesome as he is for his loyalty due to his change and growth throughout the story. If he had simply been loyal and trusting to Luffy right from the start, it just wouldn't have had the very same impact. Because when Luffy first meets and frees Zoro and basically bribes him into joining his crew, Zoro is very much a lone wolf type of character that hunts pirates on his own, following his very own path. Really, you can very easily see why Zoro has the will of a king and could have become an immensely powerful leader on his own if he never had met Luffy. At the beginning of their journey, I think it's fair to say that Zoro sees joining Luffy as a useful step towards reaching his goal of finding and defeating Mihawk and becoming the strongest swordsman in the entire world. These here are the 5 major moments in the story that turn Zoro into one of the maybe the most loyal and respectable characters in all of anime and made him my personal favorite character in all of One Piece, in case that wasn't obvious. Being completely humiliated and almost killed by Mihawk at the Baratie, his objection to Usopp returning to the crew on Water 7, his sacrifice on Thriller Bark, swallowing his pride and begging to train under Mihawk during the time skip, and of course pushing himself to the brink of death during the raid on Onigashima. So, getting to face off against Mihawk so early on into their journey, before even reaching the Grand Line, was the best thing that could have possibly happened to Zoro, really. This humbling defeat against Mihawk changed his perspective on the world fundamentally. Well, I think we all know that he was far from being the strongest here. At the same time, he proved to us his potential to be it, and more importantly, I think, his determination for the very first time here. He would rather die for his value of being an honorable swordsman than run away. And not only did he get recognized by Mihawk for this, but more importantly, Luffy showed that he was more worried about his health than his skills as a swordsman, and he also showed unwavering faith in Zoro's ambition and dream to make it a reality. And so, having seen Luffy risk his own life a number of times already at this point for his friends, it changed Zoro's view and made him respect Luffy for both his strength and his willingness to die for the right cause and values. Remember, these are the 2 things that are the most important to Zoro. And so this feeling of respect just keeps on building up, with Luffy saving Nami on Arlong Park, reaching the Grand Line, freeing Drum Island, and finally Alabasta from the rule of one of the 7 warlords. At this point, Luffy has fully earned Zoro's respect, proving himself as powerful enough to be his leader. Now, Zoro is probably much more aware of the hierarchy and his position in the crew at this point than any of the other Straw Hats, because by accepting Luffy as his captain, Luffy also now carries Zoro's personal pride and honor as a swordsman. And so when Usopp disrespects Luffy and then wants to rejoin the crew without an apology a bit later, Zoro sees this insult to Luffy as an insult to him personally. After all, discipline and respect towards those who are stronger than you are two of the main things that he took away from his Wano training in Shimotsuke village, which we have seen a lot during the Wano arc as well. And so I would say that Zoro is both right and wrong here at the same time. He rightfully teaches Luffy a valuable lesson about being a good leader and warns him that being a pirate isn't a game. A lesson that Luffy later has to learn the hard way by losing his crew and failing to save his brother Ace. Really should have listened here. At the same time, however, Zoro also hasn't fully understood yet what makes the Straw Hat crew so special. The fact that everyone feels more or less equal and is free to express who they are and what they believe freely. And so only a little later, during the invasion of Water 7, when he fights together side by side with Usopp and sees his determination and willingness to fight and overcome his cowardice, does Zoro finally understand how Usopp has felt and why he wanted to leave the crew in the first place. All while Luffy is proving for the very first time that he will literally do anything, wage war on the government if need be, to get a member of his Straw Hat family back. Even though Robin, in theory, also had left the crew, just as Luffy would later do with Sanji as well in Whole Cake Island. So Zoro has now become a very important anchor for Luffy, teaching him to take things seriously and become a better leader overall, while at the same time also learning to appreciate the love and care the crew has for each other. And that is actually something I personally feel like a lot of people tend to overlook here, and just another reason I think that makes Zoro so awesome. Literally taking on all of Luffy's pain without so much as a second of hesitation on Thriller Bark then is probably still my favorite moment in the entire story up to this point. It's just so much raw emotion. Like, legit, whenever you feel like you need a good cry, just rewatch this scene. In case you forgot, Zoro is already pretty much unable to stand up himself when he blocks Kuma's path to an unconscious Luffy. He bargains for him to let Luffy go in exchange for his own life. Kuma then, kindly enough, I guess, takes him up on that offer and, using his unique devil fruit powers, extracts all of the damage and pain that Luffy has accumulated during his fight and gives Zoro just a small taste of it, which already brings him to his knees. He then lets him know that taking in the rest of this pain will kill him. Quick side note, since Kuma was actually not an enemy as we now know, I suppose he probably made sure that Zoro would not actually die, but he didn't exactly hold back either, as we can see. And Zoro does not know this, of course. And yet, without so much as a moment of hesitation, he just steps right into that bubble, which then of course leads to the most epic moment of all time, where Sanji finds him standing there, bleeding, telling him that nothing happens. Now, this is of course the ultimate sacrifice he's willing to make here for Luffy. He puts the dream of his captain and the way he's able to change the world above his own dream. Zoro has completely left behind the idea that Luffy is merely a stepping stone for himself. Luffy's dream is now also his dream, or part of his dream. But it does get even crazier from here, because remember how Zoro knocked out Sanji, who was, by the way, to be fair, also willing to sacrifice himself as well. Well, Zoro not only is prepared to give his life for Luffy clearly when necessary, but for every single member of the crew, including of course Sanji, despite all their brawls. And it really shows to me that Zoro at this point has fully internalized that the Straw Hats are not only a crew of pirates, but a family. And so as Luffy's right-hand man and kind of the vice head of this family, it's his responsibility to step in and give his everything to protect the crew as a whole. This crew has now become the most valuable thing in his entire life. And so all of this goes to the next level when Zoro is sent to Mihawk's island after Sabaody. Because after seeing that Luffy lost Ace during the war, he throws away his honor and begs Mihawk to train him. At first, Mihawk's reaction to this is being absolutely disgusted. He thinks that Zoro is simply too weak to leave the island on his own and that he has lost all his pride as a swordsman. It's only when he finds out that Zoro already defeated all the Mandrill monkeys and decided to stay behind anyways that he does see the truth of the matter. Zoro has made Luffy's dream part of his own, and he wants to make Luffy the king of the pirates above all else. He wants to become the strongest swordsman in order to help his captain get there and protect his crew from ever having to suffer through something like on Sabaody ever again. And so in this moment, he's willing to throw away his personal honor as a swordsman, what used to be his biggest value in life, because his honor as a vice captain of the Straw Hat crew is now much more important to him. I've actually made an entire video about Mihawk in this situation, explaining his crazy character development during and after the war, so if you want the whole story, check that out. But in short, for here, Mihawk has learned Luffy's crazy power and potential during Marineford, a man who got the respect of both Shanks and Whitebeard, and thus in the end decides to train Zoro and acknowledges him as a worthy swordsman and apprentice of his. In other words, Mihawk really sees how much Zoro has grown as a person and grows himself. And so not only does this turn Zoro into one of the strongest people in One Piece after the time skip, but it also earns him a crazy bounty of 320,000 berries, which I'm honestly really jealous of. I have 580,000 subs right now, which if it were dollars and converted to berries would be 58 million berry bounty for me. By comparison, even Treble, a man that consists to 99% of slime, has a bounty of 99 million. So please, if you want to help me overtake Treble by subscribing to the channel and raising my bounty, that would mean a lot to me. Which brings us all the way to Wano and an arc that coincidentally mirrors a lot of the events we've seen during Thriller Bark. And so it might or might not be surprising for you to find out that Zoro once again has pushed himself across his limits for Luffy and the crew. First, he's come face to face with Kaido himself, side by side with his captain, something we honestly all wanted to see really badly, and then dealt some real damage to the Yonko, earning his respect and revealing his conqueror's haki to us. Still one of the most hype moments of the entire raid so far. And after taking some heavy damage in the process, once again, he did not hesitate for even a second to take the wonder drug of the Binks that would come with devastating consequences for his health, just so he could keep fighting. Without ever betting an eye though, Zoro just takes it and goes off to take down King, Kaido's #2 in command and one of the most powerful fighters and antagonists in the entire story so far. That's someone on the same level roughly as Katakuri, who Luffy had really struggled to defeat in the arc before. And now, once again, Zoro has been pushed to the brink of death, where he actually saw death himself with his cloak and his scythe, though who knows what that might actually be all about in the end. We'll find out. However, right now, if you want to dive even deeper into Zoro, the thing that intrigued me the most about Trafalgar Law when he was first introduced early on in the story was how hard it was to read his thoughts and actions. On Sabaody, we meet him as this pretty messed up guy in hippie clothes that has fun tormenting his enemies, always with a smirk on his face, which I found immediately intriguing. After the war, and especially after the time skip, however, I was surprised to see that he seemingly had completely lost this chaotic side of him and now felt a lot more serious, always thinking things through and worrying about things that might go wrong. Finally, after dethroning Doflamingo, it was really heartwarming for me to see him grow closer and closer with the Straw Hats, slowly dropping his serious and tense manner and fully subscribing to Luffy's way of handling things.
ここに何をしに来た?
お前をぶっ飛ばしにだ!
Now, what at first glance seems to be an inconsistency with his character turned out to be one of the best character arcs we've gotten in the story. Law's backstory and his personal history with Doflamingo and Corazon is one of my all-time favorite flashbacks that I actually dedicated a whole video to. The flashback is structured just like the backstories of all the Straw Hats: death, tragedy, and something that Luffy has to free them from. In the case of Law, that thing is his obsession with Doflamingo. After being saved and loved by Corazon, who tells him about the will of D, Law believes that he must inherit his savior's will to take down Doflamingo for the threat he poses to the world.
俺の目的は弟として兄ドフィーの暴走を止めることだ。
I think something that's quite easy to overlook is that Law believes that Corazon saved him only because he revealed his middle name to him. And as a result, he tries to pay this kindness back by dedicating his whole life to revenge. This obsession is further fueled because Law blames himself for the death of his loved ones. He believes himself to be a failure, which might sound weird to Western fans who I think generally see Law as a pretty damn accomplished character. However, what living in Japan has taught me is that this strong theme of brothers in Dressrosa is not by accident. We of course have this for Luffy and Sabo, who reunite over their shared goal to retrieve Ace's devil fruit. But for Law, it's particularly important. See, here in Japan, the relationship between older and younger sibling is somewhat sacred. You should always respect your older brother under any circumstances, but it's always his duty to protect his younger siblings. Which is, for instance, why Ace's death was so extremely meaningful. Law, however, despite training to be a doctor, is unable to save his little sister, and we get this heartbreaking scene where he has the exact same reaction as Luffy when she dies. Similarly, he can't protect the other orphans, and I would even go so far as to say that he blames himself for Corazon's death as well. See, it never occurred to Law, nor to any Japanese reader I assume, that Doflamingo would do the unthinkable thing and actually kill his younger sibling. And so, in a sense, Law as an older brother once again had to lose a younger sibling he loved. I hope that this helps you realize why Dressrosa was even more important to Eastern fans than it already was, and why Law is even more popular among fans there. Now, of course, Law as a helpless and traumatized boy is not to blame for any of these, but it didn't change the fact that he always felt guilty about it. In Law's mind, taking down Doflamingo and fulfilling Corazon's mission was the only way he could remedy himself from this guilt. And so, up until Sabaody, just like Luffy and the other supernova, he's mostly focusing on getting stronger. And so the Law we meet at the auction house is simply enjoying how much closer he's gotten to Dofi in terms of strength. After the war, however, things change. Law realizes that the new era is coming now, and with it, his chance to make a move. So he decides to save Luffy, the person who he saw punching a celestial dragon and becoming the center of attention at Marineford, because he sees someone else who's capable of fulfilling Corazon's hopes for the D-Clan. And so after he spends 2 years planning his move on Doflamingo, he doesn't hesitate to team up with Luffy once they cross paths once again on Punk Hazard, completely by accident, by the way. Law very quickly understands, though, that without Luffy, his plan would already have failed right here on Punk Hazard, and more is taken in by Luffy's ability to master any situation, no matter how impossible it may seem. And so, after being taken out by Dofi and having to leave the fight he was waiting for his entire life to Luffy, he even says that in the case that Luffy should lose and die, he wanted to die next to him. At this point, Law fully trusts and respects our captain. And yet, when Luffy finally defeats Dofi after what feels like 12,473 episodes, when all citizens of Dressrosa are swept away by tears of joy and relief, this is the reaction we get from Law. Now, at first I thought that Law simply had to process what had happened, but this is pretty much the only reaction we ever get from him. Even though his big goal has finally been achieved, he still doesn't feel free and fulfilled. The weight on his shoulders is somehow still there, and I think it's this why so many people are confused about Law's character arc. The true resolution to his past, where he can finally embrace Luffy's deed and come back into the light, is a much smaller moment during the epilogue of Dressrosa. Now, the moment I'm talking about is this small interaction Law has with Sengoku, the former fleet admiral who had been Corazon's supervisor within the Marines. Now, what both Sengoku and I realized in this moment is the fact that Law has always assumed that he had been saved for being a D, an enemy of the gods with high expectations in him to fulfill his role. The beauty of this scene is how Sengoku breaks Law's worldview with one sentence and frees him from his past.
そのためにお前を助けたわけじゃない。受けた愛に理由などつけるな。愛してるぜ。
And so it's these two panels here that actually mark the conclusion of Law's character arc and the end of his suffering. Oda's subtle genius. Okay, so Law's arc is over now, right? He has done what he set out to do and even found peace by embracing the unconditional love that Corazon had for him. So why exactly is Law still there? What is his purpose in the story and what goal does he have now? Three common theories I see popping up a lot are that A, Law will betray Luffy and go for the One Piece itself, B, that Law is actually a member of the secret marine organization SWORD, or C, that Law will sacrifice himself to perform the immortality surgery on Luffy. Here are my thoughts on these and why I don't think it's gonna be either of the three. Okay, so Law could betray Luffy based on the idea that pirate alliances always end in betrayal, but given the fact that Law was not only freed from his burden by Luffy, but also was prepared to die with him, kinda tells me that this doesn't make too much sense. The whole point of Law's arc was to show how kind he actually is at heart. So as long as Oda doesn't pull another Chondro, I'm gonna say with a lot of confidence that this won't happen. Now, the SWORD thing on the other hand could be true, especially given that Corazon was a marine spy as well. Drake, for example, has infiltrated Kaido's crew, and if Aokiji is also a member of the group, he has infiltrated Blackbeard. Now, Law has mostly been just traveling with his own crew, but I guess you could argue that he technically infiltrated the Straw Hats. However, to be honest, I don't quite see the point of it. Law is already a fully flashed out and interesting character. Plus, he's a devoted D, who are the enemies of the Celestial Dragons. But it's possible, I guess. Now, while I think that Law might very well die at some point and use his ability on someone else maybe, I don't think it'll be Luffy. Here's why. Luffy's goal is to find the One Piece with his friends. Otherwise, it'll not be worth it. I mean, in some way or form, becoming Pirate King is only a tool for Luffy, a milestone to fulfill a bigger dream that doesn't just include himself. So if Law were to sacrifice himself for him, even without Luffy's permission, it would taint his journey. Remember, Luffy didn't want to hear anything that Rayleigh knew, and he detests people who use others as tools, like how Big Mom used her daughter for political alliances. So I can easily imagine a scene where Law tries to sacrifice himself, but Luffy stops him, similarly to how he stopped Sanji and Robin from sacrificing themselves for him as well.
お前がいねえと俺は海賊王になれねえロビンただお前の口から聞いてね生きたいとイエーイ
Also remember that on Thriller Bark, Zoro, Sanji, and Robin knew that Luffy must never know about Zoro almost dying by sacrificing himself. So Ohara, you might say now, what will Law do then? I personally think that Law now has a new goal and will loyally fight side by side with Luffy till the very end. And this goal is to find the true meaning behind the D-Clan and the Will of D. He has been obsessed with it his entire life, and now finally with Luffy has found someone that actually acts in exactly the way Corazon explained it to him. He was there after all, both when Luffy punched Charlos and when Luffy punched Doflamingo. And so I think that Law is simply interested in reaching Laugh Tale, not to become Pirate King, but to learn the true history, something we see him discussing with Robin. And when you think about it, Law actually has the most unsuitable crew compared to most other Supernova to reach Laugh Tale. He even sent them away just before carrying out his master plan against Dofi. His men seem to be more a crew of doctors than of fighters, and I think that's what their role is gonna be for the rest of the story. In other words, now that Law doesn't feel obligated to be a good D anymore, he has freely chosen the goal to become one by following the man he now believes can actually become Pirate King.
お前には麦わら屋を倒せねえ。
あいつからシーザーを取り返すこともできやしねえ。
And now we get into the spicy stuff. Because interestingly enough, Oda might have already told us what Law's role will be based on his naming scheme. Law unites a lot of references to British seafaring. As Oda stated himself, Law was inspired in part by the real-life 18th century pirate Edward Lowe, who was known for his cruelty, like cutting off enemy body parts. He had a deprived childhood, surviving by stealing, and was brought up by a family of criminals. Sound familiar? So basically, Oda took this real-life pirate and gave him a twist. Law is rumored to be cruel, but actually is not. Plus, he actually cuts up people, but only using his devil fruit ability. There are a lot more British influences though. The White City in the North Blue, where Law was born, is most likely inspired by the White City in London in Northern Europe, which is famous for hosting the Japanese-British exhibition. Law literally sails on a yellow submarine, a homage to the famous song by the Beatles. However, it's Law's name itself that has the most clues. In Japanese, Trafalgar is actually spelled Torafaruga, with Luffy actually calling him Tora. And Tora literally means tiger, keeping Law in line with the animal theme of the warlords. Now, the other two major clues in his name are again Trafalgar as well as water, because in Japanese, the combination of the taboo name water, Wateru, and his given name Law, Ro, form the word Waterloo, Wateruro. Now, the Battle of Trafalgar and the Battle of Waterloo are two of the most famous battles in history, fought in the same war that led to the downfall of Emperor Napoleon. During the Battle of Trafalgar off the coast of Spain, the British were led to victory by the strategy of naval hero Horatio Nelson, who not only had lost an arm, but was also shot during the battle. Waterloo, on the other hand, became famous as the downfall of Emperor Napoleon. In this sense, the Battle of Trafalgar and Nelson wounds would represent Dressrosa, which is also inspired by Spain. Waterloo then would represent Wano and the end of the Emperor, in this case Kaido, which was enabled by the previous battles. Now, of course, Law is one of these central figures fighting in Wano right now, and it will be interesting to see what will happen to him after that battle is won. There has always been a strong theme of death surrounding his character. The Sergeant of Death, his Devil Fruit ability, the Death number 4 in Japanese with his 4 names and his bounty of 440 million. There's a ton. So Law might actually very well die, but I would personally prefer to see him become the happy and free person that Corazon originally wanted him to become. And actually you can... What do you think about Sabo and what has happened to him? What if I told you that he's bringing Vivi and the revolutionaries to Luffy right this moment? That he will be more important to the story than Ace, and that I've actually shed a tear while writing the script? Actually, on second thought, don't answer that last one. Okay. Real talk for a second. As you know, the reason I love One Piece so much is not because of the fights or the powers or even the world building. All of these are absolutely fantastic, no question about it. But to me, what puts One Piece above other great works of fiction is its out-of-this-world character writing. Not only does the story have one of the biggest cast of characters ever, but pretty much every single one of them has their own personality, development, and purpose in the story. Everyone feels like they belong into this world, and each and every one of them does their part to make One Piece the epic adventure it is. Which brings me back to Sabo. I've wanted to talk about Sabo for a while now because, in a weird way, he seems to be the odd one out here. Not just for me, but many others as well. The Amnesia plotline was not very well received. I mean, you can't tell me Sabo never saw an image of Ace in a newspaper before. And in many ways, Sabo's only role can easily be mistaken as a replacement for Ace. And objectively speaking, at this point in the story, if nothing else happened with him, I would go so far as to call him the only bad character in the story because he doesn't really seem to contribute to Luffy's story. However, and this is where this video finally turns positive, I finally realized that by thinking this way, I might not only have judged Sabo's role in the story extremely prematurely, but even worse, I probably have actually drastically underestimated the potential Sabo has for Luffy and the endgame of the story overall. Hi, my name is Manu, and as an older brother myself, I think I've finally figured out what Sabo's character is all about, what has happened to him during the reverie, and what role he has to play at the end of the story. Despite being one of the most influential people in Luffy's life, I was surprised how late in the story Sabo was actually introduced. The first time we learn about his existence is during Luffy's flashback after the end of Marineford.
Sabo! Sabo, いるか?
I've seen a lot of people speculate that Oda just wrote Sabo into the story at that point on a whim, but I'm convinced that Sabo was part of Oda's plans right from the start, which is also why I'm not worried at all about him being a character with no purpose. Here is just some of the early foreshadowing by Oda. His first possible appearance might have been in chapter 99, where we see someone looking suspiciously like Sabo in the crowd as Buggy plans to execute Luffy. This would actually make further sense because it is also Dragon's first appearance in the story. Next, we have the flashback of Luffy and Ace sharing sake to become brothers, and as you can see in the top left corner, there is a third cup just barely visible. Another hint that hit me really hard when I realized what it meant was Ace's tattoo that we first get to see in Alabasta. At first glance, it looks like he found himself the world's worst tattoo artist that managed to misspell Ace with an S. But then we see Sabo set out to sea. It's not a strike through as after all. Ace has literally tattooed Sabo's Jolly Roger on his arm as a tribute from the last time he saw his brother before seeing him die at the hands of the Celestial Dragons. Gotta be real, I teared up a little bit when I heard that first time. I hope you agree that most likely Sabo was always part of Oda's plan. But what then is his purpose in the story? Is it merely being a replacement for Ace? And the answer to that is kinda, but not really, but definitely in a good way. Okay, so Sabo actually has 3 important roles in the story. For the first of these, we have to go back all the way to Luffy's childhood. Sabo shaped both Luffy and Ace into the great pirates that they later would become. Ace, suffering under his heritage, was always in a very dark place. It was only thanks to Sabo that he was able to find someone he could truly trust and forget his worries with. On top of this, Sabo served as the relaxed and positive moderator between him and Luffy, as both were very headstrong and impulsive. In my opinion, Sabo might well be part of the reason Luffy is so incredibly tolerant towards everyone. Even though they were living in poverty in the shadow of the nobles, Sabo, who was a noble himself, was just another friend and brother to Luffy. It taught our protagonist that a person is made by their actions and not by their heritage. Even better, since Sabo was well educated, he most likely contributed most of the knowledge that Luffy and Ace got as children. But most importantly, Sabo was one of the key factors that inspired both Luffy and Ace to become great pirates. Shanks was definitely a major driver for Luffy as well. However, I feel like it is this scene here, when Luffy learns about Sabo's death for the very first time, where a lot of Luffy's ideals and even his big dream can be traced back to. Luffy realizing that Sabo tried to become a pirate in order to find happiness is basically the premise for each and every one of his crewmates. He finds great people that, just like Sabo, have been in an incredibly dark spot their entire life and gives them true freedom and happiness by making them pirates of his crew. Luffy really goes out of his way to pull people out of their darkness because of Sabo's death and how he and Ace did not realize it, did not try to help him escape his terrible family. This is of course also connected to Ace's death, where Luffy now feels as if he had failed to save not only one, but two brothers. And it's exactly that subtext that makes Luffy's reunion with Sabo so special. Now, the only arc where Sabo had a chance to showcase his current personality so far is Dressrosa. A big criticism I always hear is that Sabo is basically just Ace 2.0, and in a way, these people have a point. Both of them have similar cool older brother vibes, both are powerful members of two of the most influential groups in the story, and both go out of their way to make sure that Luffy can go his own way. Heck, Sabo actually eats Ace's devil fruit and uses some of his moves. However, if you have taken away anything from the many analysis videos I've made on One Piece so far, you will know that Sabo unites two important themes Oda uses: inherited will, as well as the concept of two sides of the same coin, where most elements of post-timeskip One Piece are mirrored and inverted versions of the pre-timeskip. I think it's no coincidence then that Sabo appears in Dressrosa, the arc that mirrors Elbaf in the first half of the Grand Line, where Ace made his first appearance as well. Both arcs serve as setup for Luffy's relationship with his older brothers. That way, Oda could set up Ace's capture at Marineford and whatever has happened to Sabo at the Reverie. I'll get into that in a moment. But to me, saying that these two characters are the same is just not true. Both have their distinct personalities and differences. And even strength-wise, Sabo seems a lot more capable than Ace. He wields the Mera Mera no Mi easily right after eating it, is able to face off with an Admiral, and in this scene right here, I'm pretty sure he uses Ryo to split the platform.
Ryusouken. Ryuno. Ibuki!
A real beast. Both have their distinct emotional baggage. While Ace feels unwanted and hated by the world, Sabo blames himself for not being there for Ace and Luffy when they needed him the most. In his fight against the Marines, he seems to go a little bit psycho for a while until you realize that he is just very emotional and trying to protect Luffy no matter what. That, or he's just very ecstatic about having subscribed to this channel for more One Piece content every single week. Interestingly enough, Sabo becomes a little bit more like Ace when eating the Mera Mera no Mi, even sharing the same lines as Ace. Now, this could simply be a representation of Sabo inheriting Ace's will to watch over Luffy. But as I've speculated in my video on devil fruits here, it might very well be that devil fruits themselves store a bit of their previous owner's personality inside them. What really stands out to me though is the moment that Luffy realizes Sabo is alive and all that Sabo tries to do is lessen Luffy's own burden for not having saved Ace.
Arigato na, Luffy. Ikitete kurete ureshii.
He actually thanks Luffy for being alive like 3 or 4 times, making sure that Luffy doesn't have any more survivor's guilt about Marineford. And speaking of Marineford, there is one really interesting detail there that I think you might like. You of course know that Akainu's real name is actually Sakazuki, but what you might not know is that Sakazuki has an actual meaning in Japanese. The reason his true name is so jarring is that Sakazuki is the Japanese word for a pact of brotherhood over sake cups, which is exactly what Ace, Sabo, and Luffy did to signify their brotherly bond. Why would Oda choose that name? Well, when you think about it for a second, it actually really fits. While Akainu does kill Ace and takes one Sake Cup brother away from Luffy, Ace's death also cures Sabo's amnesia, giving the other Sake Cup brother back to him and passes his will onto Sabo. Sabo even stated that he felt Ace's spirit lift the fog in his mind as a way of guaranteeing that Luffy always had at least one brother looking out for him. And of course, it might foreshadow a Kainu being involved with Sabo at some point in the story as well. So up to this point, I believe that Sabo has already contributed a lot to Luffy and to the story overall. But I personally think that the most important part of his arc is yet to come. And that brings us into the realm of speculation about what has happened at Marineford to Sabo. One possibility is of course that Sabo has been killed. That would fit in with a theory I made about Koby inheriting the Mera Mera no Mi, but even if Sabo were to die at some point, it surely wouldn't be off screen. Another, much more likely possibility, I think, is that Sabo has been captured and is about to be executed. Now, while this would admittedly be a little bit too similar to Ace's fate, it would give Luffy the chance to actually save a brother from the government this time, which I don't hate. However, I personally think that Oda is trying to trick us into believing one or the other. My personal favorite idea is that the government has taken out the king of Alabaster Cobra and also tried to get rid of Vivi in the process. This is supported by Imu picking her image during the reverie. And I think it would be quite likely that Sabo would have gone out of his way to save Vivi just as he saved Rebecca on Dressrosa and running away with her. As a result, the government could have blamed Cobra's death on Sabo, but would still want to keep the news from spreading that a revolutionary was able to infiltrate and escape Marineford without being caught. Which I think would also explain all the shocked reactions to the newspaper. Remember this scene? Sabo has a Vivre card of Luffy and Vivi is bound to return to the crew at some point. So if both of them escape together from Marineford and Sabo can sense Luffy's Vivre card burning up during his fight on Wano, it would make sense for the pair to make their way towards the Straw Hats, maybe even bringing the rest of the Revolutionary Army along to battle the Marines coming to Wano as well. However, Sabo reuniting with Luffy would have an additional meaning as well. Remember how all his attacks are dragon-based? Well, Sabo is literally the right hand of Dragon himself. And we know that Luffy has no relationship with his father whatsoever. However, Sabo was raised by Dragon instead and he grew up with Luffy, so who better to bring these two together than Luffy's older brother? And one thing I would really love to see is Sabo and Luffy visiting Ace's grave together at the end of the story. Or, if Luffy should make it, Sabo visiting both of their graves next to each other. I don't know why, but just thinking about that scene at the end of One Piece already puts tears in my eyes. If you don't want to cry now and rather learn why Devil... The Egghead Island arc is pretty much over, which poses one really big question. What happens next? And here are some of the questions that I do want to answer with you today, like where are the Straw Hats gonna go next, and will they split up once again? Will the Gorosei hunt them down from now on, and will the Revolutionary Army wage an all-out war on Marineford? Plus, of course, who will join the crew? However, there is one other game-changing topic that literally no one has been talking about, and is the fact that this arc may actually end way differently than we ever imagined. That's because during chapter 1117, Zoro tells the rest of the crew to launch the 1000 Sunny without him and Jinbei. And I'm here to tell you that this could actually signal that the crew might not leave Egghead Island all in one piece. Now, you might be saying rightfully, Manu, this is just a random statement from Zoro and the monster trio will probably just pop on the ship. I mean, they can all technically fly at this point, and while you aren't necessarily wrong here, some very interesting details I think suggest that the crew will actually once again be split up, similar to the end of the Sabaody arc, which of course you will probably know is the mirror pre-Timeskip arc to Egghead. A lot of the stuff is the same. Now, the first question we of course have to ask is, why should Oda even do this? Well, there's actually strong evidence for the crew needing to be separated at this point. Take a look at this. During Sabaody Archipelago, the crew were faced with unkillable enemies such as the cyborg pacifista and Admiral Kizaru, and it just so happens that they are in the exact same situation with the unkillable Gorosei, who they literally can't even damage at all. Now, of course, back then, the whole point of Kuma separating the crew back on Sabaody was so that they could actually each grow much stronger and come back ready to face the challenges of the new world. And so, if we think about these same circumstances with the current crew and the current arc, we could see them split up in order to learn the secrets of fighting the Gorosei and Imu, and just in general for a bunch of the Straw Hats to actually catch up to that Yonko crew level in the first place. Now, that obviously begs the question, who will teach them these secrets and these new skills? And there are actually a lot of options here. Someone like Shanks makes a lot of sense, or if we want to stick with the parallels of Sabaody, maybe someone like Roger's third in command, Scopa would be the perfect person to teach them the secrets that they actually need in order to fight the demon Gorosei, since he already knows the true history of the world and probably what they are. That is, of course, would also really nicely fit in with the theme of Roger pirates helping the Straw Hats at the start, the middle, and now pretty much the end of the Grand Line, kind of pushing them in the right direction. And all of this could lead to a scenario where the crew is split up once again. Now, we'll talk more about all of the crazy options for what islands they would probably go to in just a moment, but first, let's address how the crew would even split up here in the first place. I mean, well, we've already mentioned that Zoro told Nami and the others to take off with the Sunny on their own. So if the Sunny does a coup de burst off of Egghead, I mean, there are still the Gorosei around, I really doubt that they'll be able to hang around and wait for the others. And I mean, even the Giant's massive longboat is trying to take off right now, trying to avoid being completely destroyed by the marine forces as well. So if the ships are already far out at sea, it's kind of highly likely that Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Jinbei, the power quadruple, would still be stuck on the island, especially if they still have to fend off the Gorosei. Now, this would leave them needing another route of escape, and if we look back to Sabaody, it was, of course, Kuma who separated all the Straw Hats in the first place, but this time around, he probably won't be filling that exact same role. So it could just mean that someone like Kizaru is actually the one who this time around splits up the crew with his light abilities. Or heck, even something that I would love to see is a reunion between Luffy and Vivi if Big News Morgan's hot air balloon ship can just swoop in and pick up some of the remaining Straw Hats. Okay, but let's just for a moment actually assume that this is what's gonna happen. Then where in the world would all the Straw Hats be heading next? Of course, someone has to go to Elbaf, and if we're assuming that the crew is splitting up right here, I just have to imagine that it would be Usopp's group that would be the ones going to the home of the Giants. I mean, this group of course also includes Nico Robin, because she needs to reunite with Saul. Usopp has all the connections to all the Giants there, so they would be the perfect ones to go meet the Giants and collect potentially the final road Poneglyph that probably maybe is on Elbaf, question mark. We'll get back to that later. But that of course leaves just one other major question: where do the Monster Trio and Jinbei go? Well, we've already discussed the possibility of Scopercaban revealing himself in the end and putting them through some sort of small training camp arc. That would be obviously super awesome, and maybe that could even take place on an island like Roadstar Island, since that's just always where I've assumed Scopercaban would be, the last official island of the Grand Line. Though potentially it's also an island where Nami could go to. I know there's been some crazy theories about Nami potentially originally being from that island, and I mean, in general, it would be kind of cool to have a third group of Straw Hats go to a third island. But speaking of training here for a second, there is of course one other secret ability that Luffy will surely still need to learn in order to actually reach Laugh Tale, and that's something that you've probably considered, but at this point, I'm about 80% certain that Laugh Tale is somewhere underwater. Because I mean, come on, I mean, with everything that we've just learned from Vegapunk about the world flooding, and the fact that both Roger and Shanks' crew have no devil fruit users at all, I'm more convinced than ever pretty much that the crew will need to go underwater one more time at some point. I mean, why doesn't Shanks' crew have any devil fruit users? Huh? So he will either need to learn a secret way to go underwater, or the other option is that he will need to unflood the world, but we'll discuss more on that again in just a minute. Back to potential islands though for now, because there's actually another really likely destination that you've maybe even forgotten about by now. Because remember that during this very same arc, Luffy's grandfather Garp was also defeated by the Blackbeard pirates, or more specifically Kuzan, I guess, but that happened on Hachinosu Pirate Island, basically Blackbeard's headquarters. Now, I know it seems like so long ago and so much has happened in this arc, and we'll discuss Blackbeard plans for Garp in just a few moments as well. There's a lot to cover, but if Luffy learns that his grandfather has been captured, I mean, is there any chance in the world that Luffy isn't just rushing to that island trying to pull off some sort of Marineford style rescue mission where the strongest Straw Hats storm Blackbeard's headquarters in order to try and rescue Garp? And maybe that's just me fantasizing here a little bit, but I honestly don't think any other group right now would be powerful enough at this point to save the hero of the Marines, besides maybe Shanks' crew or the fleet Admiral Akainu, but can't really see either of them go and save Garp at this point. So yeah, I hope you are as excited for the future of the story as I am, because there's just so many crazy directions that the next few chapters could go in. And I wouldn't just assume that the whole crew is heading off straight to Elbaf right away, as Oda has kind of been very awkwardly like pushing onto us. I'm always a little bit suspicious when that happens. One thing we do know for sure though is that the world government will never be the same ever again, and that their future is a lot darker than ever. Like seriously, after what we've recently seen on Egghead Island and with Vegapunk's very long broadcast, there is no way that the world will ever look at the world government the same way in the future. There was also the Gorosei's mysterious demon powers, which even made Marines question their loyalty, and who can blame them really? And we can't also forget the reveal that Lucia was destroyed by an ancient weapon. In other words, there are gonna be a ton of questions that the Gorosei will want to erase as well going forward. I mean, we still have the Great Cleansing coming up, but before we dive into that entire discussion, we first have to ask, what will the Gorosei actually do next? Will they go and try chase the Straw Hats, or simply return to Marijua? And if I had to guess, I'd probably say they will for now stay on Egghead Island until they actually secure everything that's on there. I mean, remember that the Gorosei were never really after the Straw Hats in the first place. The whole reason Saint Saturn came to Egghead Island was to eliminate Vegapunk and secure the Mother Flame. So with those two goals probably mostly accomplished, there's really no other reason for them to continue chasing Luffy and the crew. There's of course also the very real question of whether they can even leave the island in their demon form, since they did arrive in these strange summoning circle type thingies. So would they just be able to board a ship and leave regularly, or will they just need to like be resummoned, teleport back to Marijua the same way most of them arrived? Though at the same time, I feel like it just seems like a very powerful ability, and I would just assume that they're just free to go wherever. Either way though, the world just became a way more dangerous place than it already was. And that's because Imu and the Gorosei now have access to the entire Mother Flame energy source. Because remember, this mysterious flame is what powers Imu's ancient weapon, probably Uranus, and before he only had a tiny fraction of the Mother Flame that was stolen by York, probably again, but now with basically unlimited access to that legendary energy source, will Imu just start blasting away kingdoms left and right that rebelled against the world government? I mean, it's certainly possible. It might just be what the entire Great Cleansing is all about, and if that were to happen, then it would have all types of disastrous consequences for the entire world. And that's of course because we've already seen that using this weapon raises the sea level exactly 1 meter, but that was just with this tiny fraction. In other words, even this tiny, relatively small amount was enough to sink many islands around the world. So just imagine if it was used like 5 times or 10 times or 100 times. It would literally wipe out most of the remaining islands left in the entire world. As a result, only those with extremely high elevation, such as Drum Island, maybe Alabasta, Dressrosa, Fuji on Wano, and a few other exceptions, would even have a tiny chance of surviving this. Now, I guess it would be good for the fisherman, question mark, if you want to look at it like through a positive lens. But the world-shaking power of Uranus isn't, of course, the only terrible power about to be unleashed throughout the world, because the future of the world government is most certainly going to include another super powerful force that was introduced during this arc as well. I'm, of course, talking about the completely freshly introduced, probably Yonko level group of the Holy Knights. Now, in case you've forgotten, these mysterious fighters, they're said to be the ultimate celestial dragons who even serve justice to other celestial dragons. And these mysterious figures are the protectors of Marijua and the entire group of celestial dragons. And since the world is now in chaos and the revolutionaries are stepping up their war on the world nobles as well, we simply must see this insanely awesome new group of fighters getting some action soon as well. But once again, we'll talk more about all the things that the revolutionaries are gonna do in just a moment, which is gonna be insane. But before that, there's another group with inside the Marines we have to talk about, and that's of course the secret marine organization SWORD, who we actually saw in a little bit more detail in chapter 1117. In fact, this chapter really makes me think personally that this group of special marines is going to eventually change sides and fight against the world government. We have the Marine Commander Hibari, who even says that everything Vegapunk said really makes you think. And then just a few panels later, we have the commander of SWORD, DS Drake or X Drake, who is looking very much like a man considering his place in the world at this point. And just to remind you again, Drake actually joined up with Luffy during the raid on Onigashima and fought against the world government's secret agents himself. And of course, on top of that, I can also totally imagine Koby, who is also a member of SWORD, asking Luffy to help him rescue Garp if the world government doesn't send anyone to help the famous Vice Admiral. So yeah, I would not be surprised at all if SWORD eventually started siding with Luffy in the final battles. I mean, there is a lot of precedents. We don't know if Smoker's part of them or will be part of them, but him, you know, potentially Aokiji, Koby, Drake, there's a lot of them. However, you might be surprised to hear that almost no one has a bigger role yet to play in the final saga than this next group of characters. And yes, of course, it's finally time to talk about the Revolutionary Army, who have finally stepped up a little bit, despite a lot of panels of Dragon going ... saying nothing. But still, with everything happening on Egghead Island, it is very easy to forget that the revolutionaries are laying siege to Marijua right now in the manga. Yeah, even I needed to remind myself of that, and you probably didn't know or have forgotten either. And while they aren't directly attacking the Holy Land right now, they are capturing food and supply ships that were meant for the Celestial Dragons, in other words, taking away their resources and basically starving them out. Now, we've already seen some of the result of this back in chapter 1092. So yeah, after finally declaring war on the world government officially, Dragon is now finally putting his big group of freedom fighters into action. And of course, this won't come without consequences, because I can just imagine Dragon and the others eventually having to face off with the likes of Gorosei, the Holy Knights, who are also all protecting Marijua. And man, I know that literally any One Piece fan out there really finally wants Dragon to just do something. We don't even need a big fight, but like, you know, who knows, maybe even a clash between Luffy's father and Figerland Garling is hopefully not too far away in the future. We just need this man to do, like, Dragon, please do something. But that's not the only thing in store for the revolutionaries, because after Vegapunk's message and the reveal that the world is now sinking, the revolutionary army have quite possibly the biggest bomb to drop on the entire One Piece world, because in case you forgot as well, the world doesn't actually know that the government is the one who destroyed Leloucia in the first place, because for whatever reason, Vegapunk just left that little detail out. But you know who does know? Sabo knows, and so do the rest of the revolutionary army leaders. And if they were to broadcast that info to the world, just like Vegapunk did, then it would surely cause way more kingdoms and way more people to join their side in their effort as well, right? Unless, of course, they would be too scared of Imu's super weapon. But for the sake of the story, let's hope, fingers crossed, that Dragon and Sabo do gain more and more followers for the revolutionaries, like just based on this information. Now, I do know I said that the revolutionaries were possibly the most important group for the future of the story, but there is actually yet another group who could very soon be even more powerful than Emu, and that's of course none other than Blackbeard. And just listen to the next step he is very likely to take here. Because again, in case you forgot, okay, I've been saying that way too much, but there was just so much revealed during Egghead Islands, so much for a quick detour arc, am I right? But do you remember that this happened in Wano as well? And then this! Yeah, that's right. This stinky, slimy swamp man has some of the most valuable information in the entire world, and he's being taken right now straight to Blackbeard to reveal the location of not just one, but two of the ancient weapons. Like, this is so next level insane, and you just know that someone like Blackbeard will of course take advantage of the chaos in the world right now to just swoop in and make a play for the world destroying weapons himself. So he could very easily go after the mermaid princess Shirahoshi, who can command the Sea Kings, and then just keep sailing on to Wano, where we're actually having a cover story right now to uncover the secrets of Pluton, which is buried under Wano. And actually, now that I'm thinking about, okay, the play to capture Pluton really just makes a ton of sense when you think about it, because we already know that in order to set Pluton free, the borders of Wano have to be destroyed, and previously we saw the ancient elephant Sunisha coming to do just that, but there is literally no better character to destroy the walls around Wano than Blackbeard with his literal island destroying tremor devil fruit. Blackbeard is just gonna go boom, walls coming down, Pluton, like, how have I never put those two pieces together before? Makes a lot of sense. But yeah, don't be surprised if you see Blackbeard ending up with control over not just one, but two other ancient weapons very soon, which could make him even more powerful than Emu with just one ancient weapon and the entire world government. Although, speaking of the government again, we already mentioned that Blackbeard has captured Garp. And while I'm not quite sure how in the world he's even keeping this superhuman marine captured in the first place, like seriously, I feel like Garp, if he wanted to, could probably break out of any prison and chain, so they must have him locked up super crazy. We do know though that Blackbeard wanted to become an official king of the world government, so he might try to do the same with Garp, or he might just do some sort of public execution, just like the Marines did with Ace. But then of course, more than anything else, I also cannot wait for Blackbeard's future role as a member of the D-Clan. In fact, we saw him along with everyone else in chapter 1117, desperately waiting to hear what Vegapunk had to say about the mysterious clan as well. And while I personally like to think that Blackbeard knows a lot more about the D-Clan than probably a lot of people out there, someone else who's most likely going to play a major role in the D-Clan storyline is none other than Nefertari di Vivi, because we recently learned that Vivi's ancestor Lily was also a member of the D-Clan, so knowing Vivi, she's probably not gonna rest until she finds out all there is to know about the mystery surrounding that name. And honestly, next to Bonnie, Vivi is like the prime candidate for the next Straw Hat, or returning Straw Hat if you wanted to. But coming back to the D-Clan thing, there might actually be another fan favorite character who might help her in her search for answers, and that's of course Trafalgar D. Walter Law, because currently Law's quest to become Pirate King is pretty much sunk, I would say. I mean, his crew was completely obliterated by Blackbeard, and he only barely escaped with Beppo, but instead of becoming Pirate King, we already know that Law's current goal is actually to learn more about the will of thee, so I wouldn't be all too surprised to actually see him and Vivi end up searching for clues together. And the reason I like this so much is because this would lead perfectly into one of my current favorite pet theories, that there is a secret sect of D-Clan members who have preserved their own history and are just waiting to rejoin the fight against the Gorosei. And with more and more pirates around the world hungry now for treasure and eager to explore the lost civilizations sunk beneath the surface of the ocean, there has never been a better time to find a top secret group of D-Clan members than right now. Heck, even Lodestar might have that D-Clan, again a reason for someone to go there. But beside that though, we do need to ask also what Vivi's future role is gonna be as well. Because honestly, personally, I don't really think it fits right now, at least for her to join the crew. I mean, her power level is probably laughably low compared to the rest of the Straw Hats, and so maybe instead I wonder if she will rally Luffy's allies to help him in his ultimate fight against the world government. However, we can also not forget that Imu has a somewhat strange obsession with Lily, which seems to also extend to Vivi, so she could still be kidnapped and become a damsel in distress for the final saga of the story. There's a lot of ways for this to go, and also no beef with the people who think that Vivi will join the crew or is already part of the crew. Might happen later. I mean, let's wait and see. And then, with all the chaos going on at the end of Egghead Island, Jewelry Bonnie and Kuma have definitely taken a backseat to the intense fighting right now, and at this point, there is still a really strong possibility, I think, that Bonnie, or maybe even one of the Vegapunks, actually joins the crew. Let's be honest, she actually still fits many of the Straw Hat criteria, and her dream could be to restore her father with ancient technology. However, Bonnie joining is actually far from certain at this point, so it also wouldn't surprise me if she took her father and tried to fix his body, or just simply lived out of the rest of her lives in peace. Though, at the same time, I feel like there is a lot of unresolved business, so it would be cool if she actually joined the Straw Hats. Now, that of course really leaves just one group who could truly make a difference in the final saga of One Piece, and of course, I'm talking about all of the former Roger pirates out there still in the world. I mean, okay, we've already mentioned the mentor role that Scarpa Gaban could play, but what about the entire rest of them? Look at them, there's so many. Okay, obviously there's Shanks and Buggy, who are still major players in the current events, but neither of them actually know the true history like the other Roger pirates because they never went to Laugh Tale. So will Vegapunk's call out in chapter 1116 make Crocus or Rayleigh step up and try to help at the end, or any of these other Roger pirates? Like, there's the fisherman guy and the giant, like, there's so many of them. I'm not exactly sure, but at this point, I wouldn't be surprised by anything in the story. However, there is one other major source of I know it sounds crazy, but Monkey D. Garp might not be Luffy's only legendary grandpa. Because what if I told you that his grandfather on the other side of the family tree was none other than Roxy Xebec? And I promise that if you make it till the end of this video, you will have your mind completely blown away by the conclusion of this. Also, a big thank you to Reddit user Mr. Bushido for laying the groundwork for this theory on our subreddit about the secret Goa Kingdom connection between Garp, Rox, and Roger and their brotherly friendship. Yes, I'm not bullshitting. But before we can get to those crazy parts of this, we have to do some groundwork first. Because really, we don't know all that much about this most infamous of all pirates trying to conquer the world of One Piece, who has all but been erased from history. However, there are a lot of clues about him, including, for example, his silhouette that should tell us something. I mean, lots of theories have drawn the obvious Blackbeard comparisons, Teach's giant raft literally being named the Saber of Xebec. However, if you ask me, Rox's silhouette looks a whole lot like another character that we already know, Monkey D. Dragon. A lot of fans have long assumed that Monkey D. Dragon was Garp's son, given that he carries the Monkey family name. However, as you might have heard before or might not have, this doesn't have to be the case. Garp never once actually refers to Dragon as his quote-unquote son. All he does whenever he talks about him is referring to him as Luffy's father. So Dragon could very well be Garp's son-in-law, and Luffy's mother could then be Garp's daughter. Because while Luffy strongly resembles his grandfather Garp, those genes seem to have skipped Dragon's generation completely if Dragon was in fact Garp's biological son. So wouldn't it be more likely that after his father was erased from history, Dragon instead took his wife's name, the daughter of Garp, and Luffy's mother? I mean, it wouldn't be even the first time a character has taken their mother's name in the story. After all, Luffy's own brother, Ace, was named Portgas as a way of separating him from Roger's lineage for his own protection. And we all know that Oda loves himself some foreshadowing. So could Dragon and then Luffy after him have done the same in order to separate themselves from the Rox family name? And while Dragon of course clearly has different goals than Garp, his vision does seem to align very well with parts of Rox's. I mean, Dragon doesn't appear to want to claim the empty throne for himself to become king of the world, but just like Roxy Xebec, he does specifically want to combat the world government and the celestial dragons. So could he have have inherited this will from rocks, from his father? After all, the D-Clan are the natural enemies of the Celestial Dragon, as we very well know from Luffy himself. However, this of course wouldn't be the only thing that Luffy would seem to have inherited from Rox's side of the family. For instance, we know that Rox gathered into his crew the most fearsome and strongest pirates on the Grand Line. Edward Newgate, Charlotte Linlin, Shiki the Golden Lion, even a young Kaido. And so all of these pirates, many of whom would later on become Yonko, are the strongest forces on the planet, and they all served on Rox's ship. And so someone who could rally all of these incredible personalities under one flag would have to be supremely charismatic and powerful. I mean, getting people like that to work together, they would have to have a gift of making friends and allies out of anyone they'd meet. Does that sound like anyone you know? According to Mihawk, Luffy's propensity for making allies is without any doubt his greatest strength, and this strength may have come from his grandfather Rox Xebec. In the very same way that Rox gathered the strongest pirates of his era to his side, so Luffy does by amassing his grand fleet and teaming up with several members of the worst generation. Law and Kid very much seem to be set up as similarly significant members of Luffy's own pirate era after all. But the similarities between Rox Xebec, Monkey D. Dragon, and Luffy are multifaceted. Not only do they share physical resemblance, all three of them, but they share defining characteristics as well. However, of course, this is not where this theory ends. Not even close. The ending is going to blow you away. So let's talk about Luffy's family tree, because the family history shared between the Monkey and the Rox clans might go way, way deeper. So get ready for some soap opera level of speculation here. And really, it all starts with a young version of Garp. Eiichiro Oda has a really tight grasp on his story's timeline. Even when there are potential loopholes, he's pretty good about closing them. And so, after he decided to make Ace the son of Goldie Roger, a move that was most likely not intended from the beginning, he knew it wouldn't work because Roger had died before Ace's birth. Ergo, Portgas de Rouge was pregnant for 2 years. To avoid the One Piece equivalent of King Herod. This is a man who, when he introduced time travel into the series, made sure that it only worked one way, so he wouldn't mess up his precious timeline here. He even uses masterful hints, like having the samurai and Momo alluding to knowing Roger, allowing eagle-eyed readers to guess the huge time travel plot twist here. And so, given that Oda has been very meticulous, let's look at Garp in the past. Because Eiichiro Oda has drawn him before. When Oda drew Garp as a child, he looked a whole lot like young Luffy. Like, look at this. He's a rambunctious adventurer riding a tiger. He's a wild boy befriending forest animals just like his grandson did on the very same island. This doesn't look like a future hero of the Marines to me. This looks like a future pirate, no? So how exactly did he go from the spitting image of Luffy to a noble Marine? And even more importantly, let's also poke a little bit at the timeline he's gotten. He joined the Marines at the age of 22. We know that Koby joined the Marines at the young age of 16. Zephyr from Film Z joined the Marines at age 14, and while it's not unheard of for the Marines to join later on in life, Sakazuki and Borsalino, for instance, were also in their 20s when they joined. And so I think it's pretty clear that joining the Marines wasn't exactly the starting point for Garp. Which of course leaves us with the question, what might Garp have been doing up until age 22? This is going to be super important for the crazy conclusion at the end of this theory, so pay close attention now. It has been repeatedly shown throughout the story that Luffy clearly takes heavily after his grandfather, so I think it's very doubtful that Garp was just patiently sitting around the Goa Kingdom until he turned 20 or 22 to join the Marines. If he was anything like Luffy as a kid, which the illustrations and the story would suggest strongly, he probably couldn't wait to get away from his home island and see the world. But before we can speculate on what exactly Garp was doing for all those years, let's talk about the home island itself a little bit longer. Because the Goa Kingdom, as you know, is a place of extreme inequality. The nobles live in complete extravagance, while the poorest members of the country live among the literal literal trash of the Great Terminal. Now, we don't know what exactly it was that inspired Garp to become a Marine in the first place, but his foundation here could have instilled a desire to create a better, more just world, while at the same time reinforcing his conflicted distrust of the world nobles that he carries till this day. Dragon, who also comes from Goa Kingdom, sees it as a sort of miniature version of the entire One Piece world. But unlike Garp, who wants to improve the system from within, his son, or probable son-in-law, Dragon, wants to take down the whole of the corrupt world government and rebuild a better world by force if necessary. Okay, and at this point, the story takes a really weird but super important and interesting twist. So when naming the nationalities of the entire Straw Hat crew, if they were real-life people, Oda has said multiple times, I think, that Luffy would be Brazilian. The Goa Kingdom actually takes its name from a region of India that was colonized by Portugal, the same European country that colonized Brazil. But what if I told you that Oda-sensei giving Luffy his nationality might have actually been one of the biggest pieces of foreshadowing in the entire series so far? Now, you see, it's pretty common knowledge, I think, that many One Piece pirates are based on and named after real-life pirates. X-Drake is Sir Francis Drake, Jewelry Bonnie is N. Bonnie, Blackbeard is Blackbeard, huh? But one parallel I haven't heard as much is Rox. Rox seems like an extremely strange name, but there actually was a famous pirate named this. And I know I'm gonna slaughter this, but I'm gonna try anyway. Roque Brasiliano. In English, anyways, his name literally is translated to Rock the Brazilian. The Brazilian as in from Brazil. And Rox even shares a few important qualities with his real-life counterpart, because this real-life version of Rox also sailed with other very famous and notorious pirates, such as Henry Morgan, Captain Morgan's namesake for the rum fans in the audience. His first mate, Geles de Leca, or Captain Yellows, became a mighty pirate captain on his own right, just like the Yonko who were spawned from the former Rox crew. And Roque Brasiliano even bought his ship from François Lolonais, Roronoa Zoro's namesake. Butchering these names, I'm so sorry. I do want to say that this part is more of a fun fact, not really part of the theory, because I highly doubt that Rox bought his ship from a yet-to-be-born Zoro, but it might kind of hint at the, you know, Blackbeard naming his ship after Rox kind of thing. Now, the Brazilian Rock was famously a bit of a barbaric and violent drunk, but the crucial similarity is in Rock the Brazilian's fate. No one knows about it. There is no record of him after 1671, whether he died at sea or retreated into a quiet life of anonymity. His fate is to this day unexplained. And so basically, just as Rox and God Valley have been completely wiped from the history books, Roque Brasiliano's end is shrouded in a lot of mystery. So could Rox be from the Goa Kingdom, One Piece's Brazil equivalent? And if so, then who's to say that Rox D. Xebec and Monkey D. Garp met each other on the high seas for the very first time? You know, as a pirate and a marine? I mean, it's really hard to envision Garp as anything else but the hard-headed, fist of love-wielding marine that we know and love, but could Rox and him have been friends? I mean, if they are from the same kingdom, it would be believable that two super powerful people with outsized personalities would at least know each other, if not at least get along. And if Garp shared Luffy's adventurous disposition, could they even have voyaged together out to sea? And so what if during Garp's missing years before joining the Marines at the age of 22, he was actually a pirate? Not a violent buccaneer, of course, but a peaceful and adventurous pirate like his grandson. Or if we want to use the terminology from Eiichiro Oda's Romance Dawn, a precursor to One Piece, a peace-loving pirate opposed to a violent pirate, which is kind of how he divides those two groups in the One Piece world as well. And of course, we already know of Garp's connection to Goldie Roger. While being fierce rivals, the hero of the Marines and the king of pirates, they were also close friends in a way. After all, Roger entrusted Ace, his own son and who he probably believed to change the world, into Garp's care. Not Rayleigh or Shanks or any other pirates, Garp. Now we do know that Roger is also from the East Blue, hailing from Loketown. So could these two upstarts from the Goa Kingdom, Rox and Garp, have met Goldie Roger as well on their early journeys? I know that it sounds absolutely insane, but try to entertain the idea that before the formation of the Rocks crew, before Roger found the One Piece, and before Garp joined the Marines, these three all sailed together on one ship, that they were running around islands and just having a good time, like Luffy, Sabo, and Ace. The three could have adventured and saw treasure and thrills sailing from island to island, but eventually something must have changed. A rift that formed between these three friends. And most likely, this conflict was brought on by Rocks. Now, this of course is pure speculation, since we won't know until we finally learn the truth behind Rocks and what happened between the three at God Valley, but it's very possible that Rocks was simply no longer satisfied with the simple, fun-loving adventuring. He wanted wealth or fame or power, and perhaps he would stop at nothing to achieve those things. He would start to treat others cruelly, he would enact violence on his rivals, and perhaps even innocent people. By the way, you should really subscribe if you don't want Xebec coming for you next. And so it was this great division or rift that formed between these three friends that sent Roger and Garp, and also Rocks, of course, in separate directions as well. Roger insisted that piracy could still be fine, but done in the right way. Similar to Luffy, he could still adventure and be free without bringing harm to others. And gathered together with Silvers Rayleigh, Copacabana, and the rest of the Roger pirates, he circumnavigated the entire globe, eventually finding Laugh Tale. Garp, however, wanted to protect others from the harm of violent pirates like Rocks, and thus chose to join the Marines. Despite his inner conflict with working under Celestial Dragons, he sought to work within the system to change it for the better, given that Koby and Helmeppo have joined Sword and were also trained under him. Garp's a pretty good candidate for the organization's leader, but that's for another video, of course. And so these three went their separate ways, but would of course, as you know, meet again. When Rocks finally set his eyes upon becoming the king of the world government had to stand in opposition to him. Ever since we learned about God Valley, it's been perplexing to think that Roger and Garp would ever team up, yet alone do so to protect the Celestial Dragons. I mean, Garp is clearly no fan of the Celestial Dragons himself, and Roger, of course, as a pirate, didn't like them either. But it might just be that they weren't fighting Rocks to save the world nobles at all. They were fighting to prevent a world where Rocks held the power, because such a world would be even worse than one controlled by the world government, so they went to fight their former friends. As you can see, this theory suddenly makes God Valley very personal, which I absolutely love. Garp and Roger weren't just fighting a terrible and powerful enemy, they were fighting against their closest childhood friend and technically brother. And so it's really no stretch of the imagination to think that these three would have exchanged sake cups just like Sabo, Ace, and Luffy eventually would do as well. And I just want you to imagine how much this would raise the stakes for an eventual Rocks and God Valley flashback once we get it. These three legends of the One Piece world, an evil pirate, a marine hero, and the king of the pirates, might even parallel similar trios today. The new Rocks would be Blackbeard, the future Pirate King would of course be Luffy, and the marine hero role could be fulfilled by Smoker, or more likely based on recent story events, Koby. After all, Luffy and Koby have been friends and allies all throughout the series, even before Luffy gathered a single member of his pirate crew. And so if it should be true that Luffy is the grandson of both Garp and Rocks, this would mean he inherited the D initial from both sides of his family tree, which, let's be real, is very likely. The only other character who's confirmed to have a D from both his father and motherly side is Ace. Clearly, they were both the optimal candidates to become the next Pirate King and the next JoyBoy. And this, of course, leaves us with another and maybe even... Even though the story tries really hard to sell Teach as an impulsive and dangerous idiot, the truth, as you well know, is that Blackbeard is one of the most cunning characters in all of One Piece that has carefully and patiently planned to get where he is today. Luffy's biggest rival for the title of Pirate King, and right now I would say the top contender for reaching Laugh Tale first. Now, as you'll remember, Teach, who seems to be connected to and inspired by the legendary and infamous pirate Xebec, joined Whitebeard's crew right from the start in the hope to get his hands on the Yami Yami no Mi. According to him, the strongest devil fruit in existence that seems to have been the core piece in his plan to rise to the top of the pirate world. Once he got lucky and had the fruit in his reach, instead of stealing the fruit and getting away, he chose to murder his crewmate, well knowing that Ace would come after him. I mean, his goal right from the start, as we now know, was to get his hands on Whitebeard's earthquake powers as well, which is why he joined his crew in the first place. And so his goal for this phase of his plan was to start a war between the Marines and Whitebeard, well knowing that he doesn't have a chance against Whitebeard quite yet. Because despite his betrayal, he still fears and respects the man. So he prepares everything for his big moment, a calculated gamble with high risk but also immense reward. He makes sure to get on the good side of the world government, to become a warlord, and thus gain access to the high security prison Impel Down. Then he hands over Ace to the Marines, telling them about Ace's heritage, well knowing that the government would want to turn the execution of the pirate king's only son into a major publicity stunt. And of course he also knows that Whitebeard would come to save his son no matter what, because he used to be part of that same very family that he never really loved in the first place. Now once the war had begun, Teach used the commotion to enter Impel Down unnoticed and grabbed some of the most powerful and infamous pirates locked away on level 6 into his crew. And so now, commanding a quite formidable force, he grows confident enough that he will be able to see his plan through all the way to the end. He waits until both Marines and pirates are exhausted from the war, and then he sees his chance, swoops in, and even though he underestimated the power of a dying Whitebeard quite a bit, he's still able to steal the Gura Gura no Mi and escape, now with 3 essential pieces of his plan secure in his hands. 2 of the most powerful devil fruits in the world, a crew of monsters, and Whitebeard's vacant position amongst the Yonko. And so while Luffy and the Straw Hats are training during the time skip, Blackbeard starts the 3rd phase of his plan. He knows there are still people out there, very strong people, that are still capable enough to snuff out all of his ambitions, and that scares him. So he does what he does best, lay low and wait. While all the other Yonkos are being challenged by the members of the worst generation, Blackbeard is quite happy securing his position and getting his hands on as many useful and, more importantly, powerful devil fruits as possible to boost his new crew even more. I mean, we've already seen that all of his commanders have eaten some truly frightening devil fruits, and 4 new ones are revealed by Oda in this chapter as well. Jesus Burgess has eaten the Riki Riki no Mi, giving him abnormal strength so he's easily able to lift an entire freaking mountain. Doc Q has the Shiku Shiku no Mi, literally the sick fruit, which is quite ironic in a way. As a doctor, he can infect people with sickness. Van Augur can teleport people using the Warp Ward fruit, and Doc Q's horse Stronger has eaten the mythical Pegasus Zone fruit. Basically just gives him wings, I guess, because he's already a horse. But it definitely looks like the devil fruit phase of Teach's plan is now also complete, which now brings him into the final stage of this process that he needs to become Pirate King, getting his hands on the 4 road poneglyphs and somehow finding a way to decipher their contents. And so for that, he has laid low and waited for the right moment. He was too scared to challenge either Big Mom or Kaido heads on, but now that they've been defeated by Luffy, Kid, and Law, and knowing that they would get their hands on Kaido's poneglyph, he was waiting in the waters around Wano and tracked down the one out of the 3 that arguably poses the smallest threat to him right now, and sadly that person is Law. And so Blackbeard attacks the submarine and forces Law to retreat to a nearby island where he can now engage him in a one-on-one battle that he is, I think, very confident he can easily win. And so it looks like while Luffy is learning more and more about the true nature of devil fruits from Dr. Vegapunk, Law, who's a doctor, might well get the chance to learn a lot more about Blackbeard's abnormal body. But even if Teach is able to defeat Law here and get his copy of Kaido's poneglyph, what about the remaining 3? Well, turns out he's been on the move for the rest of them all along. We've gotten these 3 covers in a row now that strongly suggest that Aokiji is in Whole Cake Island, Big Mom's territory, that after her defeat is pretty much defenseless. And also where we know another road poneglyph is hidden in this room. The first cover shows 2 mysterious figures appearing in town. The second is Chocolate Town, where Luffy first met Pudding, completely frozen over. And now we see Cracker picture one of Big Mom's commanders frozen completely stiff. And it looks exactly like this here, where Aokiji froze Robin, or here, where he did the same with Luffy. And on top of that, Brûlé has realized that Pudding has vanished as well. Big Mom's daughter of the Three-Eyed tribe that allegedly, at least, can naturally decipher the inscriptions on the Poneglyphs. And this, of course, shouts Blackbeard, not only because it's the very same chapter as his attempt to get lost Poneglyph, but also because of this panel right here, where one of the Gorosei reveals to us that Aokiji has apparently teamed up with Blackbeard, which still feels strange because, as we know from all these moments, Aokiji always seemed to be a good guy, even sympathizing with Luffy. In his youth, we see him here as a big admirer of Garp and his sense for what's truly just and fair, representing a more gentle and human side of the Marines and the government. He protected Robin, spared Luffy on Long Ring Island and during Marineford, and the last time we saw him, he saved his friend Smoker from being sliced into salami by Doflamingo. But on the other hand, it also very much looks like he's delivering a road Poneglyph, a crucial piece of information to get Blackbeard closer to power, directly to him. So what's going on here? Well, at first glance, you really have to wonder if Aokiji didn't actually just legitimately switch sides. Maybe he lost faith so much in the government after his battle with Akainu that he decided to tear it all down, even if it meant joining hands with Blackbeard. And to be completely fair, it's definitely a real possibility that absolutely would make for some really interesting plot down the line here. But I do think that it's not very likely. Oda has always portrayed Aokiji as a force of good on countless occasions, many of them where he didn't need to show any kindness. And he also doesn't really seem like the type of person who would hold a grudge or even be out for revenge against an organization that is full with lifelong friends of his. Just look at Punk Hazard, where he went out of his way to save Smoker from being killed. I don't think that's the type of person who would want Blackbeard, out of all people, to burn all of the Marines to the ground. There are three alternatives to Kuzan now having gone full Anakin Skywalker on us. First, and in my opinion, the most likely option is that he's still with the Marines as an undercover agent for the secret Marine unit SWORD that operates independently and, more importantly, without the knowledge of the government, which also explains why the Gorosei wouldn't know about it. Alternatively, he could also have teamed up with the Revolutionaries, a force that wants to take down the Celestial Dragons, but not the Marines themselves. Or he could be simply out there doing his own thing, gathering intel on Blackbeard independently and then delivering it to whoever he finds the most trustworthy at the end, which would then most likely be Luffy. But honestly, right now it doesn't really matter whether Kuzan is a friend or an enemy or a spy, because he is still working with Blackbeard right now, and it looks like he will bring him not only a second Poneglyph, but someone who can translate the ancient language written on it for Teach. That would have given him 2 road Poneglyphs real quick, unless Law is able to actually win this fight somehow. But is that even possible? Let's look at the facts. Law has now a bounty of 3 billion berries for a reason. Now, while he teamed up with Kid to take down Big Mom, he is still one of the strongest pirates out there. Law not only has an incredibly versatile and powerful Devil Fruit ability, but maybe even more importantly, the brains to get the most out of it. Yes, Blackbeard is a real schemer, but so is Law. I mean, it's no coincidence that both of them were benefiting from the Rocky Port incident, which, by the way, Law orchestrated. He can absolutely match Teach when it comes to strategy and maneuvering, and since his Devil Fruit allows him teleportation as well, he could get close to Blackbeard without giving him the chance to nullify his powers. His Gamma Knife attack was one of the key points in bringing down Big Mom, and since he has awakened his Devil Fruit now, it's more powerful than ever. Law also has an incredibly high level of understanding of Haki, confirming something in this chapter that so far we've only speculated. Powerful Haki allows the nullification of Devil Fruit powers, which would be a real game changer against Blackbeard here as well. Now, Teach, on the other hand, is just ridiculously overpowered at this point. Not only did he easily defeat Ace with his Darkness Fruit, which power you can see in any of those panels right here, but now, wielding Whitebeard's Gura Gura no Mi, he he has maybe the strongest offensive power in the world as well. I mean, really, just look at what Whitebeard did to the ocean with it. Wheesh. And on top of that, Blackbeard has Doc Q with him, while Law's crew still very much has to prove their worth. I mean, they didn't exactly shine all too much during the raid on Onigashima. And so honestly, I think that even though Law would probably at least have a decent chance against most people in the world at this point, I just don't see him taking down Blackbeard. I mean, Teach has been built up throughout the story to be Luffy's main rival for the One Piece. He's bound to be one of the, if not the main villain of the story. He just kidnapped Koby and was responsible for Ace's capture and ultimate death. So don't you think it would be a little bit anticlimactic if he could be stopped by Law? No offense to Law fans, but you get what I'm saying. Law beating Teach makes absolutely no sense, neither power-wise nor plot-wise. And so I only see two options for Law to not get captured, or even worse, killed by Blackbeard right here, right now, and hand over his Poneglyph, plus possibly his Devil Fruit. I think Law is very much capable enough to try and get away from the fight and maybe even warn Luffy and co about his actual powers. Or, and I know this would be very dark, but listen, it's possible he could sacrifice himself and remotely perform the immortality surgery on Luffy to not have to perform it on Blackbeard. Now, we don't actually know what the conditions for this ultimate ability are, so it is definitely an option, I'd say. Because the alternative, if Law actually ends up losing this fight, well, that would truly change the projective of the entire story. Here's why. Again, because it's important. Law has a road Poneglyph. He has one of the most valuable Devil Fruits with the ability to make someone immortal, but there is also this. And you know where the third road Poneglyph we know right now is? Exactly here. If Blackbeard captures Law, he will have two Poneglyphs and a mink that could lead him to the third one hidden in the whale tree on Zou, the home of the minks. And so not only will that put Blackbeard on Luffy's level with 3 red stones and someone to decipher them, but he would have 2 of Luffy's best friends as hostages and leverage. I mean, Luffy was so traumatized by losing Ace that he wouldn't hesitate even a second to come for them if he finds out that Blackbeard might kill 2 of the people who are close to him. And Teach is smart enough to draw people he wants something from out with their loved ones, something we already saw with Whitebeard and Ace. So knowing him, he might just wait for Luffy to get his hands on the 4th Poneglyph and then bait him with Law and Koby to take it away from him. And then with the Road to Love tail, a crew of monsters, and 2 or maybe even 3 powerful Devil Fruits, what really is going to stop Teach from becoming Pirate King before Luffy? Now, where he will get a 3rd Devil Fruit and how he's able to eat more than 1 Devil Fruit. This is the Golden Lion, Shiki, one of the most powerful characters in all of One Piece. A living legend that fought on one level with the likes of Rox, Roger, Garp, and Sengoku. And yet Shiki is a character that even some of the most hardcore fans don't even know is a canon part of the story. That he's still alive and well, somewhere out here in the world of One Piece. A world where now all of his potential rivals, Kaido, Big Mom, and Whitebeard, have all vanished from the playing field at exactly the same time that he promised to carry out his big plan to take over the world. Is this just a coincidence, or is there actual proof in the story that the Golden Lion has been secretly pulling the strings from behind the scenes, orchestrating all the major events in One Piece? Turns out there is. Not only of Shiki's fingerprints that he left throughout the story, but as we'll see at the end, also for a friendship between Garp, Roger, Rox, and him in his youth. Let's find out why. The Golden Lion Shiki, also known as the Flying Pirate, is a bit of an enigma in One Piece. If you've heard his name before, you probably remember Shiki as the main antagonist of the One Piece movie Strong World that came out in December 2009. That, even though is already 13 years old, is still one of the best One Piece movies ever created, I think. The reason for that is simple. While the events of Strong World, just like Stampede, Film Red, or Film Z, are not part of the official One Piece canon, meaning they never officially happened as a part of the story, Shiki's character has been confirmed as canon on multiple occasions by Eiichiro Oda, the author of One Piece. So very much unlike other powerful movie characters like Uta, Admiral Cypher, or former Roger pirate Douglas Bullet, the Golden Lion Shiki is confirmed to be alive somewhere out there in the One Piece world. And while the events in the movie never happened, his past and powers are very real, including his powerful devil fruit ability to make anything and anyone he touches levitate and control them at will. As you've guessed, this will of course be important later on. So what do we actually know about this character? Well, turns out quite a lot actually. On top of a number of official mentions in the regular storyline, Strong World also released with the official chapter 0 of One Piece. That not only describes most of Shiki's past, but also revealed a number of other impactful events that have been incredibly important to the story. You want an example? Alright, the chapter for example reveals that Dragon, Mihawk, Crocodile, and Doflamingo were all present at Roger's execution. Or how Shanks recruited Usopp's father Yasopp and started his own pirate crew, later becoming of course a Yonko. Shiki himself used to be part of the legendary and infamous Rocks pirate crew that included the likes of Big Mom, Kaido, and Whitebeard, all of who would later on turn out to become Emperors of the Sea, the most powerful and influential pirates in the world. After Rocks was defeated during the God Valley incident and the Rocks pirates were disbanded, Shiki became a captain himself, leading the strongest and largest fleet on the planet and becoming a true pillar of the old era. He had a ton of respect for Roger, whom he had a rivalry with similar to Whitebeard. And when Shiki found out that Roger had located one of the ancient weapons, he tried to persuade Roger to become his right-hand man and together take over the world, following the dream of his former captain Rocks. When Roger declined that offer, the Battle of Ed War began. Shiki's fleet had the Roger pirates completely surrounded when a sudden change of weather sank half of Shiki's ships and a piece of wood got stuck in his skull. As a result, the Roger pirates were able to escape, and later, when Roger let himself be captured by Garp to kick off the Great Pirate Era to find the next JoyBoy, Shiki, who didn't know that, went to Marineford on his own to stop the Marines, only to find out that unlike Ace, Roger was going to be executed in his hometown of Loketown, located in the East Blue. Yeah, you heard that right. Shiki did the entire Marineford war on his own until he was ultimately stopped and captured by Garp and Sengoku in a battle that destroyed half the islands. As a result, Shiki was then brought to Impel Down, the Marines' underwater prison, legendary for its cruelty and escape-proof layout. And yet, Shiki managed to escape here after only 2 years, and to this day, he remains the only person in history to ever escape the prison on his own. How? Well, without batting an eye, he cut off his own legs to get rid of his sea stone cuffs so he could use his ability and escape. He then replaced his legs with his 2 legendary named blades and went to see his old mate Whitebeard for a little chat, telling him about a new plan of his that would be carried out in 20 years. In fact, despite his quite comical and charismatic personality, all other legends of this era know him for a cunning schemer and dangerously powerful enemy. And so, since Shiki's actions in Strong World were not canon, but his plan to show the world hell in 20 years very much is, are there any hints out there that Shiki could actually be active in the One Piece world right now? Yes, there are. And shout out once again to Mr. Bushido, who gave me the idea for this theory on my subreddit. If you want to check it out, link in the description. So remember Shiki's devil fruit, the ability to let anything that he touches levitate with full control over it? Turns out there are a number of instances throughout the story where objects and even people levitate that are unexplained to this day. After the war at Marineford and in preparation for the Timeskip, we see Apu, a member of the Worst Generation, who would later on become a part of Kaido's crew, floating up into the sky. Similarly, we see the ship of Cabone Bitch, another member of the Worst Generation, being sucked into a giant object levitating over the ocean. Then we have this mysterious shrine floating casually in the air in early Wano. We see a mysterious man sharing a cup of sake with Crocus, whose Japanese attire and long golden hair very much resemble Shiki's. And we see Kurozumi Higurashi, the old hack who helped Kaido and Orochi claim power in Wano and who wielded Bon Clay's devil fruit before him, change her face into that of a younger Shiki. Do any of these things prove that Shiki is abducting promising young pirates, scheming with former Roger pirates, and overthrowing overthrowing governments? Well, maybe. Let's look at the evidence here. Let's start with Apu. Well, there's very little that we can actually go off of here. This could be any sort of ability or an invisible staircase. But so far, Shiki's is the only devil fruit that we know of that would allow such a feat. So in theory at least, it would check out. Now the case of Capone Beige is a lot more extreme. He is literally levitating against his will and sucked into this giant object. Again, could this be something else? Absolutely could, but we also know that Shiki's ship is a literal floating island, and that thing could certainly be just that. Why would Shiki want Capone Beige and Apu out of all people in the first place? We'll get to that in a second. As for the floating shrine in Wano, well, this could just be a trick of the perspective or simply a drawing error made by Oda, only that it is deliberately drawn a second time in the manga, clearly once again levitating in the air. And as Shiki explains to us, things that he makes levitate will keep levitating until he stops it or is knocked unconscious. So this one would check out as well. Is that enough though to speculate that Shiki will become an active part of the story again, much less the hidden mastermind that has been pulling the strings from behind the scenes and that Oda has actively kept hidden from us all this time for this big reveal? Well, at least I find it interesting that Shiki's face and name have been popping up quite a lot recently again. Shiki's face appearing in Wano, connecting him to the Kurozumi is one thing, but Sengoku revealing that he was part of the Rocks Pirates and named in the same sentence as Kaido, Big Mom, and Whitebeard did set off some alarm bells for me. Because suddenly Shiki is not only connected to Roger, Garp, and Whitebeard because they were all in the same era and he was a great pirate, but now he was also an active part of the God Valley incident. And yet he was on friendly terms with Whitebeard and Roger even after this. We do know that Big Mom got Kaido's mythical devil fruit on God Valley, and we see the mysterious hack who has Shiki's face give Orochi another legendary fruit. Could this one also be from that mythical island? On top of that, Oda has promised the appearance of a lurking legend during the Wano arc. And while, if we're being honest, no lurking legend actually appeared in Wano, I mean, I guess you could argue that Oda meant the reveal of Roxy Xebec's name during the arc. However, doesn't Shiki fit that description much better? I mean, he is on the same power level as the other Yonko. He is literally one of the legends of the old era, known by everyone for his epic battles and his escape from Impel Down, and I think we've made it more than clear at this point that Shiki has been doing nothing else but lurking for the past 20 years, working on his big plan. But even if Shiki is the lurking legend and still is doing stuff behind the scenes, how do we know he's actually working on something big? And what would a plan like this even look like? Well, it turns out we might already know just that. If there is one consistent theme that Oda has created around the character of Shiki throughout the years, it's that he's a schemer. We have multiple other legendary characters commenting on exactly this love for big plans and maneuvers. Garp mentions that Shiki is not the type of person who could tolerate a peaceful era, but at the same time he would also not start something big without extensive planning and preparation beforehand. When Shiki is on Whitebeard's ship after his grand escape, Whitebeard comments that Shiki is surely planning something big again. And even Rayleigh is shown reacting to the news of Shiki's escape, wondering what he's planning to do next. After he's captured by Garp and Sengoku, he says that he will make the world see that pirates are the true rulers of the sea, and the last panel of chapter 0 has him straight out saying that he has a 20-year plan in the making. And Oda really has made it a point recently to show us just how much plotting and manipulation is going on in the One Piece world on multiple levels. For example, Caesar is controlling Punk Hazard, Doflamingo is controlling Caesar, Kaido is controlling Doflamingo, so why couldn't there be another link in this chain? I mean, we do know that Shiki has had connections to all the big players in the world. The Roger Pirates, including Shanks and Buggy, the other 3 original Yonko, and through Rocks and God Valley, he must probably have known some of the most important and biggest secrets of One Piece. For example, the existence of Imu. By the way, subscribe if you think that Shiki would make a better final villain than Imu. If Shiki is not only an active part of the current One Piece plot, but also has been cooking up a major plan to take over the world, what exactly is that plan? Well, for that, we need to start connecting all the dots that we've put on the board so far. And the picture that they paint is truly shocking. Let's start in Wano. We have 3 things connecting him to the country: Shiki's Japanese design, the floating temple, and his face being used by Kurozumi Higurashi. And the last one tells us one thing for sure: Higurashi Higurashi met and touched Shiki at least once. Ugh, that sounds kind of gross now that I think about it. And why would Oda just throw him in as a random face if it didn't mean anything? I mean, anything Oda does always means something. One option is that Higurashi used to be part of the Rocks Pirates, which is a real possibility. But another one is that she was in cahoots with Shiki. And this is where things get interesting. As you will recall, it was Kurozumi Higurashi and her partner who pushed Orochi into claiming the throne and also who invited Kaido into taking over the country. The two of them are the only source that we have for the Kurozumi hunt that happened after Orochi's ancestor killed the other daimyos. Only, is that actually true? I mean, take Kanjuro's parents for instance. They were actors that were killed on stage after being recognized by the audience. So let me ask you, would you become an actor and play in front of the entire country if everyone was trying to kill you? Wouldn't you much rather try to stay under the radar or even leave the country, as some people from Wano did when they founded Shimotsuke village in the East Blue? So could it not be that it was this group of people loyal to Rocks or Shiki or whoever who killed Orochi's and Kanjuro's parents to create an easy to control puppet that could then take over Wano for them? But then of course you could ask, what would Shiki get out of it if he installed Kaido and an easy to control puppet ruler in Wano? Well, the one thing that he wanted right from the start, which started the battle of At War with Roger. Shiki wanted an ancient weapon. And as we now know, there has been one sitting and waiting right here in Wano. Taking out Kaido, getting his Poneglyph, plus the ancient weapon Pluton. You probably already know that the two people who claim to be Kurozumis possessed two devil fruits that we already know. Bartolomeo's Barrier Fruit and Bon Clay's Mirror Fruit. But what if those two characters never actually died? What if this pair is Bartolomeo and Bon Clay? I mean, I know this really sounds stupid because they are two characters that have been two of Luffy's biggest allies and fans, but have you ever wondered why Bon Clay joined Crocodile, for instance? At least when he's around Luffy. But Crocodile was also looking exactly for an ancient weapon in Alabasta. That was his whole mission there. And Bon Clay has been associated with Impel Down as well. Now, you might already hate me for defiling Bon Clay's memory, but surely there is nothing shady going on with Bartolomeo. Well, remember that Bartolomeo burned one of Shanks's flags and claimed his island for Luffy? An action that, by the way, basically means Luffy declaring war on Shanks in pirate terms. Something the Yonko has very much noticed, as we now know. I mean, he's not the brightest, but it's still a very strange thing for Bartolomeo to do. And remember Apu and his men running into the sky? Well, the only other ability that could explain that, except Shiki himself, would be Bartolomeo's / the old Kurozumi dude's barrier power, as we have seen it used on Dressrosa. Apu became part of Kaido's crew after this strange event happened, so could Shiki have recruited him as an inside man, planned to take out Kaido, planned to take out Shanks, using Luffy's powers and role as JoyBoy for himself? What about Big Mom? Well, remember Beige and his levitating adventure? Next time we see Beige after that, he has married into Big Mom's family to the sister of Lola, who was supposed to marry Loki, the prince of the giants. And since Big Mom and the giants aren't exactly on speaking terms because of a certain incident, how did Loki get the opportunity to fall in love with Lola in the first place? Again, we have a rival, Big Mom, a former Rocks pirate, a road Poneglyph, and Elbaf, an island heavily associated with the last missing ancient weapon Uranus. I made a whole video on that, by the way, in case you're interested. But now Big Mom has also disappeared from the playing field. What about Whitebeard? Well, he got infiltrated and manipulated too by Blackbeard. And admittedly, while there isn't anything that proves Shiki's involvement here, both of them are connected through Rocks, with Shiki being the only one who openly shared his captain's dream of world domination. And we have, of course, Karibu, a character who's with the Straw Hats right now, who knows the location of not just one, but two ancient weapons, and who wants to report these findings to some mysterious person as soon as possible. Now, admittedly, the fact that Shiki has already been revealed as the major villain of a non-canon film makes his reappearance more unlikely than if he had just been name dropped. However, it also gave Oda the chance to implement and introduce him as a character without messing up his entire storyline. I mean, Oda actually came out and said openly that he wanted to write Shiki into the story earlier before the film was ever planned, but felt that it would overwhelm the audience during the Alabasta the saga where concepts like poneglyphs were just being introduced for the very first time. And so I think there's a really good chance that Oda wanted us to know who this lurking legend is and what he's capable of, so that his reveal as the evil mastermind at the end of the story hits us a lot harder than if it was just a random new character that we've never seen before. A character that might already have taken out 3 of the 4 original rivals for the One Piece, who works with one of the new Yonko and is trying to start a war between the other 2. All of course to finally fulfill his dream to become the ruler of pirates and thus, in his own words, the ruler of the seas. A dream that his rival Roger managed to fulfill 20 years before him. And I actually think that these 2 characters, Roger and Shiki, used to be friends, as weird as it sounds. Something that Shiki hints at in this panel right here. Shiki wears Japanese clothes, but Wano isn't the only country in One Piece that has a Japanese theme going on. In the East Blue that Shiki despises for some reason, there is an island called the Oikot Kingdom, which is literally Tokyo spelled backwards. And guess what? It's where Belmer found Nami and Nojiko after it was destroyed by pirates. Belmer, who we saw in chapter 0 saying that she'd come for Shiki if he ever came back to the East Blue again. So maybe Shiki came for Nami's hometown, for his hometown, which Oda hinted at with Nami's and Shiki's relationship in Strong Worlds. And if Shiki is also from the East Blue, well, he would probably have become friends with the group of upcoming rookies there, Garp, Roger, and Rox. But if you want to hear the full story for that, well... Okay, so Blackbeard might be the smartest character in One Piece. Yes, I know that just like Luffy, he often does very impulsive and foolish things, like, for example, almost being wiped out completely by Magellan and Impel Down. But when you really think about it, Marshal D. Teach had a plan that was over 20 years in the making, and he executed it perfectly, basically playing the entire world, which I just really have to respect. He joined Whitebeard as a teenager, already with the intention to get his hands on the most powerful Logia devil fruit, the Yami Yami no Mi. He then waited patiently on board of the Yonko's ship, keeping his head low and biding his time. All that despite being ridiculously powerful all the while. Remember, he was able to hurt Shanks, one of the strongest people out there.
黒ひげ、ティーチだ。俺は油断などしていなかった。
So instead of showing off his powers, he kept a low profile, already recruiting people for his future crew until finally, one of his crewmates actually got his hands on the devil fruit he was hunting for. Then he took his chance, killed his crewmate of over 20 years and left the crew. I mean, yeah, of course he did leave the crew. I'm already really impressed with the patience this man had. Just like Luffy, he always trusts in fate to find a way for him somehow. And as far as I can remember, it has always pretty much worked out for him so far. But the next phase of his plan is even more impressive, and I can't believe I haven't put 1 and 1 together in my head so far. Because when you think about it, Blackbeard basically orchestrated all of the major events in the story so far. Maybe that was obvious to you, but to me that actually blew my mind a little bit. Think about it. Blackbeard's goal after finally consuming his ultimate devil fruit was going for the One Piece right away. For that, he needed to join the Yonko and become a force to compete with the likes of Kaido and Big Mom. So what does he do? Well, obviously he decides to get the strongest crew possible. And if you don't have the patience and charisma of Luffy, or are as romantically active as Big Mom, Blackbeard figured that he'd just grab himself the strongest people available to him that are basically out of work right now. But how to get into the most secure place on the entire planet, except maybe for Marijoa? Easiest answer, pretty straightforward. Ally yourself with the world government, so they basically invite you in. So now Blackbeard's first step is becoming a warlord. As you'll remember, he thinks about hunting down Luffy to get on the good side with the Marines, but fails. Luffy, after all, just like him, is special. Something that Blackbeard, by the way, knows really well. And so fate offers him a different solution. I'm of course talking about Ace, who was hunting after Blackbeard to bring him to justice.
Ace, お前、俺の仲間にならねえか。
Once he realizes that Ace is intent on bringing him back to Whitebeard, a new opportunity opens up for him. He realizes that not only can he use Ace as a bargaining chip to become a warlord, but he can even orchestrate everything so that the Marines will take on his former captain. After all, Teach also always had his eyes on the strongest paramecia, Whitebeard's Gura Gura no Mi. He knew that he would have to get past the man at some point anyway, not only to reach the One Piece but also for the Devil Fruit, and now he had all the cards he needed to play his big rounds. Okay, so he delivers Ace to the government, receiving the status of a warlord. He then enters Impel Down, gathers all the powerful people he wants into his crew, and then leaves directly for Marineford, where the Marines and Whitebeard's army had already weakened each other significantly. And so walking in there with his army of legendary pirates, he takes advantage of the situation, kills Whitebeard, and takes his devil fruit, only fleeing when Shanks arrives. Now finally, he has become a Yonko and is now able to seriously go after the One Piece, being at least on eye level with even the most powerful people in the One Piece world. All of that based on a plan that he made as a 16-year-old. I mean, if that doesn't make him one of the most genius characters in the story, I don't know what to tell you. Actually, I do. If you want weekly One Piece content just like this, subscribe right now. Done? Nice. As a reward, I'll tell you a super new Blackbeard theory in this video as well. Now, Teach is still a bit of a mystery. There's just so little that we actually know about him. And even though I do love myself some tease and mystery, I'm a very simple man, I still want to try and figure out as much about Blackbeard as possible today. Did you, for example, know that Blackbeard's favorite food is cherry pie? Now you probably already know that Blackbeard is written as a foil to Luffy. That means that both characters share a lot of similarities but are the exact opposite in many other aspects. If we're being honest, Teach is probably Luffy's biggest rival when it comes to becoming Pirate King. He is the only antagonist in the story where I'm really concerned for Luffy and the other Straw Hats when the battle between the two undoubtedly will happen. Because Blackbeard shares two of Luffy's most important traits: believing in his dream and trusting in fate to guide him. The only thing Blackbeard doesn't have is Luffy's compassion for others. He is cunning, meticulous, patient, manipulative, and cheats his way to what he wants. While Luffy is oblivious, reckless, impulsive, selfless, and often takes the burden upon himself in order to accomplish what he really wants. Now Oda basically smashes these similarities and polar opposites into our face during their first meeting on Jaya. There is just so much symbolism in just this one scene here, so I decided to make an entire video about it that I strongly encourage you to watch after this one. Luffy's and Blackbeard's journeys are the exact opposite of each other, but what I found the most interesting thing, however, is that both of them wouldn't be where they are today without the other. Luffy begins his journey by obtaining a seemingly weak devil fruit through a father-like relationship with a Yonko. Meanwhile, Blackbeard begins his journey by stealing a strong devil fruit by breaking his father-like relationship with another Yonko. Teach banishes Walpole from Drum Island and leaves it as a nation without a king, while Luffy banishes Walpole from Drum Island as well, but leaves it as a brand new nation with a new king. And as a result, Luffy can recruit Chopper. Luffy sails through the first half of the Grand Line, taking down the Shichibukai. Blackbeard sails through the first half of the Grand Line hoping to become one. But only when Luffy actually takes out Crocodile does Blackbeard get his chance. Luffy declares war on the world government while Blackbeard joins it. Luffy later infiltrates Impel Down in order to rescue Ace, who was caught by Blackbeard, who is only successful in recruiting all the level 6 pirates because of the rebellion that Luffy has started earlier. However, on the other hand, Luffy's only able to enter and infiltrate influence the war at all because Blackbeard's crew had hypnotized the staff who control the gates of justice. When leaving the prison, Luffy uses his astonishing will to recover from Magellan's poison, and Blackbeard cheats and relies on an antidote to do the same. And then there's of course Marineford itself, where Luffy's will is completely broken while Blackbeard's will is vindicated. The lowest point of our hero is the highest of his antagonists. Even the way they become Yonko is completely opposite. Blackbeard defeated a weakened Whitebeard and the remnants of his scattered crew, while Luffy will defeat a fully powered Kaido and his entire army of beast pirates. Okay, now we all know that Blackbeard will be the major antagonist on Laugh Tale. However, as we know, there is an even bigger villain to defeat in the story. Imu, who I made this massive theory here about in case you haven't watched it yet. Blackbeard is a villain, yes, but he also lives with the exactly same mentality that Luffy does. He wants freedom above all else, and he also believes in the dreams of a new age. So Blackbeard embodies the same path as Luffy, but he will ultimately lose, because Luffy is reaching the top of the world the quote-unquote right way.
Okay,
so what's the takeaway here? It's that Blackbeard is one of the most influential characters in the story. Someone instilled the idea of the Yami Yami no Mi in his head as a kid, and just like Luffy, he spent his whole life aiming to become Pirate King. And so of course this wouldn't be a proper Blackbeard video if we didn't theorize at least a little bit. Or actually a lot. The big question is of course where Blackbeard got his drive from. Who told him about the Yami Yami no Mi, and why does he actually want to become Pirate King? At this point, I think it would be pretty surprising if Blackbeard was not related to Rock's Xebec, at least in some way or form. Since Blackbeard and Luffy mirror each other, that means that Blackbeard also shares not only the concept of dreams, but also that of inherited will with our protagonist. And so when you consider how Shanks inspired Luffy's journey, seeing in him the one who could inherit Roger's will, it would make a lot of sense if Luffy's major competitor would inherit the will of Roger's biggest threat. And not only has Teach made Beehive Island, Rox's former headquarters, the center of his operation, but he even named his main ship after the man whose name no one is supposed to really know. The Saber of Xebec. I mean, Sengoku says so himself. Most people today don't even know that Rox existed, and those that do only remember him as Rox, not his last name Xebec. So I think it's pretty clear that Blackbeard must have had a personal connection, or at least a deep fascination with the man. I know what you're thinking now. So, is Blackbeard Rox's son? Now, timeline-wise, I think this would work out pretty well. Blackbeard is 40 years old and grew up as an orphan. Rox was killed 38 years ago, I think. So this would mean that Blackbeard was 2 years old when Rox died, and should Rox have been his father, his death would leave the 2-year-old Blackbeard on his own. And honestly, I think it's quite possible that Blackbeard genuinely resented Whitebeard for leaving his father to die, while he... Okay. A surprising character that might give us some hints at Teach's backstory is actually Orochi. Yes, I know no one wants to talk about Orochi, but listen to this. Orochi was born to the prosecuted Kurozumi clan, one of the 6 royal families of Wano. Interestingly enough, Kurozumi is the only family whose name does not have the kanji for moon in it. Instead, it translates into black charcoal. And so, through backstabbing and trickery, Orochi has climbed his way into a position that is not his. Not only that, but he has killed and betrayed the people who took him in, all in the name of revenge. And even more than that, he has demonstrated himself to be a coward in the face of danger and death. And I hope you'll agree that this parallels Blackbeard pretty nicely. Even though he's a member of the D clan, he doesn't share much of the classical D traits. I mean, they're all strongly willed, positive individuals with a stark sense of compassion and loyalty, laughing in the face of death. Both Orochi and Blackbeard also executed and ridiculed the very person who took them in while broadcasting the event live. We know that Blackbeard doesn't sleep, and neither did Orochi as a kid, claiming that he was too scared. Both of them getting handed strong devil fruit powers to secure their position. So could Orochi's prosecution and quest for revenge be a hint at Blackbeard's childhood for being the son of the most dangerous man on the planet? And of course, I also want to talk about Blackbeard's ability to have multiple devil fruits. And I have a theory I bet you didn't hear yet. Now, there are a few really popular ideas already out there. One is that it's a special feature of the Yami Yami no Mi to absorb powers. However, given how notorious the fruit is, it's very unlikely that the Gorosei wouldn't know about it. Same goes for the Cerberus fruit theory, though I do like that a bit more. A newer theory I really enjoyed and that you might have heard about is that Blackbeard is actually a squid who have 3 hearts and 8 arms, just like the 3 heads and 8 crossbones on the Jolly Roger. However, I've stumbled across another theory I don't think I've seen discussed anywhere before, even though I sadly don't know the author. Blackbeard might be inspired by the Barbarossa brothers, or the Redbeard brothers. The story goes like this. There were 3 brothers. Their mother was named Katerina, same as Blackbeard's crewmate. The older one was a pirate, while his 2 younger brothers were working with their father. After his father's death, the 2 brothers joined the eldest one and became pirates with him under the Crescent Moon flag. And coincidentally, Katerina Devon is called the Crescent Moon Hunter. The number 3 is closely connected to Blackbeard. He has 3 guns and his pirate flag features 3 skulls. And we all know that a pirate flag describes the captain pretty perfectly. And of course we have this notorious scene on Jaya. As I explain in detail in my scene analysis of this, the Blackbeard that Luffy meets in the bar and the one that he meets outside are clearly different people. Luffy doesn't recognize the man he fought with about cherry pies, and both him and Zoro clearly state that Blackbeard is multiple people. Also remember this moment from Impel Down? Blackbeard says that Luffy's haki has improved, but he would only know that if Luffy had actually used it on Jaya. In other words, him and Zoro unconsciously used their observation haki here, all riled up from the fight back in the bar. Okay, so here is the twist. Blackbeard has 2 other twin brothers. There are 3 Blackbeards in total. And so when he ate the Yami Yami no Mi that is explicitly shown as capable of absorbing humans as well, he was joined by his 2 brothers, just as in the Barbarossa story. And so he hid his 2 brothers inside him, which might explain why Blackbeard was still eating the pie when Luffy already left the bar, cause it was a different brother. Either that or he just eats like hell, which I admit is also entirely possible. Having 3 different people would also explain the varying personalities Teach displays. On Marineford, he had to cover himself up to let his brother out and had him eat Whitebeard's fruit. And when you saw Blackbeard in Marineford with 2 different powers, one in each hand, the hand that uses Whitebeard's ability wasn't actually Teach's hand. It was his brother's. Teach used the Yami Yami no Mi to pull his hand inside him and let his brother's hand out. So if you believe that he used 1 different devil fruit with each half of his body, I think you're wrong. Teach has the Gura Gura power in his right hand, the Yami Yami in his left hand, and now look at this. Here the Yami Yami is now in his right hand and he uses the Gura Gura one with his left hand. And now if you look really closely at Blackbeard's right hand and compare it to this one, the rings in his right hand have disappeared. Now this could of course be Oda being a bit sloppy here with the drawing, but what if it's not? Don't you also ever get the feeling that Teach kind of looks a bit different whenever we see him? Could that just be the other brothers? Now this may sound a bit weird, but I feel like the biggest giveaway we have to this are actually his teeth. No matter how many panels I compared, different versions of Blackbeard have different levels of dental hygiene, I guess. One has a lot of gaps, one just a few, and this one here doesn't have any at all. Now, it's only in the manga, but it's definitely deliberately done. There is the super cruel one with a complete set of teeth that we see in Impel Down. Then there's the one with one middle tooth that we meet in the bar on Jaya. And finally, there's one with 2 gaps on the top right, which is the most common version. And thus I would guess the Teach that ate the Yami Yami no Mi. He ate the strongest Logia, his brother ate the strongest Paramecia by transferring the fruit in the same way as shown on Punk Hazard, and now there is a third brother left and he'll probably eat the strongest mythical Zone. Now if you really want to fully understand Blackbeard, Akainu, Shanks. Who will be the final boss of One Piece? Oda-sensei has treated us to some perfectly punchable villains throughout One Piece, but as we near the final saga, we can probably count the major enemies that Luffy will beat down on one hand. So today, we'll explore who we most want to see Luffy go toe-to-toe with, as we wonder, will we ever get a punch as satisfying as the one where he knocked the color right out of San Carlos? The two foes at the top of everyone's list are of course Akainu and Blackbeard. What makes them the perfect final opponents for Luffy is that both Blackbeard and Akainu are the perfect representatives of their factions in the One Piece world. Oh, also quickly, massive shout out to Blackbird and Skyberry, my 2 subscribers of the day. Thanks for hitting subscribe for new content and helping me raise my bounty. Let's start with Akainu, because he is the quintessential Marine. As the fleet admiral, he represents everything that this organization stands for, and he is the de facto leader, ignoring, as he sometimes does, the Gorosei. He is a believer in absolute justice. In Sakazuki's eyes, no crime should go unpunished. All pirates automatically are criminals, and he is the appointed judge, jury, and executioner, as much as Enies Lobby would like to have a say in that. Even if he fundamentally disagrees with the Gorosei or the Celestial Dragons, he will do everything in his power to uphold the order that the world government represents. According to him, a world must be founded on strict rules and authority. Without submitting to this ordered hierarchy, the world will descend into anarchy and chaos, a chaos that the world of piracy embodies for him. And to him, this doesn't extend only to pirates that inflict actual violence upon innocent people, like the Don Quixote pirates. Even the carefree adventuring that the Straw Hat crew engages in risks corroding the balance of society. And so this of course makes him the perfect counter to Luffy, who believes that everyone should be free to choose their own destinies and follow their dreams, to party, to eat to their fill, and to adventure. Akainu would of course stomp all these things out in service of making a more tightly structured world. Our first introduction to Akainu shows us just how far he's willing to go in the name of absolute justice. On the island of Ohara, he single-handedly killed a ship full of innocent citizens fleeing the Buster Call. None of the people there were even the librarians who held the secrets of the Poneglyphs. In fact, these evacuees left Robin to die on the island so they could themselves escape. However, Akainu felt that even the smallest chance that someone leaving the island held the librarian's secrets posed too great a risk to the world government. And so, to the horror of even another admiral like Aokiji, he just destroyed the ship along with everyone on it. Blackbeard, on the other hand, is of course the perfect representative of the world of piracy. Like Luffy, he is one of the Yonko, the 4 emperors of the New World, and a prime candidate in the race to find the One Piece. If you were to ask a random person on the street to name one pirate, a real life one, chances are pretty high they'd say Blackbeard. Likely they might not even know the name of any other real life pirates. Honestly, they'd sooner come up with Captain Jack Sparrow before they actually got to Anne Bonny or Francis Drakes. Oda-sensei gave Marshall D. Teach the title of Blackbeard because he embodies the classic image of a pirate. At least he represents a certain type of pirates. In the original Romance Dawn one-shots, before the serialization of One Piece as we know it, Oda-sensei actually defined 2 separate separate classification of pirates. Pirates that are looking for adventure on the high seas, like the Straw Hats, were termed peace main pirates, whereas pirates who pillage and plunder were called Morganeers by Oda. And so, while Oda-sensei didn't keep the terminology, we can still see echoes of this definition in the different approaches to piracy that different crews take. And the Blackbeard pirates are definitely in the Morganeer plundering type of camp. Now, you might think that we haven't really seen him do much in the way of classic pillaging and plundering, but the very first reference we get to Blackbeard in the series actually confirms this. Back on Drum Island, Dalton refers to Blackbeard ransacking the kingdom. In fact, it was the terrifying power of the Blackbeard pirates that caused Walpole to flee the country and take all the doctors with him, setting us up for Chopper's introduction. And let's just take another minute to once again praise the almighty Goda's foreshadowing, because we received whispers of Blackbeard long before Luffy and Blackbeard's chance encounter on Jaya. By now, making their home on Beehive Island, the Blackbeard pirates are creating their version of a pirate paradise. Lawless and chaotic, he allows his 10 titanic captains to run wild in a new world as they amass power by collecting more and more devil fruits. So, how are both of these characters the perfect final enemies for Luffy? Well, at their core, both of these antagonists are complete opposites to Luffy's core philosophy. Luffy believes in freedom above all else. Freedom to travel, to eat, to party, to adventure, and yeah, freedom to live. Akainu and the Marines restrict the freedom of people across the seas of One Piece. While they may protect the people from dangerous, violent pirates, they also enact exploitative taxes, restrict travel, and even run protection for the slave-holding celestial dragons. Blackbeard, on the other hand, instead of being opposed to Luffy, is more like the other side of the same coin. Just like Luffy, Teach believes in a kind of freedom, but it's a freedom that allows someone to use their power to infringe on the freedom of another. In other words, kind of a rule of the strongest if you want. So while Luffy uses his freedom to uplift others and grant them the same freedoms he has, Blackbeard uses his freedom towards his own personal gains and pushing others down. And it's not just that their philosophies are diametrically opposed that set Akainu and Blackbeard up as the perfect antagonist for Luffy, the stakes here are personal as well. These two characters are both directly responsible for Ace's death. Akainu very literally did kill Ace, and to add to Luffy's personal grudge against the Fleet Admiral, he killed Ace while Ace was trying to protect Luffy. However, the war at Marineford never would have occurred in the first place if it weren't for the actions of Blackbeard. He was the one who captured Ace and turned him over to the Marines in order to claim his status as a Shichibukai. This too partly falls onto Luffy's shoulders because Blackbeard was actually pursuing Luffy at the time that Ace confronted him. And so before the end of the series, I think we can all agree that we do need to see Luffy take his revenge on these powerful foes. Another figure that will probably see Luffy fight before the end of One Piece is the mysterious Im-sama. So far, really almost nothing is known about the secret true ruler of the world government, given that they've only appeared in a single chapter of the manga. There is still a lot that we have to learn about this shadowy figure, but given that they're the head of the world government, they appear to be very much final boss material. Yes, Luffy does have a personal grudge against Akainu, but Im is Akainu's boss's boss, and the real decision maker behind all the actions of the Marines. So if Luffy actually wants to bring freedom to the rest of the world, the only way he will be able to do that is to go through Im. And we also know that Im-sama has it out for Luffy as well. I mean, yes, we don't really know too much about Im's true motivations, but whenever I rip up a picture of someone's face, it usually means I don't really like them. We also have a few wildcards though. These are figures that Luffy could possibly fight, but we really don't know yet at this point whether they're enemy or friends. A big one that people of course have been theorizing about, including me, is the possibility that Luffy will fight his childhood hero, Shanks. Based on Shanks' weird connection to the Gorosei, some fans have speculated that Shanks' motivation might be less than good. Perhaps he will actually turn out to be a true rival or even the main villain to Luffy for the throne of Pirate King. I actually just released a video about just this possibility because I truly believe that one way or another, Shanks and Luffy will clash at some point very soon in the story. Who knows, maybe they'll just have a good-spirited Davy back fight leading to the 12th and final Straw Hat's Lucky Room. Or it might be an all-out battle. Then of course we have absolutely wild predictions. As we know, Oda-sensei is famous for his ridiculous left turns and unpredictability. So who else could Luffy still have to fight? I mean, the sky's the limit really. Perhaps he'll have a rematch against one of the series' first villains and fellow Yonko, Buggy the Clown. After all, at the rate that Buggy is failing upwards at the moment, he might be a true rival for the position of Pirate King at this point. Maybe he'll also be forced into a conflict with a marine that he has close ties to, since he is, after all, still a pirate. We've built up a metric ton of hatred for Akainu, but wouldn't it be heartbreaking to see him have to go all out against Koby or Smoker or even his grandfather Garp? After all, people have really been sleeping on Koby, future Admiral, the secret final villain that Oda has foreshadowed since chapter 2. His future power only makes sense given that he is a child of Big Mom, as evidenced by his pink hair. Okay, maybe I might have to lay off the coffee. I might be hitting those theories a little bit too hard, and I wasn't being quite serious. But the fight I'm probably looking forward to the most. In this video, I will explain to you everything we know about Rocks, why he might still be alive, as well as a crazy theory by the best Japanese One Piece YouTuber Yuderon on what really happened at God Valley at the end. As you've probably figured out by now, I'm a gigantuous fan of all the legendary characters in One Piece we know close to nothing about. Dragon, Shanks, Emu, and recently Oda has added to that special list by introducing us to the most dangerous pirate crew of the century. Rocks and their captain, Rocks D. Xebec, a man so dangerous the government erased all memory of him.
ロックス海賊団とは大昔海賊島八の巣にて一つの儲け話のためにかき集められ生まれた個性の集団。
I remember I was so shocked when I read that chapter that I spilled my coffee on my master thesis. But now I'm a YouTuber, so I guess it all worked out in the end. Also, yeah, I know I'm failing at pulling off the Khabib beard. I'm aware. What makes Rocks so incredibly fascinating to me is that we know for a fact that he was close to being the most powerful person in the story. The guys I mentioned earlier, Emu, Shanks, and Dragon, could be very powerful, but they also have a lot of political power that makes them important as well. Rocks, on the other hand, had 3 out of the 5 Yonko we've met so far under him and is the role model for a 4th.
Big Mom, Kaido. 奴ら3人は昔同じ海賊船に乗っていたんだ。
It took both Roger and Garp, the Pirate King and the hero of the Marines, teaming up in order to take him down. If you want me to be excited about your character, you know what you have to do? That. Yeah, just exactly that. Good job. Hi, my name is Manu. I always thought geology was kind of boring, but look, here I am, excited to talk about rocks. Who knew? So, what do we actually know about this man? Rocks recruited his powerful and violent crew, violent, not violet. Although, anyways, he recruited them on the island Beehive, that is now Blackbeard's center of operation. We know that he wanted to rule the world and that he was defeated during the mysterious God Valley incident 40 years ago, after which the government attempted to erase him and the island completely from history. Now, the problem I have with this is that we get this information from Sengoku, who is not as bad as Akainu, but I still think might just be a teeny tiny bit biased in this regard. I mean, all pirates are evil in the eyes of the government, especially the ones who are a threat to them, something I discussed in my video on bounties. So while Sengoku probably tells at least some of the truth here, some of it is probably a big pile of poop. To me, Garp is usually the best marine source for information. Just like Luffy, he doesn't lie, but just shares confidential information left and right.
お前の父の名はモンキー D ドラゴン革命家じゃ
However, Garp hates talking about this incident. One of the reasons might very well be that he worked together with a pirate here, but then again, it's only one of the reasons. Garp clearly didn't like what happened on that island with the Celestial Dragons. He's a man that obviously believes in the good of the Marines, but despises the world nobles, even though he saved them on that day together with Roger.
守るため、そこに居合わせたガープとロジャーが手を組み、ロックス海賊団を打ち破った事件。
And by the way, it's also interesting to think about that Roger decided to seek Laugh Tale right after this incident happened. Hell, I would bet my grandma that something happened on God Valley that would have been devastating for the world government had it come to light. Something I will discuss in the Uderon theory at the... What's... Hello? Oh, hallo. Ach, Quatsch, das mit Oma war ja nur Spaß. Ja, das war respektlos von mir. Okay, richtig aus. My mom says hi. And sorry for my bad manners. Sorry, Grandma. Point is, for all we know, Rox might well have been a morally way more complicated and grey character than we think. He could well have had a noble ideal to free the world or expose the government, which would explain why the likes of Big Mom or Whitebeard were part of his crew as well, who also believe in a better world for everyone. So who knows, maybe Rox actually had a good dream, but tried to reach it through the wrong means. It's also quite possible that Rox actually knew quite a lot about the true history as well, since Sengoku mentions this.
世界のタブーに触れすぎたために、その存在を示す情報は今に残らず。
Just like Rayleigh tells Luffy that they might come to a different conclusion than they did when reaching Laugh Tale, maybe Rox also came to a different conclusion himself. One thing I actually really wanted to talk about is Beehive Island, which is a pretty cute name for what it actually is. This island that was Rox's home base is also known as the Pirate Island. And funnily enough, during the Davy Backfight arc, Robin explains that the game originated on that very same islands. Now, I have to admit that the Davy Backfight on Long Island is the only part of the entire One Piece saga that I find intolerable to watch. Foxy is annoying, the entire thing is just weird, and it's just too goddamn long, no pun intended. That being said, even though Foxy's games are terrible, we know that this event is a quite legitimate thing in the pirate world.
海賊のゲームだ。
そうよ。海のどこかにあるという海賊たちの楽園。
People do take this pretty seriously. And can you imagine someone like Doflamingo or Kaido playing Donut Race? This is a game that allows pirates to take crew members from the opponent and shame them. I would bet I'm sure that the Davy Backfight is a much more dark and serious event usually. And the fact that it originated on Beehive Island might tell us that Rox was only able to forge such a crew of monsters by playing this very game. Whether that is true or not, I really hope we get to see some serious payoff for this arc in some way or form in the future, because otherwise, why? Before we get to Uderon and his theory, I have one more thing I found really interesting to think about. What if the entire story about God Valley was false and Rox actually won that day? He then could have crowned himself king of the world, which would of course have meant the end for Rox as a crew. He then could have simply erased all the evidence of that place and the events there, including his old name, calling himself Emu from then on out. Hell, that would also explain why Roger fought for the nobles and why Garp doesn't like talking about it. Now, do I believe this theory? Not really. I still prefer the one from this video right here, but it's an intriguing thought nonetheless. By the way, should Rox actually still be alive? I've seen some people who say that he resembles Blackbeard or Dragon, and that they might be related in some sense, but the first person I thought of when I saw his silhouette here was this dude right here. Not very likely, I give you that, but he does look the most like it. Okay, time for Yuderon's theory on the God Valley incident, and a quick challenge for you. Go subscribe, if you're brave enough. And of course, this wouldn't be a Yuderon theory without a good old wordplay. It's only one this time though, promise. And it's more of an observation anyway than being part of the theory. The wordplay for the legendary chapter 957, where rocks and the God Valley incidents are revealed, is Kyugochi, which in Japanese means the rallying place where people come together. This fits because of the Marines gathering, because of Beehive, where Rocks gathered his crew, but especially for God Valley, where all the Yonko before Blackbeard, Roger, the Marines, and the world nobles came together. Okay, I lied, there are actually two wordplays. The second one is Rock's name itself, Rokusu 694. Now, chapter 694 is titled The Most Dangerous Man. The cover page features Caribou and is the climax of the Punk Hazard arc that ends with the appearance of Doflamingo, a former celestial dragon. Now, as you know from my past videos with Yuderon, Oda likes to write his story according to the principle two sides of the same coin, as in, many of the story elements have a counterpart that is similar but a bit different. If you want to know more about this in detail, I strongly suggest you check out those videos afterwards. The point here is that Punk Hazard seems to be the mirroring part to God Valley, which would mean that the title also refers to Rock's Xebec. So, how could these two islands be similar? Well, first of all, in both cases we have two Ds joining hands. Luffy and Law versus Roger and Garp. Luffy and Law save the dragon Momonosuke and the other slave kids, while Roger and Garp save the celestial dragons and their slaves. Both islands, God Valley and Punk Hazard, have been turned into a secret island by the world government.
実際、跡形もなく消えているのだからな。
2年前、ここはまだ火も氷もないただの腐った島だった。
However, since Punk Hazard still exists, so might God Valley. Now, of course, the most interesting part about Punk Hazard, except the major battle between Aokiji and Akainu there, was Caesar's secret lab in which he was producing the chemical for the fake Smile Devil fruits. So if we mirror this and project this onto God Valley, instead of fake devil fruits, we have fake fruits of the gods, God Valley, and this of course reminds us immediately of the forbidden fruit in Garden Eden, the taboo that Rocks knew about. Now in Japanese, God Valley is actually pronounced as Gotobare, and bare in Japanese means actually to be exposed. So not only is it the Valley of the Gods, but the islands where the secret of the gods was exposed. And Drake's father, who found the incredibly important Ope Ope no Mi, is called Bareruzu in Japanese. Gotobare and Bareruzu.
医者がこれを食えば世界中から引く手あまたの名医になれるな確実。
Could the Ope Ope no Mi be the fruit that was artificially created on God Valley to give the celestial dragons their immortality? We already talked about in detail why they could be immortal. The Ope Ope no Mi, the fruit that Doflamingo, the man with the giant complex because he was pushed out of heaven, wanted to have no matter what. To have the immortality surgery performed on him as well.
人に永遠の命を与える不老手術
So could the celestial dragons have used this island to force slaves to perform that surgery on them? And Rocks was basically trying to get his hands on the fruits, or maybe something else? But possibly chapter 694 tells us even more.
ゴッドバレーにて天竜人とその奴隷たちを守るため、そこに居合わせたガープとロジャーが手を組み、ロックス海賊団を打ち破った事件。
What if the celestial dragons that were defended by Garp and Roger was actually the Don Quixote family? The same family that later then decided to leave Merijoa and become quote-unquote good? The only other example of a good Tenryubito we know is none other than Don Quixote Mjosgard, who got saved by the goldfish mermaid Queen Otohime. All of them were saved and got their humanity back, one by Gold Roger and the other by Goldfish Otohime. So it might very well be that God Valley had its name because it was the place where gods were made. If you haven't seen the other two theories I made with Yuderon, The Gorosei are immortal and incredibly powerful rulers from the Void Century that have been ruling the world together with Imu for the last 800 years. For one, we know that they haven't aged a day since the incident of Ohara 20 years ago. They are called the 5 Elder Stars, even though some of them are not that old looking at all. They clearly know everything about the true history and what happened during the Void Century, as we can see when Dr. Clover tries to say the Ancient Kingdom's name. And we know that they are the highest ranking celestial dragons, the world nobles who never leave the red line. So why exactly would they be covered in scars and carry weapons? Now, if just one of them decided to go out and have an adventure, that might be an excuse, but all of them? The world government has existed for 800 years, so there clearly never was any reason for celestial dragons to actually fight themselves. Heck, even against Rock, the biggest threat to the world government we know of, Garp had to team up with Roger himself to defeat him. If the Gorosei were immortal, however, they could be the very kings who defeated the Ancient Kingdom and formed the world government in the first place. They could have actively fought in the war itself and then kept control ever since. That would also explain why they look and act completely normal compared to the other dumbed down and spoiled celestial dragons who have probably only had children within their small group of chosen ones. Yep, I'm saying there might be some incest problem going on here. I mean, look at this. All of them run around with their spacesuits, shielding them from the air that normal humans breathe, while the Gorosei have normal clothes and have no problem being in the same room with Akainu or even Shanks. And so all of these pieces of evidence together strongly suggest to me that these 5 men are the original celestial dragons that founded the world government with the help of Imu, which, let's be honest, would also help in keeping the secret ruler of the world secret, since they would have been the only 5 people who ever knew the truth since the Void Century, with no need to pass it all on every generation and risking exposure. But how did they end up becoming immortal in the first place? How powerful are these 5 men actually to casually dismiss someone like Akainu and be in the same room as one of the Yonko without guards? And will the Marines ultimately rebel against them? What's up? My name is Manu, and even though I might not look like it, I'm actually very interested in politics and history, learning about how we got where we are today and how societies thrive or fail under different political systems. And I think in terms of One Piece, it doesn't get much more political than when talking about the 5 elders who run and govern the entire planet. In fact, what I find absolutely fascinating is that if you only have a vague idea of what One Piece is actually about, you'd probably be absolutely taken aback just how much politics is actually hidden under the classic layers of a shonen manga. Not only do we encounter different political systems and structures with every new island we visit, but as the story progresses, we learn more and more about the workings of a political organization that rules the entire world. Which, now that I think about it, is actually pretty damn hilarious, because usually shonen manga are all about stopping an evil force from reaching world domination, while in One Piece, this has already happened centuries ago. And so the world of One Piece is actually a dystopia where a small group of inbred and cruel nobles living on top of the red line hold most of the wealth, enslave and kill people at will, and brainwash the population with propaganda and lies. All while the people on the sea below live in poverty and despair, and also in fear of a culture of pirates that has formed just because of these desperate conditions. What I love so much about Eiichiro Oda, the author of One Piece, is how he somehow managed to hide this dark and complex political foundation of his story under the mantle of the positive and fun adventure that Luffy and Co are on right now. So even if you're someone who isn't really interested into the politics of a story, you still know exactly what's going on without even realizing it. And it makes the story enjoyable for a younger shonen audience as well, while the deep and dark parts are still clearly visible for the adults. To me, this just once again shows what a masterful writer Oda-sensei truly is. In a way, you could argue that the fight of the ancient kingdom versus what would later become the world government was the classic shonen setting. Luffy, on the other hand, is a hero that doesn't just have to stop the bad guys from winning, he has to change and liberate an entire planet that has been ruled and indoctrinated for almost 1,000 years. Which to me makes things just much more interesting, because it's not enough to just beat the big bad guy to keep everything the way it is. No, Luffy as the hero has to actually present the world with a system that works better than the current one. And I'm very curious how people will react to the ideal system Oda has envisioned for the end of the story. Because let's be honest, no matter what it is, it's definitely gonna be controversial. Similarly to how we all kept wondering what political system the end of Game of Thrones would bring with it. Will the world of One Piece have a king? Complete anarchy in a pirate world? A democracy? This will have a big impact on all Luffy is achieving right now. So who are these 5 men that rule the world with an iron fist? Are they good or evil? How powerful are they? And if they truly are immortal, how? And what would it mean for the story if they came from the Void Century? In case you need a refresher, the 5 elders, or Gorosei as they're called in Japanese, are a council of the most highly ranked celestial dragons with full control over the Marines, the Cypher Pole agencies, and even the 7 warlords of the sea. While we know neither their names nor their powers, we have seen them pulling the strings behind almost everything happening all over the world, politically rivaled only by the influence of the 4 emperors that actually hold both the necessary political and military power to deny the world government and rule over the new worlds. Now, only quite recently have we learned that the Gorosei actually serve a mysterious figure called Imu who rules the world from the shadows. However, while the elders obey his or her orders, it still very much seems like most of the time they still have full authority over the government's actions. First of all, why do I think that the Gorosei are very powerful in reality and will be actual enemies that will have to be taken down? Because I've seen a lot of opinions stating that the Gorosei are basically glorified spandems. That's this guy, in case you forgot. The reason Spandam was able to control some of the government's most powerful agents was not because he was smart enough to manipulate them, but because they were ordered by the government, in other words, the Gorosei, to help him. Now you could say that the main source of authority for the Gorosei is that they have both the Marines and the Cypher Pole agencies under their command. However, how exactly do they keep authority over these groups? After all, there is no higher power actually backing them up. Well, actually, there is, but nobody knows about that. If they truly were just Spandams, then surely in the 800-year history of the government, some Marine or government agent would have tried to usurp them. Or heck, even the Revolutionary Army might have gone straight for their heads when they actually invaded Marijoa. Akainu, out of all people, surely wouldn't have listened to them if they didn't have anything to back up their authority. And yet Sengoku and Akainu never think about actually going against them. At least so far. However, I want you to notice just how calm the Gorosei are at Sakazuki's insolence. Normally, people would be trembling like Koby at an angry Sakazuki, but the Gorosei simply shrug it off, mocking him and treating him like a tempered child. And honestly, weaklings don't show this type of confidence, especially since these 5 aren't stupid. And then later on, we see them casually meeting with one of the most powerful pirates in the entire world, dismissing their guards. No matter what powers they have at their disposal, the fact that they appear to have battle experience and unwavering authority over people like Akainu and Lucci proves to me that they all must be immensely physically powerful, especially after they realized that they could subscribe to my channel for more weekly One Piece content. The big question I've always asked myself is, how evil are these guys? Or are they evil at all? This is a truly interesting question because I think, other than Doflamingo for example, the Gorosei are in a much more morally gray area. On the one hand, they lead a regime that uses slavery, neglects and manipulates its people, and orders the destruction of an entire island. But then Oda-sensei still throws in nuances that make them appear more human. During the Ohara incident, for instance, at least some of them seem truly pained with their decision. They actually wanted Jinbei to create a better relationship with the fishmen and allowed them access to the reverie. And they clearly were not happy with Doflamingo's actions, but couldn't do anything about it since he was a former celestial dragon himself with knowledge about the national treasure of Marijoa that he could have used as leverage against them. And out of all things, they seem to work with Shanks to keep the world in balance. This gets even more confusing when looking at Oda-sensei's inspiration for all 5 of them. What just keeps fascinating me every time I think about it is that all 5 of them seem to be inspired by influential historical political figures. Most prominently, there's this one who looks like Mahatma Gandhi. One of them looks like a young Abraham Lincoln, one like Karl Marx, one like Mikhail Gorbachev, and the one with the long beard like the Japanese politician Itagaki Taisuke. Now, all of these figures represent very different political ideologies, and all of them had their obvious flaws. But what still unites all of them, at least from a historic perspective, is that they all are associated with giving people more freedom. Lincoln is known for ending slavery in the US. Gandhi ended British colonial rule in India. Marx's fundamental idea that was later strongly misused by multiple regimes was the theory of liberty, stating that the freedom of the people is the most important right that should not be exploited and controlled by those with power and money. Gorbachev was the last president of the Soviet Union, who with his ideas of glasnost and perestroika, openness and reconstructing, promoted democratic thinking and liberty in Eastern Europe that ultimately led to the collapse of the Soviet Union. And finally, Itagaki was the leader of the freedom and people's rights movement and involved with the founding of the very first democratic political party in Japan. So I don't know, either Oda-sensei is being very ironic by basing the authoritarian rulers of this world on people fighting for freedom, or there's something more to all of this. To me personally, the main goal of the government seems to be keeping the balance of the world. They met with Shanks, they buy weapons from Kaido, and they dealt with Mother Caramel for powerful orphans. Clearly, they have no interest in getting rid of the Yonko system, but rather promote it. There seem to be only 2 instances where the government seems to feel really threatened. One was the incident of Ohara that might have revealed the true history of the world, and the other was Imu's frustration with Luffy, Vivi, Poseidon, and Blackbeard. No Kaido, no Big Mom, no Dragon. However, all of these 4 seem to have connections to the Void Century, except Blackbeard, who seems to have connections to Rocks, who was also a major threat to the government. Luffy's Straw Hat connects him to the giant Straw Hat on Marijoa. Shirahoshi is an ancient weapon, and Vivi is connected to Pluton and the only one of the 20 kingdoms that didn't join the Celestial Dragons on the Red Line. As for Shanks, I don't think he's plotting with the government, but just trying his best to ease the way for Luffy and keep the world from falling apart before he even has the chance to find the One Piece. So, are the Gorosei just interested in keeping things as they are and keep living in comfort forever? Well, they do seem to have a fairly stressful job though. I really can't wait to find out what their connection with Imu truly is, because I think it would be a very interesting twist indeed if one of them, either Imu or the Gorosei, were actually a quote-unquote good guy after all, keeping the other in check and from destroying the world. But let's talk about the immortality thing. There are actually a number of theories out there that connect Imu and the Gorosei to immortality. One option being, of course, the Ope Ope no Mi that might have been used multiple times. Another theory is connected to the reoccurring theme of flowers, a golden flower that connected Imu and Nika and the Lunarians. I should probably make just an entire video about that idea in itself. And Kaido, the man who wanted to become JoyBoy at any price but couldn't. The experiment from Punk Hazard that was so successful they couldn't contain him, and on top of all that, probably the best villain in the entire story. We're talking about all of that today. But if you aren't caught up with the manga yet, click off this video right now, run to the local bookstore, buy all the current manga volumes of One Piece, catch up to the story in one session, and then come back to this video. But if you are, let's begin. Here's a quick recap. Kaido is the physically strongest being in the One Piece world. He was experimented on by the world government, got his dragon devil fruit from Big Mom during the so-called God Valley incident, and spent his entire life obsessed with awakening JoyBoy and changing the world. At some point, he went from eager and always laughing to suicidal drunk that wants to start the largest war the world has ever seen. How did Kaido get that strong? Well, I'm pretty sure that Kaido's flashback is just around the corner, or maybe already here if you watch this. If so, please make sure to let me know in the comments how wrong I was, but here is what I think has been hinted at. Kaido, and also King in extension, are experiments from Punk Hazard. We know that he has been captured by the Navy multiple times and that he escaped from a research facility. And not only is Punk Hazard the largest facility we know, but it is connected to Kaido in a number of ways. The research conducted there basically can all be seen in Kaido's character in one way or form. We know about the research on gigantification, including the numbers who stem from Punk Hazard. In other words, Vegapunk was researching ancient giants in this facility, and Kaido clearly resembles the general appearance of the likes of Ors. We literally see a skull just like Kaido's on the door to the lab as well. Then there's the fact that Kaido is a dragon. Not only do we see an artificial dragon on the island, but Momonosuke literally finds a perfect copy of Kaido's fruit in the lab. And this is of course also connected to Caesar's artificial smile devil fruits, another product from Punk Hazard, together with the numbers that Kaido has been using to build up his army. So to me at least, it does seem very likely that Vegapunk was experimenting with his devil fruit powers after the God Valley incident. Maybe that was where he got captured in the first place, betrayed by rocks. Who knows? Now, the question is Kaido related to the ancient giants by blood and they made the numbers based on him, or did he also receive his horns and size during that time? Now, based on the rock silhouette we got and Yamato having horns as well, I would suspect the former. But Oda seems to be holding back Kaido's younger appearance on purpose for some reason. Like in this short flashback in chapter 1041, where we just see Big Mom from his first-person perspective. But what does this all mean for his character and his connection to JoyBoy? Now, I have heard people whining about Kaido being a one-dimensional villain basically for the first 2 acts of Wano straight. And I mean, fair enough, because until the start of the raid, we have gotten only very little characterization for his character, though I personally think that Oda, right from the start, had set him up to be the most interesting villain in the story so far. But ever since, those voices have mysteriously vanished. Because I think it's fair to say that his real characterization started with Act 3. We saw Kaido establishing his powers in Wano during Odin's flashback, unhonorably defeating Odin after getting his scarf from him. how he formed an alliance with Big Mom, how he got rid of Orochi for being the most annoying character in the entire story, announcing the new Onigashima initiative, taking out all of the scabbards, revealing that he knew about JoyBoy all along, taking on his own child, showing us his first meeting with the Lunarian King, and finally having the fight of his life with Luffy, the first person that could seriously challenge him since Oden, I guess. Until he got robbed of that by CP0 as well. Over the course of what in the story is just a single night, that's crazy to think about, Eiichiro Oda, the author of One Piece, has pulled back the curtains on the final villain of the Yonko saga that has lasted the entirety of the New World so far. Why do I say that? Well, I was just getting to that part. Jesus. What's up, Amanu, and let me start this with a prediction. I think Kaido's arc will end with him laughing during his fight with Luffy, liberated from his heavy burden. I think it's pretty clear that Kaido, just like Big Mom, has been portrayed as someone who originally had good intentions at some point to change the world to the better by finding the One Piece, making it a better place for everyone to live in. Big Mom wanted to create a world where all races can live in harmony, and it seems like Kaido wants to end the rule of the world governments, most likely after having suffered at their hands. And so in chapter 1036, Kaido says that he's the only one who can change the world, implying that it's a responsibility that he has to the world, and later even asks King if he still considers him to be JoyBoy. It seems pretty obvious to me that Kaido wanted to become JoyBoy, the person who will bring the dawn. Actually, fun fact, a common kanji reading for Kaido in Japanese is actually joyful boy. To me, that shows that he seems to have some idea at least what it takes to become or awaken JoyBoy. In his mind, it seems to require being the strongest in the world and maybe even dying. I mean, this would be supported by his repeated efforts to get killed and Luffy possibly even dying in chapter 1043. He even tells Luffy very disappointedly that it seems like he couldn't be JoyBoy either after knocking him out in chapter 1014. And yet, even after fighting strong opponent after strong opponent, Kaido just couldn't become JoyBoy until now. Many of his biggest rivals died before he could actually face them. And not only that, they all had grand achievements before their death. Roger became Pirate King and started the Great Pirate Era. Whitebeard, whom he really wanted to fight at Marineford, I assume, rekindled the dream of the One Piece. Oden, who was strong enough to face him, died as an inspiration to the people of Wano, and meanwhile Kaido only defeated him and Luffy after someone else distracted them. I think that Kaido had one out of two goals. He either wanted to try to become JoyBoy himself by facing off against the strongest possible opponents, or help someone awaken JoyBoy in return by being the strongest possible opponent for them. His great responsibility, but no one ever did awaken, including him. That and his trauma of his inglorious victory over Oden made him lose sight of his dream for a better world. Just how Big Mom became a monster in the name of a better future, so did Kaido, using and enslaving the people of Wano for the greater good or whatever. Kaido is basically the embodiment of strength and toxic masculinity, I guess, because he doesn't allow himself to be soft or vulnerable. He literally drowns his fears and doubts in alcohol and forces himself to be hard. He can't openly love his child Yamato, but be hard so she can help him with his duty. He still finishes off Luffy and Oden despite hating himself for having been robbed of a fair fight. And so in a way, it seems like he willingly takes on this role of the villain in order to fulfill his goal, even if it eats at him every single day. Now, what I love about all this is that not only does it make Kaido one of the most complex and multi-layered villains in the story, but that it also draws a very interesting parallel to Luffy's fight with Katakuri. If you want a full breakdown of Katakuri's character and that fight, I did make a whole video about that a while ago. But what's important for us right now is that Luffy liberated Katakuri from the mask he had to put on to protect his family.
俺の判断だとママに報告しろ。
He needed to be the strong older brother that takes care of everybody, not allowed to show any weakness or any of his dreams or desires. And so it took Luffy, with his unique ability to see people's true nature and feelings, who understands this over the course of their fight, and then pushes Katakuri to drop his mask quite literally by throwing away his scarf and being himself, freeing him in the process. The difference to Kaido is that when Flampe interferes with the fight, Katakuri has already started to shake off his duty and wants to continue this fight fairly, which is why he does one of the most ballsy things in the entire story. Now, to understand how this is connected to Kaido, let's take a look at Kaido's state of mind after Luffy's defeat with the help of CP0. There was actually this really interesting breakdown by this Korean One Piece fan that actually also references the Katakuri connection that I think complemented my thoughts almost perfectly when I read it. In both battles, Luffy was knocked down but came back stronger. Both Katakuri and Kaido are hiding their true selves, Katakuri to protect his family and Kaido to protect his dream. And most importantly, both battles were interfered by someone else and Luffy almost died from it. Basically, after finally meeting another suitable candidate to awaken JoyBoy after Oden, the fight once again is sabotaged by an outside force. And I mean, just look at Kaido's face here, the strongest being in the world. This is just pure pain and trauma. And so after taking out the CP0 agent and descending into the castle, for a moment there it seems like he's back to his old self, reassuming his role as the hard villain who is worse than Orochi, someone he genuinely despises for what he did, saying the most tyrannical things. But, and I think that's very important, he is clearly not recovered from that shock at all. Because in chapter 1042, for example, Kaido says things like, "Winners need no justification," and "Those content to die for honor are losers." But isn't Kaido the one yearning for an honorable death the most? Kaido really wants to die for honor. He hates winning in disgrace, and he wants to change the world. And I would even go so far as to say that he wants to be the good guy that brings peace and freedom to the world, but he can't acknowledge it because he's the only one who can do it, no matter at what cost in this moment right now. By the way, if you want more breakdowns like this and stay up to date with what's happening in the story, I make videos like these every single week, so consider subscribing if you are a true mad lad. So what does that mean for the remaining battle? Well, not only is Luffy of course alive, but at least right now he really seems to have awakened JoyBoy and his devil fruit in the process as well. I personally actually think that Luffy will liberate Kaido in a multitude of ways. Well, first of all, just like against Katakuri, Luffy will make it clear that he doesn't think that a fight between pirates needs to be fair, thus lifting Kaido's guilt for his earlier victory. Second, in whatever shape or form it'll end up being, Kaido will realize that Luffy has become JoyBoy, and so no matter if this was his hope all along or if he really just wanted to become JoyBoy himself, this burden will now have been lifted from his shoulders. JoyBoy has returned. And so this will finally give Kaido the achievement that Roger, Whitebeard, and co had before their deaths, being the one to bring about the return of the one who will bring the dawn. But most importantly, Luffy will understand Kaido's true feelings in this last part of their fight, all that shame and guilt that he's built up, and tell him exactly what he will need to hear to finally drop his tyrannical tough guy shell. And I personally believe that then Kaido will actually have to die at the end of this arc, hopefully in an effort to help Luffy and his crew Maybe against the Marines or Blackbeard or whoever will definitely be there to pick on the survivors. In other words, Kaido will get the well-deserved honorable death that he always wanted. And so the tragic reason that it was Luffy who was able to become JoyBoy after all this time and Kaido and the rest couldn't is because Luffy actually lived the principle of JoyBoy all his life. Liberating people, creating joy around the world, and protecting those who need protecting. I really genuinely think that by trying to force JoyBoy back into existence and using the people of Wano, Kaido betrayed the core values of what it means to bring the dawn. Because Luffy has already started to change the world basically right from the beginning of the story. And so this video isn't enough by itself. If you really... Who in the world is Admiral Greenbull? How do his seemingly limitless powers work? And will he turn out to be an enemy or an ally to Luffy's and the Straw Hats' cause? We have been waiting for the reveal of this man ever since Dressrosa, where Doflamingo revealed that the Marines had drafted not one, but two powerhouses for the vacant Admiral positions left by Aokiji at Akainu. And now, after many years of starving to see what this man's power looks like, with Oda-sensei feeding us nothing but a silhouette or two here and there, we finally have seen what the third Marine Admiral next to Kizaru and Fujitora looks like and is capable of. Greenbull, or Aramaki as he's actually called, is a tall, muscular man with shoulder-long black hair, a pair of badass looking back shades, and smoking a cigarette, which funnily enough goes kind of against his otherwise pretty green image. He's refusing to wear a shirt under his Admiral coat, rightfully so. I mean, I wouldn't wear a shirt either if I had that upper body strength, and he carries an incredibly sleek looking katana without any sheath, but simply jammed into his belt. I think I just stabbed myself there. Anyways, he has a massive kanji tattoo on his chest. In order: death, river, heart, middle. The last two kanji together read Shinju, which means double suicide committed by lovers, but it can also mean one's true feeling or true motives. So I guess the tattoo reads something along the lines of lover's suicide on the river of death, while it might also hint at Aramaki having hidden true motives compared to what he openly says. I want you to remember that because it will be important in just a second when we talk about Greenbull's true intentions. He also wears really tight pants with a Sakura motif on them, going very well with his plant-themed powers. Now, you will have noticed, I think, that Aramaki in general has an incredibly Japanese vibe around him. Just like the actor Harada Yoshio, who was famous for his Ronin and gangster roles that he is inspired by, I think that Greenbull has pretty strong Yakuza vibes. The straight blade, no shirt under a jacket, the sunglasses, and the cigarette. This is meant to be a classic Japanese gangster. And it once again brings up a really interesting and honestly important question that people have been asking for quite a while now. Is Aramaki from Wano? Because while the world of One Piece has a lot of Japanese influence, simply because it's written by a Japanese author, predominantly for a Japanese-speaking audience, there is one place in particular that is fully centered around Edo period Japan and Japanese culture, that even has the Yakuza as an actual institution, and that place is Wano. This was also speculated for Fujitora, by the way, or Isho as he's called, who also has an incredibly strong samurai theme. And as we know, both of them not only got drafted together, but they also seem to get along really well and talk like old friends. And so honestly, what other place in One Piece could you possibly find such randomly powerful people to draft into an admiral position than Wano? The one country the world government has never dared to attack because of its powerful warriors, and that even Akainu doesn't want to send troops to. Remember, the admirals are the most powerful force that the Marines have at their disposal. The top tier fighters they have to face people like Whitebeard or Shanks. The original three admirals were shaped into these monsters over decades within the Marines. So really, the fact that they drafted someone from the outside into this highest of positions really speaks for their power, I think. Oda-sensei has actually more or less confirmed in an SBS that Fujitora and Greenbull share similarities and might have ulterior motives that go against the world government. Both Isho and Aramaki have been ignoring direct orders from Akainu multiple times, and Fujitora even abolished a warlord system that was one of the government's most prized balancing powers in the world. One very intriguing possibility is that Fujitora or Ryokugyu, or maybe both of them, are former daimyo or yakuza bosses that had left Wano before or when Kaido took over the country. And so a number of clues that people like my good friend Mr. Morch have identified actually suggested that Greenbull might have been Shimotsuki Ushimaru, a man who has an actual bull on his coat as his symbol and has the word Ushi, which does mean bull, literally as part of his name. By the way, in the anime, the bull on Ushimaru's coat is literally green, literally a green bull. The very same Shimotsuki Ushimaru that now has been heavily suggested to be either Zoro's father or at least some sort of relative. One awesome example that Morch brings up is how both Zoro and Ryokugyu are introduced as fasting, with both Luffy and Fujitora commenting on it. Ryokugyu says that he would only break his fast for a pretty girl, and Zoro literally breaks his fast to eat the little girl's onigiri that Helmeppo has made fun of and stomped on. Now, after knowing what Ryokugyu and Ushimaru looks like, your first reaction might be the very same as mine. These two look nothing alike. At least that was my first genuine impression. But then I took these two images of the two and put them together in Photoshop, and you know what? It works. Like, do you see what I'm seeing? The eyebrows and the eyes match up pretty much perfectly. The nose is exactly the same, his mouth not only has the same expression, but even the cigarette and the grass straw are in the exact same position. The only real difference really is the hairstyle that, let's be real, is probably really easily changed. And also don't forget that 20 years have passed between that scene in the cave with Yamato and today. And so if I had to bet any money on who Admiral Greenbull truly is, I would absolutely go with Shimotsuki Ushimaru, who also is Zoro's father. And I think that that would explain everything we have seen from Greenbull so far absolutely perfectly. Of course, he would come right back to Wano after Kaido's defeat. He and the other daimyos tried fighting back against Kaido and his armies, but were defeated. He probably joined up with the Marines in the first place due to his hatred for pirates and what they did to his country, similar to how Fujitora couldn't stand Doflamingo's unjust rule over Dressrosa. I mean, they might have joined the Marines to finally defeat pirates like Kaido in the first place. I actually think it's quite possible that both Greenbull and Fujitora only got their respective devil fruits also when they joined up with the Marines and were drafted as admirals. Greenbull ignoring Akainu's orders and coming to Wano to see what's going on anyways would be only logical if it's actually his home country. Not only would he want to make sure that the beast pirates are actually taken care of for good, which is literally the very first thing he does when arriving, but he would also want to make sure that no other pirate just takes Kaido's place, which is why he's planning to take Luffy's head as well. He would want to see a free Wano, not simply one tyrant replaced by the next. Because as far as Aramaki knows, Luffy is a wanted dangerous criminal, and he hasn't met Luffy yet. Luffy, who now has a ridiculous 3 billion berry bounty. Very much unlike what we here on this channel have with 61,100,000 berries for each subscriber. So rather than becoming a Yonko, our big goal is fighting hard to overtake the slimiest man in all of One Piece, who for some reason has a bounty of 99 million. Please go help me win this fierce race to 100 million berries by hitting subscribe and getting freshly baked One Piece content every single week. Now, my biggest argument for Greenbull loving Wano and hating the Beast Pirates for what they did, however, is this panel from chapter 1053, where we see Udon Prison from afar. Compare this panel here, where we first get introduced to the prison as it's surrounded by a deadly wasteland, to to this. Greenbull is literally reviving Wano and returning all of its lushness and nature. He uses all of the Beast Pirate's energy to rejuvenate Wano, and he's doing that to all of the country as he's making his way from Udon to the flower capital. This isn't just a random side effect of his powers, because otherwise we would have seen flowers and plants just spring up all around him on Marijoa as well. No, I think this is Greenbull actively using all of the energy he has absorbed to do this and green up Wano. And so the question really is, what will happen once Greenbull actually reaches the capital? Because I personally think that he is quite serious about taking Luffy's head. Aramaki seems to be no big fan of the world government, just like Fujitora, but that is also true for Akainu as well. There's a lot of movement in the Marines right now to reform and become independent from the governments, including people like Garp, Koby, X-Drake, but also the fleet admiral himself. And so I think that Greenbull can be against the world government, but still pro Akainu, supporting his style of leadership and trying to get his approval. And this actually caught my interest as well. As you might know, the admirals follow a very interesting color scheme. You have the 3 primary colors, red, yellow, and blue, that you can use to mix any other color with. Mixing red and blue, for instance, gives us Fujitora's purple, and I think Fujitora's justice is indeed located somewhere between Akainu's red and Aokiji's blue. Incredibly strict and merciless like Akainu, but open to exceptions and reason like in Luffy's case, similar to Aokiji. In that sense, Greenbull would be a mix between Aokiji and Kizaru. Incredibly powerful and destructive when unleashed, as we could see, but also pretty laid back and curious, like Kizaru was on Sabaody. This goes very well with Greenbull's relaxed nature that we also saw on Marijoa when he was hanging out with Fujitora. And so should Greenbull actually turn out to be Ushimaru, however, in other words, Zoro's father, that would instantly solve my one big issue with the ending to Wano so far: Zoro's unresolved connection to the country. So Greenbull's solo arrival at the flower capital might very well be exactly that. Zoro meeting his father and either learning about his heritage, or he might already be aware about it and simply recognize his father, depending on how young he was when he got separated or abandoned by his parents. I think an admiral crashing the party in the capital like Aokiji kind of did during Water 7 would be epic enough by itself, but this sort of connection would make it even better than it already is by itself, honestly. But let's also talk about Aramaki's powers by themselves here for a bit, because just how Wood is incredibly overpowered in the world of Naruto, they seem to be incredibly overpowered here as well. Not only can Greenbull build any structure with his powers, he is literally able to take life energy and redistribute it by growing plants of any type. This seems just ridiculously powerful even by Admiral standards. It also really makes me wonder what type of devil fruit this actually is. My first reaction was to categorize this as a paramecia or special paramecia fruit, being able to generate plants with his body, but at the same time, the fact that he can drink sake through the roots and steal powers from others for himself almost makes it seem like his body might be made from plants, as in he might be a plant Logia fruit user. I'm just super curious to find out what his actual devil fruit is called and categorize that. And of course, find out more about his true intentions and what he's like as a person. Since we just found out that Momo's grandfather, Kozuki Sukiyaki, is alive as well, if Greenbull is a former daimyo, he would surely recognize him as well. And so, no matter what way you look at it, Greenbull's introduction, together with the reveal of the new Yonko, has changed the power dynamics of the One Piece world fundamentally. And if you want to understand what that means for the future of the One Piece... Oh my god, I think I broke the chair. I accidentally found the most mind-blowing endgame theory on the Japanese internet. Also, you guys forced me to sing Binks Sake on camera to celebrate 100,000 subscribers. All of this and more upcoming in this video. Whew, okay, let's do this. What's up everybody, Ohara here, and today is a good day, because today I have not just one, but 2 real goodies for you, and I personally definitely know which one I'm more excited about. Binks no sake o toroke ni yuku. Nope, not that part. You'll get to witness me questioning my life choices in real time if you make it till the end of this video. The bad news for me is you will, cause it's a damn fucking good video. Now, I'll summarize how we got here as quickly as possible so we can get to the juicy bits. Let's put 30 seconds on the clock. We reached 100,000 subscribers. Still can't believe that that happened. I asked you guys to come up with a video idea to celebrate. You guys picked singing Binks sake over eating bread? Why? Then I thought to myself, instead of torturing you guys right from the start, why not talk a little bit about the song itself for a bit? I think there might be a thing or two in there that might be interesting. So I looked it up. And what I stumbled upon blew my goddamn mind. Was that 30 seconds? Damn it. Don't forget to subscribe. Okay, let's cut to the chase. The premise of this theory is from a Japanese One Piece fan who goes by the name of Chipiko, mixed in with my own ideas and other random stuff I found on the interwebs. That guy, or girl, went through the original Japanese lyrics of the song and gave his interpretation for each important line. Now, without giving too much of the mind blow that I definitely had away, the basic idea is that this song talks about the final island of the Grand Line, Laugh Tale. Oh, that's just too far-fetched. I'm gonna go watch something else. Wait, before you click away already, let me also spoil the last line of the song. In the English translation, it goes, never ending, ever wandering, our funny traveling tale. That already sounds a little bit like Laugh Tale, but in the Japanese original, it's actually way more in your face. The word that Oda uses, warai banashi, literally means a laugh tale. Literally. Like, that's so straightforward that it actually makes me wonder whether Oda just put that into 2003 Google Translate and then got Laugh Tale as a result and just, you know, went with it. Seems about right. After all, Oda put a ridiculous amount of thought into this and had the song already done many years before we actually reached Thriller Bark, while the island itself is first mentioned as far back as chapter 105. I hope that this convinces you that this song is not only a good chance to humiliate a poor YouTuber, but also carries a deeper meaning, hinting at the climax of the story. Okay, let's start with the very first line of the song. Let's go and deliver Binks sake. This already brings up 2 important questions. Who the f is Binks, and what is his sake? Well, according to Chipiko, as the song is pretty old, Binks is probably someone who's already dead. Top candidates is whoever wrote that song, so JoyBoy, the D-Clan, the Kozuki, or all of them. And since sake has a pretty strong symbolism in Japan and is often associated with one's life story, Binks sake might actually be delivering his story. Now this story, so the theory, is the true story of the world, which is engraved in the poneglyphs. There are 4 road poneglyphs leading to Laugh Tale, but more interestingly, there are 9 historical ones that contain the lost history. According to this, delivering Binks sake then means nothing but finding all 9 historical poneglyphs, stringing them together, and bringing the full story with you to Laugh Tale. And speaking of Robin, when Brooke plays this song for the first time for the Straw Hats, Robin mentions that she has heard it somewhere before. On a pirate ship she traveled on, maybe? Only the word she uses in Japanese is natsukashi, an adjective that can't really be translated literally, but expresses fond memories of a time long past. Now, I think the only time Robin has genuinely warm memories of is her time with the scholars. And if she heard the song in connection with the research of the poneglyphs and the ancient kingdom, wouldn't that make perfect sense? Now, the second interesting part of the first verse is this. The birds sing as they draw circles in the sky. Circles? Birds? Yup, this might very well be a reference to the Kozuki themselves, the creators of the poneglyphs. The bird in front of a circle that might very well depict the sun, as well as 4 arms that remind us of the classical Jolly Roger. Keep that in mind. We'll get back to that in a second. Now, the last interesting line from the first verse is this. Tsumugi no Sato yo. Tsumugi no Sato is the village of spinning. The village where what exactly was spun? Well, why not the story that is engraved in the Poneglyphs? This would mean that the village talked about in this old song would be no other place than Wano itself, where we are right now. The place where the Poneglyphs were crafted all the way back during the White Century. Are you warmed up already? Good. Then let's go to verse 2, cause we're just getting started. Yo-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho. After introducing Binks, the Kozuki and their story in the first verse, the second one seems to describe some of the history we just talked about. We start with this. Warira kaizoku umi wa teku. This is translated as we are pirates sailing through the sea. This, however, is too liberal. Wateku doesn't mean sail, but means to cut or to divide. Thus the line actually says, we are pirates parting the sea. Now yes, this could of course just mean cutting through the waves with the ship, but what if this was actually way more literal? Remember the Kozuki crest? Well, what if the pirates did indeed cut the sea? Let's say in 4 parts, using a giant continent and a dangerous current. And could the X be the literal location of Laugh Tale? The backside of Reverse Mountain, that technically is the end of the Grand Line. Now the song continues with this. Now comes a storm through the far-off sky. It seems that this seems to be a reference to war, the storm brewing being a metaphor for conflict. Thus, this line might tell us about a war in the past or in the future related to the islands.
あの宝を誰かが見つけたとき、世界はひっくり返るのさ。
The verse then ends with, if you lose your nerves, this breath could be your last, but if you just hold on, the morning sun will rise. This seems to refer to the dangers associated with Laugh Tale. It tells us that people have failed before and died trying. But even though people failed, the morning sun will rise. The morning sun, in other words, the dawn. Thus, the person who will bring the dawn will one day appear after many others have failed. This, my dear viewers, is nothing else but inherited will. Yo-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho. And speaking of leading themes in the story, the third verse starts talking about the dreams of today and tomorrow. Once again, this is inherited will and passing on dreams to another. In this case, it specifically means the dream of those who originally wrote that song. It continues. Teo furu kage ni mo aenai yo. Now once again, I think that the English translation kind of misses out here. The line literally translates not to waving out goodbyes, we'll never meet again, but to this. Even though I will never meet the waving shadow. This seems to refer to someone living in the present. Only the living can cast shadows. And so it directly addresses the one who has inherited their dream in that moment in time. But don't look so down, for tomorrow night the moon will also rise. The moon. I actually made an entire video about its meaning and its connection to the past some time ago. So if you're interested in that, I'll link that video for you up here. Apart from its heavy symbolism, what it actually reminds me of is Your Name. In case you haven't seen the movie, watch it. It's absolutely fantastic. But if you don't want to get spoiled, skip like 20 seconds ahead here for a moment. In the story, at dusk, when the moon comes up, it's possible for 2 worlds to touch. So that might already be a hint that Laugh Tale is only accessible during a certain time period at dusk and again at dawn. Now, the song ends with this. Doesn't matter who you are, someday you'll just be bones. Never ending, ever wondering, our funny traveling tale. Now, what this line obviously says is that everyone will have to die someday. And then the song ends by literally name-dropping Laugh Tale, the never-ending, ever-wandering islands. So what's the big payoff of this video here? Hold tight. Laugh Tale is the island of the dead. This is where people go in One Piece. How do we know? Brook. Thanks to his fruit, he was able to return from the land of the dead. He's the one that first plays the song. The first crew member that Luffy wants is a musician. Brook introduces us to the concept of souls and soul power. His clash with Big Mom is all about the soul. But wait, there's more. Remember Rayleigh saying that they were too early when they reached Laugh Tale?
君たちの船で一歩ずつ進みなさい。我々もまた、大原もまた。
Well, the simple answer to this might be they weren't dead yet. Roger also told his first mate that he would never really die, and gladly handed himself in to be executed. The D don't fear death and greeted with a smile. They are somehow connected to the land of the dead. And is it really a coincidence that they were singing the song on Roger's ship when they traveled to Laugh Tale in chapter 967? And I also want you to take a look at this panel here of Yasuie at his execution. The last thing he says is this: I will now make my way to the other world. Let's sing all together. Why would you sing when you're about to die? Was Yasuie about to sing Binks Sake? In other words, is it possible that Laugh Tale is actually so difficult to reach because it means... That's what it means. Because it means entering the realm of the dead, an island that only appears at dusk and that you only have one chance of entering and one chance of leaving as a living person. This exact concept is actually quite popular in pirate law. It's called Davy Jones's Locker, the place where the souls of sailors go after they die. A concept, for example, also used in the third Pirates of the Caribbean movie. Are the Straw Hats going to travel into the Yomi, into the underworld? Let's wait and see. Now, however, the main attraction of this video. This minor theory was just a warm-up. Now I go sing this epic song that tells us of the Void Century and the road to Laugh Tale, while you have time to hit that subscribe button and lean back. You asked for it, you're getting it. Here is Ohara with Binks Sake. Okay, let's do this. Yo ho ho, 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 yo ho ho. Yo ho ho, yo ho ho, yo ho ho, yo ho ho. Binks の酒を届けに行くよ。海風、気ま風、波ま風。潮の向こうで夕日も騒ぐ。そりゃ縄をかく鳥の歌。さよなら港、紬の里よ。どんと一応歌おう、船出の歌。キンパ銀パもしぶきに変えて、折れちゃゆくぞ海の限り。酒を届けに行くよ。海風、気ま風、波ま風。潮の向こうで夕日も騒ぐ。俺に泡をかく鳥の歌。Have you ever realized that when you take the D initial and put it in front of the title of the story, suddenly it becomes a new word? Coincidence, you might say now. But when you take the same D initial and put it in front of Annie's lobby that otherwise makes no fucking sense, it suddenly becomes another English word. Pretty nice. Yeah, I know, blew my mind as well. So now that I know that you're gonna watch this video till the end, let me tell you the crazy story of how the Japanese One Piece community convinced me that the ancient kingdom was part of Jaya, that it's now at the bottom of the sea under Enies Lobby, and that Skypiea and Dressrosa tell us what happened during the Void Century. At the end of all this, I promise you will laugh as maniacally as I did when I found out just how in your face this all might have been all along. Okay, here we go. I'm so excited to share this.
One Piece wa jitsuzai suru!
In chapter 253, we learned that Upper Yard in Skypiea actually used to be part of the island Jaya down on sea level. When you put both maps together, they form one giant skull-shaped island with modern Jaya being the teeth and the legendary golden city of Shandora as the right eye. Oh yeah, and there is a giant perfectly round gaping hole where the other eye should have been. Why is no one mentioning this? There is an ancient city in the one eye, and the second eye looks like someone ripped out the one piece of the island that made the second eye of the skull. Wait, one piece? Are you telling me? Yes, this video is also about the true nature of the One Piece and why Skypiea was actually not the least important but the most important arc in the story. And we all didn't see it. I first stumbled across the centerpiece for this theory when doing research for my Enel video. I came across this new Japanese One Piece YouTuber called Yuderon who absolutely rocks the Daft Punk mask and who has this crazy video about the true essence of the One Piece. Since I luckily speak some Japanese, I watched it all and it blew my mind so damn hard that I think I just sat there for like 5 minutes straight staring at my PC. Now, for whatever reason, this theory does just not exist in the English-speaking community. So I asked him on Twitter if he would be willing to let me share his thoughts and got completely ghosted. At least he followed me back though. Thanks. So in good old pirate spirit, I decided to share with the people what belongs with the people. Okay, so the first thing that absolutely caught me by surprise is how much more Oda seems to play with words, numbers, and letters than we English-speaking fans seem to realize. Best example that is actually also relevant for this video is One Piece itself. In Japanese, One Piece is written in the katakana alphabet as One Piece, but this is only on top of an actual Japanese phrase. Hitotsunagi Daihyo. This is usually read as Hitotsunagi, the great treasure of the One Piece, as in the one piece of a whole. Hito as in one. However, this could also be read as Hitotsunagi, Hito as in humans, making it the treasure that connects all people, which of course One Piece is all about. So as I was saying, the core idea of this theory is that Jaya did not only lose a chunk of its land once when Upper Yard was catapulted into the sky by the knock-up stream 400 years ago, but also 800 years ago, when the city located in the left eye was ripped out in the war with the world government. Which, when we look at the map, would theoretically work, right? One city as the right eye and one city as the left eye, making the island one ancient kingdom. So what's my proof for all this, you ask? Oh, there is a lot. First of all, the name of the series. One Piece, and there is exactly one piece missing in this map. If Laugh Tale itself was the One Piece missing from the former ancient kingdom, that would fit, right? No pun intended. Then there is also a ton of small hints regarding the island's left eye being hidden or destroyed throughout Skypiea. For instance, in the cover of volume 27, Luffy has his left eye closed, and I noticed that the same is sort of true for Robin in volume 24 as well. We also have Pedro's missing left eye, Shanks' scar, Luffy's scar, Zoro's scar, and the Jolly Roger of Doflamingo, a former celestial dragon, where the skull's left eye is just literally stroked out. Now, the volumes surrounding the Skypiea arc are actually some of the most critical in the entire story. Tons of important characters get introduced here. We meet Blackbeard and learn about the importance of dreams. We meet Bellamy and Doflamingo, who are also extremely relevant to this theory. And we see the meetings of Shanks and Whitebeard, as well as Ace and Buggy, all of which are super closely related to Roger, who, by the way, decided to leave a little message on the Poneglyph in Shandora out of all places he could have done so. But the person most connected to Roger in a way that we meet in this arc is none other than Mont Blanc Nolans. He's a direct parallel parallel to Roger, and their connection is one big hint that Jaya was the ancient kingdom and that Laugh Tale is its missing part. Noland is basically Roger, but in many ways reverted. Both of them were very powerful, free-spirited adventurers. This panel here, where only Noland can hear the sound of the bell, strongly suggests that just like Luffy and Roger, he had the voice of all things. Both of them found legendary places, Shandora and Laugh Tale. Both came back with no evidence, and both were sentenced to death and executed. However, here the stories start to invert each other. While Noland was deemed a liar for his speech, Roger sparked a new era of piracy. Noland didn't know the way back to Shandora, but Roger did know the way to Laugh Tale. Noland cried while Roger laughed. And Noland actually told the truth in the end, as the City of Gold was real, while Roger sort of lied, as the core of the One Piece is not gold and silver. And so given all these parallels, wouldn't it make a ton of sense that Noland found the City of the Right Eye, while Roger found the one on the left? In Mocktown, at the beginning of the arc, Bellamy makes fun of dreamers and says that the era of dreams is over. He explicitly names the Golden City and the One Piece as two such delusions. And yet, as you very well know, the arc ends by Luffy ringing the golden bell, proving that the Golden City was there all along. Well, wouldn't it be extremely fitting then, even ironic, if the One Piece, the second location of dreams, used to be in the very same spot that Bellamy used to make fun of both of them? Further, when we reach the ruins of Shandora, Robin explicitly states that there is no doubt that this city fought against the enemy in the war.
この都市にはポーネグリフが運び込まれている。間違いない。敵意に対してこの都市は戦ったんだわ。
Well, if Shandora was part of the Ancient Kingdom, that would only be logical then, wouldn't it? Not only as an ally, but as a part of the whole. Also, we can't ignore the fact that Shandora is the only place we know of where the ancient script found on the Poneglyphs is actually used as the regular writing system found on the buildings and walls there. And so since we know that the Kozuki clan were the ones who actually created the Poneglyphs for the Ancient Kingdom, and that this script is used very casually here, wouldn't the easiest explanation be that Shandora was part of the Ancient Kingdom? And given recent events, wouldn't that also explain why the Sun God, who we now know as Nika, is heavily referenced here by the people as well? We even see Luffy in the exact same pose as him. And when I saw that panel of Nika, I immediately thought of the Shandian soldiers. And since Nika and JoyBoy, both names associated with laughter, quite possibly describe the very same person from 800 years ago, wouldn't it make sense that these traditions live on in Jaya because it was once part of this one ancient kingdom? And then I thought to myself, oh, but the sun isn't the only majorly important symbol in the story, is it? One of the most consistently returning themes in One Piece is also the moon. It's everywhere, and I can't begin to count all the significant things that happened under a full moon in the story. The sun and the moon obviously go hand in hand in pretty much any mythology. On Zou, another ally of the ancient kingdom, we even get guardians of the night and the day with Nekomamushi and Inuarashi. So, wouldn't it make sense for the right city to be the city of the sun and the left city to be the city of the moon? By the way, I just looked it up. In Teotihuacan, one of the ancient cities of Mexico that Shandora is based on, there actually is a pyramid of the sun and a pyramid of the moon. The very same moon, by the way, which is part of the Kozuki heritage and whose crest is pretty much the same as the Shandians. And while I was thinking this, I found this crazy color spread of chapter 269, where we see the Straw Hats in a place looking suspiciously like Wano, surrounded by the birds from the Kozuki crest. A crest that, by the way, has also crossbones, but no skull. Okay, this is chapter 269. The last panel of chapter 268 is this. Yeah, coincidence?
I think not!
The inscription on the pillar that Robin reads in the ruins says, "We are the ones who weave history with the sound of the great bell." Come on, we are the ones who weave history? Clearly the Kozuki. And it also reminds me of this verse from Binks that says, Goodbye harbor of the spinning village. On top of that, I then remembered that the Shandians came down from the moon to Jaya with very advanced technology, making them the perfect candidates to be a part of an ancient, powerful kingdom. Next up is a concept that I learned from Yuderon that changed my perspective on Oda's writing completely. According to him, Oda absolutely loves playing with the numbers of the chapters to either describe what is gonna happen in this chapter or even hide a deeper message. One really interesting and way too specific date that Oda gives us in the story is the 12th of May 1122, the day that Noland discovers Jaya. Oda usually never gives us specific dates for anything, so why now? Generally, dates in Japanese are written as year, month, day. So 1122, 512. Now, if you take the individual numbers and the pronunciation from both Japanese and English, you get this. Hitotsu ni koko ni iru. Hitotsu ni koko ni iru. The one is here. Interestingly enough, the volume title of 31 is also Koko ni iru. I am right here. So is this the One Piece literally telling us that it's right here? The next date we get is the 16th of November 1127, 5 years later, when Shandora gets knocked into the sky. Same game. This time we get Hitotsunagi in Torodoroku. Do you remember? Hitotsunagi is the One Piece, and in is the sound of a bell. Thus, this date reads, the One Piece roars with the sound of a bell. The bell coincidentally being part of the unfulfilled promise to Noland to ring the bell that was then inherited over generations until Luffy was finally the one to fulfill it. Another promise that was unfulfilled and inherited to future generations was that of JoyBoy, not 400 but 800 years ago.
魚人島との約束を破ったことへの謝罪文だという。
So, when you subtract another 400 years back to the Void Century from Noland's two dates 400 years ago, 1122 and 1127 minus 400, you get the years 722 and 727. The first possibly marking the promise by JoyBoy to the Mermaid Princess, and the second might be the year of destruction of the ancient kingdom. I know we're really deep into this right now, but stay with me because what comes next absolutely blew my mind. When you take these two numbers, 722 and 727, and look at the corresponding chapters, you don't get some random stuff happening. No, 722 is the reveal that Doflamingo is a celestial dragon. In this chapter, he tells Law about how the 20 kings created the world government. 19 of the 20 families deciding to move to Merijoa, while the Nefertari family was the only one who did not go. The descendants of these kings, the world nobles, still live there today. And so this meant that 19 of these countries had to elect new royalties and new kings, and so new royal families were established. As a result, the new ruling family in Dressrosa were the Riku family, while the family that left for Merijoa were the Don Quixote family. Ancient history. Okay, so anything else that might be interesting happening in this chapter? Oh, yeah, we have a literal golden bell ringing in close-up. And then there is Jolla. Do you remember Jolla and her great artwork? Yeah, me neither. But look at this abstract masterpiece of hers here. A giant gate with two eyes. The right one, bright like the sun, is open. The left one, dark like the night, is crying. I think I don't have to spell this one out for you, right? This might well represent the ancient kingdom being destroyed and ripped out of Jaya. All while Brook is playing music on top of it, and we all know how important music is in the One Piece endgame as well. And after defeating Jolla, he even says this.
すみません。私やっぱり芸術わかりません。目が節穴ですから。
At the same time, the Straw Hats and Tontada start the battle to restore the honor of the fallen king and regain their freedom. Chapter 727, meanwhile, where the fight in Block D continues. Okay, this might actually just be coincidence. We hear the story of Doflamingo taking over the country by staging King Riku and his men going against their own people.
もっと国中が恐怖に震え上がり陸王を心底恨み切った時だ
The wordplay we get for this chapter number is chi ni ochiru, falling to the ground. Not only how Dressrosa fell, but also how the ancient kingdom fell. Jolla even says that her cryptic art is meant to represent the tragedy of Dressrosa, so also the tragedy of the ancient kingdom. Now, you might rightly say, Ohara, if Dressrosa is the representation of the fall of the ancient kingdom, what connection is there between Shandora and Dressrosa? Oh right, this is a rhetorical question, right? The connection is this. The chapter where Nolan finds out that Shandora has vanished while Kalgara waits for Nolan's promised return is chapter 292, titled Like the Half Moon Hidden by the Clouds. Again, the symbol of the moon that we can also find on Nolan's ship in this chapter. And the wordplay for this chapter is tsukini, 2 moons. In other words, 2 half moons making a whole, making the sun. Wouldn't it also make a lot of sense that the D is actually a half moon? 800 years ago, the people of the sun were overthrown and the done piece became the one piece. A circle became half a circle and became eventually a letter. The will of D then being to be made one whole again, becoming the sun, becoming one piece. Okay, I thought to myself at this point, this already makes way too much sense. But now on to the biggest mystery of it all. Why do I think that the One Piece and or Laugh Tale is at Enies Lobby?
正義の門ってのは島の裏手にあって四方の塔からのみ行けるようだ。
なんだこりゃ。黒いのなんだ。
黒いのは滝だ。
The same Enies Lobby, by the way, whose main villain is called Rob Lucci, the one who robs the light, just saying. Okay, so we have One Piece that when adding the D2, it gives us Done Piece. A done piece. The first thing that connects Enies Lobby to this is that it also takes a D. Suddenly, Enies Lobby that makes no sense as a word becomes denies. Denies what? I thought, but it's probably more of a denies who. When you really think about it, Enies Lobby is one of the most freakish places we've ever visited in the story, and I know that says something. It never gets dark there. We have the enormous gates of justice that no one ever seems to bother to explain really. It is one of the central government facilities, but it makes no sense that they would hold their mock trials on an extra island instead of Impel Down, for instance. Oh, and what the is the deal with this giant hole gaping in the middle of the ocean? The moment I looked at Enies Lobby's map, it just made a lot of sense that this might have been the missing piece in the Jaya map that we're looking for. Shape-wise, it absolutely fits. I also wondered if these weird ancient structures on top of the island had any purpose for the Marines, but it doesn't seem like they do. So could it be that these are the remnants of an actual ancient kingdom? The missing link that we were looking for? And then the government just decides to build its own stuff on the island. Is that why they parade the pirates they capture over this island? As a forgotten tradition to remember their glorious victory of the pirate kingdom they fought against? I mean, it is called the Island of Justice after all. Shiho no Shima in Japanese. And here I'm a little bit proud of myself because I wondered that if there were multiple readings to the word for One Piece, there might be more to this as well, right? So here's what the dictionary told me. Shiho, obviously with different kanji combinations, next to justice, can also mean 1, 4 directions, 2, secret information, and 3, greatest treasure. Oh, okay. So we have the island of 4 directions, just like the 4 road poneglyphs you need to find Laugh Tale. The island of secret information, just as the forgotten history located on Laugh Tale. And finally, the island of the greatest treasure, the One Piece itself. So as a result, the government has made this one of the most guarded places in the world, where no one can sneak in during darkness, no one can escape from without opening the gates of justice, and that is directly connected to Impel Down and Marija itself. For Luffy, entering this island means declaring war on the entire world government itself. It's an island that denies entrance to the D, the sworn enemy of the gods. And since Enies Lobby is the arc directly after Skypiea, wouldn't it be a classic Oda move for the missing piece to be right there? I mean, the Straw Hats literally come to save the one person in the world that can figure out the true nature of this place. This arc is all about Robin and her unique ability to read the ancient script and her search for the truth, and how the world government is covering it all up. Hell, don't forget that this is the arc where we first learned about the ancient kingdom in the first place. Okay, but clearly the One Piece can't be in a town full of Marines, right? So where is it? Only one way to go. Remember the inverted stories of Roger and Noland? Well, Noland's City of Dreams was pushed into the sky. Well, what if Roger's island got dropped to the bottom of the sea? So, let me think. Is there anything that might suggest that there's something at the bottom of Enies Lobby? What? So the wordplay from chapter 727, the fall of Dressrosa, was falling to the ground. Did Laugh Tale literally fall to the ground? I believe it did. I believe that Enies Lobby itself is the missing city from Jaya, and that under the floating island is the island of Laugh Tale and the One Piece. Just like the hidden world under Dressrosa. No wonder then that Roger laughed when he reached Laugh Tale. He had literally been to the ancient kingdom before and passed by Laugh Tale many times, right in front of everyone's noses. And the ultimate proof I have for this are Roger's very last words at his execution. The very words that start One Piece.
探せ、この世のすべてをそこに置いてきた。
Again here, the secret lies in the Japanese version, a true wordplay in true Oda fashion. Roger says, この世のすべてをそこに置いてきた. I left everything in this world, soko. Soko in Japanese meaning there. However, it also has a second meaning. Soko also means bottom. In other words, the second meaning of Roger's last words is, I left everything in this world at the bottom. Turn the One Piece logo on its head. Just like Roger wanted to turn the world on its head, you get a spacecraft as well as a three-eyed skull. The reoccurring theme of the frozen giants tells us the secret of immortality behind the enormous frozen straw hat in Orijua. And Drum Island foreshadows what happened during the Void Century, including Usopp's Snow Queen here, that might show Luffy defeating the hidden ruler of the world as well as the strongest devil fruit there is. This is only the tip of the iceberg of the mega theory I'm going to share with you today. Hunting clues to reveal who Imu, the mysterious mastermind behind the story of One Piece, truly is. I'm excited to say that I think this theory is even better than the last one I put out that a few of you seem to have liked. However, these two actually don't contradict each other at all. Much rather, what absolutely blew my mind when I found out is that both smoothly connect as part of one epic mega theory. So just think of this as the best One Piece theory ever, part 2. Now, of course, I didn't come up with all of this. The real clue hunter is once again the Japanese god of One Piece theories, Yudoron, who kindly enough gave me green light to share more of his awesome content. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. I'm gonna be summarizing over 10 of Yudoron's videos in this single one here. We're gonna cover all sorts of evidence here, so please remember that neither me nor Yudoron claim that every single detail here is 100% fact. Just make up your own mind about everything you're about to hear, and who knows, maybe you'll come to a completely different conclusion. You might want to get yourself a nice big cup of coffee for this one. Part 1. Foreshadowing. Factually, there is close to nothing we know about Im from the story. Just as you, I was completely shocked and honestly confused that Oda seemingly just threw the main antagonist into the story 900 chapters in without mentioning her even one single time. All we really know is that this person sits on the empty throne meant to be held by no one, secretly ruling over the entire world, including the celestial dragons and even the Gorosei themselves. So when I first stumbled across this 10+ video series on Eam, I was genuinely confused and skeptical where you would even get all that material on her character from. But video by video and piece by piece, I could feel my mind being blown over and over and over again. Because as I realized, there has been foreshadowing for Eam throughout the story as early as Syrup Village even. Which in retrospect makes a lot of sense because Oda has planned his ending right from the start. Now, there are countless possible routes we could start the theory from, but I think to have a solid foundation to build on, the best one is starting with all the foreshadowing and symbolism for Eam. These are the 2 katakana characters to spell Eam, and there are 2 very common theories in Japan when it comes to the inspiration for her character. The central wordplay here is 16, Imu, and when you take the 2 letters together, they form the kanji character for Buddha. Now, based on this, some people have speculated that this is a reference to France, which in Japanese is spelled as Buddha country, for whatever reason, I guess. So this might very well be a nod to the French Revolution, and especially to the rule of Louis XIV, Louis XVI. And indeed, as I explained in my analysis of Trafalgar D. Waterloo Law, the French Revolution and the events surrounding it are without any doubt inspiration for parts of the plot, and might very well hint at the past or future of Eam's reign. The other alternative is going back to the Buddha itself. Here, the number 16 is considered as a holy number that in One Piece is referenced, for instance, in Luffy ringing the bell at Marineford 16 times, or Doflamingo's strongest attack. In general, there are 2 Buddha-like characters in One Piece. There is Sengoku, who literally ate the Buddha fruit, and the second Buddha in the story, any guesses, is no one else than good old Tonoyasu from Wano, who is seen as a Buddha by the people of Ebisu Town. Now, how do these 2 characters connect? Both of them are of course former military leaders, and both of them share the symbol of the maple leaf. Sengoku wearing a shirt with them on it, and Yasu explicitly being said to have loved maple landscapes. And so the first major clue in our chase after Eam, I guarantee, will already surprise you. It's none other than the world's most badass grandma, Dr. Kureha, whose name literally means maple leaves. As you'll remember from my interview with Yoderon, Oda writes One Piece according to the principle 2 sides of the same coin, mirroring, twisting, and inverting many elements in the story in 2 places. So based on that idea, many characters Oda has introduced at certain points in the story serve as foreshadowing to Eam's true identity. And so we'll also be looking at people like Enel, Pudding, Doflamingo, and even Robin, especially Robin. Now, if Skypiea is the key for JoyBoy and the Ancient Kingdom, as I explained in part 1, Drum Island might be the most important one when it comes to Eam and the secrets surrounding her. And Dr. Kureha is the one that has the closest connection here. Her name not only connects her to Eam's name through the Buddha, but the wordplay for the chapter in which Eam makes her big appearance, 908, is Kureha. Her disciple Chopper is a reindeer, which in Japanese is called Junroku. Junroku 16. And the volume in which we get to know about the 2 is volume 16 as well. Kureha, coincidentally, is also the one who first introduces us to the idea of inherited will and the will of D, as well as revealing Roger's true name to be
D.
Here, we also first learn about Blackbeard and about Marijoa, where we literally see the very first reverie taking place before meeting Eam during the second one. Chopper also plays an important role here, of course. The deer and the maple leaf, by the way, are a strong playing card in the Japanese game Hanafuda. Now, the big theme of Drum Island is, of course, medicine. Chopper, of course, also wants to create a panacea. This is because all doctors in the country have been monopolized by Walpole to control the population before being chased away by Blackbeard. Now, however, Kureha sits in his empty castle at the top of a high mountain overlooking the rest of the people. Does this remind you of anything? As you've just figured out, this castle and Pangaea Castle on top of the Red Line are two sides of the same coin. Here, Im-sama is the one who sits in the empty throne. And so the idea here is that Kureha represents certain traits of Im as well, something to do with medicine. Dressrosa, which also served as a miniature of the world at large, just like Drum Island, has a ruler that monopolizes healing abilities. Doflamingo's capture of Princess Moncherie. Dofi and Walpole, a former celestial dragon and an aspiring one. Oh, and by the way, an important theme throughout this video is that Dofi and his crew all represent certain traits of Im as well in some way or form. Now, Drum Island is also inspired by Canada. The small town here, for example, is modeled after the Canadian city Banff, is how I think you pronounce that. Canada being of course connected to maple and also maple syrup. And sweets will also be very relevant later on, as you'll see. For Dofi's crew, the connection here is sugar. Not only does she wear a hood and a crown similar to Imu, but her abilities allow her to erase memories, just as happened during the Void Century. And both Kureha and Sugar are women way older than they look. Sugar being a 22-year-old in the body of a kid, and Kureha being a striking 140, but still going strong. See where I'm going with this? If these two characters are connected to Imu, that would mean that she is also a woman with an unusually long lifespan. How long? How about eternal lifelong? One thing that always confused me was the fact that the 20 kings, just like the 20 doctors on Drum Island by the way, chose to abandon their kingdoms and move to Meridia. I'm sure they all had all the luxuries that they could ever wish for there already, and they even had to give up their power over their nations to new royal families. What exactly is it then that Imu could have offered a king that they didn't already have? Exactly. I think one of the reasons that Imu was staring so intently at Vivi was due to the fact that she could not comprehend how her ancestors could have passed on the opportunity to gain immortality. I mean, just look at Cobra, the king of Alabasta, and how radically he has aged over the course of just 2 years. Compare that with the Gorosei, who appear to haven't aged a day since we saw them 22 years ago on Ohara. The contrast here almost feels deliberate. The first time the Gorosei are introduced is chapter 233. The wordplay here is Jin Miraisai, a Buddhist term meaning as much as until the crack of doom or till the end of time. Imu's first chapter, 906, is Ku on Norisu, the ideal of eternity. To me, the reality seems to be that in the world of One Piece, immortality has already been achieved. Don't you also find it suspicious, for instance, that the world nobles who love hoarding powerful fruits and abilities had no problem with Law joining the warlords? That they apparently didn't care for his ability to perform the immortality surgery? I don't know about you, but I feel like they would definitely try to monopolize and reuse this ability for themselves. Instead, the person desperate for this ability is none other than Dofi, a former celestial dragon who got taken to Earth by his father and denied re-entry by the other world nobles. If he was living a life of promised immortality up on Morijoa, wouldn't it make all the sense in the world that he would resent his father for taking that away, and that he would want his birthright back, to live forever? So, is the national treasure of Marijoa literally an extended lifespan for its citizens? The other national treasure we know of is that on Fishman Island, coincidentally located directly under the castle at the bottom of the sea. Two sides of the same coin. The box on Fishman Island contained a drug that took away lifespan for more power. So, wouldn't it make sense if the national treasure of Marijoa granted more lifespan in exchange for literally less power of the nobles? Giving up control and submitting to one ruler. The parallels between Drum Island, Fishman Island, and Marijoa don't end here though. Two characters that mirror each other as well are Nami and Shirahoshi. You might remember that as well from my interview with Yuderon. They have the same look, including the same over-proportional boobs. Their mothers share very similar personalities and deaths. Both were oppressed by fishmen and both locked up for their abilities. Sanji even calls Nami a mermaid princess in chapter 69. And on Drum Island, we see Luffy climbing the walls of the castle on the mountain, just like Fisher Tiger did, to save Nami's life. So could it be that he will do the same thing again for Shirahoshi, fulfilling his and JoyBoy's promise to bring her and the fishmen up to the surface? The other big clue is the suits of the Celestial Dragons. Yes, they do look like spacesuits, and I do want to talk about that in just a second as well. What I want to focus on right now, however, is the bubble that they wear whenever leaving their residencies. Is it really only a symbol of not wanting to breathe the same air as the peasants down below? I mean, they don't seem that uneducated to actually believe that. Well, except Charlos maybe. But Mjosgard is not insulted when he loses his helmet on Fishman Island. He looks genuinely scared to me. So what if the Celestial Dragons actually carry around air from Marijoa with them, not because they need to rub it into everyone's face that they're not part of the Gucci gang, but because the air gives them immortality. Mjosgard even has a beard when we meet him again, suggesting that he aged somewhat during his time with the fishmen. He even says that Otohime made him human. And another thing we know makes Fishman Island special is that it is illuminated despite being at the bottom of the ocean by the roots of the mother tree Eve.
ここは地上の光をそのまま海底に伝える
And so the idea that the top of Eve goes through the red line and up into Marijoa is not exactly new. We also know that Eve is related to the trees on Sabaody that create these bubbles that can be used to coat ships. Funnily enough, this is done by none other than Rayleigh, someone who knows the true history. So if Eve reaches all the way from the bottom of the sea to the top of the red line, that would mean that there could be a bubble held in place underground on top of its leaves, creating an artificial space similar to Fishman Island at the bottom that allows the Celestial Dragons to extend their lives, having to bring small bubbles of it wherever they go to not lose the air's effect. Now, there are no clues to whether it's the tree itself that could create this effect, or whether it just serves as a container. If it did have the effects of immortality, however, that would mean that Eam, just like Wapol, holds the monopoly of immortality in the world by enclosing Eve into stone under Marijoa. So, just like Dr. Hirolook's cherry blossoms could heal the hearts of the people of Drum Island, could Eve cure the actual bodies of those on Marijoa? Well, Sengoku and Tonoyasu's hair do the exact same thing as well. And as we know, cutting down trees is a quite common theme in the story. Noland cutting down the holy trees of the Shandorans to save their lives, cutting down the giant jack to defeat Enel, the literal tree of knowledge being cut down on Ohara, and Chopper's name literally coming from chopping down a tree. And so if the Straw Hats had to cut down the Eve tree to end the immortality of Imu and the Celestial Dragons, wouldn't that also fulfill the prophecy, destroying Fishman Island in the process? Wow, this is a really long theory. Let me take a quick break. Whoa. No time for breaks. I'm gonna take over for you right now. Oh, also you should subscribe. Yeah, you should make sure to get the hell out of here. Part 2. Eame's origin and history. Okay, so first, the Giant Jack and Enel. We've already talked about how important Skypiea was as an arc in the last video. And so of course, Enel declaring himself God and being taken down by Luffy, the natural enemy of gods, makes it really easy for me to form a connection between Enel and Emu. Again, two sides of the same coin. So here, instead of Eve, we have the Giant Jack, and instead of Marijoa, we have the Holy Land of Gods. You get the idea. Enel is a fake god without wings, ruling over the sky people and traveling up to the moon to God's realm. So if we invert this, does this mean that Ym is a real god with wings, ruling over fake gods after coming down from the moon from God's realm? Yep, but it's not quite what you think. A likely inspiration for Ym is the story of Princess Kaguya. If you watched Naruto, you're probably already familiar with this, but if your first reaction to this was the same as mine, oh damn, now they're gonna ruin One Piece the same way as Naruto. No worries, it actually makes way more sense here. You already correctly guessed that Ym resembles Kaguya a lot. The Five Nobles might very well represent the Gorosei. Bamboo is also represented by Virgo in the Don Quixote Pirates. We even have the Potion of Immortality thrown in there. Kaguya returned to the moon, handed over the Potion of Immortality, and got her memories erased. So inverting that, Ym came from the moon, took immortality for herself, and erased everyone else's memories. The Feathered Cloak of course also connects us to Doflamingo, who literally has no compassion for others. His birdcage might then be a metaphor for Ym's control of the world, or maybe even the moon, which might be an ancient weapon used to create floods. However, as we will see, Ym is not an actual citizen of the moon, as they prepared an army to fight against whoever invaded them, and given that their descendants fought with the ancient kingdom against the enemy, they most likely were Ym's enemies as well. So if not one of the sky people, who then is Imu? Let's return now to the idea that the celestial dragons are actually wearing spacesuits. Those suits, as well as the hoof of the dragon, are the main two symbols that we associate with the world nobles. Now, this may sound very weird, but I'm gonna show you a fresco from a monastery in Kosovo, which is actually a World Heritage Site. In the middle here, we see Jesus, and on the top right, there is this guy here. Now, this was painted in the 14th century, and I guess it won't surprise you to find out that many have taken this to be the depiction of a spaceship by the unknown artist. Now, what interests us here, however, is whether Oda might have taken this symbol as inspiration, making Ym someone who came to Earth from somewhere else. Because if you take this symbol and turn it by 90 degrees, you perfectly get the symbol of the celestial dragons. And another interesting detail I noticed as well when looking at this was the sphere with the 8 orbs surrounding it that we know from Alabasta, Wano, and Shadora. Whoa, but is Oda even into aliens? Well, let me take a look at the first volume of One Piece and... oh! So let's go down the alien route a little bit more then. I mean, there are space pirates after all. Oda also mentioned in the author's note of volume 96 that when you turn 96 on its head, you don't get 69. And the idea of turning things on its head are a pretty fundamental concept in One Piece. Now, this seems to be related to the story in the manga, but could it be that Oda is telling us to turn the literal manga on its head? Well, let's try. So, I think it doesn't take too much fantasy to see the Straw Hat as a flying saucer here, with the moon above it. However, what is really interesting, I think, is that the skull suddenly also becomes a new face. The nose flipped on its head becomes a face with 2 eyes and a 3rd eye on top of it. Well, where have we seen that before? The mouth of the skull then turns into this elongated head. But that would be ridiculous. Who would have a head like... oh right, the symbol of the literal space pirates that we saw, as well as Fukuro Kujo in Wano. Imu also has this elongated shape. So could her and Fukurokuju be of the same race? The Three-Eye tribe that we now know exists thanks to Pudding's introduction. But then Fukurokuju would also need to have a third eye, and he clearly doesn't. Or does he? Look at this patch of skin on his forehead. This looks very suspiciously like it could be an eye. And we actually don't know what his other eyelids look like, since conveniently he's wearing sunglasses. Also to hide the fact that he has the same ringed eyes as Imu. Why is there a mosquito? He even has this large wrinkle when he's depicted as a young man. And if Fukurokuju gets longer and longer with age, wouldn't that mean that Imu would have had a long time to get really long with age as well? Which would also connect Enel to this, who has the same Buddha-like earlobes. Now, we already know that the Three-Eye tribe is said to have unique abilities. Shiva, the supreme god of Hinduism, also has a third eye, and it can also be seen on many Buddha statues. And even in the West, there is the famous Eye of Providence, which represents the all-seeing Eye of God. And in the world of One Piece, this third eye seems to be able to decipher the Poneglyphs. Pudding is only half third eye, but when the third eye is truly awakened, does it have the ability to see anything, like clairvoyance? And speaking of clairvoyance, that would fit perfectly with Viola's ability as one of the members of the Don Quixote pirates. Now, Viola appeared to Sanji sitting on a chair, again summoning the image of Imu on her throne. Mihawk, who also has Imu's eyes, also appears the first time sitting on a chair. And funnily enough, the same is true for Pudding, who we also meet sitting in a chair. The same is true for Hancock, who teaches us about the mark of the Celestial Dragons and who's able to turn people into stone. The stone is actually another symbol closely linked to Imu. In chapter 877, we see how Pedro blows himself up. Again, two sides of the same coin, with Dr. Hirolook's death on Drum Islands. The wordplay for this chapter is banana, banana. So what does a banana have to do with stone? You'll like this one. There is a very common type of myth in Asia called banana-type myths, which, let's be real for a second, is the best name of anything ever. Now, they're all a bit different depending on the region, but all these tales follow the same pattern. A god presents a stone and a banana to a person. The person chooses the banana because at least he can eat the banana. However, the Changeless Stone is a symbol for immortality, so if the person had chosen the stone, they would have become immortal. By choosing the banana, however, that rots fast, they choose a short and mortal life. Now, if Im represents the godly and immortal stone, who could represent the human and fast-lived banana in One Piece? Exactly. Kaido. Just kidding, it's Monkey D. Dragon and Monkey D. Luffy, the two main threats to Im's rule. And now what is really interesting is that in the Japanese version of this myth, the banana is replaced with a flower. And that brings me to probably the most interesting connection to Im-sama of them all. Nico Robin, user of the flower fruit. Robin and Imu are, you guessed it, two sides of the same coin. Imu is 1-6, while Robin is 6-1. Robin's hometown Ohara, which has disappeared from the world map, is the exact opposite of the world's center, the sacred city of Meridior. On Ohara, there is the Tree of Knowledge, while on Meridior, there is Eve, who got cast out of paradise for eating from said Tree of Knowledge. Robin's protector is Dr. Clover, who is directly connected to the Gorosei, who protect Imu. And look at chapter 237, where Robin literally uses a third eye. Robin has the flower fruit, while Imu is seen in her flower garden in Pangaea Castle. And Robin might actually also be the greatest hint at Im's backstory. She is the devil child. So reversing that, Im-sama could be seen as the child of gods. While Robin was feared and hated for her abilities, Imu might have been valued and cherished for hers. However, maybe just like Robin, people will have tried to exploit her for it anyways. Another great parallel is how Big Mom used to hate Pudding and treat her just like Robin was treated until she found out about the three-eyed powers, when she suddenly became Big Mom's favorite. But she still was exploited anyway. Remember what Saul shouted to Robin through the fires of her burning home?
いつか必ず仲間に会えるでよ。
He says Robin will not be alone forever. So Imu has probably been alone forever. As far as we know, only the Gorosei even know of her existence. A person ruling in secret from a throne that is not even supposed to exist. And actually, let's stick with Saul here for a moment and look at the symbol of the frozen giants. Because his introduction to the story was very interesting to me in many ways. A giant with the will of D, Saul is a reference to the devoted Jew Saul, who one day was blinded by a heavenly light and saw a sign from Jesus, upon which he converted to Christianity and became Paul. Similar to this, Saul converted away from the celestial dragons to help the people of Ohara. An interesting detail here, in English we know him as Jaguar D. Saul, however Jaguar is not his name in Japanese, not even close. It's actually Haguaru, Haguaru, hugging the world, which makes sense to me because he's the one who tells Robin that there are also many gentle giants as well.
Ice time.
Now, what connects Robin and her frozen giant to Imu then? You guessed it, the giant frozen hat deep under Marijoa. Could this straw hat belong to Saul's ancestor? A good giant with the name of D and a straw hat? And what if I told you that we've already seen that in the story? Another frozen giant is Ors on Thriller Bark, and he literally takes on Luffy's personality when Moria puts his shadow in him. Luffy, but a giant. That's the symbol of the person who wore that giant straw hat, which is why we see Luffy smiling at us when Imu enters the room. Now, the big question of course is, why did Imu keep it? Shouldn't the D who wore it be the natural enemy of her? Again, it's Robin that I think might give us the decisive clue here. Robin's defining character moment, of course, is this. So what's the inversion of this for Imu? I wanna die? Actually no. What is probably the case here is that the inversion of I want to live is actually I have to live. Imu is immortal, or more specifically, not allowed to die. While she can grant the celestial dragons immortality, she herself might have gotten hers in a different way. You've probably already stumbled across the idea that Imu had the immortality surgery performed on her. Well, what if the person who did that was none other than our giant version of Luffy 800 years ago? And the reason why Imu keeps that straw hat is because it belongs to the person who saved her life. Just like Robin was saved by her giant and later by her straw hat. The title of chapter 397, where Saul saves Robin, is To Reach the Future. Not only Robin, but also Imu. And the other big clue that Imu had the immortality surgery performed on her is chapter 660. Here, once again, we have the symbol of the frozen giants on Punk Hazard. The title of this chapter is The Royal Shichibukai Trafalgar Law. This is where the symbol of the frozen giant and the Opi no Mi come together. The wordplay for this chapter is Rorumu, law, room, as well as memory. Which is funny, you know, because memory is symbolized in One Piece by the falling of snow. Snow, by the way, represented by Monet, Sugar's older sister. And this will be our clue to find out what happened that caused the Void Century, a period between 800 and 900 years ago that cannot be told about, that has been erased from memory, and where any research is forbidden by the penalty of death. This is exactly what happened to Ohara after finding out that a huge kingdom was destroyed during these 100 years. The motive here is most likely the French 100-year war. Remember from the start of this video, like 10 hours ago? It was a civil war fought by the French lords around 1400, and it was a war of territorial disputes. The French Revolution broke out 400 years later, and it is referenced a lot in One Piece, as I explained in my law video. But how exactly do you erase 100 years of history from the world without killing every single person? This is how Imu did it. Okay, finally we can talk about Usopp and his Snow Queen. Luffy snowman, by the way, with a cape, 3 eyes, and a long head. In this episode, snowfall appears for the first time. When the ship suddenly changes directions, Luffy asks Nami if she forgot something. And after all the chaos is over, Zoro wakes up not remembering a thing of what has happened. Of course, we have all the snowfall on Drum Island, which represents Imu, as well as Hirolook's memories. Hirolook's last words being... Then we have ash falling like snow in memory of the Burning Mary. We have another winter island with Punk Hazard, an island forgotten by the world and filled with the memories of Vegapunk. And we have of course Ringo region in Wano, which is also filled with memories for Zoro and Hiyori. Notice how the snowfall also goes hand in hand with destruction. The snowman, Dr. Hirolook, the Mary, the island of Punk Hazard, Wano. The most interesting case of snow, however, is probably during Whole Cake Islands. According to Uderon, chapter 900 might represent 900 years ago and the start of the Void Century. Cannonballs falling like snow. Could Big Mom's musical tell the story of the destruction of the ancient kingdom on Jaya? Chapter 901. Even if you die, don't die represents the swallowing of Laugh-Tale by a whale and its escape. Basically how Laugh-Tale probably vanished from Jaya. You know, like the little island inside Laboon that Crocus lives on. Then, chapter 902, End Roll, is the end of the war and the erasure of memories. The wordplay here is for eternity. In it, we see Pudding falling in love with Sanji and kissing him, but not having the courage to let him know. So she cut out his memories using her powers. Pudding, also a member of the Three-Eye Tribe, of course representing Imu here, and how she took away the world's memories to create the Void Century. And will you look at this? Coincidentally, it is snowing cotton candy in this episode. Chapter 903 is Luffy becoming an Emperor of the Sea being Umi in Japanese. Luffy, the Emperor of Umi and enemy of the gods, versus the godly Emperor Imu. Now, the image of the Snow Queen is most likely related to the story of Hans Christian Andersen, which actually has surprisingly little to do with the Disney version. Let it go! Basically, there is an evil troll that creates a distorting mirror. A piece of that mirror gets stuck into the heart of a boy, so his personality changes drastically and he is taken away by the Snow Queen. His friend, Gerda, sets out to find the boy and heals his distorted heart with her love and tears, all taking place under the beautiful northern lights. The important things to take away from the story that clearly inspired Oda are snow, memory, the queen, light, and the mirror. And in chapter 902, which represents the erasure of memories, not only did Big Mom, the queen, Pudding the memories, and Snow appear, but also Brûlé the mirror. Also, we have Dr. Kureha again as the Snow Queen in her icy castle. And there even appears a talking reindeer in that story as well. Another surprising character connected to mirrors, light, and memories is Jungle, who is on the cover of chapter 145, where Hirolook says that people only die when they're forgotten and blowing himself up. There is a literal mirror ball and light. And Django first appears way back in Syrup Village in chapter 25, which is titled 800 Lies, for no apparent reason whatsoever.
1, 2, Django!
In other words, I believe that the way that Imsama and the other Celestial Dragons manipulated memories and created the 100-year gap 800 years ago was by covering the sky of the entire world in white, then emitting a strong light and using the reflection of that light to manipulate people's memories. Just as the strong light in the story of Princess Kaguya, after which she lost her memories. We can even see that represented at Marineford as well. Sengoku, the Buddha, Aokiji, the snow, Kizaru, the light, and Akainu, the red line. Now, the wordplay for the Japanese phrase for the Void Century is 989. So, looking at 989, what might represent the Void Century here? The answer is Frankie, or to be more precise, his radical beam. Unlike the times we've seen it before, it explicitly takes the shape of a snowflake here. And the first time light in general was referenced in a title was in chapter 850, where we see Smoker and a snake in the snow. And coincidentally, it's also the same chapter that Pudding reveals her third eye and true intentions for the first time. Imu used snow and light and some unknown power to erase the memory of the world, and thus created the Void Century, now only remembered in the inscription of the Poneglyphs. Part 3. Imu's Devil Fruit. Now, the last riddle to solve is the question, what makes Imu so powerful that she can rule the entire world, next to her three-eyed powers? Does she have a devil fruit? Yes. Yes, she does. And what an awesome devil fruit it is as well. In fact, it does have something to do with water, but it's not what you think it is. It's actually a mythical zone devil fruit. The initial hint we get for this is actually the Alabasta saga. It's the parallel arc to Dressrosa, and so it was no big surprise to me that it also had something to do with this. The saga is of course about Crocodile trying to steal the country and acquire the ancient weapon Pluton by depriving the entire country of its water supply. The purpose of the Baroque Works organization is to realize an ideal world, and just like no one knows about Imu, no one knows the real identity of Mr. Zero, aka Crocodile. Spoiler alert. Crocodile's weakness is water, so if we invert this, it makes water Im's strength. Chapter 212, when natural rain finally falls again on Alabasta, also has this octopus on its cover, sitting on a chair with three eyes open. The same pose as Nami on the cover of volume 11. Nami, who incidentally was called a witch in the Arlong Park arc, who controls the weather, just like Im might be able to control the weather as well. However, the idea of controlling water is not only limited to Alabasta. Fishman Island, the opposite of Merijoa, has the martial art Fishman Karate that allows the control of water, currents, and even moisture in the air. So Imu's ability being very powerful, it's likely that she's able to control any form of water, including that in the air or even in the body of living things, perhaps making it possible for her to grant immortality. As you know, there are weaker and stronger versions of certain devil fruits out there. Im's fruit then would be the most powerful version of Monet's snow fruit and even Aokiji's ice fruit. Because if you can control the moisture in the air, you can also freeze things. And you can of course also create storms and other weather patterns. The most powerful fruit in the world. The concepts of water and rain are closely tied to her character. Imu in reverse means Umi. Im's number 16 is also the wordplay for the word rain. Amen. The wordplay for water, Mizu, is chapter 32, and in chapter 32 we see Momo's dragon on the cover, and the title is Great Disaster. And since Ame coincidentally also means candy in Japanese, we have the link again to sugar and the entire Whole Cake Island plot. Rain, similar to snow, almost always has a destructive symbolism in One Piece. Diamante rains thorns and iron. Also there is Doflamingo's white waves, we have Shiryu of the rain, the bombardment of Enies Lobby being compared to rain, and of course our all-favorite evening shower Kanjuro. There are also endless chapters that have various wordplays relating to Imu that have to do with water. No worries, I'm not gonna bore you with all of them now. The real question I want to know about is, what is the corresponding chapter to Imu herself? Probably chapter 16, which is a chapter about Buggy's crew? Oh damn. Maybe the wordplays actually don't work at all after all. Only that in the story we of course don't talk about Imu, but Imu-sama. And Imu-sama is 163. And chapter 163 has it all. A big full moon in clear sight, Luffy wanting water, Vivi the queen hiding herself and her forehead, Cobra stating that the weather is God's work, and of course Arubana, which has Hana, flower, in it as well. The second chapter that fits is 56, where we first hear about the All Blue and that features the notorious Panda Man. Oda's backstory for Panda Man is that he is a demon superhero who resolved to become strong because when he told everyone that he saw Princess Kaguya, they didn't believe him. Rings a bell, right? And for chapter 563, we have Chopper eating cotton candy with some birds. Cotton candy in Japanese being wataame. rain again. And as you can see, we have gone full circle back to Chopper, and the birds are actually important as well. Notice how many of the characters that embody Emu have a bird theme. Robin, Monet, the snowbird on Drum Island that was linked to Marijaw, Hawkeye, Doflamingo. You get the idea. So we have the symbol of the bird, of water, and of the third eye. And there is one mythological creature that unites all of these features. It is associated with eternal youth, femininity, Buddhism, the third eye in Hinduism, water manipulation, has wings, dances like the dance powder, and it's often compared to gods or angels. Just like Chopper has a human model devil fruit and Sengoku has one, Emu has the human fruit model Apsis, the celestial water nymph. If you want to fully understand how this crazy theory came together, Lovetail and the One Piece have been swallowed by a gigantic island whale, one of Laboon's brothers, who took a big chunk out of Jaya, where there is now this big hole. That whale has been trapped by the world government at the bottom of the gigantic whirlpool between the 3 gates of justice and the 3 most guarded government facilities in the world.
政府の3大機関を結ぶ巨大な渦だ。
What gets you to that conclusion is that whales in One Piece always appear whenever Lovetail and the One Piece are mentioned. Or to be more precise, I realized that whales guide Luffy and the Straw Hats towards the right direction. This starts as early as chapter 8, where we see a whale fountain in Orange Town just as Nami acquires the map of the Grand Line from Buggy. And then we already have arguably the most important scene in the entire story, as we meet Laboon at the entrance of said Grand Line. I just love that whale, it's so cute. Now, I personally am convinced that Laboon is the key to figuring out the true nature of Lovetail. First of all, the whale is once again connected to finding the right direction to Lovetail, because it is here where the Straw Hats get the log post from Crocus, who later turns out has been a member of the Roger Pirates himself, who has actually been to Lovetail. Something I still consider to be one of the most underrated reveals in the entire story. Crocus not only explains to the crew how to navigate the Grand Line properly, but more importantly is the first person to actually name drop the final island, Lovetail.
そして最後にたどり着く島の名は
What's up? My name is Manu, and I can't even begin to tell you how excited I am about this theory today. The more I looked into it, the more it blew my mind. Now, I highly doubt Crocus reveals this info to anyone who just tries to enter the Grand Line. In fact, he only did so after Luffy managed to befriend Laboon and keep him from hitting his head against the Red Line. However, if you've watched any of my other videos, you will know that I don't believe this to be a simple act of kindness as well. I strongly believe that Crocus was placed at the entrance of the Grand Line by his former captain Roger to wait for the right person to find Lovetail and the One Piece. And not only does Luffy say the exact same things as Roger and is incredibly kind and caring towards Laboon, but he also wears the straw hat that used to belong to Roger, which immediately tells Crocus that this is the man they have been waiting for, the man that has been chosen by Shanks. And that is why he tells Luffy about Lovetail. But we're not done with Laboon yet, because the first thing that happens to the Straw Hats when entering the Grand Line is getting swallowed by this enormous whale. It's a reference to the classic story trope of Jonah and the whale that can, for example, also be found in Pinocchio, who also gets swallowed by a whale and then leaves the whale a changed person. Similarly, it's more than fair to say, I think, that the Straw Hats leave Laboon changed as well, now worthy of sailing towards the final islands. Laboon himself is so gigantic that, as you hopefully remember, he actually has an island inside of him from where Crocus tries to take care of him. The first island of the Grand Line if you want. And so this is where the idea comes from that the last island might be inside a giant whale as well. As far as I can tell, people have made this connection between whales and Laugh Tale quite early, but this theory in particular stems from my favorite Japanese One Piece YouTuber Yuderon, whose ideas I already have talked about in 2 other massive videos. According to Yuderon, and I personally 100% believe that he's spot on with this, Eiichiro Oda, the author of One Piece, writes his story according to 3 core principles: symbolism, 2 sides of the same coin, and wordplays. The symbol here is of course the whale that represents the journey to Laugh Tale, but what I want you to focus on is the second concept. Oda likes to take elements and concepts of before the time skip and then reintroduces them after the time skip in an inverted or mirrored way, which I personally find an ingeniously smart way to structure and connect a long format story like One Piece. If you want to learn more about this, I suggest you check out my other videos with Yuderon on this topic, but here's a quick example to illustrate my points. Alabasta and Dressrosa are both arcs about a warlord that rules from the shadow over a country. Both are manipulative, run an underground organization, and have to be exposed and defeated by Luffy. Both times we have a princess that tries to help her country and a king that is unable to actually help their people. The Marines are there to interfere, once with Smoke and once with Fujitora, but finally both realize that Luffy's actually helping the people, and much more. Well, the argument here is that the first and last island of the Grand Line will also mirror each other. An island inside a giant whale. Not only do we know right from the start that this is actually physically possible, but the person who created the island actually has been to Laugh Tale himself. So to me at least, it would make a ton of sense if Crocus actually got inspiration for this from the final island itself, don't you think? Then there's the name of Laboon's species. He's literally called an island whale. And honestly, that felt very much like in-your-face writing by Oda-sensei once I started to look at that scene again from this perspective. And we also know that Laboon is still relatively young in island whale years, so there might just very well be even larger relatives of his out there. Now in general, if you love mythology and fantasy as much as I do, you will probably know that tales of gigantuous whales with islands on their back are very common and part of folklore all over the world. So it's not exactly mysterious where Oda-sensei might have gotten the idea from. I actually have even more to say about Laboon, but first let's look at all the other whale symbolism throughout One Piece first. If you look closely, we have small whales engraved in the gates of the palace in Alabasta that is tied closely to the Void Century, one of the ancient weapons, and is right above the hidden Poneglyph. Similarly, there are whales engraved on the giant golden bell in the lost city of Shandora, right there. Not only is the city connected to the ancient kingdom, but according to the big theory by Yuderon, actually was part of the ancient kingdom on Jaya itself. Oh, and doesn't this on top there look a lot like a monkey with a straw hat to you? Just saying. Then we have Whitebeard's ship, the Moby Dick, appearing at Marineford as the Emperor declares that the One Piece is real.
One Piece wa jitsuzai suru!
We see whales in chapter 604, just before crossing the Red Line and reaching Fishman Island, that is connected to JoyBoy and is home to one of the ancient weapons. And by the way, there are also whales when Robin deciphers the Poneglyph there. Then, after leaving Fishman Island and entering the New World, the Straw Hats are welcomed by a pod of island whales, mirroring the encounter with Laboon and marking their progress towards finding the last island. After that, it takes a while for a whale to appear again, but it finally happens on Zou, where there is this giant whale-shaped tree that contains the first road poneglyph pointing the direction to Laugh Tale. I think it's also worth mentioning at this point that Zunisha herself is connected to the whale theory very closely. I think Oda basically took the classic idea of the whale with an island on its back and turned that into an elephant that is also closely connected to the Void Century. It proves to me that having a giant creature that harbors an entire island is very much possible. Zunisha has been tasked with walking to a certain location as punishment for her sin. So could she be looking for a giant whale? Also, I just realized that the road poneglyph is literally inside the giant whale again. Almost too obvious there, Oda-sensei. So as you can see, the whale symbol is closely connected to anything to do with the Ancient Kingdom and the Void Century. Alabasta, Shandora, Fishman Island, Zou. The only place left is Wano. But there haven't been any whales in Wano, have there? Well, you might like this one. Take a look at the Kozuki crest. Of course, the main theme here is the crane in the middle. But what do you think about the crossbones around it? To me, they look a lot like whale fins diving into the ocean. Very hard to unsee, am I right? Now, this might just be a way for Oda to connect all these places, but I think it's actually quite possible that the whale itself was the symbol of the Ancient Kingdom. I mean, the chapter itself is titled Inside the Whale. But let's get back to the giant whale that holds Laugh Tale. That rhymes. Because there is a lot more evidence that there is a twin whale to Laboon, another whale just like him that has also eaten an entire island. Well, first of all, the place where Laboon was introduced is called Twin Capes. Then we have the giant kraken Surume, who lives at the bottom of the ocean and who has a brother that was held hostage by Hody and thus forced him to comply. Could this hint at Laboon's relative being held hostage by the world government? If you remember, we also get this really interesting line by the Sea Kings. But the most important chapter after the encounter with Laboon is 654, where the Straw Hats finally arrive in the New World. The chapter starts with Luffy catching a fish that is then swallowed by another fish, swallowed by an even larger fish. The chapter itself is titled A Pod of Whales, and on the cover features the twins Moss and Kiwi from Water 7, the Risky Brothers, as well as Lola, who we now know also has a twin sister with Chiffon. Oh, and the chapter also features an enormous whirlpool that transports the Straw Hats right to a huge pod of island whales. And this is where things really get interesting, as you can see, because I can't stop grinning like an idiot when thinking about it. In this same chapter, we get reminded that Laboon is closely tied to one of the Straw Hats in particular, Brook, the musician of the crew who had this tear-jerking flashback with the whale. Now in this chapter, Brook of course mistakes one of the whales for Laboon and starts singing the song that always made Laboon happy when he heard it, Binks Sake. And to my absolute astonishment, now that I'm reading all of this again, the other island whales recognize this song and actually start singing as well, which is why they start carrying the Sunny safely to the surface. Now, in case you don't know why this is so important, Binks Sake is heavily connected to Laugh Tale as well. The song literally ends with the phrase never ending, ever wandering, our funny traveling tale, using the Japanese kanji for love and tale. I actually made an entire video analyzing the song that contains hints about the Kozuki, the dawn of the world, and much, much more. Now, I personally came to the conclusion back in that video that Laugh Tale might be the underworld, where the crew would have to descend to. But now I actually believe that the underworld is the bottom of the ocean. Davy Jones' locker, the inside of a giant island whale to which the crew will have to descend. The ever-wandering Laugh Tale. That sounds a lot like a moving, living thing, similar to Zunisha. As you know from Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, Sake is a sign of brotherhood. So, delivering Binks sake to one of Laboon's brothers might be the promise that JoyBoy made to the Mermaid Princess and that he could never keep. There are also other lines in that song that would fit well to Laugh Tale being underwater. For example, if you lose your nerve, this breath could be your last, but if you just hold on, the morning sun will rise. Holding your breath to go underwater? Then there's also Tsumugi no Sato yo. Tsumugi no Sato is the village of spinning. I originally thought that this refers to the Kozuki spinning the history into the Poneglyphs, which is also supported by the line, "The birds sing as they draw circles in the sky." So to me, that was probably the Kozuki crest. But if Yuderon's idea is true, that the whale is trapped in a giant whirlpool between the gates of justice, the spinning village could literally be Laugh Tale caught in a giant whirlpool, ever moving. Now, before I tell you another crazy detail, if you enjoy this type of content, the secret to getting more of it every single week is subscribing to the channel. Another crazy detail I found is that there is actually a whale yokai in Japanese mythology called Bakekujira, a giant living whale skeleton. Now, Binks sake ends with, "Doesn't matter who you are, someday you'll just be bones, never ending, ever wondering, funny, blah blah blah." And we literally have Brook, a living skeleton that is connected to the island whales. Honestly, I'm not sure if that's the actual direction Oda would want to take this, but it might be relevant as well. And so the overall idea is that a giant whale 800 years ago bit off Laugh Tale from Jaya to protect whatever was there, but then was trapped by Imu and the world government between 3 gates of justice at the bottom of the sea, from where it can now not escape. Which might also be the reason why Shanks and his men all haven't eaten devil fruits, so they can go and visit. After all, Shanks would well know how to get to Laugh Tale, even if he did stay behind with Buggy. Now, as fascinating as this theory is, if you we might already know what the One Piece is and where it is hidden, because I found the best theories about the big treasure that Luffy's trying to find in order to become Pirate King. Starting off with a theory that has actually already been confirmed. Now, in case you don't know, the only person that has ever discovered the One Piece so far was the former Pirate King Goldie Roger on an island that is almost impossible to reach and that most people don't even know exists. But if Roger discovered the One Piece first, who put it there in the first place? Well, there were tons of theories about this until Eiichiro Oda, the author of One Piece, confirmed that the legendary One Piece treasure was created by a mysterious character called JoyBoy. JoyBoy was a person who lived 800 years ago who is still super mysterious but hugely important to the world of One Piece. And in order to find JoyBoy's treasure, which is the One Piece, Roger had to read these ancient, nearly indecipherable artifacts called poneglyphs. If one person can find all 4 of the red road poneglyphs, the road to the final treasure will be unlocked. And after Roger finally found JoyBoy's treasure, he laughed uncontrollably, and the island that held the treasure became known as Laugh Tale. So what is the One Piece? Well, this next theory suggests that the One Piece is actually the Devil Fruit tree. Now, you probably know that the main power system in One Piece are the Devil Fruits, magical fruits that, when eaten, give a person unbelievable powers. However, we still don't know where these Devil Fruits come from. How are they made? Why is it that a person who eats one is cursed to never be able to swim again? Well, someone who found such a treasure and had access to tons and tons of super rare devil fruits could form a supremely powerful army. And so if an evil pirate such as Luffy's main rival Blackbeard were to find the tree that grew every devil fruit, his crew would become nearly unstoppable as he spread chaos and war throughout the world. The idea of the Devil Fruit tree also is connected to the Adam tree and Eve tree, 2 giant trees speculated to exist in the One Piece world that are heavily connected to Christian mythology and the Devil Fruit creation, the fruit of the devil, the forbidden fruit. We still have so many questions about Devil Fruits, so maybe we'll finally get an answer at the end of the series. Maybe Laugh Tale contains a giant tree that grows these Devil Fruits. After all, the Devil Fruit superfoods might not just be an awesome power system, they might be tied into all the complex history of the whole One Piece world. Now, that would be absolutely crazy, but a theory that might be a little bit less crazy is that the One Piece is nothing. Now, I know that this sounds super anticlimactic, but hear me out. Some fans think that when Luffy finally reaches Laugh Tale, he'll open a treasure chest to reveal nothing at all. I mean, if this were true, fans the world over would descend upon the internet overflowing with pure rage, including me. However, people who predict that the One Piece might be nothing at all have some solid evidence to support their theory. One piece of evidence is that all the way back in the East Blue Saga, on the island of rare animals, the early members of the crew met a character named Gaimon. And while almost every other part of the East Blue Saga serves to set up the larger story plot, the Gaimon arc, which is really just a single chapter, feels a little bit out of place. Everywhere else we gain a crewmate or meet an antagonist who still plays a role in the story. However, Gaimon's chapter just seems like a completely random side quest. In case you need a refresher, Gaimon is this man with a large bushy green afro who sought a treasure at the top of a high cliff. However, after falling during his climb to the top, he landed and became permanently lodged inside his treasure chest. And then, after waiting for 20 years, Luffy investigates the treasure at the top of the cliff, only to find out that there are 5 empty treasure chests. Now, given that Gaimon and Luffy have a lengthy conversation in the chapter about the One Piece treasure as a whole, could this be actual foreshadowing for the end of the series as a whole as well? Did Ichiro Oda hide the answer to the One Piece in plain sight all the way back in chapter 22? After all, in the end, Gaimon's real treasure wasn't gold, it was his hope, it was his dream. In the same way, the pirates of the One Piece world have set to the sea in pursuit of their dreams. A life of adventure and making new friends is a worthy endeavor regardless of any tangible outcome in the end, and Gaimon, despite not becoming rich, became the guardian and friend of the rare animals on this island. But if we assume that there are clues for the One Piece at the beginning of the story, then something that seems even more likely given the huge reveals Oda's been dropping lately is that the One Piece is the ancient kingdom itself. On the other side of things, the One Piece treasure may be the remains of the ancient kingdom. Now, we still don't know a lot about the ancient kingdom. We don't even know its real name, but what we do know is that the ancient kingdom was an advanced civilization that existed over 800 years ago, during the time that today is called the Void Century, since there is so little known about it. In fact, the organization that controls the One Piece world today, known as the World Government, originated as 20 different nations that came together to overthrow this ancient kingdom. After this kingdom was destroyed, the World Government then erased all the history of its existence from the books. They completely destroyed all traces of an entire century. However, if the One Piece ends up being the remains of this ancient kingdom, the island of Laugh Tale, then the whole history will be finally revealed. The characters will learn all there is to know about the ancient kingdom, JoyBoy, and the Void Century, and it will finally be revealed how the world government took power in the first place and what their true ambitions are. This, of course, would be a perfect setup for a final battle against the world government to change the world, and while that does seem like an awesome final battle, maybe the One Piece is actually something that more lines up with the themes of the story, such as the One Piece is the friends we made along the way. The idea that the One Piece is the adventure itself, or all the friends that Luffy made along the way, is another really popular, surprisingly big theory. Now, this one is of course very similar to the one we talked about earlier, that the One Piece is nothing at all. And while it would be disappointing, this theory also has some valid evidence as well. The biggest evidence for this theory comes from an arc called the Saba Odi Archipelago arc, when Silvers Rayleigh, the former first mate of the Pirate King Goldie Roger, straight up offered to spoil the end of the story. Rayleigh, who would later on become Luffy's mentor, told the crew that he could tell them all the secrets of the One Piece if they wanted to hear it. And in fact, Usopp was all too ready to hear all the truth of the Great Treasure, but Luffy quickly shut him up. Because to Luffy, finding the treasure had no worth at all if he had to take a shortcut. To him, the thrill of adventure, the journey itself, is just as worthy as any physical treasure that he could ever obtain. And after all, no matter what the One Piece actually turns out to be in the end, there will always be some fans who will probably be disappointed in the end anyways. And so whatever lies at the end of the Grand Line probably doesn't erase how much joy we've all had as fans in getting to know these characters and following their story. However, there is some good news for fans who would be majorly disappointed if the One Piece turned out to be nothing at all, or adventure or friendship, because Eiichiro Oda has actually gone on record stating that the One Piece is, in parts at least, an actual physical thing. Fans actually asked him directly if the One Piece would turn out to be the friends we made along the way, and he explicitly said no. And on that note, instead of becoming Pirate King, by the way, my personal journey to reach 1 million subscribers this year seems almost impossible to do as well, and it is only doable with your help. So if you enjoyed this and want to see more of this type of content and want to be part of this crazy journey this year, all you have to do is subscribe. But if it's not the friends we made along the way, then maybe the One Piece is One Piece. As in, the One Piece is the actual story that we're reading right now. Okay, now this one gets a little bit meta. In fact, my brain hurts a little just thinking about it. But at the same time, it is one of the coolest theories out there. Let me explain. Now, we don't necessarily mean that Roger was just sitting on Laugh Tale reading manga volumes, but maybe the epic tale that is the One Piece story is written on the unbreakable poneglyphs that keep the historical record of the ancient kingdom. After all, it seems like a tale or story that makes Roger laugh. Roger actually comments on the treasure, saying that he wishes that he could have lived in JoyBoy's times and that he was way too early getting to Laugh Tale for some mysterious reason. Now, there's actually a big prophecy in the story that says that JoyBoy will return, and all hints point to Luffy being the reincarnation of JoyBoy, whatever that actually means. Now, as you know, One Piece is an exciting and hilarious manga, so it would definitely make Roger laugh. In addition, the narrator often sounds like they're telling the story from some future point, so perhaps someone will write the story or add to the story that's already there and leave it on Laugh Tale. The One Piece treasure is likely something that can unite the whole world, and nothing can bring people together like a great story. So maybe the story of Luffy's adventures, either through prophecy or through some weird time travel shenanigans, is the One Piece treasure itself. And speaking of weird time travel stuff, the One Piece could also be time travel. Now, we already know that a character named Toki ate the time fruit. This allows her to jump forward in time, but not backwards. But what if the One Piece is something that can travel backwards in time? Now, this is a very crazy idea, but what if Luffy isn't a reincarnation of JoyBoy at all? What if he time travels back to the Void Century and he's actually the original JoyBoy as well? After all, with the introduction of Toki and her Devil Fruit ability, time travel is a real power in the story now. And so by going back and changing history, Luffy could prevent all the suffering the world government has caused throughout the centuries, instead of just making things better for people in the present. That would also perfectly explain why Roger laughed at his story, why he wished that he could have met JoyBoy, and why he said that he was too early. That's because Luffy wasn't born yet. But if that theory is a little bit too crazy for you, how about that the One Piece is just a bunch of treasure? Because now we come to what most pirates in the One Piece world actually think that the One Piece is: a bunch of treasure. Gold, jewels, riches, and valuables. You know, basically just a stereotypical pirate hoard. And you can't blame them for thinking this. I mean, Roger had gold in his name. His ship, the Oro Jackson, uses the Spanish word for gold as well. Oro. However, what the leagues of pirates who set out to find this treasure fail to recognize is that Roger isn't your typical pirates. His treasure is almost guaranteed to not just be monetary, especially now that we've seen Roger's reaction to Laugh Tale and received many hints about the Void Century, JoyBoy, and the Ancient Kingdom. So much more likely is that Roger's treasure is something related to the great mysteries of the One Piece world. And so, as disappointed as money-loving Nami will surely be if she doesn't find wealth beyond her imaginations, the fanbase certainly won't be if it's something a lot deeper than just money. And as hyped as Oda gets about this final reveal, even stating that the series might come to an end once it's revealed, it just makes us more excited to reach the finale. For years, the fanbase assumed that finding the One Piece would then set off the final war, but the author's recent comments would suggest that finding the One Piece actually will mark the end of the series instead. So whatever it really is, Oda must imagine it will be quite the payoff to the story. Could it, for example, be that the One Piece is on the moon? I mean, now we're getting into some wilder theories, but the thing is, this is Oda we're talking about. Whatever the One Piece is going to be, it is going to be wild. So even though these ideas might seem a little bit out there at first, they're probably a lot more likely than the theories we've discussed so far. Starting with the idea that the One Piece is on the moon. Now, I guess it is more about where the One Piece is than what the One Piece is, but hear me out for a second. Because you might not be aware of it, but there is something going on with the moon in One Piece. The members of the Mink race, for example, have the powerful Sulong transformation that fully depends on the full moon. On the island of Ohara, there was a celestial model with 7 moons of the One Piece planets. The sun god Nika is pictured jumping in front of the moon. Lunarians like King are named after it, given the Luna in their name. And most of all, we've seen from Enel, one of Luffy's former enemies from Skypiea, that he actually went to the moon in a cover story. And in Enel's cover story, it shows that there are the remains of an ancient civilization on the moon, as well as space pirates and an army of robots. Clearly, the moon is going to play a major role in the story at some point. So could it be that the reason Laugh Tale is so elusive is because it's been in outer space the entire time? On the moon, Enel found ruins that seem to depict the winged races of the One Piece world, as well as the ancient weapons. So if the Straw Hats went to the moon, they could learn the full truth of the ancient kingdom and the Void Century from the remnants of the lunar civilization. And that truth in itself could very well be the One Piece. However, there are some other even more crazy locations where the One Piece could be located. Like the idea that the One Piece is actually inside a giant whale. So maybe one of the reasons it's so hard for pirates to find the One Piece is because it doesn't stay in one place. This theory states that the treasure is actually hidden inside the belly of a giant whale. As mentioned earlier, when the crew first entered the Grand Line, the most dangerous sea in One Piece, their ship was swallowed by the whale Laboon. Now, on the inside, they weren't digested, thankfully. Instead, they found themselves in a very pleasant environment, as the Rogers doctor Crocus had taken up living inside Laboon so that he could more easily treat Laboon's medical problems. And so what if the beginning of the Straw Hats crew journey in the Grand Line is a mirrored image of its ending? What if once again they have to go into the belly of the whale in order to find the One Piece treasure too? One big piece of evidence for this is that whenever whales appear in the story, the One Piece is mentioned as well. But it's not the only place where the One Piece could be hiding. Another idea is that One Piece is beneath Enies Lobby. Because during the Enies Lobby arc, the Straw Hats take on the world government at their main judicial center. Enies Lobby is a very peculiar island, even for One Piece standards. It is always daytime there, and despite being located in the middle of the ocean, there is a massive hole in the middle of the sea that Enies Lobby is built above. What is at the bottom of this hole? Where does it go? Well, according to this theory, it might just be the One Piece itself. I mean, after all, what better way for the government to prevent people from finding the treasure than building one of their main bases of operation right on top of it? After all, only the Straw Hats are insane enough to launch an all-out assault against the government island. And when you look at the island itself, it has these strange ancient-looking ruins on it. But now, let's get back to what the One Piece actually is. Like the next one, that One Piece is Binks' sake. Now, I've already talked about this 2 or 3 years ago, and it's a theory that was also popularized by another YouTuber, Arthur, recently. And it utilizes the fact that the lyrics to Binks' sake seem to hold a lot of clues as to the truth of the One Piece. Binks' sake is a popular song among pirates that Brook, the ship's musician, sings when he's first recruited to the crew. The Binks' sake song hints at the drums of liberation, the coming of the dawn, Wano, even Laugh Tale itself, Warai Banashi, the funny traveling tale. Both ideas that keep reoccurring throughout the story. So this song also seems to be hinting at JoyBoy's return as well. And this theory also makes a guess at what Luffy's and Roger's real secret dream is. Because on Wano, it's revealed through Oden's journal and Ace's conversations with Yamato that both pirates share a secret dream that for now is hidden from the audience. And so a big guess for this dream is that Luffy and and Roger's dream was to throw a party where everyone in the world is invited. After all, after every single arc, Luffy loves to celebrate with a huge party. He thinks that everyone should be able to eat and drink as much as they want and live in happiness. And so Luffy's dream to become a pirate in the first place was inspired by Shanks' partying at the aptly named Parties Bar back in Fuchsia Village, which would make this reveal foreshadowed in a way from chapter 1 basically. And what do you need to throw a party for the entire world? Well, you do need a whole lot of sake. Specifically, Binks' sake would be a jug of sake big enough that all the world could party together, coming together as one piece. And when we think of how important the exchanging of sake cups between Sabo and Luffy is, this giant party would be like Luffy or JoyBoy exchanging sake cups and becoming like family with everyone across the world's ocean. And speaking of joining the world's oceans, the One Piece could also be destroying the Red Line. Now, this insanely popular theory says that the One Piece isn't an object, it's an action. Specifically, the One Piece refers to joining the world's oceans together into one piece by destroying the Red Line and Grand Line itself. You probably know that currently the people of the world are separated from each other, and the only way for them to travel anywhere is to cross dangerous oceans. And so the 4 big oceans of the One Piece world, the North, South, East, and West Blue, are all separated by the X, that is the Grand Line, and then the Red Line, which makes it basically impossible for most people to travel to any other region. And so not only would merging the seas together make the oceans into one piece, but it would bring the world's people together as well. What's the evidence for this idea? Well, think back to the very first chapter after the Straw Hats crew entered the Grand Line. When they met the whale Laboon, what was he doing other than eating their ship? Well, Laboon was repeatedly bashing his head against the Red Line, leaving it covered in scars, in an effort to reunite with his long-lost crewmates, who we later found out to be the ship's skeleton musician, Brook. Then we have Sanji's dream, which is to find the All Blue, which contains every fish imaginable of all 4 oceans. And our next clue comes from Fishman Island, which is exactly 1/2 of the Grand Line away from Reverse Mountain. On Fishman Island, an accomplished fortune teller, Madame Charlie, predicts that Luffy will destroy Fishman Island, which, again, is located directly under the Red Line. Now, this prediction didn't come true during the arc, but she's never missed a prediction quite yet, so Luffy likely will cause the destruction of Fishman Island before the end of the series. And it just so happens that the Red Line with the world government's capital of Marijoa are situated directly across this island. So if Luffy were to destroy Marijoa and the entire Red Line, it would collapse upon Fishman Island, destroying it. However, by making use of the giant ship the Noah, the fishmen might be able to finally make their home on the surface of the world instead of being forced to live beneath the ocean. Destroying the Red Line would also help many of the Straw Hats fulfill their ultimate dreams. If the seas were all combined, it would form the All Blue for Sanji, Brook would be able to reunite with Laboon, Frankie could freely voyage around the world, and Nami could reach any sea to draw a map of the entire world. And you can really dig down deep here. This theory in particular has a ton of crazy evidence speaking for it. It's a crazy story that involves oars, Greek mythology, and the true history of the One Piece world. So I Shanks versus Luffy, Usopp versus Loki, and Blackbeard waiting for his turn to collect the strongest mythical zone devil fruit. Even though Wano is already one of my favorite arcs in all of One Piece, there has been no other arc I've been as excited for and as anxious about as the legendary Kingdom of the Mighty Giants, Elbaf. Because I'm convinced that it's not only gonna be the Straw Hats' next destination after Wano, but also the most important arc for the endgame of One Piece after Laugh Tale itself. And today, I want to try and predict as well as I can how all these epic events might unfold themselves during the Elbaf arc.
巨人たちの住むこのエルバフの地に、巨人族と人間との交友の架け橋となりながら。
Hi, my name is Manu, and even though as someone so obsessed with Japanese culture that I packed my stuff and moved to Tokyo, I've been enjoying the ongoing Japan-inspired Wano Kuni arc a lot. It has been going on for a while now. To be precise, it started with chapter 909 back in July of 2018, which was 4 years ago. I wasn't even thinking about doing YouTube at that point. So as much as I'm enjoying what I can just hope to be the actual climax of this arc at the moment, I found it incredibly refreshing to look ahead and think about what the future of One Piece might bring. And in that hopefully not all too distant future, I see a rocky island in the shadow of a gigantic tree, inhabited by the most powerful mythical beings imaginable.
ここエルバフは初めて見る自分サイズの人、家。
Cue epic Viking music. Instead of Japanese mythology, sakura trees, and samurai, we'll have Nordic mythology, snowy mountain peaks, and Vikings. And just so you know, next to Japan of course, Norway has been my favorite place I've ever lived. And honestly, I think Elbaf's layout will be heavily inspired by that. With icy winds, long nights, and banquets with a lot of alcohol, the most stunning place I have ever laid eyes on are the so-called Lofoten Islands in the far north of Norway. Please tell me that this doesn't look exactly like what we've seen of Elbaf's coastline so far. Honestly, if there's just one place on Earth I really have to recommend you must see, it is this one. Okay, so now that we've set the right mood, how likely is it that we will even go to Elbaf in the first place? After all, it hasn't been officially confirmed at all if we're actually gonna go there, and author Eiichiro Oda has to keep pushing back his goal for finishing One Piece as it is. So the only way for an Elbaf arc to exist is if it heavily contributes to the climax of the series, pushes the story and its development further, and has a clear connection to Wano. And for full disclosure, it is of course absolutely possible that Elbaf will be skipped or just be referenced in passing by Oda as well. Now being said, there is a really good reason why me and large parts of the fandom find that possibility unlikely and basically take a visit to Elbaf for granted. It has been foreshadowed as far back as chapter 115, when the Straw Hats arrived on Little Garden, where they met the giant Story and Broggy.
その誇りはまたエルバフの地に受け継がれる永遠の宝なんだ。
There are so many important character arcs that are all bound to culminate into Elbaf. At the center of it all is undoubtedly Usopp. I've just recently made a full video on Usopp's character development and why I think Elbaf will be his big arc. So if you haven't seen it already, I strongly recommend that you check that one out afterwards. But all you have to know for now is that Usopp has been forging relationships and friendships with the giants of Elbaf throughout the story, where he has gained their respect and loyalty, and on more than one occasion has promised to go to Elbaf one day to become a brave warrior of the sea like his giant friends.
あんたらのことさ、俺はいつかあんたたちのようになりてえ。
And don't worry, I'll be telling you what I believe will happen with Usopp in just a little bit. The other character that has major connections to the giants is of course none other than the Empress herself, Big Mom, who not only grew up on Elbaf, but who also has a crazy obsession with integrating the giants into her ideal world, even though the giants despise her for her actions as a child. But surprisingly enough, Big Mom isn't the only emperor with ties to this island. In my character analysis on Shanks, I explored the strong ties Shanks has to Nordic mythology. In fact, not only does he sail on a Viking ship, but his entire character seems to be inspired by the Nordic god Tyr. And in that same video, I explored the idea that Elbaf might be in fact under the protection of the Red Hair Pirates, and since Wano will be the arc where Luffy will finally rise into the ranks of the Yonko, I think it's about time that he met his mentor again, now that he's become the great pirate that Shanks wanted him to be.
もうすぐ会えそうだな。ルフィ。
And aside from all these character arcs, it seems like Elbaf might be home to the father tree Adam from which wood the Thousand Sunny was made as well. It has been speculated that this tree might be the main entrance to the Sky Islands, but honestly, no matter what it will turn out to be, it will play some important role in the lore of the story should it actually be there. And if you watch really carefully, in the next clip you can see something that looks suspiciously like a giant tree trunk in the back. And this might be a bit of a stupid argument, maybe, but if Oda had planned to skip going to Elbaf altogether, he surely would have shown it off to us in all its glory, instead of shrouding it in so much mystery and barely giving us a glimpse of its shoreline. Oh, and we have this pretty telling color spread of the Straw Hats as Vikings. So, with all that being said, I now want to share with you my timeline of the things that could, and in my opinion, should happen during the Elbaf arc. And while I base all of this on everything that has been foreshadowed in the story, keep in mind that I could be completely wrong about this. That being said, I do believe that there is a pretty good chance a good chunk of this will happen in some way or form. So, after a long and gruesome battle, we finally depart Wano. Luffy has defeated Kaido and established himself as an emperor, and the borders of Wano have finally been opened. With the monster trio incapable of doing anything for a while after their big fights, it was the Straw Hat Grand Fleet that had to come to their help when it looked like both Luffy and Kaido were about to be disposed of. This could either be by the world government or Blackbeard. This way, the crew is saved and Wano is able to start rebuilding itself. Now, while the Grand Fleet had sworn their loyalty to Luffy, most of them are actually loyal to Usopp as well. And with the big three knocked out for a while, Usopp finds himself in command by accident as a substitute captain, starting off his arc by fulfilling 2 of his lies, leading thousands of men and being a captain. However, since it was by accident, Usopp will most likely do a pretty bad job leading at first. After arriving on Elbaf, I can see the first half of the arc focusing on the culture of the giants and the issues of their nation. During Whole Cake Island, Prince Loki seems to have been set up as the main villain here.
それがなんと巨人国エルバフの王子
Loki, who we know from Nordic mythology as a trickster and manipulator, has somehow managed to take control of the giants, possibly getting rid of Dorian Broggy, and has even convinced them to forget their hatred of Big Mom and made them allow him to marry Lola, though she refused in the end. Now Loki is confronted by another trickster and manipulator, Usopp, who has gained respect and loyalty among many of the Elbaf giants. Both of them might be quite similar in terms of their personality, but while Usopp values bravery and wants to be like the giants, Loki mostly values himself. At this point, I think it would be a waste if Oda didn't give Usopp a Mjolnir-like hammer to parallel Thor versus Loki. Soon, Usopp tries to expose Loki's trickery, possibly triggered by the arrival of Big Mom, siding with Loki and maybe Lola, who Big Mom will try to marry off once again. Usopp counts on the other Straw Hats to stop Loki, which doesn't happen with Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji still out of the game. And so finally, after seeing the giants suffer and being backed by Nami to help Lola, he ends up doing the right thing, taking matters into his own hand and challenging Loki to a duel. Now we have the classic theme of David with his slingshot versus the giant Goliath. The fight itself goes on just as you imagine. Usopp will try using tricks, hammers, dials, and even his observation haki against Loki, but despite a few minor successes, nothing really works. He's a giant after all. Finally, Loki hurts Usopp so badly that he almost seems to win the fight. And this, in combination with Usopp's previous failure as a leader, pushes him into despair. This is where Usopp's Conqueror's haki kicks in, something that I discussed in detail in his previous video. Using Conqueror's Haki, Usopp knocks down the giant prince of Elbaf, terrifying all those watching and earning the respect of the giants, who will call him a brave warrior of the sea. A tale so epic that it's only worthy of such a legendary character as God Usopp. And thus, another lie has come true, Usopp having Conqueror's Haki. Not only does he liberate the giants of Elbaf, but he also gains the right to lead the Grand Fleet and the giants, numbering 8,000 men, into battle behind Luffy at the end of the story. And most importantly, he convinces everyone to subscribe to this channel. A true legend. This is where the second half of this arc begins. Luffy and the others just got back on their feet in time to witness Usopp's victory. Amid the celebrations, a ship arrives at the harbor. A Viking ship. Luffy turns around and sees Shanks and his men walking towards them. Luffy of course starts grinning and runs towards Shanks, shouting and waving, but the Emperor just pulls out his sword with a stern face and prepares to attack Luffy. Visibly confused by this, Luffy keeps running and only in the last moment reacts to Shanks' attack. The sky splits above Elbaf, and suddenly Shanks smiles. He puts his arm around Luffy and congratulates him on his accomplishments in Wano. As it turns out, he's the protector of Elbaf and thanks Usopp for taking care of things in his absence. That night, the Straw Hats and the Red Hair Pirates have their first big banquet together, Luffy and Shanks now on one level with each other. During the festivities, a dark shape walks into town. As he reaches the fires, we can see his face. Mihawk has arrived, who has sought out his old rival after the abandonment of the warlord system, together with Perona, who bring news that Blackbeard is on his way to Elbaf as well and will arrive in a couple of days. As if these news didn't matter at all, Shanks invites Mihawk to drink, and while Perona reunites with Zoro, he reveals that he's in possession of the last road Poneglyph and challenges Luffy to a Davy backfight for it to test his strength and that of his crew. We then get a number of great contests between the Straw Hats and the Red Hair Pirates, where each of them shows off their skills and proves their worth, including the long-awaited match between Zoro and Mihawk. After teaching everyone new tricks and techniques and giving Luffy some pieces of advice, Shanks and the others push Luffy to leave the island before Blackbeard arrives. In order to give Luffy a head start for Laugh Tale, but also as the patron of Elbaf, he will stay and face the man who gave him his scar. Probably things will turn out quite differently, but I hope you enjoyed this version of events nonetheless. You should... Do we finally know where the last two remaining road poneglyphs are that the Straw Hats still need to find so they can finally reach Laugh Tale? Well, at the very least, we have just gotten a few major clues and a bunch of new information dropped on our heads. There are three likely locations for it: Elbaf, an island called Vida, and Beehive Island, Blackbeard's base of operation. And as I will explain to you, I personally believe that Elbaf and Shanks are the most likely candidates here. Now, you might be like, Manu, where is this information coming from? There is no One Piece chapter this week. Well, wrong, kind of. Even though the One Piece manga is on a 4-week break at the moment, Eiichiro Oda, the author of One Piece, has decided to release a series of 4 mini booklets as a small gift to readers in every release of Shonen Jump in the meantime instead. This little series is titled The Road to Laugh Tale and documents Oda-sensei's preparation for the final saga of One Piece. These booklets contain a lot of character sketches and recaps of things we already know. However, there are also some very chunky nuggets of fresh information and reveals to be found there as well. And so the very first volume that's out now is focused very heavily on Roger and how he became Pirate King, dedicating a whole page to the mysterious poneglyphs. And by far the biggest thing in all of this, I think, is that Oda-sensei discusses the locations of the 4 4 road poneglyphs here. We have of course already the 2 that the Straw Hats have in their possession, the one from Zoe and one from Big Mom that Brook heroically made a successful rubbing off, similar to how Roger got his hands on it actually. The 3rd road poneglyph Roger found in Wano itself, and the last one was located in Fishman Island, where it stood right next to JoyBoy's apology letter to the Mermaid Princess. Now, funnily enough, we didn't actually know for a fact whether the 3rd road poneglyph was still in Wano or not. All we've seen so far are 2 of the 30 plus real poneglyphs that detail the history of the Void Century. However, this booklet now tells us for sure that Kaido's rule over a closed border Wano has kept anyone else from getting their hands on his road poneglyph, which is a huge deal in a number of ways, because I think it's basically the first time we officially get confirmed that it's still waiting right here in Wano for the Straw Hats to be found. And as we all know, that basically means that the Straw Hats very soon will get their hands on it. It also means we still have another story thread that needs to happen in Wano, which makes me happy, because I really didn't want to leave the country as quickly as the last few chapters made it originally seem. However, it also means that other people probably know that the poneglyph is here and might now come for the very same road poneglyph. I'm thinking of course Blackbeard, and for some reason now also Buggy, Luffy's 2 main rivals to becoming Pirate King, because Blackbeard surely would have been fully aware of Kaido sitting on top of that particular red stone. It might also be the reason, or at least one of the reasons, why Momo decided to leave Wano's borders closed for now, at least until Luffy reaches Laugh Tale, telling Sanisha basically, well, thanks for dropping by, but you know, could you come back at a more convenient time please? And so the fact that a road poneglyph is located in Wano also adds a lot more weight to the reveal that Oden's father and Momonosuke's grandfather, Kozuki Sukiyaki, former shogun of Wano and heir to the Kozuki clan, is still alive. I don't know how, but I somehow totally overlooked that in the last chapter, but he was obviously the one who taught Oden how to read and write the language of the ancient kingdom. In other words, Oda just snuck another character back into the story that can potentially lead the way to the final islands. This is huge. Sukiyaki might be the lottery ticket someone like Blackbeard has been waiting for to make his way to Laugh Tale as well, should he not be able to get his hands on Robin, because him and Robin are pretty much the only 2 confirmed people alive who can read this language and decipher the poneglyphs. And should Blackbeard make his way to Wano to get it and find out who Sukiyaki really is, that would be a true advantage falling into his hands. But I mean, as if this wasn't enough already, Oda-sensei also decided to tease us with the location of the last remaining lost road poneglyph that used to be on Fishman Islands. And he gives us 3 possible locations here: Elbaf, Beehive Island itself, and Vita. Now, you might be asking, what a Usopp is a Vita? Well, it's actually an island that was named in the story before by Nami, very early on in the story as she's reading Noland's journal. In other words, Vita is an island that was visited by Noland 400 years ago and was described as a very lively and happy place. Well, since then we found out that this small town expanded into a full-blown country, but it no longer is the happy place you can easily live and smile at. Instead, it was ruled by a tyrannical government, probably associated with the world nobles. And so, after the breakout of a major rebellion 2 years ago, it was finally freed by the revolutionary army. Now, Oda-sensei of course does mention here as well that there are other possibilities for the location, as he should if we're being honest, but he still chose to focus on these 3 specifically. And I think it makes sense because all 3 of these islands seem to have ties to powerful people who might have gotten their hands on the last road poneglyph. Vita is connected to the revolutionaries and Dragon, who clearly know quite a lot about the true history, which was why Robin in particular got sent to them by Kuma in the first place. So maybe Vita is now the island that the revolutionaries have moved their center of operation to after they got raided by Blackbeard's crew on their previous base, and who knows, maybe Blackbeard came for them exactly because he knew that they had a road poneglyph. Which of course already brings us to Beehive Island. It used to be the base for Rock's Xebec, who by the way also has a whole page dedicated to him in this booklet that details his connections to Blackbeard, who also named his ship the Xebec. Now, this place is Blackbeard's home, and since Blackbeard is also aiming to become Pirate King, it would really not be too far-fetched to think that he already has gotten his hands on a Poneglyph there as well. Though I would say it's not quite as likely as the last one, because lastly there is Elbaf. Not only has Elbaf been hinted at over and over and over again to be the next island the Straw Hats will travel to after Wano, as I've discussed in previous videos. I mean, you have Usopp's relationship to the Giants, Big Mom's relationship to the Giants, the introduction of Loki, and so on. But it also seems like Elbaf has very strong ties to another Yonko, Shanks. As I've explained in his character analysis, Shanks has a very strong Viking theme going on. There's of course his ship that has the exact same style as Dory and Broggy's, but Shanks is also inspired by the Nordic god Tyr, who has also lost an arm to a beast, and a number of other parallels as well. We also know that the Yonko, including Shanks, hold territory in the New World. Again, something that is discussed in detail in the Road to Laugh Tale here. Territorial dispute in the New World between the Yonko and Co. And so I have always been a very strong supporter of the idea that Elbaf is part of Shanks' territory, his home turf in the New World, if you like. A man with a bounty of over 4 billion berries. I have 61 million berries, 100 for each subscriber, ouch. But we're not trying to beat Shanks. We're trying to beat Treble, who has 99 million for the magical 100 million berries, in other words, 1 million subscribers. And so not only can you help me make this dream come true by subscribing, but you also get freshly harvested One Piece content every single week in return. And so I think it would truly make sense for the man who's making sure to carry on Roger's will as a Yonko to grab the most easily accessible road poneglyph from Fishman Island and put it on Elbaf to protect it, only for the right person to see. The man Roger was waiting for, in other words, Luffy. Shanks definitely knew about this road poneglyph there because he traveled to Fishman Island with Roger. Elbaf is a true fortress of an island, just like Wano, filled with some of the most fearsome and powerful warriors in the entire world. So really, what better place to have the final road poneglyph hidden than the next location that the Straw Hats are probably heading to? A place where Luffy can finally meet Shanks, a place where he can earn the right to the last red stone and prove his worth as a Yonko. And also a place where finally Shanks and Blackbeard might face each other once again, as Blackbeard would surely come for that very same poneglyph as well. And if you really want to know what has been foreshadowed about Luffy and Shanks are about to meet very soon. And for a good reason, it is probably the most anticipated event in all of One Piece, right after finding Roger's treasure by itself. Luffy and Shanks will clash in a race for reaching Laugh Tale, and the Straw Hat will be at the center of it all. Some people will tell you that this will never happen, either because Shanks will be taken out by Blackbeard or because he has been the main villain of the story secretly all along, or simply because Oda-sensei wants to subvert our expectations. Well, I call BS. Because when you really follow the breadcrumbs that Oda-sensei has sprinkled throughout the story, I think it's impossible to come to any other conclusion than that Shanks and Luffy will have to meet. And not in a friendly handshake, well done becoming a Yonko, let me now tell you a few secrets about the world sort of way. Luffy and Shanks will clash. In fact, all of the Straw Hats will have to face the terrifying powers of the Red Hair Pirates, and each and every one of them will have to surpass their current level to emerge victorious. And all of it will have been according to Shanks' plan. You see, the closer we are to the end of the story, the more obvious it has become that Shanks has been somewhat of a secret mastermind that has been pulling the strings behind the scenes, guiding Luffy towards becoming Pirate King and reaching Laugh Tale. I think what we all tend to overlook is that Shanks is really special. And not just because he is a Yonko now, he always has been really. Shanks' straw hat, that is Luffy's personal treasure now as we know, has been passed down from the former Pirate King Gold D. Roger himself. Now, this could have of course just been a random piece of clothing with just emotional value to Luffy, until we see this giant frozen straw hat on Marijoa that Emu is looking at right here. Whether or not it is the actual national treasure of Marijoa or not, the straw hat has a special meaning in this world. It's something the secret ruler of the world keeps hidden and very close to himself. And while I would really love to know who inherited the hat to Roger in the first place, what is much more important for us right now is that Shanks has always been wearing this hat ever since he was a cabin boy on Roger's ship. The hat is special and Roger passed it on to Shanks when he was just a kid, presumably when he was around Luffy's age where he got the hat from Shanks. So there was something about Shanks that stood out to Roger and made him pass on that hat and his will to Shanks instead of, say, Buggy or his first mate Rayleigh. What exactly is special about him, we don't know yet. Maybe Shanks is actually a celestial dragon, maybe he's the son of Roxy Xebec, almost everyone is speculated at this point, or maybe, as I'd like to personally think, it will be something even bigger and more mind-blowing than both of these things. The point here is that Shanks always had Roger's trust and a special place in his crew. As we now know, everything changed for the Roger pirates once they found the One Piece and learned the true history of the world. Roger knew that he was way too early to change and liberate the world, presumably because the return of JoyBoy and the birth of the ancient weapons was yet to happen. However, Roger also knew that he could play the decisive role of making sure JoyBoy would actually return and ease his way. Remember, JoyBoy and the Ancient Kingdom already lost to the world government once before, so just because Luffy is JoyBoy doesn't automatically mean that he will win. Luffy could have died or turned evil or never had gotten his devil fruit in the first place. And so Roger really tried his best to make sure that JoyBoy is born and help him awaken and reach Laugh Tale. Only that he was about to pass away from his mysterious illness. So what did he do? He fathered Ace, declared the great era of piracy to inspire as many people as possible to look for Laugh Tale and go against the world government, and then instructed a few trusted members of his crew with finding and then guiding JoyBoy. As a result, Crocus waited at the entrance of the Grand Line for the right person to come, while Rayleigh was stationed at the entrance to the New World. And as we know, both Rayleigh and Crocus called Luffy the man Roger had been waiting for, and while Crocus pointed the crew in the right direction and told them about Laugh Tale, Rayleigh actually protected Luffy, trained him, and then prevented him from losing his will after Ace's death. But by far the most important role of all fell to the man that Roger had inherited his straw hat to. Shanks was the one who tracked down the legendary Nika fruit, JoyBoy's devil fruit that had been escaping the world government's hands for centuries and that had been erased from the history books. Only that Shanks and Roger, of course, probably learned about its true nature on Laugh Tale, the last island on the Grand Line that contains gold, silver, the true history of the world, and this magic subscribe button, please press it so I can reach 1 million and make my parents proud of me. And so, carrying this most important of devil fruits with him, Shanks went around looking for the right person to eat it and become JoyBoy. My personal guess is that Shanks came to the East Blue and Dawn Island looking for Ace, Roger's son, expecting him to eat the fruit. But as we all know, the Nika fruit chose Luffy instead, and so Shanks made sure to do everything in his power to prime Luffy for success and have him awaken JoyBoy and become Pirate King. First, he passed on Roger's head to Luffy, the torch carrying the flame capable of changing the world. And he sacrificed his arm to ensure that Luffy would keep his promise to become a great pirate. He then spent the years chasing after Blackbeard, who with his devil fruit most likely is the biggest threat to Luffy and JoyBoy succeeding. He stopped the war most likely because Luffy was there, stopping Kaido from coming there, who was also on a mission to try and awaken JoyBoy. But most importantly, he has been waiting for Luffy to become strong enough to finally face him and return the Straw Hats, carrying the promise to become a great pirate like Shanks. And this meeting has been foreshadowed and addressed throughout the story multiple times by Shanks himself. He doesn't want Luffy to see him during Marineford, and after the events of Whole Cake Island, he comments that their meeting is going to happen very soon. So I really think that the argument that Shanks might pass away before the meeting happens doesn't make sense, especially after the latest chapter. Yes, Oda could still somehow subvert our expectations here, but subverting expectations for the sake of subverting expectations makes no freaking sense, I think. Luffy's Straw Hat is his treasure. He wants to become Pirate King because of Shanks. Luffy will only accept that he's become a great pirate once Shanks says so, not because the newspaper calls him a Yonko. In other words, Luffy needs closure with Shanks before he can even start becoming Pirate King. And so I think there is really no doubt anymore that this meeting will most likely happen very, very soon. Wano is over, Luffy has defeated the strongest creature in the world and has reached the same level as Shanks, at least in title. Shanks has already declared the race for the One Piece, and not only that, but he also has awakened his devil fruit, and we have learned that Shanks stole this legendary fruit from the world government, and Shanks is now on the move, joining the race to Laugh Tale. The most likely scenario is that this could lead into Elbaf, which has been foreshadowed to be both Shanks' arc and the next destination for the Straw Hats after Wano. And as I explained in this video, there is a really high probability that the last road Poneglyph is on the Island of the Giants with Shanks. And so the Yonko will have a lot more to reveal to us and Luffy about his real plan, what he knows about Laugh Tale, and what he knows about Luffy's true role in the great scheme of things. Remember, now that the Yonko saga is over, that has spanned from Fishman Island all the way to Wano, centering around Kaido and Big Mom, we are now in the final saga, the One Piece saga. And that means that all of the 4 current emperors will have to play a role surrounding Laugh Tale and fighting for the One Piece. Luffy, Buggy, Blackbeard, and Shanks. All these characters that have been shrouded in so much mystery will now finally take the stage and reveal who they really are and what they really want. So Luffy will meet Shanks soon, and I think there will be a battle. As I think we've established by now, Shanks is not the jolly, careless pirate that we meet in chapter 1 of One Piece, but a calculated cold wire puller that has tried to orchestrate the fate of the world for the last 20 years and prepared Luffy's arrival on Laugh Tale. And so Shanks will not just give Luffy a high five, good job making it here, and give him the last Poneglyph when they meet. Before Luffy can actually give his hat back and complete his promise, he will test Luffy and see if he is actually worthy. Now, this could very well be in the form of an actual battle and fight. However, since I still don't think that Shanks is a bad guy or that he would risk killing Luffy, that's not very likely, I think. Luckily, Oda-sensei has prepared for exactly this scenario to happen, and it's the only arc in One Piece I am genuinely not a fan of: the Davy backfight. The reason I really don't like this arc is simply because Foxy as a character is annoying, and the minigames the two crews play are fairly underwhelming. However, multiple characters, including Sanji and Robin, explain to us that the Davy backfight is very much a real thing that has been taken very seriously by actual pirates. No offense, Foxy. The common belief that the island where this took place could have been Beehive Island, and that the Davy backfight was how Rocks assembled his powerful crew. But one way or another, it is the perfect chance for the Red Hair Pirates to test the Straw Hat crew. And it of course would be a much more serious and extreme version of what we saw with Foxy. It could actually mean testing Zoro's sword skills to the extreme, seeing how good Usopp can snipe and how strong Luffy's Conqueror's Haki is compared to Shanks. In other words, it's perfect. This way, Luffy and Co can show how much they have grown and prove themselves as worthy. Luffy can finally return his head to Shanks. Only, is Luffy really Luffy and the Straw Hats really the Straw Hats without, well, the iconic Straw Hats? Well, luckily enough, the Davy backfight has the perfect answer to this problem as well. Usually, the winner of a Davy backfight can choose a member of the other crew to join his ranks. However, as we saw with Foxy, objects are also accepted. If the Jolly Roger counts as a replacement, surely a Straw Hat would count as well. And anyways, Luffy wouldn't actually take one of Shanks' members by force anyway. But even then, I think there's a legit chance that Shanks might accompany Luffy to Laugh Tale. As we know, he and Buggy have never actually been to the last island since Buggy fell sick and Shanks decided to stay behind with him. And so I think it would just be perfect for the story for all 4 Yonko to gather on the last island and there compete for the title of Pirate King. And it would also give us a few chapters of Luffy and Shanks interacting, which really is all I want. And after all, Shanks to 99.99% has the Last Road Poneglyph as well. If you want to know why... There are no moms in One Piece, and that's a great thing. Like, with mothers, One Piece just doesn't work, as crazy as it may sound. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but Crocodile might actually be Luffy's mother, because I found a lot of new evidence for the Crocomom theory. But that being said, I also found a number of other very possible candidates, and I'll show you just how important Luffy meeting his mother will be for the entire story.
父ちゃん？父ちゃんってなんだよ？俺に父ちゃんなんかいんのか？
I really can't explain it, but Luffy's mom is one of those mysteries in One Piece that, even though they don't seem to matter, like, at all for the story right now, I just can't help but obsess a little bit about. I mean, there's something really weird going on with mothers in One Piece in general, and I absolutely refuse to believe that we won't get to know the mother of the Pirate King himself. What's up? My name is Manu, and just like you assume, my mom means the world to me. Of course, there are exceptions to this, but generally, I think moms score pretty high on the things people tend to love no matter what list. And so today, I finally have the chance to talk about something that has bothered me for a while now. You know how shonen characters all seem to have pretty bad I have no dad syndrome? Well, One Piece takes this a whole step further. Here, everyone seems to suffer from, wait, I don't even get a mom syndrome as well. And as it turns out, there's actually a reason for this that I think is important to discuss before we get into Luffy's mom specifically. Okay, how do I put this? There are no mothers in One Piece. Huh, that's a weirder sentence to say out loud than I originally thought it would be. But it is an undeniable fact. None of the Straw Hats has a mother as of right now. Luffy, Zoro, and Jinbei have never mentioned their parents. Frankie and Chopper got abandoned by theirs. Brook's parents must be dead because he's a grandpa. And Robin, Usopp, Sanji, and Nami have all lost their mothers under the most tragic circumstances.
こうしたかった。
And what I just realized is that those 4 share incredibly similar arcs as well. All their mothers were incredibly kind and brave people that then inherited that kindness to their children.
こんな小さな子が描いたなんて誰も思わないよ。
All of them then had the most terrible and lonely childhoods after they lost their mothers, suffering under a terrible lack of self-confidence. And all 4 of them were the ones that opposed Luffy and the crew out of that sense that they were not worth anything and, in the end, under tears, accepted Luffy's unconditional love for them.
助けて。 行きたい。私も一緒に海へ連れてって。
俺はサニ号に帰りたい。
And now that I think about it, you can actually spin that in the other direction as well. Chopper and Frankie are the most quirky members of the crew, the non-normals if you want, not because they are a cyborg and a reindeer, but because they were abandoned, only now fitting in with a crew that actually loves and accepts them. And lastly, the 4 members that don't seem to have a tragic backstory with their moms, at least yet, are the 4 emotionally most stable ones. Luffy, Zoro, Brook, and Jinbei, I feel, share that aura of stability and groundedness.
続けようか、バロック博士。喧嘩はシャレじゃねえんだぜ。
Now, Zoro does clearly have some issues of his own that probably relate to growing up without parents and always fighting ever since he was a kid. I hope we'll get to meet his parents soon, actually. Jinbei's darkness stems more from the discrimination of his people as a whole, and Brooks is spending such a long time alone. But I find it beyond interesting that there seems to be a clear pattern connected to mothers in the story. And so it was really no big surprise to find out that this lack of motherly care was not an accident, but something consciously decided by author Eiichiro Oda. As he explained in an SBS, mothers for him are the opposite of adventure. They take care of their children and protect them from going on a journey that might well cost them their lives. And so the idea is simply that you can't have a great pirate adventure with loving mothers around. Now, this statement may sound very trivial, but when you stop and think about what we just discussed about the Straw Hats, Oda took great care to include the negative implications of not having a mom into consideration. All the most tragic backstories in the story are related to either losing a mom or being abandoned by one. And as a result, bringing out either the best or the worst in people. For example, Dofi and Corazon, and you can really see it with everyone. Ace, Sabo, Law. Oda knows that mothers are important, but was smart enough to keep them out of his adventure story, which will be actually really important later when we will look at the possible candidates for Luffy's mom. And honestly, whether or not he was aware of all the fantastic effects that this decision would have as a 20-year-old, I think this decision has contributed immensely to why One Piece works so well as a story. Just think about it for a second. Well, at first glance it might be really easy to go fully woke and say, oh, Oda doesn't like women. The truth is, loving mothers are something extremely treasured and rare in this world. If you have a loving mom, you have won the ultimate jackpot. You can live a happy life away from violence and hate. And so the fact that there literally are no loving moms in One Piece motivates the entire story. Seriously. All the characters now have motivation and reason to become pirates. They all have the potential to be saved by Luffy because he is the one that gives them unconditional love that they're supposed to get from their mothers. As a result, crews like Luffy's or Whitebeard's are the real loving families in One Piece because there are no regular loving ones.
Salute me, familia.
It's why brotherly bonds like that of Luffy, Sabo, and Ace, or that of Noriko and Nami, are more common than having actual siblings. And it's also the reason why crews like Doflamingos exist, where really kind characters like Baby Five try to find some twisted sense of love and belonging. And then of course there is Big Mom's crew, who is a pure caricature and dark twist on the entire concept of a loving mother. A woman so overly obsessed with creating a big family for everyone in the world and so scarred by being abandoned by Mother Caramel that she ironically lost sight of her actual children, just using them as tools. Just as Oda says, real loving moms are the opposite of adventure and pirates. And yeah, Big Mom isn't a real loving mom. But I think it goes even further than that. The fact that there are no mothers in One Piece and all the tragedy that comes with it is, in a way, the biggest reason why this world is broken and needs fixing so badly. A world in which pirate crews, revolutionary armies, and marines are the only family people can have, many of them emotionally scarred, is a world that needs to change fundamentally. I strongly believe that the dawn Luffy needs to bring has to shine on a world where kids can grow up in the arms of their mothers, not having to fight. Wow, I really went a little bit deep on this one, huh? But I really love how deep One Piece always turns out to be when you dig just a little bit beneath the surface. Before we get into Luffy and his mom now, if you're enjoying these type of deep dives and some good theories on top, I'd really appreciate it immensely if you considered subscribing to this channel for more weekly wanted content just like this. Okay, so Luffy's mom. It's difficult to talk about who and where she might be because Luffy does already have a stepmom of sorts, if you know what I mean. Dadan is pretty much Luffy's loving mother figure that, while tough, raised him in a more or less caring home. And Luffy does love Dadan back like a son, even if he doesn't see her as a literal mom. My point here is that Luffy, the grandson of the strongest marine and the son of the leader of the revolutionary army, definitely will have a special mother. No question about it. The only question we now have to answer, and boy, it's a big one, is who? Who is Luffy's mom? So I now want to run through all the possible candidates we have so far. And let me warn you, you might be surprised about the last character I propose here. Now, one of the most popular theories out there is the forbidden love theory. In case you don't know it, the idea here is that Dragon met a celestial dragon and after spending more and more time together, a romance began to bloom. This would be a classic bird in the golden cage scenario where the woman yearns for the same sort of freedom that Dragon enjoys, and at some point they have a little baby together. And so as the other celestial dragons find out, she is ultimately killed for mixing royal blood with that of a commoner. This and all the other knowledge about the rulers of the world he has now gathered is what motivates Dragon to form the revolutionary army. He hands off Luffy to Garp and dedicates his life to taking down the world nobles. I personally think this theory is pretty reasonable and straightforward. It's a classic forbidden love Romeo and Juliet sort of approach that would motivate Dragon, but also give Luffy some unique background that might be important towards the end of the story. Doesn't exactly blow me away, but it's solid enough. Another really interesting candidate is Bello Betty, one of the commanders of the Revolutionary Army. Betty is the commander of the East Blue, which is exactly where Luffy grew up, and her abilities to boost up people's will and rally them to her cause is something she shares with our hero as well. On top of that, since Oda mentioned that he would draw Luffy's parents in volume 45, people have been speculating that this woman right here might be Luffy's mom. And so that might just be an early version of Betty for all we know. Now this theory does something that all the other theories can't do, which is bringing Dragon and his partner actually close together and have them work towards a common goal. It also fits in with Oda telling us that she's still alive, and I would actually enjoy this one a lot. Betty is no regular character, but also not someone super overly famous and mysterious. Just someone fighting the government alongside Dragon. Pretty decent, I'd say. A very short theory is that Luffy's mom was actually Gold Roger's sister. This idea is based on the fact that Ds seem to have kids with other Ds. That goes for Ace, the only person we actually know both parents of, but Jaguar D. Sol also mentioned that everyone in his family was a D. So if it takes 2 Ds to make the one who can bring the dawn, Luffy's mother would also have to be one. This could of course be true if she was actually Garp's daughter, but if not, what better family for Luffy to have blood from than the Gold family? I actually do really like this idea, even if it's a bit out there, because it would bring Luffy closer to both Roger and Ace, but it also begs the question, why no one ever mentioned Roger's sister before? Now, however, it's time for one of my favorite candidates here, and that is Jewelry Bonnie. She's actually a really interesting character no matter what, unrelated to all this here. Because Bonnie's devil fruit allows her to change her age and presumably that of others, we have no idea who she really might be. Her biggest character trait is her gluttony that mirrors Luffy's own appetite like no other character. Plus, her face does look quite a lot like Luffy's. Bonnie saved Zoro from attacking a celestial dragon, even though she could have easily not cared about the Marines coming and simply disguised herself as a kid or old woman. But we also know that Bonnie has some ties to the Revolutionary Army and Dragon through Kuma, as we saw during the reverie. Kuma, who somehow knew about Luffy being Dragon's son even before Ivankov knew. And it might be easy to think that she just snuck into the Holy Land separately from the revolutionaries, but since she's there to save Kuma, wouldn't it make way more sense for her to have come with them? Then there was also this weird situation with Blackbeard and Akainu, and on top of that, Bonnie is inspired by the most famous female pirate in history, Anne Bonny, who escaped her execution and was reportedly pregnant at the time of her escape. Plus, we have of course the legendary reference to Bonnie and Clyde, which would fit pretty damn well with her and Dragon. Now, as promised, I'm gonna share my thoughts and new insights on the Crocomom theory with you as well. However, since this video, as you can see, is already long enough as it is, Crocomon will get its own entire special video that will be released. Crocomon, the theory that should not be anything else but a bunch of people trolling One Piece fans. I mean, come on, Crocodile used to be a woman that had a kid with Dragon, and that kid is Luffy, the protagonist that got impaled by said crocodile? Yeah, no, this is totally a thing. What's up, I'm Manu, and in case you aren't familiar with it yet, here's the pitch you will usually hear from people who support this theory. The idea that Crocodile might be female basically emerged together with the release of the chapter back in 2009. Well, the idea that he might be Luffy's mother seems to be from sometime in 2011. Although the original post that is referenced a lot over the internet does not exist anymore for some reason. Basically, the idea is based on a single interaction during the Impel Down arc. A single line of dialogue between Ivankov, one of the leading members of the Revolutionary Army, and Sir Crocodile, the former warlord that terrorized Alabasta and who was ultimately taken down by Luffy. In this scene here, Ivankov basically blackmails Crocodile into helping them by threatening to reveal his weakness. A secret debt that Crocodile owes to Ivankov for something he was given, as Oda confirms later on Crocodile's Weaver cards. And since Ivankov's most unique power has been specifically shown to be changing people's bodies as far as switching genders, the theory is that Crocodile used to be a woman. Luffy's mom, to be precise, that then was turned into a man by Ivankov. And boy, did I have a very emotional roller coaster-like personal journey with this theory. Basically, ever since this theory was first brought to my attention years ago, it hasn't gone away ever since. Ever. And so I practically went through all 5 stages of grief here. First, denial. When I first heard about this idea, my reaction was basically, this isn't real, someone's definitely trolling these poor people. Then, anger. Once I realized that people were taking this seriously and actually talking about whether it was possible or not, I was genuinely pissed that people were debating this seriously when there were so many other great things to talk about with One Piece. For example, I don't know, how about this 30-minute ecstatic rambling session about where the One Piece is? Stage 3, bargaining. This is when I basically started to try and debate people who believed in this theory and try to explain to them why it was a stupid idea and why they were wrong. So wrong. I guess I don't have to tell you that those attempts mostly failed. So I entered stage 4, depression. That was actually quite recently. I just didn't want to talk about the Crocomom theory anymore at all. I thought there were so much more interesting ideas out there that deserved so much more attention, and so I just tried to push the idea out of my head. However, everything changed a couple of weeks ago, when I started working on my most recent video on Luffy's mom. I had basically found out that mothers, or to be precise, their complete and utter absence from One Piece, plays an incredibly important and central role to the story. And of course, I also wanted to discuss a couple of ideas for who Luffy's mom could possibly be. And do you know that feeling when you turn around and suddenly someone is just standing there? That was exactly what it felt like when the Crocomom theory jumped right at me once I started to work on this, laughing in my face. And at that point, I had enough of this. No more hiding. It was time to switch gears completely and go into the offensive. I decided to take this stupid theory, dismantle it to its core, and prove to the world once and for all that there was no way that Crocodile is Luffy's mom. And so after sleepless nights of vigorous work, I finally managed to find the answer to this mystery that had tormented me for years. Yeah, Crocodile is Luffy's mom. So it looks like I've ended up in stage 5 now, acceptance. But allow me to guide you through my thought process here and what I actually found. Because as it turns out, there is a lot more evidence in the story to support this theory than I originally could have ever anticipated. I'm really curious and not sure if the person who first came up with this idea had difficulties expressing how good his theory actually was, or if it was just a super stupid idea that then turned out to have a lot more depth to it by sheer accident. To be honest, a lot of the follow-up theories for Crocomom have been pretty damn bad. However, I have distilled the best parts of everything I could find and then added in my own thoughts to this as well. And so to begin with, I want to start with the idea that Crocodile is a woman and then move on to him being Luffy's mom, because let's be real, those two are very different levels of crazy that apparently I'm now a part of. Oh, and also, please just ignore my use of pronouns in this video, please. I'll really try my best, but it's probably gonna be a mess. We've already talked about the most fundamental thing to this entire theory. With Ivankov, there is actually a power in One Piece that is able to change genders, which is how the entire theory started in the first place. And the fact that this was all shown so closely to the encounter with Crocodile definitely helps the credibility of these two being connected. Plus, Ivankov keeps calling him Crocoboy in what I think is a bit of a mocking way. Now, it could just be that Ivankov wants to take away from his manliness, but maybe it's also supposed to put more attention on exactly that aspect of his character. Now, one thing that I think is important to consider is Oda's inspiration for the warlords here. Not only do all of the original Shichibukai have an animal theme, but the group as a whole was inspired by the video game Romancing Saga 2 that was released in Japan back in 1993, which is older than I am. Wow. And each of the warlords shares the characteristics with one of the heroes of this game. For example, there's Rock Bouquet, I think is how you pronounce that, the only female of the 7 who controls all the men in the jungle villages with her charm, which then of course became Boa Hancock. Nero, Nero, Nero! Or Bokuon, a puppeteer demon who rules over his own little realm with his own slaves, and whose special technique, Marionette, allows him to manipulate all party members. Which of course is the inspiration for Buggy. The character that is important for us here is called Wagnas, who has enslaved an entire country and wants to find an ancient weapon to control the world. Now, what is really interesting about Wagnas is that while he is male, everything about him looks and feels female. Now, the fastest way to disprove the idea that Crocodile is female would be by looking at his past, clearly showing him to be a guy. And we actually do have 2 instances of Crocodile before the current timeline. One of them is this sketch made by Oda of all the warlords as children. In case you're wondering, Crocodile is here, a kid who might be either a boy or a girl and resembles Hancock most of all the others. The second time is during Roger's execution. However, Crocodile is only shown from behind here. What we can see is a fur coat, long purple hair, an earring, and a cigar, both in the anime and the manga. And since Oda has already done us the favor and drawn the opposite sex of each of the 7 warlords, we can say that this panel of Crocodile from behind would fit with either the male or the female version of him. And as you know, Oda sometimes like to hide and hint at things in the color spreads and cover pages. And as it happens, this is the official cover and title of chapter 938. Now, one thing I know will stand out to you by now, because it definitely did to me, is that everything surrounding Crocodile is weirdly connected to gender ideas. All the code names of his agents are Mr. and Mrs. His name isn't just Desert King Crocodile, no, it's Desert King Sir Crocodile, like Oda going... Oh, yeah, in case you haven't realized, that this man is really manly, by the way. No, really, he's a Sir and a Mr. Zero, Crocoboy. I was actually considering calling him Sir Testosterone. That's how manly he is. And then there was the introduction of Mr. 2 Bon Clay. One of my favorite characters, by the way. I feel like that dude actually deserves an entire video of his own. And the fact that this man is part of Crocodile's agency is just a pure treasure trove of hints. This man of mans has someone in his strictly gendered organization who plays both the male and female part of his double agent theme. He's Mr. 2, a number, and also Mrs. Bon Clay, 2 festival holidays in Japan. Not only is Bon Clay the first of the discriminated Okama introduced in the story that Crocodile seems to tolerate and integrate just fine into his plans, but he also has the ability to change faces from man to woman to man, becoming someone completely different every time. Now, if this isn't hinting at something, but there's even more to this. Bon Clay, as one of the Okama, comes from Okama Island, an island that not only gives us a connection between Ivankov and Crocodile, but more importantly between Crocodile and Dragon. Most of the Okama are part of the Revolutionary Army, whose leader is none other than Dragon, Luffy's father. So, all of this so far has mostly served as my argument that Crocodile used to be a woman, which actually has surprisingly much support in large parts of the fandom. However, and I totally understand why, saying that Crocodile was a woman and that Crocodile is Luffy's mother are 2 very, very different cups of tea. More like a cup of tea and a cup of coffee. And still, I believe that both of these things are true. Here's why. By the way, in case you're enjoying theories like these and want to delve deeper into the endless deep and hopefully fascinating lore of One Piece with me every single week, I'd love for you to consider subscribing to my channel. Now, there are a couple of really big arguments that seem to bury the Crocomom idea fairly quickly, which I know well because I used the very same argument quite a lot back in the day. First, if Crocodile was actually Luffy's mom, why didn't he recognize him? Well, because he hadn't seen Luffy since he was a baby. Okay, but then why didn't Crocodile recognize his last name if he had a kid with Dragon? To which I would say, well, for the same reason no one else knew that Luffy was related to Dragon or that Garp was related to Dragon. Dragon simply never shared his last name until it was revealed publicly during the war. I mean, look, even Ivankov didn't recognize Luffy's last name. Now, if Luffy were actually Crocodile's child, wouldn't they have some similarities? Well, they do. Both of them have the undying loyalty of their crews, with Dustbones still following Crocodile even after Impel Down. The Zoro to Baroque works Luffy. In a way, Crocodile, just like Moria, had his dreams crushed at some point by Whitebeard, basically giving us a version of Luffy that had given up on his dreams. Which is then accentuated by how he constantly lectures Luffy during their first two encounters, basically like a parent. Plus, we have this Mafia special here where Luffy literally looks like Crocodile. And there's also this great comic of Luffy turning into Crocodile, though admittedly I don't think that's canon, I think that's just fan art, but still. So at least now we know that Crocodile did not know that Luffy was Dragon's child, and so he has an excuse for impaling and mortally wounding his potential kid. But that doesn't prove anything yet. No, because for that we actually have to look at Marineford, and specifically Crocodile's action during Marineford after it was revealed that Luffy was Dragon's son. Because interestingly enough, after his initial attempt to attack Whitebeard, he then actually did a few things that seemed extremely out of character, because he went out of his way and endangered himself without really needing to for Luffy's sake. And also keep in mind that we never got to actually see his reaction to the Luffy Dragon reveal, just as we got no reaction of his to Roger's execution. So here's all the out of character stuff he suddenly started doing. Number 1, he stopped Ace's execution with the excuse that he didn't want Sengoku to have the pleasure of victory, which, if you ask me, is a big pile of poop as an argument. Now, some people will tell you it's because Luffy inspired him like Luffy does with many others, but what exactly has Luffy done in Marineford he didn't do in Impel Down, or even back in Alabasta? Nothing. Which then would imply that Crocodile would have had an entire change of heart for no apparent reason whatsoever, and completely off screen, which is not very Oda-like, if I dare say so. Then he and Dustbones hold off Mihawk to protect Luffy. So, just so you understand, suddenly Crocodile orders his only remaining loyal man to protect the life of the person that ruined his life and his plans and put him in prison? I mean, yeah, he might refrain from killing Luffy because of Ivankov being there, but he surely wouldn't have gone out of his way to send his best man off for him. And then when Crocodile jumps in himself, when Mihawk questions why he protected Luffy, Crocodile's only response is this. Again, why should he suddenly be in a bad mood? Well, maybe because he just found out he once stabbed his own child in the gut and left him to die? But if those weren't weird enough yet, he does the unthinkable and faces off with Akainu, probably the strongest person in the entire war.
Crocodile!
And so I think that the fact that as Luffy is lying there unconscious and weak with Jinbei slumped over him, Akainu about to deliver the final blow, Crocodile coming out of nowhere to save him and safely transport him to Law is, once again, so telling. I mean, this is a man that shouldn't have been on Luffy's side for so many reasons, that has left people behind for being useless or too weak, now seemingly out of nowhere goes full Zoro mode for Luffy, willing to sacrifice himself for him?
Crocodile!
There were plenty of other characters that could have essentially done the same exact thing, but Oda chose to have Crocodile do it. Who then has this epic shot here as well, standing side by side with all of Whitebeard's commanders, his sworn enemies. Just like a protective mother that would sacrifice anything for her child, because Crocodile now knows that Luffy is his son. Mothers in One Piece play an incredibly important role, and there are also a few other possibilities for who Luffy's mom might be. Koby is speed running through the Marine ranks and might end up as Admiral Orange Crab at the end of the story, wielding the Mera Mera no Mi. There are very few characters I have changed my mind about as drastically as with Koby, the little annoying pink-haired Harry Potter glasses wearing Koby that we get to meet at the very beginning of the story. When I first started getting into One Piece, he was pretty damn annoying to me, I'm not gonna lie. I was here for pirates and epic fights and wanted to see Luffy and Zoro beating people up. And so even the few episodes with Koby were already enough for me. However, a few episodes later, more like a few hundred episodes more. What? 1,000? Holy hell, it's like someone accidentally left the printer on. Anyways, nowadays my opinion on Koby has done a full 180-degree turn. To me, in a way, he is the embodiment of great writing in One Piece and one of the most quickly growing characters in the story. And I guess it took some time for me to grow as a person as well to realize that. Hi, my name is Manu. Thanks to you guys, I'm at that level where YouTubers start saying and doing stupid shit, so I don't know, if this video gets 1 million views in the first week, I will dye my hair pink. You become what you hate most, I guess. Like, you know how people really hate on something, like writing shit on t-shirts and stuff like that, but then they end up doing it themselves? That's me, but with YouTubers. I completely lost my thread here. One Piece. Today I want to talk about Koby's very unique role in the story, what his encounter with Boa Hancock probably means for Luffy, and of course, you know the drill, a crazy theory about how Koby will become Marine Admiral Orange Crab, inheriting Sabo's and Ace's Mera Mera no Mi. Yes, another dead brother, I know. Koby's role in the story is one of the most interesting and creative ones in One Piece, which really says something. At first glance, it might be easy to think that Koby is supposed to be to Luffy what Garp was to Roger, a rival and foil in the Marines. However, Koby has neither the power nor the necessary presence in the story to fill that role. Much rather, it is Smoker who chases Luffy from island to island and slowly but steadily forms a bond with him, such as Garp and Roger did. No, to me personally, Koby's relationship to Luffy is much closer to the one Luffy has with Shanks, because he was the one who inspired Luffy to follow his dream, and even though Luffy never really gets to see Shanks, he keeps chasing after him, catching up in strength and experience. And the way I see it, it's the same for Koby. Luffy was the one who inspired him to follow his dream to become a Marine, and even though he barely ever sees Luffy, he strives to catch up to him as fast as he can. He's the first and maybe most important example of Luffy's unique ability to make friends and allies wherever he goes and bring out the best in people. With Luffy by his side, Koby goes from the small, plump, and cowardly boy to the full-blown Marine captain with Haki and Rokushiki powers in just 2 years. He's still far behind Luffy, but considering that Luffy has been training his entire life with Garp and Ace and Sabo, I think it's more than impressive how fast Koby has developed. Basically, he starts as a people pleaser with little self-esteem on Aida's ship, which is of course understandable if you want to survive, who is too scared to step out of his comfort zone to actually chase his dream. Inspired by Luffy's confidence, he finally awakens his inner flame of courage and decides to take the necessary steps to turn his life around. Essentially, Koby stops making excuses and starts taking things into his own hands, accepting the risk that he might fail or be rejected. Under Garp's special training and following Luffy's quick rise in the pirate world, even though he still is undeniably Koby, every time we see him, he has more and more confidence and power. He still cries a lot, but it is completely different because instead of self-pity and cowardness, he now is a man that simply embraces his emotional side and is as caring and kind to people as any Straw Hat. Again, in true Luffy fashion, his new big dream is to become a Marine Admiral, mirroring Luffy's dream to become Pirate King.
俺と戦うんだろ？だったらそんくらいなれよ。当然だ。
Luffy keeps inspiring Koby that anything is possible. However, it's only from here that things really start to heat up. Marineford then is of course a true milestone in this development. The moment he was determined enough to step in front of Akainu, the coldest and most unforgiving marine out there, well knowing that it will probably cost him his life, but with zero regrets, was when Koby gained 20,000 extra respect points in my book and in yours probably as well. Just like Luffy, he is now prepared to embrace his values and ideals and offer his life for them. In that moment, he is the ultimate contrast to the cruel warmongering of Akainu and shows us what the Marines could and, let's be real, should be like. Something for which he even earns the respect of Shanks himself.
良くか悪くか、たった今、世界の運命を大きく変えた。
He just keeps rising through the ranks and now is holding the 6th highest position in the countless marine ranks, taking on more and more important tasks. Not only is he now on the way to fight the former warlord Boa Hancock, but he is also part of the secret marine organization SWORD that actively is fighting to free the marines from the hand of the corrupt world government. To my eyes at least, Oda is clearly building Koby up to play some important role in the story. On the one hand, he shows us how great and special a person Luffy truly is, planting the seeds of friendship with a future top marine in the 2nd chapter of the story. To me, this makes Koby a personification of the effect that Luffy has on other people. On the other hand, he is now imitating Luffy on the marine side and is being set up as one of the quote-unquote proper ones that will lead the navy on the right path once the world government is taken down. An absolutely fantastic supporting character that is written very unconventionally, but that I absolutely have grown to love. So, where does our pink-haired bad boy go from here? The abolishment of the Shichibukai system was one of the major outcomes of the Reverie and threw a lot of heavy hitters back into the game. I can't tell you how excited I am to see where Mihawk is going to end up. Buggy is surely gonna run into Luffy again at some point as well, but the most interesting storyline right now is undoubtedly Boa Hancock's confrontation with Koby.
今どこにいる？はい。海賊女帝 Boa Hancock 打破のため。
The scared kid from the East Blue versus the revered pirate empress. Now, the outcome of this battle is heavily debated. After all, both are pretty damn powerful. Koby has shown us how much stronger he has gotten, while Hancock is even able to use Conqueror's Haki. But of course, the only thing that combines this unlikely duo is their love for Luffy. Hancock is the self-declared future wife of the Pirate King, while Koby is the biggest member of the Luffy fan club, second only to Bartolomeo maybe.
いや、麦わらのルフィ、一面の記事が目に入って。
I am more than curious to see how this fight is going to turn out, but I'm convinced that sooner or later both of them will realize that they're actually on the same side, on Luffy's side. And I don't put it past either of them to team up and come for Luffy's aid, maybe even still in Wano. However, what I think is even more fun to think and speculate about is whether Koby will actually fulfill his big dream and become a Marine Admiral by the end of the story. And there's actually a super interesting theory about this that exists in a number of different variations and with different twists, so it's kinda hard to figure out who to credit for this originally. Nonetheless, it's incredibly fun and makes surprisingly much sense, I feel. Now, as a premise for this theory, we of course have to assume that Koby will actually become an admiral at some point. And I think you could say against that he still seems to have a long way to go, but then the rate at which he has been growing has been pretty damn insane. Plus, we don't know if there might not be another time skip somewhere ahead of us. The biggest clue, however, lies in the fact that this is Koby's declared dream. Koby mirrors Luffy, and One Piece is a story about dreams. So, while at the end of the story, Oda could simply go and be like, oh yeah, you're gonna be an admiral when you're a big boy, and they lived happily ever after, why bring it up in the first place? So I do think that Koby will fulfill his dream, just like each of the Straw Hats will fulfill theirs. The basis of this theory is the pattern that Oda uses to create the admirals in One Piece. As you know, each admiral has a color associated with their devil fruit power as well as an animal. Thus, with the original trio, we have the red dog Akainu, the blue pheasant Aokiji, and the yellow monkey Kizaru. Later, we get the purple tiger Fujitora as well as the green bull Ryokugyu. Another common pattern is the number 3. There are always 3 admirals, never more and never less. Now, based on that alone, it would be pretty hard to figure out more about Koby and his future in the Marines. However, there are actually 2 more patterns hidden in this system that you're maybe not familiar with. The first of these is the color system. Now, it might seem a bit random at first, but red, blue, and yellow are actually the 3 primary colors that you can use to make any other color with. I actually love design and stuff, so I'm pretty excited that we're talking about color theory now. Now, let's mix each of these primary colors together. Red and blue gives us purple, blue and yellow gives us green, and red and yellow gives us orange. Now, Aokiji and Akainu have already been replaced by green and purple. Kizaru still remains, but following this pattern would be replaced by an orange admiral as well.
Kizaru.
And so, under the assumption that this is gonna be Koby, this would make him the orange... what exactly? And you may or may not believe me, but there actually is a pretty clear pattern to the animal theme within the admirals as well. As a One Piece fan, you're already familiar with the legend of Momotaro from my video Momonosuke. But in case you forgot, here's a quick refresher. Basically, it's an old Japanese story about a boy who on his journey to defeat an Oni meets a pheasant, a dog, a monkey, and then in the second phase of the story, a tiger and later on a bull. During the second part, the monkey picks up and plays with a crab that then goes on to defend itself. So the dog jumps in and tries to kill the crab, but fails to. Instead, it can only throw the crab with its mouth and knock it unconscious. Later on, this crab or another one comes back and attacks the dog during the final phases of the story of Momotaro. Now, for full disclosure, this is only one of the many variants of the story that exists that is, however, particularly prominent in the south of Japan, where Oda is also from. The order in which each animal appears corresponds perfectly with that of each admiral in the story. So, once we have met Admiral Greenbull, I believe we will meet Admiral Orange Crab, who is gonna be none other than Koby himself. Sounds way more reasonable than Orange Crab should, am I right? I feel the exact same way. But it all seems to fit really nicely. A bit too nicely almost. The 2 conflicts between the dog and the crab might tell us more about this. Let's just go back to this scene here for a moment. Koby steps up to Akainu, a clear clash in morals and codes of justice. Akainu tries to kill Koby, but fails, in the end only knocking him unconscious, just like the crab, as Shanks is stepping in, who uses his shell, his haki, to defend against Akainu's Logia abilities. A bit too much coincidence, don't you think? And this would also foreshadow a rematch between Koby and Akainu, this time on the same level. Now, what we still need to figure out is what ability Koby might have that would coincide with the orange theme. I mean, if Koby becomes an admiral, he needs a devil fruit to back it up. There are probably more options out there, but the best one that comes to mind is subscribing to my channel for
next generation anime content.
And the second best is Ace's Mera Mera no Mi, that is as orange as it gets. Ace even has a direct connection to Akainu, like as direct as it gets. Now, the only problem with this is obviously that Sabo has already eaten Ace's fruit. Sabo, who fights with claws, just as a crab. Now, if only there was any sign that Sabo might not survive and lose his fruit ability to someone else. the reverie really turned that idea on its head for me. If Sabo now was in comparable trouble to Ace that might lead to his death, or who knows, maybe he already has died, then who better for Luffy to inherit both of his brother's wills than Koby? But hey, that's just a theory. A One Piece theory. The Gomu Gomu no Mi is not what you think it is. There's a reason why Shanks went out of his way to steal the fruit, and a reason why it makes Luffy so special. And now it's time to find out what it is, because maybe Shanks used the fruit to determine the man who can bring the dawn. Or maybe, just maybe, it's not actually the Gomu Gomu no Mi after all, but a mythical Zone Devil Fruit.
ゴムゴムの実はな、悪魔の実とも呼ばれる海の秘宝なんだ。
Hi there, my name is Manu, and as you can tell, I've been on a bit of a streak lately with videos on Luffy. Even though Zoro is my favorite character, Luffy is not far behind for me, and I've made several videos about why I think he's the best written shonen protagonist out there. But recent events in One Piece had me obsessed about Luffy's true nature and powers, and how Oda is clearly teasing us with something about Luffy that he's deliberately holding back right now. For the longest time, it seemed to me like Luffy eating the Gomu Gomu no Mi was merely a coincidence. He was just hanging out with Shanks and his men who had brought the fruit with them, and while they were looking away, Luffy took it as a nice little snack in between. Good for you, Luffy, eating healthy. Later, Shanks apparently on a whim saw something special in Luffy, so he motivated him to become a pirate and gave him his hat as inspiration.
イーストブルーにロジャー船長と同じことを言うガキがいたんだ。
And it was only thanks to Luffy's immense creativity that the Gomu Gomu no Mi seemed more than average at best to me as a power. Now, everything has seemed to have changed, and to me this first chapter of One Piece seems filled to the brim with foreshadowing and setup for the endgame of the story. But looking at all that I have to share with you in this video, it's so exciting that I really can't complain. Okay, so with Oden's flashback, we've gotten a lot of new insights into the workings of Roger and his journey to Laugh Tale. Shanks has turned out to be one of the most influential characters in the story, with ties to Roger, the other Yonko, and even the Gorosei. Instead of being a pirate that likes to party and drink most of the time, he's the man pulling the strings on political developments and the future of the world, and still likes to party most of the time. As you might already know, I'm convinced that Shanks did not simply show up in Fuchsia Village because he was aimlessly sailing around the East Blue. Shanks was extremely close to Roger and even inherited his precious straw hat. And now we know that Roger and his men came to Laugh Tale too early, and that the Pirate King was waiting for the one who could bring the dawn. That's exactly the reason why he created the new pirate era in the first place, to inspire as many people as possible to find it. He then ordered his men to find the right person and guide that person towards the last island to find the One Piece. I'm convinced that that is why Rayleigh was waiting at the entrance to the New World as the only one able to code ships, keeping a close eye on everyone who came through, and immediately recognized Luffy for who he was. The reason why Crocus was guarding the entrance to the Grand Line at Reverse Mountain, where he surely recognized Luffy the same way and made sure he found his way onwards. I'm pretty sure he didn't give out a free log post to everyone and explained them how to use it. And finally, Shanks was tasked with finding the right member of the D family, not Blackbeard, to inherit Roger's will. I would bet my favorite coffee mug that Shanks actually came to Fuchsia Village to find Ace, not Luffy, the son of his former captain, who was determined on having a son of his own to succeed him. And it's the same reason he left right away, never to be seen in the East Blue again, right after entrusting Luffy with Roger's hat and sacrificing his arm to ensure he would become the one who could bring the dawn. Whether he actually knew how powerful Luffy would become and how fast, and who his parents were, I don't know. However, I will make videos on both Luffy's possible powers after Wano and who his mother might be very soon. So if you want to see those and are a true mad lad, please consider subscribing to the channel. And now, with recent chapters, speculation around devil fruits, and more specifically Luffy's devil fruit, has gotten a lot of fresh wind. From here on out, spoiler warning if you're not caught up to the story yet. Honestly, I was completely shocked when I found out from Who's Who that Shanks did not simply stumble across this specific devil fruit, but went out of his way to steal it from the world government itself, while it was protected by the likes of CP9. That, together with the reveal of Sun God Nika, also by Who's Who, which will actually be important later on. And so this now begs the question to me whether Shanks didn't just choose Luffy as the next possible pirate king because he reminded him of Roger, but because Luffy snacked on the most important fruit in the entire story. And so I now want to discuss with you all the exciting possibilities for what could possibly make a rubber devil fruit so special. But before we eat dessert, let's first have some veggies. Let's assume that the fruit isn't special after all. Why did Shanks go out of his way to risk war with the government to steal it if it wasn't super duper important to him? Okay, so one possibility could be that Shanks actually made a bit of a whoopsie when stealing the fruit. Since he seems to have been the only one to be aware of how dangerous Blackbeard truly is, he might well have been aware of his connections to Rock's Xebec, or wherever Teach got the idea for the Yami Yami no Mi from. And so maybe the government simply mistook the Gomu Gomu no Mi for its much more powerful counterpart, and information about that leaked through to Shanks. And then only after stealing the fruit did he actually realize that he had not gotten his hand on the Yami Yami no Mi after all. Another possibility I could see is that one of the Celestial Dragons had purchased Luffy's fruit for a lot of money and, I don't know, wanted to use it on one of their slaves, I guess, or whatever weird thing they do, which is why CP9 was specifically instructed with its transport. But I personally think that Oda wouldn't have gone out of his way to bring Shanks stealing the fruit from the government up like this if it weren't important in some way or form. As I discussed in my character analysis of Shanks, he's usually someone that avoids fighting and conflict at all costs, trying to be like the mediator with pirates and the Gorosei alike. So I feel there must be something very special about the Gomu Gomu no Mi for him to actually attack a government ship. I do think that the fruit is special in some way or form, and Shanks used it to find the next JoyBoy. So once Luffy had eaten it, there was literally no alternative for him but to bet everything on Luffy. What could possibly be so special about it? I think there are 3 different options here. Number 1. It's not about the fruit itself, but who wielded it before Luffy. Number 2, the fruit actually has a hidden power that makes it way more powerful and dangerous than it appears. Or number 3, the name of Luffy's devil fruit is actually not the Gomu Gomu no Mi at all, but actually a legendary zone fruit. Let's start with 1. This is based on a theory of mine about the true nature of devil fruits that I've shared before. If you want to hear my full line of reasoning and proof for it, I suggest you check out that video after, but here's what you need to know. It seems like devil fruits possess a will of their own, some sort of spirit that belongs to the devil that gives its user their powers. This seems to be very likely, as we've already seen inanimate objects gaining consciousness by eating a devil fruit. And we do know that the soul is a real and important thing in One Piece from Brook's and Big Mom's abilities alike. Another major theme in One Piece is that of inherited will. And so I suspect that when someone eats a devil fruit, they merge with their own soul, and once the user dies, a part of them lives on in that devil fruit. Then, when someone else consumes the fruit, they seem to take on some traits of the previous user. We have, for instance, seen this with Sabo after eating Ace's fruit, saying and doing the same things and using the same abilities, even though Sabo never really saw Ace use the fruit before. Or with Big Mom, who behaves a lot like Mother Caramel after consuming her fruit. The point I'm trying to make here is that the Gomu Gomu no Mi might have belonged to someone very important, someone whose will Luffy now has inherited. The prime two candidates here are of course Roger and JoyBoy. Roger possibly finding the fruit on Laugh Tale, eating it, and then passing away relatively soon after without anyone ever knowing. And indeed only shortly after eating the fruit, Luffy starts saying the exact same things as Roger, something he keeps doing throughout the story. So maybe Luffy inherited Roger's or JoyBoy's will through the Gomu Gomu no Mi, and that's why it's so important to Shanks. One thing that I think is really important to address here: if the fruit is that important, why didn't Shanks eat it himself? Well, he stated at some point in the story that neither he nor any of his crew would eat a devil fruit since they all needed to swim. I'm not sure why and what that means, but I feel it will be important at some point. Hey everyone, just while editing the video, I realized that I completely forgot to plug my new subreddit that I just launched. It's called Wild Anime Theories, a place where you can share your best anime and manga theories. We're gonna take the best one of these, turn them into videos for a brand new channel that's launching in February. Oh, and we're also hiring 2 people, a scriptwriter and a thumbnail artist for the new channel as well, so check out the applications in the description below if you're interested. I do write all my scripts here myself, but for the new channel I think that'll just be too much, so just make sure to check it out after you watch this video. The link is in the description below, and let's keep rolling with the video now. Okay, number 2. The fruit has a hidden power that we don't yet know about. A possibility here is that the Gomu Gomu no Mi might be the perfect counter to another fruit. We've already seen this happen with Enel, who also wielded an incredibly powerful fruit. And so another good fit for it could be the Gura Gura no Mi, the strongest paramecia fruit currently wielded by Blackbeard. In theory, Luffy's awakening might be the perfect counter to Blackbeard's abilities. Rubber doesn't break after all. And Luffy, as Sun God Nika, is the natural enemy of Blackbeard's darkness anyway. One problem with this idea, however, is that the Gura Gura no Mi obviously was still in possession of Whitebeard 12 years ago. So only if Shanks already knew that Blackbeard was after the fruit would that make actual sense. But then again, who knows? Maybe the previous user was Rocks, and Shanks suspected Blackbeard would try to gain it for himself at some point as well. Then again, on second thought, maybe the power is not really related to another devil fruit, but what it just can't do on its own. Maybe the Gomu Gomu no Mi in some way or form is the key to changing the world, some ability you will need on Laugh Tale to unlock the One Piece. One idea of how this might become relevant is Luffy's Gear 3rd ability that enlarges his body into that of a giant. And as you know, there is a lot of interest in gigantification in One Piece. Everyone wants them, literally. The government, Big Mom, and even Kaido with the numbers. And in general, giants appear a lot in connection to past events. We have a D-Giant with Saul, we have the giant frozen Straw Hat in Marijoa, and we have even seen a giant with Luffy's personality with Oars. So it's quite possible that Luffy's fruit might allow him to turn into a giant, which might be the key to bringing the dawn. The third option is probably my favorite one. though I have to say up front, even for my standards, it is a bit of a stretch. Since we're talking about Luffy here though, that might actually be okay. And it really is an incredibly fun one to think about. This theory is by a Reddit user called The Biggest Wheel, I don't know, maybe a Wheel of Time reference there, who proposes that the fruit the Gorosei are discussing in chapter 1037 is actually Luffy's, and that the Gomu Gomu no Mi is just a name that the government came up with to erase its true nature from history. The base of this theory is Luffy's resemblance with the Wisdom King Mio, as well as the introduction of Sun God Nika. Both of these gods can be linked to Luffy, and the idea then is that Luffy actually ate the mythical zone devil fruit of the Wisdom King, some sort of Buddhist deity. In this case, basically Luffy's rubber abilities stay the same. However, they're just part of his creature, just like the healing ability for Marco's Phoenix. And going off of the latest chapter, that this fruit hasn't awakened in centuries, the author then argues that the original owner of this fruit might have been the very person that was seen as God Nika. In other words, JoyBoy himself. And so maybe Luffy is just awakening this very unique devil fruit right now? I mean, the design of Gear 4th is so fundamentally different from anything we've seen so far from Luffy. Not only does he literally resemble a Wisdom King, but he has 3 forms of Gear 4th, just like Zone Fruit users have multiple forms, as we can see with Chopper. However, the key to this is really another unexplained power that Luffy has. Red Hawk has been pretty much a mystery ever since Luffy was able to use it. And now we actively see him using his fire powers, and it's the only attack Kaido has bothered dodging so far. Wisdom Kings are usually depicted with fiery hair, just as the Sun God Nika seems to be. And Oda actually once made this Street Fighter Ken version of Luffy, but Ken clearly doesn't have fire hair. That is actually an addition made by Oda. And the design of the Wisdom King pops up a lot throughout One Piece. We have Enel, who pretends to be a god, this figure during the Fire Festival, and of course King, who has fire powers as well and comes from a race of alleged gods. Nika and the Wisdom King, Chandora and Wano, 2 nations closely connected through, yes, their history and their ties to the ancient kingdom. So I guess the craziest but most exciting option here is that Shanks stole the Gomu Gomu no Mi, because in reality it is one of the strongest devil fruits out there and belonged to JoyBoy himself. But even if we assume that the Gomu Gomu no Mi is just the What is this egg? Seriously, what kind of ridiculous monstrosity were Raja and his crew shipping around on their boat, taking up half of its space? Here is what I believe to be the true secret behind this gigantic egg, and what it may teach us about the final war of One Piece, and why this little girl we met on Skypiea, as we now know probably the single most important arc before the time skip, might be the sky counterpart to Momonosuke on land in Wano and Shirahoshi under the ocean on Fishman Islands. There has been a ton of speculation around this throughout the years, but here are the 2 main theories that have emerged over time and that you might be familiar with. So let me get you up to date. The main generally accepted theory is that the egg on Roger's ship is the ancient weapon Uranus. This is because the first time we get to see this mysterious giant thing on board of the Oro Jackson, which is the name of Roger's ship, is when he's encircled by Shiki's armada of powerful warships. Shiki is a former member of the notorious Rocks pirate group that was the main antagonist of the One Piece movie Strong Worlds. And even though that wasn't canon, Shiki as a character very much is. And so this battle between Shiki and Roger takes place in the special Chapter 0 of One Piece that was released together with the movie and, unlike the film itself, is very much canon. In other words, a legit part of the story. And so in this legendary encounter where Roger's situation seems pretty much hopeless, Shiki reveals that he has come for an apocalyptical weapon that Roger has allegedly found somewhere during his journey 2 years before reaching Laugh Tale. The only strange thing we can see on the ship, however, is the giant egg. And like a miracle, a sudden change of weather brings a storm that helps the Roger pirates escape this helpless looking situation. And so this of course suggests two things. The storm is connected to the weapon that Roger has, and the weapon is connected to the only weird thing, the egg. And as you well know, an apocalyptical weapon in One Piece must surely be connected to the so-called ancient weapons that were created during the Void Century. Or really simply, egg equals apocalyptical weapon equals ancient weapon. And since we already know about the ancient weapon Poseidon, which is the mermaid princess Shirahoshi on Fishman Island, and Pluton seems to be strongly connected to Momonosuke and Wano, we must conclude that this egg contains some sort of living creature that is the actual ancient weapon Uranus. Though, as you all see, I don't quite agree with that conclusion to 100%. I think it's actually even better than just that. Okay, so the egg is connected to Uranus, but what actually is inside it? Okay, what actually is inside it? Again, people have tried to narrow it down a lot. Since Poseidon is underwater and the warship Pluton on the water, Uranus, which is named after the Greek god of the heavens, surely must be connected to the sky. Or to put it simply, inside the egg is probably some sort of creature that can fly in the sky. One idea here is, of course, that this could be the egg of a dragon, but not just any dragon, the last remaining dragon in the One Piece world. Remember, the world of One Piece used to have wild, real dragons in it hundreds of years ago that the government wants to revive so badly they put Dr. Vegapunk, their absolute mega ultra super genius, on it, who honestly did a pretty decent job, I would say, when we see the one dragon we have on Punk Hazard. The celestial dragons, as their name suggests, also seem to have some strange connection to this mythical being, making the hoof of the dragon their actual symbol. There is of course Luffy's mysterious father, Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and with Kaido and Momonosuke, we have not one but two mythical devil fruit users with real dragon powers that are not only incredibly powerful, but also hold a special meaning. As we now know, Big Mom found this fruit for Kaido on God Valley that used to belong to the Celestial Dragons. In other words, if this egg held not just a devil fruit version, but an actual real dragon from the past, that would truly count as an ancient weapon, in my books at least, with the abilities to change the weather and create destruction, just like Kaido has been kindly enough showing to us all throughout Wano so far. A really interesting feathered alternative to this that I've seen discussed here and there as well recently is that this egg might be some sort of mythical bird. The roc comes to mind, for instance, a gigantuous and legendary bird from Middle Eastern mythology that also made its debut recently in the story in chapter 1000 as Luffy shows off his new big attack. As I've been told, there are also a number of legendary birds in Filipino mythology, like the Manaul or the concept of the cosmic bird crater. By the way, salamat po to all Filipinos who are watching right now. And then of course there is the powerful giant hawk from Nordic mythology that sits on top of the world tree Yggdrasil. And yes, of course we will also talk about Elbaf and Shanks in this video in just a second as well. Before we move on though, a quick shout out to Elisa Rosales Solis and Rocky Alonso, both of whom are subscribed to the channel and thus have helped me increase my bounty by 100 berries each, pushing me forward on our quest to overtake Treble's bounty and reach 100 million berries. Okay, so these are basically the most common ideas so far about the giant egg that are floating around on the internet that at least I'm aware of. And they will be important to what I'm about to tell you next, but I want to take things a little bit further even, or actually a lot further, because I think that there is even more we can conclude about the egg and the ancient weapon Uranus than just this, and it's all thanks to the incredible Reddit user Akaore, who posted a really unique and awesome discussion about this on my subreddit Wild Anime Theories that basically is just wild One Piece theories at this point, so make sure to check it out if you're interested. The core idea here that I found incredibly intriguing, honestly, honestly, is that the ancient weapons aren't just one thing, like just Shirahoshi by herself is not Poseidon. Momo by himself is not Pluton. Instead, he proposes the CCC theory. Ancient weapons consist of 3 parts, 3 Cs. A conductor that controls the weapon and functions as a sort of key, a carriage that basically is the body of the actual weapon itself, and the cavalry, powerful beings that can carry and pull the vehicle and the weapon and move it around. Now, this idea is especially based on what we've seen about Poseidon on Fishman Island. Shirahoshi is Poseidon because she's able to command the Sea Kings, the giant sea monsters that rule over the seas of the One Piece world. Shirahoshi seemingly has inherited this power through the royal bloodline from the last mermaid princess that lived 800 years ago, the one that JoyBoy made his promise to. In other words, the key to unlocking the true power of the ancient weapon Uranus seems to be genetically encoded into the royal family of Fishman Islands. The Fishmen being a race that was part of, or at least had really close connections to, the ancient kingdom. By the way, this is pretty incredible. Like, this hints at how technologically advanced that civilization actually was and how hard it fought for a free world in the future. And so the third piece of the puzzle here is the enormous ship Noah that we saw parked in front of the islands. A boat of absolutely unfathomable size that dates back to the Void Century and under no circumstances can be destroyed until it can finally fulfill its purpose. I think I probably wasn't the only one that got reminded of Pluton when they first saw this thing. And so I would argue that the Noah is actually part of the ancient weapon Poseidon. You have the conductor, Shirahoshi, who controls the intelligent Sea Kings who can pull this gigantic boat. Something we actually saw them do, by the way. Like, they actively made sure the Noah is safe. This seems to suggest that all 3 together form the ancient weapon itself. Now, let's take it even a step further. You've probably heard about the idea that at the end of One Piece, the Red Line and the Grand Line will be destroyed to form the legendary sea, the All Blue. Well, wouldn't Pluton be the perfect tool to get the Fishmen and Fishman Island to the surface, since their country that is located directly under the Red Line would otherwise be crushed and buried? And of course, there most likely would be some other military use for the weapon as well, obviously. So, Shirahoshi and Fishman Island have given us the basic idea for how the ancient weapons might operate as 3 parts put together. Let's apply this to the ancient weapon we know the second most about, probably. Pluton. As we now know, Pluton is located in Wano. We also have long suspected that Momonosuke is an ancient weapon as well, who is able to control the gigantuous intelligent elephant Zunisha, who once again dates back to the Void Century and has a good relationship with JoyBoy in some sense. We also know that Pluton has actual physical building plans. These are the ones that Tom and Iceberg passed on to Frankie, and that Frankie then burned in front of Spandam's face. They were the entire reason for ZP9 being stationed in Water 7 for all these years in the first place. So there is an actual physical ship or object that can be built that is part of Pluton. So once again, the 3 C's match perfectly. We have Momonosuke, the conductor, a key that can be genetically passed down from the Void Century through the bloodline, in this case, of the Kozuki family, that just like the Fishmen were allied with or part of the Ancient Kingdom and JoyBoy. Another genetic key which, like, let's be real here, engineering the ancient weapons to activate at a specific time, only being usable for specific trusted people, is pretty ingenious by the Ancient Kingdom, you gotta be honest. You have Zunisha, who just like the Sea Kings can be controlled by Momo, the cavalry, who can pull a physical warship, the carriage for which Frankie had the plans, and that seems to be hidden away in, or most likely under, Wano itself. I mean, this would also explain why Momonosuke said that he can't die under any circumstances after reading about himself in Oden's journal, and why he wants to keep Wano's borders closed for now. That's because he has to wait for the right moment that he, Shirahoshi, and the third person, that I'll get to in just a second, will meet and help Luffy / JoyBoy to save the world. After all, both Momonosuke and Shirahoshi were inspired by Luffy, became his friends, and wanted to become as strong as he is. Which finally brings us all all the way back to Uranus and the giant egg on Roger's ship. The gigantuous living thing inside of it would basically be the sky counterpart to the Sea Kings underwater and Zunisha on sea level. In other words, the cavalry able to carry the actual ship part of Uranus. But what about the conductor and the carriage? Well, since it's the sky version of the three ancient weapons, I think a lot hints towards the sky itself, where, as we know, sky islands do actually exist. The reason I really like the idea of the Nordic mythology bird that sits on top of the World Tree Yggdrasil inside the egg is that our next goal in the story is most likely Elbaf. Elbaf not only has a giant tree inspired for sure by the tree Yggdrasil itself, but it also seems to be protected by Shanks, who is full of Nordic themes himself. And so, since Shanks was actually part of Roger's crew, he might protect Elbaf for exactly that purpose. Now, I do think that the Giants of Elbaf were also allied with the Ancient Kingdom and JoyBoy, and there is a real chance that the conductor counterpart to Shirahoshi and Momonosuke is someone from the royal family of Elbaf. However, there is a lot more evidence that point at another ancient race here, the Shandorans of Skypiea, the proud people who lived in the Golden City with its golden bell and the Poneglyph that talked about Poseidon on Fishman Island. Skypiea that, as you know from the big Uteron theory I did, might well have been the actual location of the ancient kingdom itself. But then, what does Elbaf have to do with the Sky Islands, right? Well, as you might remember, the Straw Hats took the unofficial route to the Sky Islands using the knock-up stream. However, there is also an official way to reach Skypiea, and I'm neither the first nor the only person who strongly believes that the giant tree on Elbaf might actually be just that entrance, that might have the giant bird from Roger's egg sitting and waiting on top, which would then leave us with the two questions: who is the conductor and what is the ship? Well, what if I told you we have seen both already? Don't you also find that Enel's arc Maxime is a bit of a curiosity in the entire story? Enel is not exactly portrayed as the brightest lamp in the socket, and so it's really curious that he managed to come up with the concept of the arc Maxime. Only that we know that Enel did not build this ship himself, but forced God's men, the people of Skypiea sworn to the person who holds the title of God, to build the ship for him. And so isn't it much more likely that instead of Enel being a secret engineering genius, he found the plans for the arc Maxime in God's room, similar to how there are plans to the Pluton. Remember, this is a ship that is capable of traveling goddamn space, especially with Luffy / JoyBoy being sun god Nika, who by the way was first foreshadowed exactly here on Skypiea. Wouldn't it make sense that the title of God originally belonged to the sun god / JoyBoy, the original creator of the three ancient weapons? In other words, isn't it much more likely that the arc Maxime is the ship part of the ancient weapon Uranus, whose plans got passed down among the sky people for many generations? Which then only leaves us with the person to control the giant bird to carry the arc and complete the ancient weapon. And that very person is most likely this little girl here, Isa. In case you forgot, this girl allegedly was born with incredibly overpowered observation haki, being able to hear the entire Skypiea archipelago. But does this really make sense? A kid who is born with overpowered haki? Doesn't this remind you much more of Momonosuke hearing Zunisha's voice for the very first time? Isn't it much more reasonable to assume that this little girl has the voice of all things? Like Luffy, like Momo, and like Shirahoshi. And just like Momo and the Mermaid Princess, Isa was saved and inspired by Luffy. It's an arc and relationship with Luffy that's exclusive to these three kids, only to them. And while we don't know who Isa's parents were, we do know in fact that the Shandorans have a royal bloodline, just like the Kozuki or the royal family of the Fishmen, that could carry that necessary key gene necessary for awakening the conductor, which in the end would give us people from the sea, from the land, and from the sky, a creature from the sea, the land, and the sky, as well as a ship for each of the three. And since we're most likely going to Elbaf and the top of Yggdrasil next, it would be very easy for Oda to bring Isa back into the story that way. And so if you want to know what else might happen on the Island of the Giants and Big News Morgans is a former member of the Roger Pirates. In other words, a member of the most powerful and influential pirate crew in history. Someone who fought side by side with the likes of Shanks, Rayleigh, and Roger himself, reaching the last island of the Grand Line. And just like Shanks, Crocus, or Rayleigh, he has worked hard behind the scenes to make Roger's last will come true and has helped Luffy to get where he is today, using his influence on the world government and his monopoly on information in the One Piece world. This sounds, of course, absolutely preposterous, and I thought the exact same thing when I first stumbled across this idea on my subreddit Wild Anime Theories. However, as the Reddit user Legendary points out correctly, there is actually surprisingly much evidence pointing in exactly that direction. And when you follow the breadcrumbs that Oda Sensei left us, it only leaves us with one possible conclusion. Big News Morgan is very likely a Roger pirate. To be more precise, he's one of these men right here. I'll tell you why in just a second. Also, if you haven't yet, make sure to subscribe. It's actually free. Big News Morgan is not just anyone, but one of the most influential and powerful people in the world. And we really have no idea what he actually looks like. After all, Oda Sensei has confirmed that Morgans isn't some type of intelligent animal, like, for example, a member of the Binks tribe, but a human that has eaten the bird zone fruit model albatross. In other words, similar to Chopper, Morgan is constantly in his hybrid form, so he could be someone we've seen in the story before without us ever realizing it. Here's what we know so far about Big News Morgan. He's the president of the World Economy newspaper. In other words, he's the one who prints the newspapers that are being distributed across the world by the infamous News Coup. That's the name of these birds that distribute the news across the One Piece world. While Morgans and his team look and feel very quirky, you shouldn't let yourself be fooled here. He is incredibly powerful. This world is fully controlled by a global world government that not only rewrites history to fit its own purposes, but also goes extremely hard against anyone trying to share truths and news that could harm its power. I mean, just ask the scholars of Ohara. Controlling information and keeping the citizens of the world badly informed has probably been the government's most powerful tool to stay in power for the past 800 years. And yet, here we have this man that runs the world's biggest newspaper. That makes Morgan one of the most dangerous and influential people on the planet. I'm really curious why the government has allowed him to build such a monopoly in the first place. My personal guess would be that Morgan used to play along very nicely with the government and kind of help them spread their propaganda. I mean, we've already seen that the government tried to bribe him and that they had an undercover agent at his office. And so it really feels like it was only quite recently that Morgans has gone so openly against the Gorosei. Another reason, however, is that Morgans is one of the emperors of the underworld, where the government, countries, and pirates all together trade weapons, information, and really anything else that's shady and imaginable away from the public eye. Not only does he have the power to shape global opinions about anything, but he can also blackmail others by sharing sensitive information. Literally, for many years, he was part of the system that helped the Yonko and the government alike in controlling the news and cementing their power. And even though his influence is mostly through information, he's also physically quite strong, having no problem whatsoever dealing with the Cypherpole agent that threatened him or standing side by side with some of the strongest people in the story. Heck, he knew exactly that Stussy was an undercover agent as well, and
what she was capable of, and yet he was not in the slightest intimidated by her presence. It was really only at the end of Whole Cake Island that Morgan started doing his own thing here. He revealed his interest in the supernova and started cheering for Luffy in particular to become the next Pirate King. Now, you could of course argue that all of these things could simply be the characteristics of a cunning and tough journalist who just wants to get money and I guess excitement out of it for himself. However, this is where things get a little bit fishy. First of all, what we mentioned earlier, it's really strange that he never leaves his hybrid form. This is clearly to protect his true identity in some way or form. The only question is, who could Morgan's be that would be so problematic for his job? It must be someone who would get him into trouble either with the government or cost him his credibility with his readers. Also, this journalist who has a secret identity should be pretty familiar to you because it's basically the Superman trope. Now, I don't think that Morgan's is the lurking legend or anything like that, but I do think that this is Oda-sensei's take on that Superman trope. And his fruit itself is also quite suspicious too. Morgan is an albatross devil fruit user. The albatross is notorious for its long-distance flying abilities, and yet Morgan here allegedly can't fly. We also do know for a fact that Morgan was the one who reported on Luffy's exploits on Whole Cake Island and who declared him as the next emperor before he made his way to Wano. In fact, we can assume that it was his newspaper that has been distributing news about the Straw Hats' exploits throughout the story. And as far as I remember, the Straw Hats have always been portrayed in quite a positive light, presented as this powerful crew of upcoming pirates that bring turmoil to wherever they go. And while it's still unclear whether or not Morgan's has any influence on the bounties themselves, he still seems to be the one to print and distribute all bounty posters. I mean, he clearly was the one who put the photo of Gear 5 Luffy on the new wanted poster and has also included the D in his name. And so all of that strongly hints at Big News Morgan having a secret agenda and a secret identity. However, why do I say with such certainty that he might be a Roger pirate in disguise in particular? Well, you better put your seatbelt on for this one. Let's begin with the matter of Roger finding the One Piece and becoming Pirate King in the first place. I mean, since it's the premise for the entire story, I think none of us has ever really stopped and questioned how Roger got so famous in the first place. Because when you think about it, it's kind of fishy too. Roger was the first person in 800 years to reach the last islands. There, he found the One Piece and named the island Laugh Tale, based on JoyBoy's story that he read there. However, why would anyone believe him? Who confirmed with certainty that this actually happened and that Roger didn't just make it up? In other words, someone had to actually tell the press that this happened because Roger clearly wasn't the one who told the world, and if he did, nobody would have believed him. We also saw that he was reading the epithet Pirate King in a newspaper himself and found it amusing, so clearly it wasn't his idea. And the easiest explanation here is that the news about Roger were spread by someone who was actually there. In other words, a journalist who accompanied Roger on his trip, either because Roger was nice enough to let him, or because Roger himself just wanted to make a bit of a name for himself. And I do believe that this person was Morgan, the man who became famous for breaking the story and naming Roger Pirate King. This would also explain Morgan's crazy obsession with Luffy and the race for the next Pirate King perfectly as well. As you know, Roger was waiting for the return of JoyBoy, and in anticipation of his death, he did everything in his power to ease the way for his return. He fathered at least one child with Ace that he hoped would become JoyBoy later. He then tasked his men with carrying on his will and prepare JoyBoy's arrival. He sent out Shanks to find the right person and get his hands on the Nika fruit. Shanks was to give that person the fruit and entrust him with Roger's hat. He then stationed Crocus at the entrance to the Grand Line to scout for the person with the straw hat, tell them about the final island and teach them how to navigate the first half of the Grand Line. He then stationed his right-hand man Rayleigh at the halfway point on Sabo. Rayleigh, in the very same manner, would also identify JoyBoy by its hat, train him, and then help him cross into the new world, the second part of the Grand Line. And one possibility is that his third in command, Scapa Gaban, is now waiting on Roadstar Island to teach JoyBoy about Laugh Tale and the final journey there, but I guess that's a story for another video in itself. Because as you figured out by now, Morgan would fit this pattern perfectly. He has helped to spread Luffy's legend. He's the one who declared him an emperor and who believes that he will be the next pirate king. Now, we've heard many people believe in Luffy finding the One Piece and becoming pirate king before, but Morgan, at least as I remember, is the only one that has never met Luffy in person and still believes it. Why? Well, because he also recognized Roger's Straw Hats. And so Morgan has made sure to favor Luffy in public perception and ease his way. How so, you may ask now? Well, remember how Rayleigh, Shanks, and co keep up with Luffy's developments? We've seen Shanks more than once read about Luffy in the news. For whatever reason, it seems to be his trusted source of information about Luffy. I personally would assume that you would also expect Shanks to keep an eye on Luffy in some other way, but he seems suspiciously content with just a regular newspaper. Well, if Morgan was his former crewmate, part of the same mission to help JoyBoy, then of course Shanks would trust that information. Heck, Morgan most likely would put it there for members of the Roger crew to see in the first place. In this context, I also want you to think about the aftermath of the war at Marineford. Luffy returns to Marine HQ to literally send a message to the rest of the crew to train for 2 years and meet back at Sabo strong enough to make it to the world, blah blah. But that wasn't actually Luffy's idea. Yep, you guessed it. It was Rayleigh's. Rayleigh proposed to Luffy to get a picture taken at Marineford with the message on his arm visible to the cameras. And it was Rayleigh who accompanied him there. Yes, it was a real ballsy stunt of Luffy to come back, but there was absolutely no guarantee that it would make the news or that they would use that exact picture of Luffy with the message clearly visible. What if the government wanted to cover this up as well, avoiding the humiliation of having Luffy back there and having him escape a second time? However, if Morgan, the one curating the news here, was an ally of Rayleigh, then of course he could ensure that the Straw Hats receive Luffy's message. In other words, Rayleigh and Morgan could have staged the entire thing as a massive media stunt. Luffy rings the bell, lays down flowers, and then takes his hat off to pay respect to those who have fallen, while the Marines charge in there in the background like idiots. The reporters really have no chance but portray Luffy as the noble, mysterious rookie who has come with Jinbei and Silver's Rayleigh, and one of the reporters literally says, "This is big news." Morgan's catchphrase before we ever get to even meet him. And once again, we see the Marines reacting to this news breaking, saying that the article already has spread around the world and is too late to stop. So once again, just like on Whole Cake Island and on Wano, news about Luffy gets out that the government wants to keep quiet. And Morgan being a Roger pirate also would explain one of the biggest plot holes in the entire story. Why the hell is Luffy's full name always displayed on his wanted posters? We do know that the Gorosei want to keep the D initial a secret, including for Luffy, as we well learned after Wano. Yet Luffy has been wanted as Monkey D. Luffy on every single bounty poster so far. I mean, the government wanted to hide that D initial so hard, they even bothered to rename Goldie Roger into Gold Roger. They also surely wanted to hide Luffy being related to Garp. So if the government would have had its say, I bet that Luffy would have been just Luffy on the bounty posters, just how Shanks is just Shanks. But then if you have someone in the news accidentally publishing the D initial, however, who operates on his own terms and who wants the D clan out in the open, that would would explain a lot. Morgan really is the missing piece linking Rayleigh and Shanks and the other members of the Roger Pirates that are now working to make Luffy the next Pirate King. And the reason that Oda-sensei hides his appearance is because we've now met all of Roger's crew through Oden's flashback. And age-wise, it also fits pretty smoothly because he was in his early 20s during Roger's journey to Laugh Tale. So, who out of Roger's men here could Morgan's possibly be? I have 4 candidates for you. First is this guy here, Peter Moo. That's just because he has a very similar body shape to Morgan's and is also wearing a feathered hat. Then there is Momora, who also wears a hat that is strangely shaped like a bird's hat. There is Moon Isaac Jr., who has this beak-shaped nose and who might be based on Sir Isaac Newton, who discovered gravity, you know, opposed to flight, maybe. And finally, there is Spencer, who I really just threw in here because he looks pretty much like a male version of Nami, and I just wanted to kind of mention that because it's kind of odd. Another idea that I've seen thrown around is that Morgan might have been the thing inside the giant egg here that was on board of the Roger Pirates ship. However, that is a whole different beast, I personally think.
I spent 100 hours researching the wackiest theories in One Piece, like the theory that this dude is actually Luffy's mother. Luffy might die at the end of One Piece. But here's an absurd sounding theory that might actually make sense. The first ever rival Devil Fruit user that Luffy fought in the story was Buggy the Clown all the way back at the beginning of One Piece. Buggy, who ate the Chop Chop fruit, was revealed to have known Luffy's mentor Shanks as a child and even served alongside him as a cabin boy on Goldie Roger, the Pirate King's ship. Throughout the entire series, as Luffy has fought tooth and nail to get stronger, Buggy has been failing upwards. After Luffy teamed up with him to break out of the prison Impel Down, Buggy was named a Warlord of the Sea by the world government, and now he's even become an Emperor of the Sea. But if Buggy keeps accidentally stumbling into higher and higher positions in the pirate world, there's only one more place to go after being called a Yonko. That's right. Even though Luffy will be the one to deserve the title of Pirate King the most, is it possible that the world will recognize Buggy as the Pirate King first? However, in all my research, that theory doesn't even come close to the craziest. That's right, there are 10 more theories even crazier than Buggy becoming Pirate King. Now this next one deals with who had Luffy's Gomu Gomu no Mi before Luffy did. Lots of people long assumed that it must have been Roger. After all, Roger shares a dream with Luffy, he was the original owner of the Straw Hat, and has a really similar personality to Luffy, so it would only make sense if Roger had the Gomu Gomu no Mi as well. But this theory says that it's not Roger after all, but Portgas de Rouge, who previously had the rubber fruit. And for those of you who need a reminder, Rouge is Luffy's brother Ace's mother. So she's noticeable for having been pregnant with Ace for 2 years before giving finally birth to him. Since the government was rounding up any baby that could have been Roger's offspring, she somehow kept Ace in her womb for 15 extra months. How is this possible? Well, according to this theory, she did it because she had a really stretchy uterus, I guess. Now, I know that Oda's series isn't exactly scientifically over-accurate, especially when it comes to the medical field, but this one seems like a stretch in more than one way. But moving on from this, we all know that Goda is a master of foreshadowing. Therefore, he'd never put anything in his series that wasn't relevant. So what was the Davy Bag fight arc all about, where the Straw Hats competed with Foxy on Long Ring Long Long Islands? It's an arc so disliked by some fans that some people mistakenly think that it's a filler. I used to think that, honestly. But nope, this is an actual canon manga arc. So will Davy Bag fights become important again at some point? Well, some people think that it will come back in a big way when the Straw Hats finally go head to head with, not Shanks, but the Blackbeard pirates. Now, every One Piece theorist out there has their own dream matchup of which Straw Hat will fight with which Blackbeard pirate. So imagine the god tier trolling that Oda could pull when Marshall D. Teach challenges Luffy to this high stakes, ridiculous game. Definitely more ridiculous than this next one. Cyborg Frankie, the shipwright of the Straw Hats, built the Thousand Sunny after the old ship, the Going Merry, finally had to be retired after being terribly badly damaged in many voyages. But before he built this ship, it was revealed that Frankie had hidden the blueprints to the ancient weapon Pluton, an all-powerful warship, for decades. He even went so far as to burn the blueprints to protect them from ever falling into the hands of the world's government. But with his technological genius, what if he actually transferred parts of the designs into his dream ship? Could the Thousand Sunny be hiding some crazy weaponry? Is Oda finally going to give us the ship-to-ship combat that we've always been waiting for? Okay, now these next three theories are all related, and they deal with one of the most theorized about powers in all of One Piece. In Dressrosa, Don Quixote Flamingo revealed the secret hidden power of the Ope Ope no Mi, the fruit used by Trafalgar Law. Apparently, the fruit's immortality surgery ability can sacrifice the user's life in order to give someone else immortality. Doflamingo wanted Law to use this power on him, but thankfully Luffy saved the day and defeated the warlord first. Viewers have noticed though that a certain set of characters always appear to be the same age even when they appear in flashbacks. Usually when we see a flashback 20 or so years ago, we see the younger versions of Rayleigh or Garp or whatever other character. It's kind of always clear that they've aged since that point. However, the 5 Elder Stars, the Gorosei, always appear to look exactly the same. And we can also guess that the same is true for the secret leader of the worlds, Im-sama. So did several previous users of the Ope Ope no Mi sacrifice their lives to give the rulers of the world government eternal life? And if so, would it make sense that Doflamingo, a celestial dragon, would know about just that power? And so, Law having this crazy power at all kind of begs the question, who's he going to use the immortality surgery on? I mean, it would be a crime against storytelling to introduce such an earth-shattering power and have it never be relevant again in the story. Well, one obvious person for him to use it on would of course be Straw Hat Luffy himself. Ever since the time skip, Law has been Luffy's greatest ally in the ongoing conflict against Doflamingo, Kaido, and Big Mom. And while technically the two are rivals for the One Piece, one could definitely imagine a scenario where Luffy's life is threatened, so Law sacrifices himself to save his ally. I mean, that would be absolutely heart-wrenching and possibly the saddest death in the entire series. After all, we've spent a lot more time with Law than we ever did with someone like Ace or Whitebeard. What do you think? After all the fake-out deaths we've had, do you think Oda would actually be bold enough to kill off a fan favorite like Law? And speaking of killing off characters, here's the most controversial one that Oda could possibly kill. At the end of the series, will Luffy die? Let's say that Law doesn't make the ultimate sacrifice to make Luffy immortal. We hate to say it, but Luffy has some pretty bad death flags for a main character. First off, he wants to be the Pirate King, and we all know what happened to the last Pirate King, a little thing called a public execution. Maybe Luffy's death will be what sets off a brand new pirate era. Secondly though, just think of all the times that it's been hinted at that Luffy is shortening his lifespan. When he uses Gear 2nd for the first time on Enies Lobby, CP9 hints that such a technique would be shortening the user's life overall. When he received his hormonal treatments from Ivankov, they also warned that it would take years of his life. And even super recently, during the fight against Kaido, after using Gear 5 for a while, Luffy appeared to transform into an elderly man temporarily. So just how much lifespan does Luffy really have left that he can shorten? And we've made it finally back to Crocomom, the crazy theory that we hinted at the beginning of this video. But wait a minute, if this is only number 8 of 11, so you mean that there are 3 more theories even wilder than this? Oh yeah, you should really stay tuned for the last 3. But first, here is Crocomom. This one is one of the most long-running, most memified, and weirdly believable theories in the entire fanbase. When Luffy helped Crocodile and Co break out of Impel Down, Emporio Ivankov convinced this former warlord to be on his best behavior by holding some deep, dark secret over him. And given that the person who knows Crocodile's secret is Ivankov, who can notably change people's genders with their hormonal powers, well, it's heavily speculated that Crocodile was actually born a woman and asked Ivankov to be turned into a man. But this fan theory takes this speculation even one step further. It kind of suggests that not only was Crocodile a woman, she's actually Luffy's mother. After all, Oda has stated that Luffy's mom is a character that he's drawn repeatedly before, so really this guess is as good as any other we have. Okay, now for our final 3 crazy theories that you probably didn't know existed, we have theories about the One Piece itself. Theory number 9 is that the One Piece isn't in the Grand Line at all, it's on the moon. Now listen, if this is the first time that you hear this, I promise that this makes more sense than you think. If you're an anime-only watcher, you might not realize just how important the moon is actually to the story of One Piece. Because in the manga itself, Oda often uses cover pages of chapters to tell side stories about what other characters are up to all around the world. And so after Skypiea, we got to see NL fulfill his dream of traveling to the fairy worth, aka the moon. And what was, and honestly still is shocking, was that the moon was actually inhabited. NL ran into alien space pirates and an army of automatons. He even found the ruins of an ancient civilization that would appear to depict the winged races of the Sky Islands, together with images of what looks like to be the ancient weapons. So if the moon is connected to some mysterious ancient civilization, could it be possible that the greatest treasure, the One Piece, is there as well? Or maybe the One Piece is something else. Maybe it's nothing. There's no treasure at all. Now, this theory is practically as old as the entire series, with fans constantly joking that the One Piece would be the adventure itself, or the friends we made along the way. Oda has actually gone out of his way to state that the One Piece is a physical treasure, but knowing how hard Oda can troll if he wants, we wouldn't put it past him for that physical treasure to be a written note from Roger that says, the real treasure is friendship. Honestly, I know a few fans who would probably burn all their mangas if that were true, but the joke would be on them because the series would already be over. But I highly doubt that Oda would let us down. Instead, the One Piece treasure will probably be something completely awesome. Something like the One Piece is Luffy destroying the Red Line, the massive continent that circles the globe and separates the planet into 4 distinct oceans. Oh wait, why would destroying the Red Line be a treasure? Well, this would very literally make the world into one piece by uniting all 4 oceans into one. A couple of big hints for this theory are that Marineford, the capital of the world government, is located on top of the Red Line. If Luffy ends up going to war against the world government and takes the fight to them, well, destroying Pangaea Castle might result in destroying the Red Line itself. In addition, when the crew was on Fishman Island, the fortune teller Madame Charlie prophesied that Luffy would destroy Fishman Island. And since Fishman Island just happens to be located beneath the Red Line, directly beneath Marineford, that would make sense. We also have hints such as the whale Laboon, the first character we met in the Grand Line, repeatedly bashing his head against the Red Line, trying to destroy it. So bringing down the Red Line would mean uniting the world and bringing the people together into one people, One Piece. Now these were really just 11 of the wildest theories that I found after doing tons and tons of research. Parents abandoning their babies, slavery, forced marriage and parenthood. People who have never seen it think One Piece is for kids, but as you well know, One Piece is pretty messed up sometimes. But turns out things might be even more disturbing and terrifying than we ever thought possible, as we're gonna break down the absolutely darkest One Piece theories there are and how likely they actually are to be true. And there's absolutely nobody better to start with than the Master of Darkness himself, Marshall D. Teach. And of course, there's just so many things I could talk about with him specifically that are on the edge of being truly messed up. Does he have multiple personalities fighting inside him to dominate his body at any given point? Is he an artificial clone of the ultimate evil, Roxy Xebec? Is the reason that he doesn't sleep because his multiple souls act like sleep paralysis demons? Honestly, probably, at least to that last point, but you get the idea. However, there is actually one glaring feature that he has that lets him stand out from the rest. You guessed it, it's his multiple devil fruit. It's actually an idea that's floated around for quite a while now, and the best way to put it is bloody raw. It's nasty, it's freaky, and it's pretty fleshed out. I'm talking about the idea that Blackbeard is actually a cannibal. But instead of silencing the lambs, this man ate his dad. This man covered up Whitebeard with a blanket, and after some weird noises and weird moving around, he suddenly had his devil fruit. After that, using that same earthquake power, he leveled Marineford, but how exactly did that work? Well, we do know that the main rule in One Piece is that one person can only have one devil fruit. Unless you're Blackbeard apparently, because Saint Saturn confirmed in chapter 1107 that Blackbeard's lineage is actually special. Now this might possibly be hinting at the idea that his family has a unique body type that can use multiple devil fruits and doesn't need sleep. And well, this theory takes that idea and then just runs completely wild in the darkest and bloodiest possible direction. I mean, for one, we don't know exactly what actually happened under that cloth, and if he has a special body that allows him to consume a devil fruit, what if he has to eat Whitebeard's heart before he actually died? After all, we do know that Blackbeard models himself after the worst pirate in the world, Xebec, someone who is known to have committed the greatest taboos in the entire world. So what if the One Piece world and ours aren't so different, and cannibalism is what actually sets Rocksteady Xebec apart from everyone else who is a criminal? And speaking of cannibalism, let's talk about Big Mom here as well. Charlotte Linlin is actually a very good proof of concept for this crazy theory. It's pretty heavily implied in the story that she ate Mother Caramel and thus somehow has now her devil fruit powers. Something that we also never get to see happening on screen or in the manga. It's kind of just implied. And the same could be the case for the sheet that Blackbeard throws up across Whitebeard. Maybe our man Oda just has his limits somewhere. He'll talk and imply a bunch of really crazy evil things, as we'll see in the later theories as well, like slave wives and assault, but he won't quite show it. And eating people would probably be on that very list. And on that topic, I'm actually not gonna let you get away right away from me, Big Mom, because the next really dark theory revolves around you and your mom. Well, technically not, but just like Blackbeard and Whitebeard, this is a found family sort of dynamic that they have. And now that I think of it, it's kind of odd that we're going from a dude who ate his dad to a girl who probably ate her mom. And I mean, I guess you're just gonna get these weird transitions like that when you do a video on really dark ideas. Still kind of makes me a little bit uncomfortable. Anyways, I do think that Mother Caramel took over Linlin with her dark willpower, and specifically through the soul powers of her devil fruit, the Soul Fruit. Now, this idea would actually explain a whole lot about the personality shift that happens with Big Mom between being a kid and then being an adult, and it would definitely fit the vile and truly corrupt personality that we know Mother Caramel had as well. Now, for those of you who don't remember or don't know this really dark backstory, Mother Caramel was a human trafficker who raised Linlin and some other orphans until she got hungry for a nice bag of Werther's Originals and ate her. But she was also the previous wielder of the Soul Fruit, a power that we do know Big Mom now has as well. We also know that her personality drastically changed from that and became really twisted after she consumed those abilities. Going from being a kind and loving child to becoming obsessed with creating her own perfect family and crushing people's souls in order to do so. And we also know that her ultimate move, called 3000 Leagues of Misery, literally manifests in the form of Mother Caramel. Now, the name of this attack is even a reference to an anime called 3000 Leagues Searching for Mother. After all, Big Mom still doesn't know exactly what she did or how she got her powers in the first place, even though it's pretty clear to everyone else, you and me and everyone around her. Kind of a classic case of really dramatic irony. And for you people who didn't pay attention in English class, that's just when we, the audience, know something that the characters do not themselves, despite the fact that they probably should, because it's fairly obvious. But of course, the biggest piece of evidence for this is that Big Mom is actually such a sweet and caring person at heart. I mean, we learn in Wano Kuni after her amnesia moment that she's kind, pretty innocent, and supportive of anyone in need, like Tama or Chopper. However, once she gets her memories back, pure evil, just like her terrible, cruel stepmother of a human trafficker. And all of this supports the idea that Mother Caramel, in some way, shape, or form, is actually manifesting her own darkness inside Big Mom whenever she's using her devil fruit powers. Either that or the will of this fruit itself is pure evil, and that is just really horrifying to think about, because if devil fruits are the manifestation of people's dreams, then whoever thought of this fruit specifically probably had a really bad nightmare. And kind of funnily enough, I actually had a weird dream last night too. It was about all these kids running around in a circle, going merry-go-round, screaming about their parents and fruit, and then one kid went, "Oh, my dad doesn't love me and now I'm a pineapple." Honestly, I don't know what they were trying to tell me, but it did kind of remind me of this next idea about devil fruits, claiming that they are the dreams of children who were sacrificed during the Void Century. I mean, you saw the title of the video, and I initially saw this theory on Reddit from the user Boss Aesop, and it was interesting, I guess is the right word here, and this all stems from a very specific sequence that happened back during the Skypiea arc. Specifically, the moment during the story of Noland when he stops Kagura's sacrificial ritual to stop the curse on their land. Now, in case you don't remember, in order to do so, his daughter is put up to die in a ritual sacrifice, and if it hadn't been for Noland killing the massive serpent god Kashigami, then, well, that girl would have been snake food. But the really interesting connection here is this idea of curses, serpents, and sacrifices, because all of these things are constantly associated with the literal goat down under, the devil. Now, I could go on and on about all of these Christianity themes in One Piece, Kuma and his Bible and church, the Holy Land, Adam and Eve tree, you kind of get the point. The idea is very much like everything else in Skypiea. This actually might have been a foreshadowing moment that would foretell the origins of devil fruits. Let me explain a little bit. We do know that devil fruits seem to have a will of their own and date back to at least the Void Century. And after all of the recent confirmations about Marijua, the Iron Giant, and the Gorosei, all very Judeo-Christian inspired parts of the series, this ritual might hint at how devil fruits were actually made to begin with. In the scene, we see a father sacrificing his daughter to please an evil god. So what if someone like Imu, the sea god, made the citizens of the ancient kingdom do this very same ritual? Or possibly just the members of the D-Clan? I mean, it would kind of fit nicely with the Will of Dreams theory about the D-Clan, I guess. All that I know is that we kind of need to stop all of this parent-child murder. Like, can we get a theory that's not about that? What's the next one? Oh, Kuina, great. Do I have to talk about how her father pushed her down these stairs so that Zoro could become the world's greatest swordsman now? Oh, wait. Oh, this is great. This might be even worse. And admittedly, this one is a lot darker than the rest we've talked about so far, as it deals with depression and self-harm, which is never a fun topic to talk about. So if you want to skip ahead to the next theory, timestamp is right here on screen. Just pop on ahead. Anyways, there is really no better way to talk about this idea than to just say it. Kuina might not have fallen down the stairs, and her dad probably didn't push her down it either. Kuina, unfortunately, might have just taken things into her own hands, realizing she'd never achieve her own dream of being the world's strongest swordsman. Now, why is that a theory? Well, she sort of states that right before she unfortunately has that accident. Her conversation with Zoro, despite his yelling and stubbornness, is an inherently depressing moment, not a really joyful and promising one. Basically, after their duel, Kuina realizes how quickly Zoro is gonna catch up and will soon undoubtedly surpass her. Not to mention that her own father doesn't really seem to believe in her dream as a real and achievable one. In a nutshell, everyone tells her that the one thing that she's really pushed herself to do her entire life is, well, impossible, at least in her own eyes. And even though we want to go, hey, Zoro ended up changing her mind, he saw her for who she really was, the tragic truth could be that that might not have mattered anymore. And that much like someone struggling with really harsh and dark thoughts, she simply put on a smile and a good face to not upset her own friends. Because then the next time that we hear about her, she's gone. It's like really dark, it's brutal, but somehow it seems more likely than anything else, honestly, when it comes to that backstory. I mean, Kuina was tough, and even though she was a kid and a big fall could be fatal, that has always set poorly with most of the audience. It's kind of heavily implied that something else happened, and well, this is, I guess, the darkest but also most plausible option here. Also, I just quickly want to take a moment to reflect after that really dark theory and say that it's okay to struggle and feel lost sometimes. You're a loved person, and if you're struggling, do not hesitate to reach out and get support that you need. I implore you guys to support those in need and make it known that you are there for the people that you love. Because let's be real, depression is a real bitch. Okay, this one was a little bit heavy, so let's move on to something a little bit easier. A silly skeleton man who's telling the tale of his dead friends. Yo ho ho ho. Now, of course, I'm talking about the relatively sad and dark truth that the world of One Piece will go on without the Straw Hats, and that Brook, the crew's musician, is the actual narrator that, well, reads us One Piece or tells it to us in the anime. And that the story that we're reading and watching right now is actually already over in the universe, and Brook is just telling it to the next generation, or just remembering it by himself, alone, writing the Thousand Sunny many years later. Maybe the last shot of One Piece is just Brook pouring sake on all of the crew's graves. Anyways, there is actually a couple of hints that give this idea at least some level of credibility. For starters, we do know that Brook apparently is not able to die just from regular aging. I mean, sure, he could get crushed or killed otherwise, but thanks to his very unique and special devil fruit, he may just be immortal in that skeleton form of his. And we obviously also know that there is actually a narrator in One Piece, as they do appear on special occasions to interject about what is going to happen, foreshadowing the importance of events like Egghead or Luffy's Grand Fleet, and this kind of implies that whoever is narrating has some sort of greater knowledge of the future and already knows what has happened. Now, of course, this could just be a classic author self-insert, but I do want to remind you that One Piece does have this theme of epic legends and the grand cycle. And without getting too crazy into it in this video, essentially the idea of this cycle in storytelling is that characters fill the same roles at different points in time for a story, all continuing to loop through big events or back to the beginning of the story. In this case, the idea behind that being JoyBoy, Roger, and Luffy all go down very similar journeys and end up in very similar positions, and that someday, after all is said and done, this will happen again in the future with another pirate chasing after Luffy's wealth, fame, and power. And what we also do know is that characters connected to these protagonists do tend to tell their stories to future generations. Lily and the Kozuki clan crafted the Poneglyphs and spread them throughout the world to tell people about JoyBoy's story. Oden's journal is a detailed story of the travels of the Roger pirates told to us by Yamato. And we do learn in chapter 228 of the story that the navigators of ships do have logbooks detailing the entire adventures of a crew, meaning that Nami actually does have everything written down even from the time before Brook. So while it may seem a little bit out there, Brook may actually be the narrative that we see in the story. Sad, alone, and without his crew for a second time in his life. Alright, see, like this one wasn't too dark, I guess, like dark but not too dark, but I do promise the next one is, again, way worse. I think we actually need another parent killing their kid idea to bring us back to the really dark and depressing energy from earlier, I guess, if we want that. So let's talk about Shanks's master plan to kill Luffy at Luffy Tail, activating the One Piece. And yeah, as you can tell, this one is gonna be pretty screwed up. Alright, here's what we can all agree on, I think. Luffy having the Nika fruit is probably important when it comes to using or reaching the One Piece. Between the fact that the Roger pirates were too early and Shanks specifically trying to get a hold of the Nika fruit at the beginning of the story, something about this devil fruit power is crucial to using whatever is on this final island. It would also nicely explain why Shanks only pursues the One Piece after Gear 5th is showcased in Luffy's bounty poster. He knows that Luffy is close to the One Piece, and he's now just got to beat him there. Now, we also know that Shanks has some sort of big master plan. He's planted all the seeds for Luffy to achieve his full power and chase Shanks down to prove that he is a great pirate one day. And I guess what I'm suggesting here is that our good friend Shanks might actually just have been a master gaslighter, and he's just waiting for Luffy to make it to Laugh Tale so that he can rip Luffy's heart out, eat it, and become Nika, activating a secret weapon to destroy the world government. Why are you guys looking at me like I'm crazy right now? I mean, it's the sort of ultimate combination of kind of all the theories that we've been talking about today. Blackbeard and Big Mom's cannibalism that consumes devil fruits, children being sacrificed by their parents or step-parents, and Kuina not achieving her own dream. Not to mention, it would make for an awesome twist ending in Brook's big story. Now, if you've ever engaged with any One Piece theories at all, you will probably know that evil Shanks has always been a very common idea among fans and theorists, and I'm just kind of bumping this idea up a couple of notches. Instead of inspiring Luffy to achieve his dreams, Shanks is just crafting and shaping and kind of grooming Luffy into the person he needs to be in order to accomplish his own goals. Plus, the revelation that ancient technology seems to respond to Nika's drums of liberation seems to back the idea that the One Piece is also some ancient piece of technology. An idea that I actually have talked about in depth in a couple of other videos before if you want to check them out, but we do know that the Iron Giant keeps waking up in response to Luffy's and Bonnie's Gear 5 forms, and it's becoming more and more clear that the Nika form is also connected to all of the ancient weapons. So if this power is crucial to activating a weapon based on Laugh Tale, Shanks may need to have this power in his grasp himself to accomplish his own true objective. Now, whether Shanks actually is secretly working with the world government and is evil, or if he's just fulfilling Roger's dreams in his own way, I don't really know, but what I do know is that if we get to the end of the story and this man starts chewing down on Luffy's rubbery corpse, you all owe me $5 for this insane call out early on. Hey, you, yeah, you. Are you still up? The video is over, you know? Like, how in the world did you even make it to the end of this? Like, where even are we right now? Well, if you are here right now, well, you are now in my top 20 favorite people of all time. Like, what a crazy achievement watching all of that. And if you actually watched this entire video over like a span of a couple of weeks or days, or did you watch it in one setting? In which case, how? Please let me know if you did by leaving me a cookie emoji in the comments so that I know that you have now earned yourself a real PhD in One Piece Zoology from the School of Ohara, and I will leave another long video for you right here in case you're really crazy and are just farming levels in your game or cleaning, or you just not be able to sleep, in which case, I mean, keep going, and I hope you'll finish whatever you're doing right now. Otherwise, thanks so much for watching, and I will hopefully see you in the next one, but boy, I mean, take it easy, take it easy.